What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. In Seireitei Flirt with Rangaku 1 FR Chapter 1 Miss Rangiku, please wait, the new book asks for data, close black lens bracket. Miss Rangiku. Miss Rangiku wait a minute, Matsumoto Rangiku was wearing a sexy and hot Shiba outfit at this time, and was on his way back to the 10th squad when he was suddenly stopped by a voice. As the vice captain of the Juban team, Matsumoto Rangiku is very familiar with this voice. At this moment Matsumoto Rangiku frowned slightly, then turned to look. A man with a handsome face, dressed in a domineering attire, followed me up and down, and seemed to be holding a gift in his hand. Matsumoto Rangiku was in a slightly displeased mood at this time, frowning and said to the subordinate in front of him. Aoki, let me say it again, don't call me that in the future. I am the vice captain of the 10th squad, and you are the 6th seed of the 10th squad. From now on in Seireitei, you should call me the vice captain. Matsumoto Rangiku's mood fluctuated a little at this time, and his chest also rose and fell. This person named Aoki is the 6th seed of the Juban team and has been harassing himself. However, Matsumoto Rangiku also knew that the other party did not do anything out of the ordinary, it was harassment rather than pursuit. It's just that in Rangiku's heart, he can't let go of one person, so he often turns a blind eye to Aoki's pursuit. Aoki scratched his head slightly, and handed the gift over. Miss Rangiku, this is a good thing I bought in Rangaku, take it anyway. Aoki looked at Rangiku in front of him with doting eyes. Miss Rangiku's deadly costume is very sexy, with a big opening in the front, Aoki couldn't help but cast a second glance. Really, it's spectacular, who doesn't like Big Sister? Still such a big sister, Aoki's mind ran wild. Matsumoto Rangiku caught Aoki's gaze and punched him straight away. If you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to others. Aoki felt a gust of wind blowing towards him, he reacted instantly, jumped behind him, dodged the attack, and smiled awkwardly. Ding! Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 214 points close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu, 78,543 close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system rang in Aoki's mind. Not bad this time, Aoki thought silently in his heart. Advertisement. It has been 99 years since I came to Seireitei, and Aoki feels like home here. When he first came to this world, Aoki was still very uncomfortable. After all, although this place is full of blood, it is also very dangerous. He hacked around with a knife all day long, and if he didn't make a sound, didn't he even die? But when he got his own Zanpakuto, the system was triggered. As long as Miss Rangiku's mood fluctuates, she can increase her own Reiatsu. So Aoki has been attacking Rangaku for 100 years. Every time Miss Rangiku gets angry, his Reiatsu will increase a lot. In the beginning, he was just an ordinary soul of Rangaku. Reiatsu or something, almost nothing. But by chance, he approached Rangaku once, and when he made the other party angry, he increased his Reiatsu value. Since then, Aoki has been trying to get closer to Rangaku. With the increase of his own strength, Aoki applied to enter the 10th team and became the 6th seed of the 10th team. The number of encounters with Ms. Rangiku has also increased, and her strength has grown more rapidly. Until now, nearly 100 years have passed. Aoki's Reiatsu has steadily surpassed the captain level of Godei 13th Division by a lot. In order to increase his strength, he did not participate when the protagonist group broke into Seireitei. In the subsequent Hueco Mundo battle and Karakura Town battle, he was just paddling. According to Aoki's calculation, as long as he keeps going for a while, his own Reiatsu will be the well-deserved #1 Shinigami person in the world. Before that, it's better not to show your edge. After all, Aoki, who was born in a peaceful age, still cherishes his life very much, and dare not take the slightest risk. Miss Rangiku, I went to Rangaku to pick this for you. You have already forgotten, today is your birthday. Aoki showed an embarrassed expression, aggrieved. Hearing what Aoki said, Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly felt that what he just did was a little too much. After all, I have known Aoki for decades, and the relationship between the two parties, even if not the closest partner, is also a very good friend. It's just that Aoki's relentless pursuit has made Rangaku not give him a good look. This guy, remember my birthday? Matsumoto Rangiku stroked his chest, feeling a little moved inside. After so many years in Godei 13th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku almost forgot his own birthday. But this guy named Aoki will give himself a gift every year. Aoki, don't do this kind of thing in the future, the two of us. Impossible. Matsumoto Rangiku bit his lip lightly, reluctantly said this sentence. Advertisement. At this moment, the figure of a silver-haired boy appeared in Matsumoto Rangiku's mind. Seeing Miss Rangiku's sudden depression, Aoki sighed slightly inwardly. Ichimaru-jin. Miss Rangiku really can't let go of Ichimaru-jin. Aoki regretted not saving Ichimaru-jin back then. Because the fight between Ichimaru-jin and Aizen happened so fast, Aoki was right behind Miss Rangiku's absorbing the mood swings. It wasn't until Silver's Reiatsu broke out that Aoki realized that Ichimaru-jin might be dying. But it was too late. It was precisely because of that time that Ms. Rangiku's emotions almost collapsed, and Aoki's strength leapt to become an existence beyond the captain level. Miss Rangiku, open it and have a look. Aoki's voice awakens Matsumoto Rangiku from her memories. Looking at the beautifully packaged gift box, Matsumoto Rangiku also had some expectations in his heart. Although Aoki is usually idle, he makes no secret of his pursuit. But Matsumoto Rangiku still didn't take it seriously, even Aoki gave her a gift, and was a little touched. Because she herself is a cheerful and bold woman. If you like it, you like it, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Rejecting Aoki is just because she can't let go of Ichimaru Jin. I still have some affection for Aoki. Gently unpacking the beautifully packaged gift box, Ms. Matsumoto Rangiku's expectant eyes suddenly petrified when she saw the gift. Inside the black packing box, there was a chest support? Aoki, tell me, what is this? With a dark face, Matsumoto Rangiku picked up the gift with 2 fingers and waved it in front of Aoki. Miss Rangiku, I'm doing it for you too. You don't wear it all day, I'm afraid you'll sag when you get old. Whisper, Hineka. Before Aoki could finish speaking, Matsumoto Rangiku had drawn the Zanpakuto and summoned Shikai. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Matsumoto Rangiku's violent emotional fluctuations, Reiatsu increased by 1532 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 80,075. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 2 Chojiro Sasaki, Huang Yan Lingli Palace. New book please support, close black lens bracket. Whisper, Hineka. Matsumoto Rangiku's Shikai opened, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a puff of gray smoke, sweeping towards Aoki. Feeling the opponent's Reiatsu rising, Aoki knew that this seemingly light smoke was actually powerful. Not daring to neglect, Aoki avoided a gray mist tornado with Shunpo. At the place where Aoki landed just now, the surrounding grass has all disappeared, and the entire ground has become bare. Miss Rangiku, don't get excited, we've known each other for so many years. Aoki's expression turned aggrieved instantly. That gift, but I spent 5,000 taels to buy it. Hearing Aoki's words, Matsumoto Rangiku's grip on Zanpakuto suddenly loosened. The gray mist that swept around slowly gathered towards the handle of the knife, and finally returned to a normal blade. Aoki, your monthly funyun is only 8,000 taels. Matsumoto Rangiku felt dizzy for a while. Although this guy named Aoki has been stalking himself, he never felt distress when buying gifts. It's not a big problem, and I won't starve to death. Aoki put his hands on his Zanpakuto lightly and said in a calm tone with a relaxed look. Now his Reiatsu has reached 80,000, and he doesn't need to eat for a long time. You know, Aizen was imprisoned in the endless hell, without eating or drinking, and when the 1,000-year bloody war came, he was still very fierce. But Ms. Rangiku didn't know about Aoki's situation. Seeing such an expression, Matsumoto Rangiku felt that Aoki was deliberately covering up. A boy who spends more than half of his salary to buy gifts for himself. Matsumoto Rangiku felt a little embarrassed, at least it was the other party's intention. Although this gift is indeed unsightly, I'll spare you this time, I have to go to the 10th squad for a meeting. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku put away his expression and looked serious. Looking at Miss Rangiku's appearance, Aoki knew that today was a dead end, but he still wanted to delay it for a while. Miss Rangiku, what's the meeting, can you bring me along? This meeting is classified, and people below the deputy captain have no right to know. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately put on a serious face, showing the vigor of the vice captain of the 10th division. Aoki smiled sarcastically. There's no way, I've been around for so many years, and I'm still the 6th seat. Advertisement, you are not qualified to understand the major events that happened in Seireitei, okay. But it's also because Aoki is stubborn and unwilling to climb up. Otherwise, with his current strength, as a captain, absolutely no one would dare to say no. But what's so good about being captain? It doesn't matter what the salary is, anyway, Aoki has outgrown the vulgar. The key is to be on top of everything all day long, how dangerous it is. Even though Aoki now has a Reiatsu who is comparable to the captain, he is still a cowardly group. But, Matsumoto Rangiku stroked his blonde hair. You should pay attention to the missing persons in Rukongai recently. Missing persons? Aoki didn't understand. Yes, there have been a lot of missing persons cases in Rukongai recently, which may be related to the huge decrease in Hueco Mundo. Matsumoto Rangiku said seriously. Hueco Mundo's imaginary, massive reduction? Aoki stroked his chin lightly, thinking slowly. The massive reduction of the ghosts caused the balance between the soul society and the present world to be broken, plus the missing persons case of Rukongai. Why is this scene so familiar? Right here, the sky suddenly darkened. A majestic Reiatsu filled the entire Seireitei in an instant. Somewhere in the sky, yellow lightning slowly gathered. Whose Reiatsu is this? Sensing the change in Seireitei, Matsumoto Rangiku quickly held Zanpakuto and looked towards the lightning in the sky. Is someone fighting? Matsumoto Rangiku's heart became tense at this moment. You know, in Seireitei, no one will release such a powerful Reiatsu casually. This Reiatsu has steadily reached the captain level. That is to say, there is a captain-level battle in the sealing court. Chojiro Sasaki, Wang Yan Lingli Palace. Aoki murmured while looking into the distance. What? Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Aoki in surprise. At this time Aoki was expressionless and seemed to be thinking about something. You said this is the Reiatsu of Vice Captain Sasaki? Is this his Bankai? Matsumoto Rangiku was confused at this moment. On the one hand, she was worried about the battle situation ahead, and on the other hand, she was surprised at how well Aoki knew this Reiatsu. After all, Vice Captain Sasaki has not shown Bankai for 2,000 years. As a junior of Seireitei, few people know that Vice Captain Sasaki will still have Bankai. Advertisement, but at this time Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't think so much. Right now, it's more important to rush to support. At this time, Aoki seemed to come back to his senses suddenly and said in a low voice, "Sasaki is going to die, let's go there quickly, maybe we can save him." Hearing Aoki's words, Matsumoto Rangiku was startled. Vice Captain Sasaki is dying? Such a powerful Reiatsu can't beat his opponent? At this time, Chojiro Sasaki's Reiatsu had affected the entire Seireitei. The sky in Seireitei was gray and dark, and countless yellow lightnings gathered towards a certain point. A Bankai of this level would be killed. How strong does the opponent have to be? Just relying on myself as the vice captain and Aoki as the 6 seats, is it really necessary to rush over? While Matsumoto Rangiku was still thinking about it, Aoki took her hand and unfolded Shunpo. Aoki's Reiatsu exploded in an instant, and in just a moment, he was already close to the place where the fight took place. Aoki's Shunpo can do this to such an extent. Matsumoto Rangiku was amazed in his heart. Ding! Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's surprise, Reiatsu increased by 157 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu 80,232. Close black lens bracket. Aoki didn't pay attention to the prompt sent by the system, but said with heavy words, "It's too late." As soon as Aoki finished speaking, Reiatsu, who was filled with the power of lightning, disappeared in an instant. The entire ceiling court has regained the clear sky. Ha 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 ha, Chojiro Sasaki, your Bankai is mine. I saw a burly man in a white uniform laughing wildly, holding a disc emitting a strange light in his hand. All the surrounding Shinigami fell into a pool of blood. Chojiro Sasaki held Zanpakuto, who couldn't Bankai, with a look of disbelief. How come? Bankai was taken away. Sasaki, your life is over. Dorsk Bell aimed at Chojiro Sasaki in front of him with a huge arrow of light gathered from spiritual particles. Hey! At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Dorisk's shoulder. Chapter 3 Megaseconds. Matsumoto Rangiku's shock. Open black lens bracket. Please support the new book, close black lens bracket. Hi. Aoki put a hand on Dorisk's shoulder. Matsumoto Rangiku breathed a sigh of relief behind him. Fortunately, we caught up. But with Aoki and her powers, what's the use of catching up? Seeing Aoki's hand touch the other made Rangiku's heart startled. Don't get close to the enemy so easily. Hey, anyway, let's evaluate the level gap between the two sides. It's easy to die. Okay. Matsumoto Rangiku's tense chest heaved up and down at this time. Looking at the enemy in front of him, he didn't dare to move. Don't approach him. This man is scary. Chojiro Sasaki shouted nervously when he saw the scene in front of him. HMPH. Why are there mosquitoes screaming? Dorsk smiled disdainfully, and let go of the light arrow in his hand. The light arrow containing the high-energy spiritual particles shot out in an instant, and reached Sasaki in an instant. Bakudo's 81 splitting void. Aoki's voice sounded instantly, and a huge defensive wall was erected between Sasaki and Lingzi light arrow. Unexpectedly, the light arrow of Lingzi broke through the defensive wall and penetrated Sasaki. The huge inertia brought Sasaki into the air, and then firmly nailed to the wall of the first team in the distance. Aoki frowned slightly. He didn't expect the power of the other party's spiritual light arrow to be so great. Just now I temporarily blocked it with splitting void, but I didn't have time to chant, so my defense is insufficient. But even so, the splitting void also weakened most of the power of the spirit light arrow. The blow that Chojiro Sasaki endured should not cause him to die like in the original book. Boy, want to save someone? Dorisk's eyes turned cold, and he looked down at Aoki, who was much shorter than him. No, you made a mistake. I was just passing by. What Dorisk didn't expect was that Aoki just said something lightly, then turned around and was about to leave with Matsumoto Rangiku. Aoki thought very simply, Dorisk would return to the Invisible Empire soon, and there was no need for him to entangle with him here. Besides, I have already saved Sasaki's life, so my goal has been achieved. Boy, you are very arrogant. Dorisk's face became a little unkind. At this time, he was already very unhappy. As a member of the Star-Cross, he was actually ignored? Dorisk could feel the release of Reiatsu the moment Aoki put a hand on his shoulder. Advertisement. That kind of Reiatsu, that put so much pressure on him that he didn't shoot that arrow at Sasaki in the first place. Otherwise, Sasaki is dead in the first place. This made Dorisk have a great interest in Aoki, or in other words, a strong killing intent. At this time, Aoki's expression was indifferent. Without even turning his head, he took Matsumoto Rangiku's hand and was about to leave. But Matsumoto Rangiku was nervous and silently clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand. She could feel that the tall black-faced man in front of her was very strong. Suddenly, Dorisk's face darkened, and he raised his hand to shoot an arrow. Aoki, get behind me. Bassett, Heineke. The Zanpakuto in Matsumoto Rangiku's hand suddenly turned into a cloud of gray mist, and then swept away towards the arrow of light from the spirit sun. And Aoki was guarded behind by Rangiku. As the vice captain of Gotei's 13th squad, I absolutely don't allow my team members to be hurt before myself. Matsumoto Rangiku shouted loudly, and the spirit arrow was shrouded in a cloud of gray mist and then dissipated. Just when Matsumoto Rangiku breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a sudden blackness in front of his eyes. Then the neck seemed to be clamped by iron clamps, and it became very difficult to breathe. Dorisk had teleported to Rangiku in an instant, lifting Matsumoto Rangiku high like a chicken. The gap is so big. Am I going to be killed by this guy? Matsumoto Rangiku barely opened his eyes, looking at the enemy in front of him. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Just a face-to-face, Rangiku was beaten so helplessly. After the opponent's hand touched my neck, my Reiatsu didn't work at all. That boy Aoki, he's already far away by now. That's good, at least one person's name can be kept. I hope he won't be sad in the future. Matsumoto Rangiku had a lot of thoughts in his head, but he heard the man who was strangling his neck laughing. Ha 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 ha, boy, is this your woman? My favorite is to kill the enemy's lover, so you will be very unhappy. If you're not happy, hit me, puff. Suddenly, Matsumoto Rangiku felt that the sound of this world seemed to disappear. Advertisement, this weird feeling, as if I lost all my hearing. Then, Rangiku felt his body loosen and he fell to the ground. That man's hand is still pinching my neck, how could? Matsumoto Rangiku raised his head in doubt, and saw that Dorisk's right hand had been cut off. Matsumoto Rangiku opened his mouth in surprise. Aoki stood calmly in front of Matsumoto Rangiku, holding a Zanpakuto in his hand. Matsumoto Rangiku noticed that this Zanpakuto looks very hockey. Broad blade with a slight upward curve, somewhat similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu. A coiled dragon extends from the handle to the tip of the knife. The dragon's head rises in the opposite direction to the blade, and the dragon's mouth is wide open, looking fierce. On the handle of the knife, there are 8 rings in the shape of a dragon. The same shape of the dragon's mouth is very hockey. Is this Aoki's Shikai? At this time, Aoki turned his head slightly, and after seeing that Matsumoto Rangiku was fine, he turned his head back again. Then he seemed to think of something, and added in a calm tone. Let's roar, Shangshengwan. Sure enough, it's Aoki's Shikai. Matsumoto Rangiku's heart was pounding. Aoki has been in the Godei 13th Division for nearly 100 years, and has never demonstrated the liberation of Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Rangiku always thought that Aoki would not liberate Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, today, I heard the name of Aoki Zanpakuto. Hangshengwan. Such a common name. No, Matsumoto Rangiku seemed to have thought of something. Judging from Aoki's performance just now, he liberated Zanpakuto first, and then read the liberation language. This sentence of liberation seems to be a supplementary, deliberately said to myself. In other words, Aoki can be Shikai without relying on liberation. The Shinigami of Godei 13th Division all know a truth. To liberate Zanpakuto, the liberating language must be spoken. Like Matsumoto Rangiku's Heineka, the Zanpakuto must be liberated by saying, Bass, Heineka. The only situation where Zanpakuto can be liberated without chanting the liberating language is when the Shinigami is already Bankai. Only captains who have learned Bankai will be able to Shikai their own Zanpakuto without speaking the liberation language. Chapter 4 Shikai. Dorisk, Die, open black lens bracket new book please support, close black lens bracket. Ding. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's violent mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 1457 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's violent mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 1668 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's violent mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 1242 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu, 84,599 close black lens bracket in Aoki's mind, the system's prompt sounds kept appearing. What is this little girl thinking in her heart? Why are her emotions fluctuating so much? Aoki naturally didn't have time to turn back and pay attention to Matsumoto Rangiku's emotional fluctuations. At this time, he was dealing with the enemy in front of him, the Knights of the Star-Cross. Oh, Dorisk. Ha ha ha, it's really fast. Dorisk tightly held the severed right arm with his hand, grinning grinningly. However, let me show you my true strength. I am Star-Cross Knight, oh, and my ability is to kill. Dorisk growled and yelled at Aoki. Noisy, Aoki swung his Zanpakuto and slashed at Dorisk void. Puff. Matsumoto Rangiku felt strange again at this time, and the surrounding sounds disappeared again. Looking up, Dorisk had a hideous face, his eyes were red, and his ears were bleeding. Before you were deaf, let me introduce my ability to you. Aoki carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders and walked towards him slowly. My Zanpakuto is called the Sound Pill, and as the name suggests, it's very loud. It can generate a huge sonic boom by waving it, and it will have an effect on the designated target. At the same time, it can absorb all the sounds around it and convert it into its own energy. Did you feel like you were going to be deafened just now? Aoki's tone was very calm, as if announcing the death of the other party. Hearing this, Dorisk laughed, and suddenly let go of the hand holding the broken arm, pointing a finger at his ear hole. There was only a puff, and a pillar of spiritual light directly penetrated Dorisk's left and right ears. Matsumoto Rangiku saw this scene with serious eyes. This guy is really a cruel person, he actually deafened himself. Advertisement, I think it's a powerful ability, isn't it just the voice, I can't hear it. Dorisk's shouts were unusually loud, as if they were roaring, as the ears could not hear the sound. You seem to have some misunderstanding. Seeing this scene, Aoki couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. Although he couldn't hear Aoki's speech, Dorisk saw Aoki's disdainful face and the other's mouth shape, and vaguely felt something was wrong. My ability is sound. How is sound produced? It's a shock, forget it, maybe you haven't read the book. Aoki was talking to himself while gently stroking his Zanpakuto. Dorisk understands what Aoki said by reading his lips, although he doesn't understand what danger the vibration can bring, he must not sit still at this time. Dorisk roared loudly, stretched out his only arm, and condensed the light arrows of spirit particles. Do you know resonance? Aoki said softly, then flicked his finger on his Zanpakuto. In just a split second, the 7 orifices of Dorisk in front of Aoki were bleeding, and before the light arrow in his hand had time to launch, he collapsed on the ground without a trace of strength. At this time Aoki had already walked to Dorisk's side, seeing him limp on the ground like a dead dog. Aoki unceremoniously raised Zanpakuto and chopped off Dorisk's head. Although your internal organs have been completely shattered by me, I am afraid that you will use strange tricks such as pretending to be a sky puppet, so I will chop off your head. You shouldn't have done anything to Miss Rangiku. Miss Rangiku is the person I care about most in Seireitei, Aoki said to Dorisk's body. After finishing speaking, Aoki smiled softly at Rangaku who was injured not far away. Miss Rangiku, are you alright? Matsumoto Rangiku not far away was already stunned at this time. A monster comparable to a captain, a guy who could seriously injure himself and Sasaki's vice-captain with one move, was killed by Aoki in just a few seconds? Aoki is only the 6th seed of the Juban team. Moreover, judging from the opponent's performance, Aoki did not perform very hard, but only used Zanpakuto's Shikai. So what is Aoki's true strength? Matsumoto Rangiku was in shock at this moment. She has forgotten the purpose of her coming. Detected Miss Rangiku's violent mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 1425 points. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu. 86,024 close black lens bracket advertisement. Miss Rangiku, in this situation, you should immediately report to the captain. Aoki kindly reminded Matsumoto Rangiku when he had walked to Matsumoto Rangiku's side. Matsumoto Rangiku's chest was heaving up and down, apparently still not recovering. After being told by Aoki, he noticed that the scene was devastated. There are Shinigami's corpses everywhere. Obviously this time the opponent has dealt a big blow to Seireitei. In this case, you must let the captain know. Just when Matsumoto Rangiku was about to notify the captain with Kido, a lazy voice sounded from behind. Yeah, let's see what you've done. A middle-aged man in a pink coat quietly appeared behind Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku. Kyo band leader. Matsumoto Rangiku was taken aback by Kiraku Shunsui who suddenly appeared. Kiraku Shunsui now fully focused on Aoki. Looking at Zanpakuto, which looks like a coiled dragon with 9 rings in Aoki's hand, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed a little bit of surprise. But immediately, Kiraku Shunsui regained his decadent temperament. There are so many Shinigami killed in the first team, the old man is about to explode. Can someone explain to me, who did this? Kiraku Shunsui noticed it when the fight started, but when he rushed over, the fight was over. All that can be seen is a Shinigami corpse in one place. There are also Matsumoto Rangiku and Aoki who seem to be the Shinigami of the Juban team. As the senior captain of Godei 13th Division, Kiraku Shunsui had reason to doubt the two standing there. King band leader, we also came here because we sensed Bankai, the vice-captain of Sasaki. Aoki spread his hands helplessly, trying to explain. Obviously, the other party has some doubts about himself. After all, after so many people died, there was only one vice-captain in the 6th seat alive, which was somewhat unreasonable. Aoki, what are you talking to this old guy? Kiraku Shunsui, you doubt me? Matsumoto Rangiku directly shielded Aoki behind him, yelling. Aside from wine and women, what else can be useful in your mind? Now you should report to the captain. What, you still want to detain me? Kiraku Shunsui was scolded by Matsumoto Rangiku, and his expression was very embarrassing. Chapter 5 Megaseconds Rangiku's mood is not stable recently, is it because relatives are here? Aoki looked at the scene in front of him with a wonderful expression. I almost forgot, Matsumoto Rangiku and Kiraku Shunsui are drinking buddies, and the relationship should be very good. From this point of view, his suspicion should have been cleared. Miss Rangiku, you have to give my captain some face. When something like this happens, let me ask a few more questions. Kiraku Shunsui smiled apologetically, for fear of offending this, broad-hearted, big sister. After getting permission from Matsumoto Rangiku, Kiraku Shunsui looked carefully at Aoki. Little brother, what happened just now? Kiraku Shunsui took a look at Aoki's Zanpakuto from the corner of his eye. At this time, Aoki's Zanpakuto had been released from the Shikai state and turned into a normal sealed state. On the way here just now, Kiraku Shunsui also felt something strange. The sound disappeared for an instant. If this ability is what Aoki uses to kill an enemy, then the opponent is not just an ordinary Shinigami. How could a person with this kind of ability be an unknown player in sealing in court? Seeing Jingle's wary expression, Aoki spread his hands helplessly and then stepped aside. Dorisk's body was displayed in front of Kiraku Shunsui. The exterminator, as an old man of Godei 13th Division, Kiraku Shunsui recognized Dorisk's identity at a glance, and his eyes also changed from calm to surprise at this time. It turned out to be the Quincy master. This is trouble. Didn't Quincy become extinct thousands of years ago? Is it going to make a comeback this time? In Kiraku Shunsui's mind, the terrifying figure of the man from 1,000 years ago appeared again. Yeah, this is troublesome. You have to notify the captain quickly. The Quincy invasion is a big deal. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head and said helplessly. No need. The old man has arrived. As soon as the words fell, Aoki felt that the surrounding air seemed to be mixed with the smell of coke. Captain Yamamoto Rangiku and several captains appeared in front of Aoki. Advertisement Unohana Retsu, Zaraki Kenpachi and the captain of the 10th Division, Toshiro, stood quietly behind the captain, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Aoki noticed that Chojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the first team, was lying quietly on the Zanpakuto behind Unohana Retsu Shikai at this time, and his life seemed to be saved. I'm already aware of what happened this time. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's vicissitudes of voice sounded, although he tried his best to appear calm, his words were still mixed with unconcealable anger. The Quincy has already launched a war letter to the 13th Division of the Guardian Court. That man has returned, and the war has already begun. Hearing the captain's words, except for the two senior Shinigami, Unohana Retsu and Kiraku Shunsui, the others were at a loss. Aoki sighed slightly inwardly. The Millennium Bloody Battle, is it still here? For nearly 100 years, Aoki molested Miss Rangiku to accumulate Reiatsu every day, in order to have a certain strength in the troubled times. At present, his Reiatsu has surpassed most of the captain-level Shinigami, and is about the same as Yamamoto Genryuzai. But there is no guarantee that you can beat Yuhabak. Aoki felt dizzy for a while. I hid the previous major incidents well, but today, I have accidentally revealed my strength in front of everyone. When the war starts, will I be able to survive? The strength of Shinigami is best calculated by Reiatsu. And Shinigami's body is made of spirit particles. Reiatsu is strong, and the level of the spirit body will be high. A normal Shinigami is around level 20. Most captain ranks are third-level spirit bodies. Aoki is now a first-level spirit body, and in Shinigami, he has touched the ceiling. But Aoki knows that there is not only Shinigami in this world. There's also Void, Quincy, and Full Emergence. Just a first-level spirit body, in this Millennium Bloody Battle, is still not enough. Aizen has been trying to break the boundaries of Shinigami and become a transcendent. After merging with Hogyoku, Aizen is almost invincible. In the Karakura Town battle, if it wasn't for the final blow from Kurosaki Ichigo who sacrificed all his abilities, no one could defeat Aizen, not even Aoki. Aoki is almost invincible in Shinigami, but there is still a long way to go. After Reiatsu reaches 100,000, it should be possible to break through the Shinigami border. But in that case, it's only at the level of Aizen. I don't know the omniscience and omnipotence of Juhabak, I can't stand it. Aoki's mind was full of fantasies, and he was deeply worried about his future. Advertisement ding. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 418 points close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu. 86,442 close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded, pulling Aoki out of his confused thoughts. Miss Rangiku's mood is not stable recently. Did you visit relatives? Aoki looked at Matsumoto Rangiku in front of him suspiciously. Matsumoto Rangiku looked nervous at this time. When others hear that the war is starting, if they don't know the strength of the opponent, they may just be confused. But Matsumoto Rangiku, he fought Dorisk. She deeply knows the fear of her opponent. A monster that can easily annihilate the vice captain. Such an opponent actually has a group of people. Captain, who is that man? Isn't Quincy no longer exist? Matsumoto Rangiku asked what the young Shinigami most wanted to ask. Regardless of the situation, please come and discuss with me. Yamamoto Motoyanagi turned his back. Notify all team members above the vice captain level to gather in the first team to discuss important matters. Hearing Yamamoto's vicissitudes and Majesty's voice, Aoki immediately turned his head and left. Fortunately, he is at the vice captain level, so it has nothing to do with him being a six-seater. Aoki thought. Just kidding, if this kind of thing gets involved, there will be no good days ahead. Anyway, he's not the savior, so there's still a lot to say. Wait a minute. Yamamoto Rangiku turned his head and gave Aoki a scrutinizing look. The huge Reiatsu quickly gathered on Aoki's body. Ordinary people feel the Reiatsu of the captain, and they will definitely be paralyzed in an instant, unable to move, or even kneeling limply in severe cases. But Aoki just patted his shoulder indifferently, put Zanpakuto on his shoulder, and replied lazily. What's the matter? Seeing Aoki like this, Yamamoto Rangiku showed surprise in his eyes. This young boy, in the face of my Reiatsu, is unmoved. Chapter 6 Rangaku. How dare this guy Aoki? That's the captain. New book please support. Close black lens bracket. Little young man, you will attend the meeting with some of our captains. Yamamoto Rangiku hid the surprise in his eyes, and then said in an unquestionable voice. Why, I'm just an ordinary player, the 6th seat in the 10th squad. Captain Toshiro, you are here too, you have to speak for me. Miss Rangiku has always been with me, if you have any questions, just ask her. I'll talk about it later, why'd I have to work overtime? Aoki collapsed in an instant, a series of words spewed out from his mouth, and there was no time for others to interrupt. Yamamoto Genryuzai originally thought that the little-known Shinigami in front of him would refuse coldly, or follow up without saying a word, but unexpectedly, the other party put on an aggrieved expression, looking very sad. Ahem, Captain. Toshiro finally couldn't bear it, and spoke to Yamamoto Genryuzai. Aoki has always been an excellent member of our 10th squad. He has a clean background and is serious about his work. As the captain, I trust my players. I don't think we should investigate him. Although Toshiro is young, how can he not see the captain's thoughts? When the captains arrived at the battle just now, it was clear at a glance. There are two living people at the scene, Matsumoto Rangiku and Aoki. Dorisk's death would be with shattered internal organs, which Matsumoto Rangiku simply didn't have. The only explanation is that Aoki killed the opponent. But how can an ordinary Shinigami have the ability to kill a powerful Quincy? With such a powerful ability, how could Aoki be willing to be an ordinary 6th seat in the 10th squad? With Aizen as a lesson from the past, Guti 13th Division is very vigilant about hiding their strength. But Toshiro knows that Aoki is absolutely innocent. Because Aoki's soul was extradited by Toshiro back then. It can be said that Aoki knew everything about him from entering the Soul Society to apparently, Toshiro. Including Aoki's ideal of entering the Juban team at the beginning was to marry Matsumoto Rangiku. Although this kid is not very popular, Toshiro believes that Aoki and Aizen are definitely not the same kind of people, and he will never rebel against Seireitei. HMPH. Whether you are innocent or not, you, Toshiro, have the final say. It's a very bad thing to have great power but refuse to use it. Zaraki Kenpachi stared at Aoki, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking hungry. Although Aoki knew that the other party was eager to fight, and seeing his own strength, he was a little ready to move, but he couldn't help but feel a chill. Okay, I will naturally not wrong a good person. Advertisement. Aoki's innocence naturally doesn't need to be proven. It's just that we need to discuss this battle. As a person involved in the battle, it's inappropriate for you not to attend the meeting. Yamamoto Motoyanagi changed his words skillfully, and looked at Aoki solemnly. The captain is right. I should take part. Seeing this, Aoki quickly picked up the donkey and went downhill. After all, he knew that if the delay continued, the scene would become awkward and it would not end well. Yamamoto Genryusai saw Aoki change his words, and immediately put on a kind smile. It's rare to have a good boy who thinks about Seireitei. Seeing you young people, I am very happy. Come to the old man wants to have a good chat with you. Master, please slow down. Seeing this, Aoki quickly helped Yamamoto Yuanryusai, with a cute face. Everyone went to the team building like this. Along the way, Matsumoto Rangiku watched Aoki's performance, his heart pounding. Aoki, why are you so courageous? That's the captain. Matsumoto Rangiku pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand, fearing that the captain would be annoyed. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 423 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 128 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 86,993. Close black lens bracket. Aoki felt Rangiku's mood swing behind him and couldn't help smiling. The recent progress is really fast. In the past 2 or 3 days, it could only increase a little, but today, it has increased by several thousand points. In this way, maybe fighting is a good thing. Just as Aoki was thinking wildly in his mind, the voice of Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly sounded. Boy, Sasaki's Bankai is in your hands. In order not to attract attention, Yamamoto Yuanryusai deliberately lowered his voice and said with a smile. Surprised, Aoki couldn't help touching the astrolabe in his arms, and then smiled awkwardly. I just watched it for fun, and I'm going to study it, hehe. Don't be so stingy, I'll give it to you later. Old man, I saved Sasaki. Don't turn your face. Aoki felt that Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes were getting colder, and said quickly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai slowly let go of the handle of the knife. I'm still thinking, Sasaki shouldn't be able to withstand this blow, it looks like it's thanks to you. Bankai of Sasaki, I hope you will be sent to the Technical Research Bureau in time, and the old man will not be held accountable. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although I should be worthy of fighting against Yamamoto Genryusai, but one more thing is worse than one less thing. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at the old and the young walking in front. Sometimes he was amiable, and sometimes he opened his airs and prepared to go all out, and suddenly felt like he was on a roller coaster. Present world. The Kurosaki house. Take this bread and eat it. Kurosaki Ichigo passed the bread in his hand to Shinigami in front of him. 2 hours earlier, Kurosaki Ichigo had saved the 2 Shinigami who guarded the city from the mouth of Shu. Kurosaki Ichigo is also very puzzled by the large number of ghosts appearing recently. But Kurosaki Ichigo has always been nervous. Isn't it false? Wouldn't it be good to cut it off? By the way, what's your name? Kurosaki Ichigo remembered that he didn't know the name of this Shinigami yet. Are you asking me? An abrupt voice sounded behind Kurosaki Ichigo, a voice that didn't belong to anyone in the room. Iban. Full name is Aschiaro Iban. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head to look solemnly, and saw a guy wearing a half mask standing on his bed with a very proud expression. I don't care who you are, please get out of my bed. Kurosaki Ichigo had a dark face, thinking about the sheets he just washed yesterday, feeling very annoyed in his heart. I'm sorry, I didn't seem to hear clearly just now. I said, whoever you are, get off my bed immediately. Kurosaki Ichigo's face drooped immediately. I refuse. Boom. Immediately, Iban was kicked on his haughty face. Chapter 7. I am pursuing Miss Rangiku, are you going to delay my lifelong event? Before this Arrancar named Iban could finish speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed up with a big flying kick and kicked the opponent out of the window. Who is this guy? With a virtual mask, it looks like an Arrancar. Everyone in the room was discussing. I don't care who he is, if he steps on my bed sheet, he will pay the price. Kurosaki Ichigo took out his Shinigami agency card, transformed and chased him out. We'll support you after we finish eating the bread. Sato stuffed the bread in his mouth with a serious expression on his face. After hearing these words, Kurosaki Ichigo became unsteady and almost fell down. Quote. Above the city, Kurosaki Ichigo and a guy calling himself Iban staged a chase. What's wrong, Ichigo? Aren't you amazing? Without Bankai, wouldn't you know how to fight? Kurosaki Ichigo kept dodging the opponent's spiritual attack, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. This guy's identity is really hard to figure out. Has the spirit beam of the Quincy master, and wears a mask at the same time. Since he wants me to be Bankai so much, then I'll be Bankai. Even if it's a trap, I'll try what kind of trap it is. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, Bankai. A puff of smoke dissipated, and Kurosaki Ichigo's death suit became more snug, and the handle of the sword changed from a machete to a slender, dark katana. Tensa Zangetsu. Kurosaki Ichigo's gaze became serious. This is the Bankai you want. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo Bankai, Iban became extremely excited and opened the astrolabe in his hand. Finally, it's finally here. Bring it to you. The astrolabe in Iban's hand emits a black light, enveloping towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Crescent sky. After a moment of panic, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately used his unique skill, and the light from the astrolabe was instantly chopped into pieces. Ding. In just a moment, the hilt of Tensa Zagetsu's knife was already on Iban's neck. Advertisement. Why won't your Bankai be taken away? Iban's face was full of panic. Bankai was taken away. What do you mean? Kurosaki looked puzzled. It seems that I have to keep your life temporarily. Come with me. Unexpectedly, after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Iban smiled grimly, and a dark shadow gradually appeared on his body. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly dodged, only to see that the other party disappeared along with the shadow. Ichigo. After a brief surprise, Ichigo's face was serious. Obviously this matter is not that simple. Anyway, that's the way it is. Aoki told the general story of the battle in Seireitei in the team building. These guys can take Shinigami's Bankai. Aoki took out the astrolabe in his hand. However, there is a condition for capturing Bankai, and that is that Shinigami's Bankai is already known to the opponent. If it's a Bankai that the opponent can't see through, it can't be taken away. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai. After that, Aoki put down the astrolabe and sat down. After this matter is finished, throw the burden to Kurosaki Ichigo and it's over. Anyway, the savior is Kurosaki Ichigo, not himself. Now that it is known that Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai will not be taken away, then Kurosaki will be entrusted with the task. In this way, I can fish and paddle again, flirt with Miss Rangiku, enhance Reiatsu, and live a happy life. Since Quincy can take away Shinigami's Bankai, how did you kill him? Hiroku Shunsui asked the crux of the matter. Good guy, the other party still didn't let me go. Still in doubt until now. Aoki felt a little overwhelmed. Shunsui, shut your mouth. Aoki was useless when he killed Quincy Bankai. Matsumoto Rangiku said to Hiroku Shunsui very angrily. Miss Rangiku will never allow others to doubt her team members. Even if the other party is his drinking buddy Hiroku Shunsui. It's no use Bankai. Ha ha ha. Mr. Aoki is really strong. Hiroku Shunsui squinted his eyes and clapped his hands with a smile. With Mr. Aoki's skills, being the 6th seat in the 10th squad is really a bit of a shame. I propose, Chief, the Vice-Captain Sasaki has been seriously injured, or how about letting Mr. Aoki take up the post of Vice-Captain for the time being? Hiroku Shunsui said lazily. No way. Aoki hastily stopped. Advertisement. Facing Hiroku Shunsui's words, Aoki felt that things were a little difficult. It seems that Jingle has not let down his vigilance. I have such a strong strength, I have hidden it for so many years, and if I say that I have no idea, who will believe it? Only Toshiro, the captain of the 10th squad, and the big sister Rangaku choose to believe in themselves. I think that's fine. Aoki, you stay with the old man and serve as the vice-captain temporarily. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's vicissitudes of life sounded. Don't. I must stay in the Juban team. Aoki immediately disagreed. Seeing Aoki's solemn expression, everyone expressed doubts. Able to get promoted, but still unwilling. What is going on in this guy's mind? Seeing that he was thrown into Uzumaki who was under suspicion again, Aoki had no choice but to explain. I stay in the 10th squad for a reason. I'm pursuing Ms. Rangiku, and now I'm getting better. You messing around like this is delaying my life's event. Aoki declared solemnly. B asterisk 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 D, you B asterisk 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 D, Aoki, to say such nonsense in front of the captain. Matsumoto Rangiku slammed the table and stood up with a blush on his face. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 758 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 87,451. Close black lens bracket. Oh, I don't think the relationship between these two little guys is like a fake. Master Yamamoto, it's better not to break up this pair of mandarin ducks. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and smiled softly. In the end, with Aoki's argument and Toshiro's guarantee, Yamamoto Genryuzai had to reluctantly agree. However, Aoki was appointed as the vice-captain of the Juban team, and Toshiro was required to report to himself at any time. Matsumoto Rangiku reluctantly took off his vice-captain badge and handed it to Aoki. The enemy said to attack in 5 days. We know what kind of enemy we will face, so we can't be careless. All teams, prepare for battle and welcome the battle at any time. At the end of the meeting, the captain gave instructions to the whole team. Miss Rangiku, I'm so sorry. I will be the vice captain from now on, and you will be the third seat, so you have to be obedient. Aoki took the vice captain's badge, and shot Miss Rangiku's chest with flirting eyes. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** walked towards his team building without looking back. Chapter 8 Zaraki, do you want to change the captain of your 11th team? The new book asks for data. Thank you all. Close black lens bracket. Haweko Mundo. Iban, you are doing well. Juhabok sat high on the throne, holding the armrest with both hands, and said to Iban who was kneeling under the throne. Thank you, Your Majesty. There was enthusiasm in Iban's eyes, as if he was going to get a huge reward. When Your Majesty Yuha first came to Haweko Mundo, the abilities of all the Arrancars who surrendered have been greatly improved. Being praised by His Majesty this time, I should give myself a higher reward. Iban's face was full of anticipation, and he raised his head to look at the lofty Yuhabok. Then, you will become the cornerstone on my road to success. Yuhabok grinned, then stretched out his finger, and a beam of spiritual particles was emitted. Iban, who was immersed in joy, turned into flying ash under Juhabok's spirit beam before he could react. Your Majesty, wouldn't this be too wasteful? Arrancar is also our main combat force. Will killing people like this lead to a shortage of manpower? Jubok smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter, Arrancar, just catch a few more at most. After saying that, Juhabok stood up and walked up the steps beside him. On the steps, one of Aizen's espadas, Tia Hurley Bell, was imprisoned. Soul Society, the 10th Team House. Miss Rangiku. Miss Rangiku, wait a minute. Matsumoto Rangiku, who was walking, felt a splitting headache when he heard this familiar call. Aoki, are you annoying me every day? Matsumoto Rangiku turned his head and saw Aoki who was following him, said with gritted teeth. Seeing this scene, the rest of the 10th Division members seemed to be familiar with it. They just raised their heads to take a look, and then lowered their heads to do their own things. Mr. Aoki has been scolded by Ms. Rangiku every day, and it has been going on for decades. But today is kind of special. After all, Aoki is already the vice captain. Miss Rangiku, do you think I robbed you of your vice captain, and I don't want to? Aoki pretended to be aggrieved, and tore off the team emblem from his shoulder. As long as Ms. Rangiku doesn't get angry, I don't care if I'm not the vice captain. After saying that, Aoki presented the team badge with both hands. Advertisement. Seeing Aoki behave like this, Matsumoto Rangiku felt a little moved. Although Aoki is usually out of tune, he has no bad thoughts towards himself. You should take it with you. After all, this command was issued by the captain. When this war is over, the captain will have other arrangements. Matsumoto Rangiku still wanted to appease Aoki's emotions, and saw that when Aoki presented the team badge with both hands, he lowered his head slightly, and his eyes were actually looking at his chest. Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly became popular, and the slight apology just disappeared. Aoki, you want to die. Matsumoto Rangiku put his hands on Zanpakuto, ready for Shikai to teach the wretched fellow in front of him a lesson. Seeing this, Aoki immediately moved away 8 meters away from Shunpo. Ha, I finally found it. An abrupt voice sounded at the gate of the 10th team. Sitting on the shoulders of Zaraki Kenpachi is a cute pink-headed little loli, appearing in front of everyone. Seeing the appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, the members of the Juban team were a little dazed. Why did this god of plague suddenly come here? In Sealing Court, all the dead Shendu have a consensus. That is, when Zaraki Kenpachi, captain of the 11th squad, talks to you, it means to fight you. So the purpose of Zaraki Kenpachi appearing in the Juban team is self-evident. Captain Zaraki, now the battle is imminent, and our 10th squad has no time to play with you. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately stood up and looked at each other warily. Unexpectedly, Zaraki Kenpachi skipped Matsumoto Rangiku and went straight to Aoki who was hiding in the corner. You know why I'm here. Aoki. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, showing his sharp teeth. I've beaten all the captain-level guys in the Lingling court, and you're the only one left. Hearing this, Aoki shook his head helplessly. This lunatic, why did he have to find himself? Did he think he lived too long? For Zaraki Kenpachi, Aoki is still very confident. After all, a Shinigami fight is a Reiatsu fight. At this time, Aoki and Reiatsu are much taller than Zaraki Kenpachi. After Zaraki Kenpachi Bankai, he may be able to fight against him, but now, with Zaraki Kenpachi self-sealed, fighting him is courting death. Although Aoki was helpless and fearless, the surrounding Shinigami were shocked when they heard this. Did I hear you right? What did Captain Zaraki just say? Advertisement. At the captain level, only Aoki is left as the vice captain. So, Aoki's vice captain has the strength to be the captain. The members of the 10th squad only know that after the enemy invaded, Aoki was temporarily appointed as the vice captain of the 10th squad. But most of the team members don't know Aoki's strength. At most, they think that Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku are equal in strength. Unexpectedly, what Captain Zaraki said directly exposed the strength of Captain Aoki. I said Zaraki, why do you insist on looking for me? Aoki spread his hands helplessly, and then his face darkened. Do you want to change the captain of Team 11? Hearing Aoki's threatening words, Zaraki Kenpachi became even more excited, immediately grinned and shouted excitedly. I like you just like this, come on. Fight me. After saying that, Zaraki Kenpachi raised the jagged Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed at Aoki. Boom. Under Zaraki Kenpachi's fierce offensive, Aoki's landing position was cut with a deep groove. At this time, Aoki has already used Shunko to transfer to the open space a few meters away. Aegean. Behind you. Yachinryu, who was sitting on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, reminded in time. Before Zaraki Kenpachi could react, Aoki's knife had arrived. Puff. Zaraki couldn't dodge in time, and a bloodstain was drawn on his face by Zanpakuto. Ha ha ha. Aoki, you deserve me to take off this blindfold. Zaraki Kenpachi said, and took off the blindfold on his face with his hand. The Reiatsu around the 10th squad soared rapidly, and soon the ordinary Shinigami couldn't stand the scene, and they all fell to the ground with pale faces. Aoki shook his head slightly, and laid the Zanpakuto across his hands. Zaraki Kenpachi, although your strength is not very good, but I have to admit that my chopping technique is even worse than yours. So I have to free Zanpakuto, I hope your brain can understand how you died. While talking, Aoki's Zanpakuto has turned into a 9-ringed dragon. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, raised the sawtooth Zanpakuto in his hand, and charged straight up. Sit on the frosty sky. Higher Enmaru. The temperature at the scene plummeted, and a wall of ice lay between Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi. Toshiro appeared just in time and stopped the two of them. Chapter 9 Miss Rangiku, it's cold and you need to wear more clothes. Sit on the frosty sky, higher Enmaru. Toshiro let out a low moan, and the 10th team's team building was filled with biting cold. Aoki felt his hands go cold, and looked down, the right arm holding Zanpakuto was completely frozen. In front of Zaraki Kenpachi, his feet were also trapped by frost. In front of the two of them, there was an ice wall. Obviously, Captain Toshiro felt that the strength of the two was good, and gave them 3 control skills. Zaraki, the 10th team's team building is not your training ground. Toshiro said, walked in front of Zaraki Kenpachi, and released Aoki's control by the way. Aoki smiled secretly. Although Toshiro's frost skill has little effect on himself, it can be easily unlocked. But the captain of the 10th squad is Toshiro, so I have to show some face, don't I? HMPH. Zaraki Kenpachi snorted coldly, and with a little force, he broke free from Toshiro's control. Originally, Toshiro didn't intend to do anything to Zaraki Kenpachi, it was just a warning, so the attack was not serious. The appearance of Toshiro brought the battle between the two to an end. Zaraki Kenpachi also didn't feel good to continue, so he just went back with a cold face. Unexpectedly, Yakiryu jumped off Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, ignored Toshiro's movements, and appeared beside Aoki in an instant. At this time, Aoki's Zanpakuto is still in the form of a 9-ringed dragon. Yakiryu stared closely at Aoki's Zanpakuto, her little pink head seemed to be full of big question marks. Aegean. He is lying. His Zanpakuto is also lying. Yakiryu pointed at Aoki's Zanpakuto, turned around and said seriously. It's just that this nonsensical remark made the people around feel very puzzled. It can only be regarded as the nonsense of a little girl. Later, Zaraki Kenpachi and Yakiryu were sent off by Captain Toshiro. Looking at the back of Zaraki Kenpachi and the little pink head going away, Aoki carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders and murmured, good guy, Zanpakuto really knows Zanpakuto best. After all, Aoki talked about his 9-ring sword lightly with his fingers, and said, you useless guy, let people see it. The 9-ring panlong broadsword roared softly, as if protesting. Humph. Matsumoto Rangiku on the side suddenly let out a cold snort. Aoki's body trembled, he just patronized the fight with Zaraki Kenpachi, and forgot that there was such a stubble. I have to say that you still have to lower your head to see Miss Rangiku's scenery. Advertisement. Miss Rangiku, why didn't you wear the gift I gave you that day? Aoki said with a playful smile. Aoki, I think you want to die. Matsumoto Rangiku roared, and Zanpakuto turned into gray mist and swept towards Aoki. Stop it all. Both of you. Suddenly, Toshiro's muffled boyish voice sounded. The battle is imminent, and we must not relax for a moment now, let alone lose our strength because of the fight. Aoki, I will truthfully report to Lord Yamamoto about the matter between you and the captain of the 11th squad today. Toshiro looked at Aoki in front of him, his eyes full of emotion. An ordinary soul who was extradited by him and was full of curiosity about the Soul Society has now grown into a guy who can challenge the captain of the 11th team. Matsumoto Rangiku heard Toshiro's words and held back the urge to strike. Aoki sat helplessly on the ground. Captain, you know, I'm sure I have no evil intentions. Aoki grumbled, obviously very dissatisfied with being watched. Then how do you hide your strength? Toshiro asked in a deep voice. Not everyone likes to show their strength. You can't make a fuss all day just because Aizen is released. At the mention of Aizen, there seemed to be a moment of freeze in the air. Aoki immediately felt that he had said the wrong thing. Speaking of Aizen, he did the most damage to the Juban team. Killed Miss Rangiku's best friend, Pua Captain Toshiro's childhood sweetheart. After Aoki mentioned Aizen, no one answered for a while. Aoki felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he smiled sarcastically. Ha ha ha, why don't I get off work first? Aoki asked tentatively. No need, Toshiro said after being silent for a moment. Follow me to see the captain in a while. The enemy has absorbed Bankai's analysis. As a participant in this battle, you should participate and see if there is any information to discover. Hearing Toshiro's words, Aoki remembered that after yesterday's meeting, he threw the astrolabe to Captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri of the 12th Squad. It seems that the other party spent one night to crack the other party's astrolabe. Good guy, he really is a mad scientist. I'm afraid I didn't sleep yesterday. Thinking of this, Aoki immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go with you, but Miss Rangiku should come with me. Advertisement. After all, the two of us fought together at the time. Toshiro nodded slightly upon hearing this. Rangaku, you also come along. I'm not going. Who wants to be with this nasty guy? Matsumoto Rangiku snorted coldly and turned his head away. Miss Rangiku, it's been cold recently, you need to add more clothes. I see you're freezing here, and your hairs are standing up. Aoki disappeared in front of Matsumoto Rangiku at some point, hunched over and carefully studied the structure of Miss Rangiku's chest. Matsumoto Rangiku flew into a rage. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dropped in shock. When did this guy jump to Rangaku? And he didn't realize it. This agility, this strength, if it can be used in the righteous way, how powerful it is. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Ms. Rangaku's violent mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 986 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 88,429. Close black lens bracket. ... Hawako Mundo. Hurry up, stand in line. Disobedient guys, be careful, I poke 2 or 3 holes in you. A group of Arrancars were ragged and gathered together by a few guys in clean white uniforms. One of them was wearing an officer's cap, with a sharp face and a pair of round sunglasses, sitting gracefully on the throne. The captured Arrancar looked at the man on the throne, whispering. He seems to be the boss here. Do you want to make a move? Forget it, but if you don't resist, you will be killed. At this moment, the man sitting on the throne slowly stood up. My name is Cherokee Opie. The man in the officer's hat smiled gracefully. Next, I will assassinate everyone from the right. Chapter 10 Miss Rangiku, please let me hear your heartbeat. New book please support. Close black lens bracket. Cherokee looked proudly at the Arrancars in front of him. To be honest, although the task this time is to select Arrancar for His Majesty. But he had no intention of letting these people pass at all. Feeling the thrill of a kill in Hawako Mundo is way better than completing a mission, isn't it? Cherokee picked up a spear and stabbed at Arrancar, the one on the far right. I know. Before the other party could finish his sentence, he was already killed by Jiluji's spear. I'll say it again, if you want to surrender, you must say so before I kill you. Cherokee smiled charmingly, looking down at the terrified Arrancars. Die. Just as Jiluji was enjoying the pleasure of assassinating, a voice suddenly appeared. Then there was a flash of sword light. Ding. Jiluji blocked the blow, only then did he realize that there were actually 2 little lawless standing in front of him. We are the confidants of His Royal Highness Aizen, Lori Evan. Ditto. Menali Maria. Looking at the 2 Arrancars rushing up, the corner of Jiluji's mouth couldn't help twitching. Didn't you say that all the swords have been taken away? Why is there still someone with a sword? Jiluji frowned, and turned to look at his adjutant. Do you think that we will be killed by your scumbags? The 2 little lawless said in unison. Cherokee smiled contemptuously. Draw your sword quickly. The spiritual beams gathered by the sword light instantly penetrated the body of one of them. Then Jiluji stunned another little loli with the hilt of his sword. Little guys with some guts, don't kill them, bring them back to His Majesty. They are considered qualified. HMPH, Aizen's confidant has this kind of strength, think about it and know what Aizen is. Even Hurley Bell, the master of Hawako Mundo, is impressed by His Royal Highness. There are not many useful guys in Arrancar. Jiluji murmured mockingly. Suddenly, a ring quickly hit him. Boom. Jiluji took the ring with one hand. Who was so bold to launch a sneak attack? Jiluji's face darkened suddenly, and he looked at the trio who suddenly appeared. Hey, you secretly said bad things about Lord Hurley Bell, but you don't even know the 3 of us. Advertisement. Sure enough, being obscene is ignorance. Oh, an excited smile appeared on the corner of Jiluji's mouth. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo is rushing to the battlefield with Nailu in his hand. I really want to feel the Reiatsu of the 3 divine beasts. Kurosaki Ichigo murmured, but his face changed suddenly. Reiatsu of the 3 divine beasts, gone. Kurosaki Ichigo quickened his pace and hurried towards the direction where Reiatsu disappeared. This is. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw the 3 gods lying on the ground in pain, he was still shocked and speechless. Nailu looked at the mess in front of her eyes, her little face couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Those are the 3 divine beasts. Hurley Bell's subordinate officer, known as 3 people can withstand the combination of an army. He was hacked to the ground like this. Hey, there are so many sneak attacks today. Kuruji slowly walked out of the smoke and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Your Majesty, Kurosaki Ichigo has come to Hawako Mundo. However, Master Kuruji has already held back Kurosaki Ichigo. In the Hawako Mundo Palace, Juhabok sat on the throne and listened to the reports of his subordinates. Really, Cheryl did a good job. Juhabok opened his mouth and smiled excitedly. Then, it's time for our attack. Assemble the Knights of the Star Cross and attack the Soul Society. Soul Society. Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division, walked towards the middle of the 1st Division with a serious expression on his face. It's just that the tightly closed eyes and the slightly pulsating temples showed his impatience at the moment. Because Aoki was stalking behind Matsumoto Rangiku, excited. Miss Rangiku, why are you so upset? Miss Rangiku, aren't you still mad at me? Miss Rangiku, you are always angry but you will get wrinkles. Matsumoto Rangiku stopped in his tracks and gave Aoki a perfunctory smile. Aoki froze for a moment, then became even more excited. That's right. Girls are prettiest when they smile. In order to verify whether you are really not angry, let me listen to your heartbeat. Advertisement. Saying that, Aoki pretended to approach Matsumoto Rangiku's chest. Vice Captain Aoki, Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro shouted simultaneously. Aoki stopped in midair, and the scene seemed awkward. I'm going to see Master Yamamoto soon, Vice Captain Aoki, please put away your hippie smile. Toshiro said with a straight face. Okay, Captain, Aoki reluctantly agreed. No way, Toshiro still has to give face. After all, when I just crossed over to this world, it was Toshiro who picked me up. He was still a weak soul back then, and it was Toshiro who brought Aoki to the Soul Society. After all, Toshiro is Aoki's savior. After a while, everyone came to the captain's office. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division and the director of the Technology Development Bureau, happened to be there too. As soon as they arrived at the door, Aoki and the others overheard some surprising conversations. Why did you act without authorization? Yamamoto Motoyanagi asked questioningly with a vicissitudes and majestic voice. Master Yamamoto, the Quincy's group, the so-called Invisible Empire, is slaughtering Hawako Mundo in order to destroy the Soul Society and the balance of souls seen in this world. About this, I think you should be very clear. Kuretsuchi Mayuri responded calmly, with a little disdain in his words. Then you shouldn't kill Rukongai's dead soul without permission. Yamamoto Motoryuzai held a cane in his hand and slammed it on the ground with a heavy heart in his words. At this time outside the house, the few people who heard the conversation were stunned. Aoki was fine, after all, he had expected this kind of thing a long time ago. The matter of soul balance is like a balance in the final analysis. The world and the Soul Society each occupy one end. Generally speaking, people who die in this world will become souls and transfer to the Soul Society. But if it becomes virtual, it will go to Hawako Mundo. At this time, Shinigami is needed to purify the void and send the soul to the Soul Society. In this way, the balance between the world and the Soul Society will not be weighed down. Once the souls of the two worlds are out of balance, it will cause the collapse of the world. The conflict between Quincy and Shinigami also started from the matter of soul balance. The method used by Quincy to eliminate Shu is to directly kill Shu, and will not give Shu a chance to return to the Soul Society. Under such circumstances, the disappearance of a large number of voids will cause an imbalance in the soul balance between the Soul Society and the present world. Chapter 11 Calling the court guard every day, isn't it cruel to one's own people? The new book asks for support, thank you everyone. Close black lens bracket. Aoki knew exactly what was going on and also understood what Kuretsuchi Mayuri was thinking. After all, Kuretsuchi Mayuri is a Frankenstein with only rationality in his mind, so he doesn't care about the life or death of some people. As long as the balance of souls can be maintained, what is it to kill some Rukongai's dead souls? The most shocking thing is Toshiro, the disappearance of souls from the Soul Society. Everyone in Gote 13 knows it, but they didn't expect it to be done by their own people. What Yamamoto Genryuzai said next subverted Toshiro's cognition even more. You should file an application for this kind of thing. Special operations in emergency situations will be allowed. Yamamoto Uenyuzai seemed to lose his strength after saying this. HMPH, Chief Commander, how long will it take for the application process? Is it too late? Kuretsuchi Mayuri smiled contemptuously. In the final analysis, this matter is still to be blamed on you. It's strange, you didn't kill that man yourself. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's voice sounded like a punch, hitting Yamamoto Uenryuzai's chest hard. Thinking of Sasaki who was seriously injured on the bed, Yamamoto's heart became even heavier. At this moment, the air seemed to be a little frozen, and neither Kuretsuchi Mayuri nor Yamamoto Uenryuzai was willing to say a word. Why? Toshiro pushed the door open. Why hurt the people of Rukongai? Toshiro's enthusiasm was severely hit by the captain and Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Yamamoto Genryuzai didn't expect Toshiro to bring Aoki over so soon, so he couldn't say much at this time. Aoki comforted Toshiro gently, and said, I say Captain Toshiro, our master Yamamoto is not a good bird. Don't take these people too seriously. There are so many dirty things they do behind their backs. We are the flowers of the motherland and the future pillars of the Lingling court. We can't learn from these two. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri heard Aoki's words, his veins twitched. Squad 10, what are you talking about? Aoki is right, this old man has indeed done a lot of wrong things. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked serious, looking at Aoki fiercely. But for the survival of Seireitei and Soul Society, this old man must take this responsibility. Apparently, Yamamoto Genryuzai found a good reason for himself. Aoki was not happy when he heard it. Advertisement. I said Yamamoto, you group of big shots, what are you calling for responsibility every day, aren't you cruel to your own people? After all, Aoki glanced at Kuretsuchi Mayuri, obviously implying something. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very angry at Aoki's contemptuous eyes, but she couldn't say anything good. Also, why wait for the enemy to come to your door? If something happens, you know to blame each other, so can't you think about unanimity? That's because of the intelligence. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said through gritted teeth, his veins throbbing. Information. Aoki frowned. I don't understand, why did the Quincy know our information thoroughly? You can come in directly from the captain's office, and kill the Shinigami of half of Seireitei's team within 3 minutes. How can others be so well prepared, but we are at a loss? Are you guys working hard? Being slapped by Aoki, Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Yamamoto Rangiku fell silent at the same time. Although what Aoki said was a bit of an afterthought, obviously, they had no way to refute it. This time the Quincy entered Seireitei, killed hundreds of Shinigami, and severely wounded a vice-captain. The price they paid was only 1 life. Such a record, placed in the GUT 13th Division, is simply a shame and a shame. Boom boom boom. Yamamoto Rangiku tapped the floor lightly with his cane. Captain Ni, tell me about the astrolabe. Yamamoto Rangiku changed the subject and broke the silence. Ahem, this time the Toshiro captains are here to discuss the function of this astrolabe. Kuretsuchi Mayuri took out Dorski's astrolabe and explained seriously. We found that the Quincy was able to parse Shinigami's Bankai and then use this astrolabe to complete the absorption. Kuretsuchi Mayuri will show you the functions of the astrolabe one by one. Toshiro was shocked when he heard that the opponent had the ability to capture Bankai. Then how to fight? Only use Shikai. You know, Shinigami's biggest whole card is Bankai. Through Bankai, the fighting power can be increased by 5 to 10 times. Once this ability is lost, the strength gap between Shinigami and Quincy will be further widened. Wait, you said analysis? Toshiro asked suspiciously. Advertisement. You mean the enemy knows about Shinigami's Bankai? They know the Bankai of Sasaki's vice-captain, so they can take it. Can the Bankai of other captains also be captured? Hearing Toshiro's words, Kuretsuchi Mayuri nodded slightly. In theory, that's the case. So how can we crack it? Toshiro asked very eagerly. As the captain of the Juban team, he is the top force in this battle. If the captain's Bankai can be taken away, then Seireitei is obviously at a great disadvantage. But at this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri shook his head slightly. At present, I only understand the opponent's method of capturing Bankai, but I have not found a way to crack it. Hearing what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, Toshiro clenched his fists angrily. Then how can we fight this war? Toshiro growled loudly, but no one responded. Yamamoto Rangiku looked into the distance, overlooking the whole picture of Seireitei. The terrace is full of scorched marks. During the last Quincy invasion, Yamamoto Rangiku pulled out Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and turned it into charcoal, which has not been repaired so far. Aoki watched this scene quietly without speaking. Although he knew how to decipher the method used by the Quincy to capture Bankai, he didn't know much about the technology. Moreover, at this time, Urahara Kazuki should have been able to come up with a solution, but it hasn't been delivered yet. Now that the matter can be resolved, Aoki is too lazy to talk. After all, the mention of Urahara Kazuki makes Captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri go into a rage again. Boom. At this moment, a huge beam of light suddenly burst out from a corner of the ceiling court. Immediately afterwards, beams of light appeared one after another in every corner of the Lingling court. Has the enemy appeared? Toshiro walked straight to the edge of the terrace, looking at the several beams of spiritual light in the distance, his face was full of shock. This war has come ahead of schedule. Chapter 12. Even if you don't like it, you don't have to jump off the building. New book. Please support. Close black lens bracket. Captain. The 10th Division requests to fight. Toshiro said loudly, and then he was about to leave. The 10th Squad should be in full combat at this time. As the captain of the 10th Squad, Toshiro can't stay in the General Captain's office at this time. Go. Yamamoto Rangiku said in a deep voice, staring at the beams of light in the distance without blinking for a moment. Aoki stay. Just when Aoki was about to leave with Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, he was stopped by Yamamoto Rangiku. Aoki stays in the first team, here is something more worth guarding. Yamamoto Rangiku eyes were like knives, looking at Aoki, making Aoki feel a little hairy. However, Aoki, who is equivalent to Reiatsu and the captain, was not intimidated by Yamamoto Rangiku. No, I'm going with Miss Rangiku. Old man, you want me to watch Aizen in the basement. This is the work of the first team. Our 10th team doesn't do this. I said, I want to protect Ms. Rangiku. If Ms. Rangiku is in any danger, I have no point in working for you. Matsumoto Rangiku originally wanted to reprimand Aoki for not understanding the overall situation, but when he heard Aoki's last words, Matsumoto Rangiku was stunned suddenly, and his heartbeat accelerated a bit. This B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hand, Miss Rangiku was a little overwhelmed by Aoki's 2 words. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 678 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 89,107. Close black lens bracket. Feeling the enhancement of Reiatsu, Aoki was very satisfied. Looking at Matsumoto Rangiku, the other party lowered his head, holding Zanpakuto tightly, his hands trembling slightly. Miss Rangiku, what's the matter, is your heart uncomfortable? As Aoki said, He appeared next to Ms. Rangiku in an instant, and was about to gently touch Matsumoto Rangiku's chest with his hand. Matsumoto Rangiku looked down and saw a delicate hand appearing on his chest, and immediately peeled off Aoki's hand angrily. Enough, Aoki. Why are you saying such things to me? What do you want me to do for you? Accept you. Tell you. Impossible. Matsumoto Rangiku was emotional and had tears in his eyes. Aoki was flatly rejected by Matsumoto Rangiku and immediately stayed where he was. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 1548 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 4,248 points. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 94,903. Close black lens bracket. The system's notification sounded, and Aoki's Reiatsu grew rapidly under Miss Rangiku's mood swings. But Aoki couldn't be happier. I have been attacking Ms. Rangiku for decades, although at the beginning it was to enhance my own strength, and by the way, it was a bit of a joke. But after getting along for so many years, it is false to say that Aoki has no feelings. Now being directly rejected by Ms. Rangiku, Aoki feels his boyish heart is broken. After Matsumoto Rangiku finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and turned his head away, as if he didn't want to let his tears stay. I'm already unworthy of having feelings. After saying that, Matsumoto Rangiku jumped down from the balcony and went straight to a pillar of spiritual light. Miss Rangiku, Aoki cried, full of grievances. Even if you don't like me, you don't have to jump off the building. At this point, Aoki can clearly feel that Matsumoto Rangiku's resolute posture has some shaking. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 248 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu, 95,151. Close black lens bracket. Aoki scratched his head in embarrassment. The words just now made the system allocate more than 200 Reiatsu points to himself. This was not his intention, mainly because he was used to flirting with Ms. Rangiku for so many years. The three captains on the side saw this scene with black lines all over their faces. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. Ahem, it's inconvenient for me to say anything more in front of the enemy. Yamamoto Uenyazai closed his eyes and tapped the floor lightly. However, I still want to remind you that it's better for young people to talk about it. Rangaku, a child, has experienced some setbacks and has a heavy heart. Don't give up on a relationship easily. You go, the old man can stay alone. After finishing speaking, Yamamoto Genryusai turned his head away and stopped talking. Aoki glanced at Captain Yamamoto in surprise, a bit unexpected. The captain of the Gote 13, who holds great power and is ruthless, would say such a thing. Old man, you seem to have become a little more human. This is not a good thing, you are the boss of Shinigami. I'll go first, you pay attention to safety. Advertisement. Aoki left the next sentence and rushed down from the balcony of the captain's office. He was very worried about Miss Rangaku now. After all, Miss Rangaku is the key to his strength improvement. If something goes wrong with Miss Rangaku, it will be difficult for him to accept. Yamamoto Genryusai heard Aoki's words before leaving, and the hand holding the cane trembled a little. Did the millennium of peace make the old heart grow old? Yamamoto Motoryusai looked down at a certain place on the ground, which was a piece of coke he had burned with the power of Ryujin Jaka, which had become extremely fragile at the moment. In the Lingling court, a huge beam of light swept across every corner of Seireitei, and the Shinigami had long been ready for battle. When they gathered in front of the beam of light, they discovered that the so-called beam of light turned out to be a flame formed by spirit seeds. The enemy may come out of the pillar of fire, let's go. Please, come out quickly, the flowers have been waiting for are all gone. Don't be careless, if you are killed by the enemy if you are not careful, don't regret it. All the Shinigami looked at the beam of light and discussed enthusiastically. At this time, a figure walked out from the spiritual pillar of fire. Hira, the vice captain of the third team, looked at the looming figure in the pillar of fire, and felt a bad premonition in his heart. Spirit Sun investigation team, haven't there been any results yet? Hira felt a little impatient. Matching rate is 93%, it's Quincy. The Link C investigation team looked excited. Let's go, Hira yelled, and led the Shinigami of the 3rd Division to charge towards the enemy. Puff, a ray shot out quickly from the spirit beam, passing by a group of Shinigami. Everyone marveled at the weird speed. Looking back, they saw that Kira's entire upper body had been pierced by this ray, and his arms had disappeared. Vice Captain Kira, damn it, it's a sneak attack. Blow it, tiger off the flute. Get rid of it, Pyongyang. Hang up the roll, Chunchin. Boom. The figure of Quincy arrived at the Shinigami's position in an instant, holding a Shinigami's head with both hands, and slammed it into the ground. For a moment, the vice captain of the 3rd team and the 2 chief officers were defeated. Sorry, the order from above is to kill them all. After killing 3 people in a row, Quincy gently tore off his white hood, grinning grinningly, revealing his pink coxcomb head. Chapter 13 Bambietta. Lying is not a good boy. The new book asks for support, flowers, and comments. Close black lens bracket. The 3rd squad was hit hard in an instant. On the other side, the technical development sentence nervously broadcast the battle situation. Reiatsu of the 3rd Division Kira's vice captain disappeared. The 3 chairmen of the same team, Reiatsu, are also missing. 25 members of the West 601 area died. 64 members of the same 224 area died. Ah Jin stared closely at the detector in front of him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In just 7 minutes of the enemy's invasion, thousands of team members died. As for the intruders, only 16 people have been detected so far. How could such a battle be won? Ah Jin clenched his fist and slammed it on the screen unwillingly. The other side. Dozens of Shinigami looked at the monster in front of them in horror. At this time, arrows of light from spirit suns continued to fly towards them. All enemies who were shot by the light arrow of Lingxi will make an extremely tragic cry. Why are the injured people screaming so miserable? The Shinigami looked at the Quincy in front of them as if they were looking at a monster. The morale of the entire team was quickly lowered by the screams. The Shinigami continued to retreat, and finally formed a full retreat. Don't run away. We Shinigami, don't we just want to last until the last moment? A handsome Shinigami with long blonde hair yelled unwillingly, and didn't take a step back. At this time, the light arrow of Lingxi flew towards him, and when he was about to be hit, a Zanpakuto made of multi-section blades suddenly fell down, blocking the attack. Captain Abarai, shouted the blonde-haired Shinigami in surprise. At this time Abarai Renji was standing on a high place, holding Shikai's Zanpakuto Zabumeru in his hand, looking proud. Leave it to me here. Abarai Renji looked seriously at the opponent in front of him, holy text F, a snort. At this moment, Aoki is strolling through the streets of Seireitei with his arms crossed and his Zanpakuto in his arms. At this time, his majestic Reiatsu has covered the Seireitei, and he knows everyone's Reiatsu status. Miss Rangiku seems to be fine. My god, so many people died in just turning a corner. Advertisement. The Quincy is really fierce. What has our Shinigami team been doing all these years, raising a group of chickens? Aoki felt that the number of Reiatsu in the Shinigami team disappeared, and shook his head with emotion. Vice Captain Kira seems to be dead. Sorry, it's a little far away. It's okay. Captain Unohana Retsu will save you, I won't get involved. Aoki felt Kira's Reiatsu disappear and pouted. Although Aoki's Reiatsu has been absorbing Miss Rangiku's emotions for nearly 100 years, it is already strong enough. But Aoki isn't invincible either. The Knights of the Star Cross in the Millennium Blood War chapter are all big perverts, and Aoki has no way to solve the battle in a short period of time. So Aoki just messed up. Anyway, not many key figures will be killed in this enemy attack. Aoki opened the system panel in his mind. At this time, his Reiatsu has reached more than 95,000, which is only 5,000 short of Shinigami's limit of 100,000 Reiatsu. And Zanpakuto's tempering has also achieved full marks. But the few remaining, in Zonquan Zugi, except for Shunko who has reached ultimate, the rest are almost at the level of ordinary captains. As a time traveler, Aoki's strength growth is very different from that of a normal Shinigami. His Reiatsu is grown through the mood swings of Miss Matsumoto Rangiku. The increased Reiatsu can be exchanged for other skills, such as Bankai from Zanpakuto, Grandmaster from Zonquan Zugi, etc. Over the course of 100 years, Aoki developed Zanpakuto and Shunko to ultimate. After all, the man with the knife is handsome, and Shunko can make him run away more calmly. No way, Aoki is just a cowardly character. If it weren't for the exchange of Zanpakuto and Shunko's Grandmaster, Aoki's Reiatsu would have reached the limit of Shinigami 50 years ago. But just the enhancement of Reiatsu cannot become a transcendent, at least the blood of Zuhei Wang is required. So Aoki used most of Reiatsu to exchange skills, and only hoped that after his strength increased, he could get the blood of the Spirit King. My Zanpakuto ability seems to require a more sophisticated chopping technique. Aoki thought for a moment. Although his Zanpakuto ability is Kido type, but if Bankai is to come out, it is more dependent on the chopping technique. It's better to improve the chopping technique a bit. The current Reiatsu, it is estimated that I will meet Ms. Rangiku again, and I will be capped. Aoki thought for a moment, then exchanged 20,000 Reiatsu for Grandmaster. Consume 20,000 Reiatsu points, increase the chopping ability by 20 points. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu value, 75,151 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zanpakuto. *****, hidden close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket slashing technique, 86 100ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shunko, 99 100ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kido, 54 100ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket white hits, 33 100ths close black lens bracket. Aoki's face twitched when the white hits panel data came up. With this level of white hits, it seems that I still have a long way to go to meet Ms. Yoruichi. Suddenly, a girl's hearty laughter came from not far away. Ahahaha, this level is also Shinigami. Then there were screams mixed with laughter. Holy text Bambietta. Although Aoki has read the original book, he has never seen the real person, and his voice doesn't match Reiatsu. Does the Quincy want to send a little girl like you to the battlefield? The thick voice seemed to be not very proficient in Shinigami's language, the voice of Kashiwamura, the captain of the 7th Division. Because the structure of Kashiwamura's mouth is different from that of Shinigami, the pronunciation is very recognizable. Through Captain Kashiwamura's words, Aoki confirmed the identity of this female Quincy, which is the holy letter E, Bambietta. Aoki instantly became excited. He knew that this young lady usually had a lot of fun. I don't know if I can stand it. Thinking of this, Aoki secretly climbed up the wall, ready to see Miss Bumby's true face. Oh, is there a puppy like you in Shinigami? Bambietta sneered, but swung the knife in his hand towards Kashimura. Ding! The weapons of the two collided together, and the huge noise shook the surrounding dust. Ahem. Aoki was climbing the wall with excitement on his face. As soon as he climbed to the top of the wall, he was choked by the raised dust. There are others. You Shinigami are also so insidious, planning to sneak attack behind me. Bambietta and Captain Byakuya moved away from each other, pretending to be aggrieved. No sneak attack, I'm just a passerby, don't worry about me. Aoki jumped down from the wall with difficulty, and patted the dirt on his legs. It's not a good boy to lie. Aoki felt a chill on his neck, looked up and saw that the distance between Bumby's delicate face and himself was only 10 centimeters. Meanwhile, the knife was already on Aoki's neck. Chapter 14. Do you usually go to the gym? It's pretty cool. The new book asks for support, flowers, and comments. Close black lens bracket. Aoki smiled awkwardly. You said that this matter is whole, I really have no intention of participating in the war. Aoki looked at the fair and beautiful young lady in front of him, his little heart was beating wildly. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary otaku, where had he seen such a scene? Bambietta stared at Aoki in front of him closely, without saying a word, but slightly exerted force with his right hand holding the handle of the knife, as if planning to move the knife. At this time, as long as the handle of the knife is moved, Aoki's neck will be split in two by Bambietta. Aoki couldn't help swallowing. Aoki Vice Captain. Be careful, Kashiwamura shouted nervously when he saw Aoki's appearance. Captain Kashiwamura had already met Aoki in the team house of the first team before. Knowing that Aoki was the one who rescued Chojiro Sasaki and served as the vice captain of the 10th Division, Kashiwamura still respects Aoki very much. It's just that in this situation, it seems that Aoki is about to die tragically by the enemy's sword. Kashiwamura was very nervous, but looking at Aoki, apart from blushing, he didn't seem nervous. Why does this kid have a shy expression? Although Kashiwamura doesn't understand human emotions, he can't tell that Aoki is not thinking about fighting at this time. Although I know that the enemy can absorb Shinigami's Bankai, there is nothing I can do at this time. Must get Vice Captain Aoki out of danger, Bankai. The black rope scourges the Ming King. Byakuya let out a loud roar, and a large dark area appeared behind him, from which suddenly appeared a huge warrior in black armor. Bambietta felt the wave of Reiatsu behind Kashiwamura, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and immediately distanced himself from Aoki, then took out a dark astrolabe in his hand, and pointed it at Bankai, the captain of Kashiwamura. Puppy dog, your Bankai is mine. As soon as Bambietta's words fell, a cage composed of pitch-black spirits instantly enveloped the body of the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming, and then under Byakuya's painful roar, the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming's figure gradually dissipated, and the spirit child cage melted into one, then absorbed by the astrolabe. Komamura Sajin then fell to his knees weakly. Is that so? Komamura Sajin was thoughtful, just after being absorbed by Bankai, he finally understood the principle of the other party's ability. Advertisement. Although I have been recruited, it is not too late, as long as this information is spread, let others be careful. What's more, he saved the Vice Captain Aoki, which is not a loss. As for this enemy, even if Bankai is lost, Komamura Sajin said that he will definitely fight the opponent to the end. Captain Kashiwamura, why are you bothering? Aoki Shunko moved to Kashiwamura's side, helped him up, and rubbed Captain Kashiwamura's head. Captain Byakuya's hair is pleasant to the touch. Vice Captain Aoki, don't go into dangerous situations in the future. Komamura Sajin warned with a serious face. Aoki scratched his head in embarrassment. I said Captain Kashiwamura, I could actually escape that scene just now, my Shunko is faster than Captain Sui Feng. What? Komamura Sajin's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide and his jaw seemed to drop. There is such a thing, you didn't say it earlier. I knew that the other party could take Bankai away, and I used the black rope to save you. It's a shame. Komamura Sajin roared remorsefully. Aoki stroked Kashiwamura's hair and smiled awkwardly. Puppy dogs, now is not the time to chat. Bambietta's voice came suddenly. Aoki turned his head to look, and the other party approached him in an instant with a quick movement. Snapped. Bambietta felt a strong sound coming from his buttocks, and then he lost his center of gravity and fell heavily to the ground. Aoki dodged behind Bambi at some point, and slapped him hard on the buttocks. You. Bambietta felt the pain, stood up again unconvinced, grabbed the handle of the knife and rushed towards Aoki. Snapped. Bambietta fell to the ground again. Aoki clapped his hands lightly, and looked down at Bambi lying on the ground. At this time, Bambi was slapped down twice in a row, and he was very cautious not to get up. But lying on the ground, the close-fitting sexy clothes outlined her proud figure. Kashiwamura Zojun was very excited when he saw that Aoki easily suppressed the enemy with Shunko. Advertisement. Even though he had just been taken away from Bankai, but now, the frustration was gone. Vice Captain Aoki, you did a great job. Zuo Gen cheered on Aoki from the sidelines. In this scene, I should say something harsh. Seeing that Bambietta was suppressed by Aoki and did not dare to get up, he almost let out a bad breath for Kashiwamura. Byakuya thought in his heart. Even the lines are almost thought up for Aoki. Miss Bambi. Aoki looked down at Bambi lying on the ground. Should I say that the figure is really good, and the clothes are also good? Excuse me, do you usually go to the gym? It's pretty good. Aoki squatted down and poked Bambietta's body. Bambietta had a black line on his face, but due to Aoki's strength, it was difficult to resist. Byakuya. Damn it. Vice Captain Aoki, what are you doing again? Kashimura was silent for a moment, then roared loudly. Captain Komamura Sajin, who has always been serious, never thought that Aoki would say such nonsense to the enemy. Captain Anlabai Village, it's not a big problem. Aoki turned his head and waved at Komamura Sajin. Just when Aoki was slack, Bambietta found an opportunity, got up in an instant, and pulled away from Aoki. At this time, Bambietta put away his laughing expression, holding the weapon in both hands, with a solemn expression on his face. The two falls just now were not only because my body skills were not as flexible as the opponent's. You know, Quincy Master has a very powerful skill, that is the static blood outfit. Ordinary attacks, after touching Quincy's body, will be defended by the static blood equipment. The static blood suit, which couldn't even be cut by a blade, was broken by the guy named Aoki in front of him with 2 slaps. The shock in Bambietta's heart was like a tide. Obviously, the strength gap between myself and this guy named Aoki is not so big. Such a strong guy, isn't there in the list given by His Highness? Bambietta searched for information about Shinigami in his mind, but he couldn't find this man named Aoki at all. Little cutie, I didn't let you get up. Aoki's eyes turned cold when he saw Bambi's movements. Chapter 15. Call me Aoki-sama. The new book asks for data. Thank you guys for your support. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the eyes of Aoki in front of him, Bambietta didn't know why, and suddenly became very panicked. After joining the Star-Crossed Knights, she hardly ever panicked. The only time was when meeting His Majesty. In that case, we have to use up the Eucharist. Bambietta made up her mind, and a confident smile filled her face again. Doggies, don't be too scared next time. Bambietta shouted. I am Holy Word E, and my ability is Explosion. After saying that, Bambi's figure suddenly brightened. Kashimura Sajin's eyes were full of shock, he could feel that the opponent's Reiatsu was constantly strengthening, and it seemed that it had exceeded the limit of what he could perceive. Without Bankai, Kashimura is definitely not the opponent. Seeing that Bambietta was about to complete the transformation, Aoki stepped out first, pulled out Zanpakuto with his right hand, and gently stroked it. Zanpakuto immediately transformed into a 9-ring panlong sword. Dude, work hard. Why don't you want to? Both of us are old perverts, what's the matter with borrowing a head? Aoki said to himself. Kashimura's eyes widened as he watched Aoki talking to himself, as if communicating with his own Zanpakuto. Then Kashimura saw that Aoki pulled out one of the 9 coiling dragon rings on his sword. The dragon head ring was pulled out by Aoki, and then extended to the length of a rope. Old big brother, you made a big effort this time. Aoki yelled and threw the dragon head ring in his hand. The dragon head ring quickly approached Bambietta, and then turned into a rope to bind Bambi's 2 hands tightly together. Bambi, who had just finished preparing the Eucharist, was suddenly startled, and felt his hands being subdued. The energy in the body is also rapidly disappearing, completely unable to support his transformation. What kind of trick is this? Bambietta looked at Aoki in horror, only to see that the opponent's fighting sword had undergone tremendous changes. This is your Bankai. Damn, the astrolabe doesn't work at all. Bambi's 2 hands were restrained high above, and he was in midair, kicking his legs in anger. Aoki shook his head slightly. Vice Captain Aoki, you did a great job. Kashimura shouted loudly from the side. It's Shikai, of course your astrolabe doesn't work. Cute, don't you usually wear underwear? Aoki had already walked to Bambi's side at this time, looking up at the spring scenery. UB************* D. Bambi couldn't bear the shame and indignation, sending out a shell of spiritual particles from his feet. Aoki lightly raised his hand to catch it, and the spirit shell exploded in his hand, immediately blasting his left hand into a bloody mess. Damn it, I forgot that your ability is to turn things you touch into bombs. Aoki bared his teeth in pain, and kept shaking his hands and exclaiming. Advertisement. The aura of the extraterrestrial expert who had just pretended to be broken in an instant. Vice Captain Aoki, are you a funny guy? Kashimura looked at Aoki speechlessly, but fortunately, the other party's injury was not serious. If defeated like this, Kashimura would be even more speechless. It seems that we have to work harder. Aoki put away his laughing expression, and pulled out a dragon head ring from the back of Zanpakuto's sword, and bound Bambi's hands and feet. At this time, Bambi's hands and feet were bound by Aoki's Zanpakuto rope and connected from behind. Seen from a distance, Bambi looked backward, and the proud man in front of him stood upright, his hands and feet were connected by ropes, like a bow and arrow. It's too astringent. Aoki looked at his masterpiece and rubbed his face in satisfaction. When Byakuya saw this scene, the veins on his forehead twitched. Vice Captain Aoki, isn't your sword ability a voice? How can it still be tied? There are many doubts hidden in Byakuya's big head. After all, Aoki's Zanpakuto ability, he's already heard about it. But now Aoki's performance, although very powerful, is completely out of line with what he knows. Let's explain this kind of thing later. At this moment, Aoki and Kashimura were not on the same channel at all. Byakuya rolled his eyes. He could see that this enemy named Bambi was not the opponent of Aoki's vice captain at all. Aoki is playing. Moreover, it seems that there are some shy attempts. Byakuya simply didn't want to stay any longer. Vice Captain Aoki, how about I go to support elsewhere? Do you remember to send the astrolabe that absorbed my Bankai to the Technology Development Bureau? Okay, I'm leaving first. Kashimura put away Zanpakuto, closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see the scene in front of him again. It's easy to talk, easy to talk. Aoki was admiring his masterpiece at this time, and didn't listen to Kashimura's words at all. Kashimura was so angry that he just lost his black rope to save Aoki. Good thing now, Aoki is here to play. His own strength was seriously injured. Forget it. The most important thing is to protect Seireitei. After the fight, settle the score with Aoki. Advertisement. Byakuya gritted his teeth and left the scene of Bambi's invasion, ready to go to support another place. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** twisting his body, and kept cursing in his mouth. Looking at Bambietta in front of him, Aoki was very excited. Dude, do you know how many ways the rope can be used? Aoki ignored Bambietta's roar and squatted on the ground to chat with his own Zanpakuto. You don't know either. It seems that this world is really boring. Standing up, Aoki drew another ring of dragon's head from Zanpakuto, forming a metal whip. Snapped. Aoki waved his hand and whipped the long whip on Bambietta's body. The huge impact instantly shattered Bumbi's white uniform. Ah. B asterisk 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 D. You still dare to curse. Aoki snorted coldly. Snapped. Another whip. Don't dare. Don't dare. Call me an A asterisk asterisk hole. A asterisk hole. Snapped. Call me Aoki-sama. Master Aoki. Stop hitting. Bambietta had a mournful face, showing an aggrieved expression. At this time, her white dress had been beaten to pieces, revealing her proud figure. Every time Aoki's metal whip hits her, it inflicts ultimate pain in body and soul. Moreover, the two ropes on her body were constantly absorbing her energy, making it impossible for her to resist. That's right. Aoki clapped his hands, and the metal whip in his hand slowly deformed into a dragon head ring, which he reinstalled on his Zanpakuto. He also left only one rope on Bambietta's body, which turned into an iron chain and wrapped around Bambi's neck. Your ability has been completely suppressed by me, don't make small moves. Aoki held the chain, looked at Bambi with cold eyes, and exhorted. Chapter 16 Lousy's system locks blood, so scared. Seek data, ask for flowers, ask for comments. Thank you everyone. At this time, Bambietta has been beaten by Aoki submissively, looking at Aoki with fear in his eyes. Hearing Aoki's exhortation, Bambi nodded quickly. But as the Quincy master of the Star-Crossed Knights, Bambi didn't intend to completely surrender to the man in front of him. She has to break free at the right time, and then complete the counterattack. But the current situation, Bambietta had no choice but to obediently follow behind Aoki, not daring to say anything more. On the other side, Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji looked at the enemy in front of them solemnly. Since Aoki had previously announced the opponent's ability to capture Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki did not use Bankai like Komamura Sajin. But also because there is no Bankai, the battle between the two is very difficult. You look aside now, if I fail, you will defeat the opponent with the information you have collected. Byakuya Kuchiki looked solemn, and solemnly explained to Abarai Renji. Captain, even if this is the case, I should go first. Renji was dissatisfied with Captain Kuchiki's arrangement, and at the moment he was full of fighting spirit. I don't think you can force your opponent to go all out. Byakuya Kuchiki said calmly. Renji. You're right. At this time, the opponent's light arrow of Spirit Sun suddenly shot out, and Byakuya Kuchiki blocked it with Zanpakuto, but the broken light arrow of Spirit Sun splashed on the back of his hand. Why is there a cold feeling? Could it be that her attack is poisonous? Byakuya Kuchiki was very puzzled, and there was a vague premonition in his heart. Did you feel it? Saint Text F. Ace not said. Do you feel poisoned? No, this is a feeling you haven't had for a long time. Ace Not's voice was like a ghost, surrounding Byakuya Kuchiki's ears. When you grow up to be the captain, defeating the enemy with an overwhelming advantage, this feeling has been forgotten for a long time. In life, the most important feeling is called fear. It's really surprising to me that I can persist for so long. Ace Not said to himself, then raised his hand and fired a few arrows of spiritual light. Fear. Byakuya Kuchiki was slightly taken aback. It turns out that the opponent's ability is to create a sense of fear, no wonder the members of the fourth team who were attacked before all screamed inexplicably. Abarai Renji on the side was shocked when he heard the enemy's explanation. This kind of pervert ability, the captain can persist for so long. Is there no fear in the captain's heart? Advertisement. Byakuya Kuchiki figured out what his opponent was capable of, but didn't panic. Are you afraid? Byakuya Kuchiki snorted coldly. Everyone has fear, and I'm no exception. But the so-called becoming stronger means constantly accepting fear on the road of growth. The reason is to protect the one you love. Byakuya Kuchiki said what was on his mind, as if to inform Renji, who was stunned. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki clenched the handle of the knife tightly. Although his hands were still as if frozen and trembling slightly, his mind was firm and unaffected at all, and the movement of the knife was still fast and stable. Really? Have you really accepted the fear? Ace Not's hollow voice came again. Byakuya Kuchiki felt a chill in his heart, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. But he still didn't panic, and the person he wanted to protect the most appeared in his heart, the lovely sister of the Kuchiki family, Rukia. Rukia's smile came to Byakuya Kuchiki's mind, giving him the warmest strength. Suddenly, Rukia's figure in Byakuya Kuchiki's mind turned into a rotting corpse. Then, countless maggots came out of Rukia's face. Byakuya Kuchiki was shocked. Puff! A cold weapon pierced directly through Byakuya Kuchiki's body. Your footsteps have stopped. Ace Knot's voice sounded. Fear can be overcome through experience. The stronger the person, the more he has this illusion. But the real fear is unreasonable, it's instinct. Ace Knot's voice resounded in Byakuya Kuchiki's mind. Byakuya Kuchiki felt his whole body stiffen, unable to move. Then all the pictures in front of me disappeared, and all directions turned blood red. Countless black flies formed under his feet, and within a moment, they filled the entire space. Those disgusting flies crawled up from his feet, and all the gaps in his body were covered with flies. Byakuya Kuchiki yelled in pain, but the fly wanted to get in from her mouth. What? Hearing Captain Kuchiki's scream of pain, Abarai Renji panicked. Team leader. Advertisement. Abarai Renji's mind was running wild at this moment. Even Captain Kuchiki is no match for the enemy, can this battle really be won? Hey, as soon as I came over, I saw Chong Wei calling for blessings. An abrupt voice suddenly sounded. Abarai Renji turned his head abruptly, looking in the direction of the voice. Vice Captain Aoki, why are you here? Abarai Renji's eyes were full of doubts. After all, Aoki belongs to the 10th squad, so he should be in the area guarded by his own squad at this time. It can't be helped, Captain Kuchiki is screaming so badly, I have to take a look. Aoki connected the chain in his hand to Zanpakuto. It was only then that Renji noticed that behind the deputy captain of Aoki, there seemed to be a Quincy master. Looking at it like this, it seems that the other party has been tied up. Renji's heart was filled with shock. A single enemy can make the entire 4th squad lose its combat power, and Vice Captain Aoki subdued a Quincy and chained him up like a puppy. Vice Captain Aoki, help me. Abarai Renji shouted quickly, then seemed to think of something, and kindly reminded, be careful that the opponent has the ability to create fear. Understood. Don't worry. Aoki quickly looked at Ace Knot, and the 9-ringed panlong sword in his hand was buzzing. Ace Knot looked coldly at Aoki who suddenly appeared, and Bambietta who was chained behind him. Bambi, have you even been captured? Hearing this, Bambietta snorted coldly, and hid behind Aoki aggrievedly. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki was completely immersed in the fear created by Ace Knot and could not move. I don't know what happened outside. Feel the fear. Ace Knot opened his hands, and countless spiritual light arrows filled with fear flew towards Aoki. Aoki lifted Zanpakuto, and the iron chain at the end of Zanpakuto was connected to Bambietta, and Aoki swung them out together. Fear? Although Lousy is cowardly, and lustful, Aoki shouted loudly, embarrassing Abarai Renji beside him. Captain Aoki is really real. Renji tapped his toes in embarrassment. But, Lousy has a bloodlock system. Fear me, Aoki yelled, and Zanpakuto slashed at Ace Knot. Chapter 17 Yamamoto. I will kill you this time. New book please support. Thanks guys. Close black lens bracket. Lousy's system is bloodlocked, I'm afraid, Aoki shouted, waving Zanpakuto and slashing at Ace Knot. Aoki still has a lot to say about fear. After crossing into this world, he was very scared. After all, this world is full of dangers. If you don't pay attention, you will be swallowed by Shu, hacked to death by a knife, or wiped out by some strange things. So Aoki kept going until Reiatsu grew to a certain level. He immediately exchanged all the Reiatsu for a bloodlock. Although it can only be used once, and the continuous state is only enough for him to escape, but the matter of fear has absolutely nothing to do with him. With this kind of life-saving talisman, is there any instinctive fear? All fears originate from death. Although Aoki is reluctant, it is only because of his habit for so many years. At this moment, he didn't have any fear in his heart, and the big knife slashed directly at Ace Knot's neck. ***. Master Aoki, I'm still chained. Bambietta felt his neck tighten, and his whole body was thrown up with Aoki's swing. Aoki's Zanpakuto cut directly on Ace Knot's neck, but was blocked by the opponent's static blood suit. What a powerful attack. Ace Knot narrowed his eyes slightly and said mockingly. HMPH, I'm afraid you misread it, Aoki snorted coldly. At this time, Bambi had an iron chain tied around his neck, which was connected with the Zon Soul Sword. Due to the inertia generated by Aoki's waving, Bambi flew out with the iron chain and circled around Ace Knot several times, and the connected chain tied Ace Knot tightly. Damn it. There is such a trick. Ace Knot did not expect that Aoki would use the inertia generated by Bambi's body to imprison her whole body. Abarai Renji on the side looked dumbfounded. Can you still play like this? Even so, your attack won't have any effect on me. Ace Knot said coldly. Although I don't understand why the opponent is not scared by me, and I don't know what Aoki means by locking the blood, but it is obvious that Aoki's Zanpakuto can't break his static blood outfit. Do you know about resonance? Aoki put his finger on the Zanpakuto and flicked it hard. Ace Knot felt his brain sink, and his whole body was bleeding. Before she could react, her brain had been shaken to pieces. Advertisement Abarai Renji only felt the sound disappear for a moment, knowing that it was the ability of Aoki's deputy captain Zanpakuto, but he did not expect that the battle ended so quickly. Aoki, as before, cut off Ace Knot's head to prevent the other party from engaging in any means of resurrection. If conditions permit, it would be better to blow this person into ashes, and I don't know if she has any backhands for resurrection. Aoki explained to Abarai Renji. Renji's brain has crashed at the moment, and he doesn't know what to say at all. Captain Kuchiki worked hard to deal with the enemy for a long time, but he was defeated by Aoki in one face-to-face. And this is when Vice Captain Aoki has a prisoner. Renji looked at Bambietta, who was thrown on the ground at this moment, full of shock in his heart. The last move, using the captive's body inertia to subdue the enemy, is really wonderful. Vice Captain Aoki, leave this place to me, go and support the others. Abarai Renji knew that it was not easy to reminisce at this moment, so he quickly thanked Aoki, and then took over the work of dealing with the funeral. Aoki tugged at the iron chain. Bambietta felt the pulling sensation from his neck, and reluctantly crawled over. Learned to crawl so quickly. Who is a puppy? Aoki looked at Bambi on the ground with a smile on his face. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Bambi got up from the ground, with anger showing on his pretty face. Snapped. Aoki pulled out a ring, turned it into an iron whip, and slapped Bambi hard. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, what did you call me just now?" "Master. Master Aoki." Bambi's voice gradually became weaker, and finally lowered his high head. Go, hurry up, there is a guy who is going to be unlucky." Aoki tugged at the iron chain. Bambietta could only hide her anger and followed. Aoki's Reiatsu covered the entire Seireitei, and felt that the problem with Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro was not too big, so he temporarily gave up his plan to support Rangaku. Moreover, Aoki also found an interesting thing. That is, Captain Zaraki Kenpachi has dealt with 3 Quincy divisions. According to the following situation, he will soon be hammered by Yuhabak. Captain Zaraki treated me badly before, why not save him this time? Aoki rubbed his chin and thought for a while. As the vice captain of the Juban, Aoki's mission is not necessary to save everyone. Advertisement also, Zaraki Kenpachi won't be killed so quickly, Captain Unohana Retsu has strong recovery ability, Kenpachi's name don't worry. But at this time, it's good to see the picture of Kenpachi being hammered. Thinking of this, Aoki took Bambi's chain and slowly rushed towards Kenpachi. At this time, a young man with smooth blonde hair wearing a white uniform of Quincy said in a young voice, "Ace not seems to be dead." Trash, it seems that the Star-Crossed Knights are a little too underestimated. The vicissitudes of the middle-aged man dressed in black and long black hair responded. The two were the holy word B. Haswalt of the Star-Crossed Knights and the leader of the Quincy division, Yuhabak. "Yo, are you the leader of the enemy army?" Zaraki Kenpachi held a Quincy on his shoulder, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already pierced the opponent's body. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Yuhabak excitedly. Zaraki Kenpachi. Yuhabak looked at the person with a cracked smile on the corner of his mouth. Halfwater on the side looked at Zaraki Kenpachi with a look of shock. He also noticed at this time that 3 members of the Star-Crossed Knights had died. "You are Zaraki Kenpachi? How did you do it?" Halfwater said naturally how Zaraki Kenpachi made 3 in a row. "It's very simple." Zaraki Kenpachi unloaded the corpse from his shoulders and shook his neck. "The guy from the beginning was an idiot, and he turned into a monkey and rushed at me. I just cut him in half." Haswalt looked shocked. The other party should be talking about Jerome Kisbert of the Star-Crossed Knights. The holy word is R, and the ability is Roar. The second guy was rambunctious and kept explaining his abilities, and I just tore his throat out. The third guy is a bit interesting, he turned into me. Speaking of this, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and looked at the two of you in awe. "It's really a bit difficult, but as long as I become stronger than the imitated me." Looking at the bloodthirsty appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, Haswater instantly understood the strength of the man in front of him. In the team building of the first team, the captain of the 13th Division of Godei, who had been silent for a long time, Yamamoto Rangiku, suddenly opened his eyes. "You finally appeared. This old man will kill you this time." After all, Yamamoto Rangiku turned into a streamer of flames, wrapped in a huge Reiatsu, and roared towards a certain direction of Seireitei. Chapter 18 Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. New book please support. Ask for data. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Yamamoto is going to fight. Everyone hurry up and watch. Yamamoto Genrinagi's majestic Reiatsu quickly swept across the entire Seireitei. Everyone in Sealing Court felt a rush of heat. This feeling. The old man is about to leave the mountain. I have to cheer up quickly. If the old man sees me like this, he will definitely reprimand me. You can't even beat an opponent of this level. I don't remember teaching you that way. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at the sky. After feeling Reiatsu of the captain, Kyoraku Shunsui hammered his shoulder helplessly, and then looked at the enemy in front of him. During the conversation just now, his right eye was shot blind with a spiritual pistol by the old man in front of him. But at this moment, Kyoraku Shunsui's morale was lifted, and Kaden Kyokotsu in his hand was completely released. Komamura Sajin looked up at the sky, and then yelled at the people around him. "Ah! Get up! Genryuzai-sama is going to fight himself. How can you fall down first? This is the 13th Division of Godei Shame." At this time, Aoki was leading Bambi to the battlefield slowly. After feeling the powerful Reiatsu of Yamamoto Genryuzai, Aoki slapped his thigh in panic. "Broken. Old man Yamamoto. Yamamoto Genryuzai's Reiatsu has all been released at this time." Aoki's Reiatsu is not much different from Yamamoto Genryuzai. Even though he just spent 20,000 yuan in exchange for the improvement of the cutting technique, he is still on the same level as Yamamoto's old man. Yamamoto Genryuzai is not like Aoki, he just gently covers Reiatsu's feeling area over Seireitei. Instead, it contains all the power and killing intent. This move seems to tell all the enemy soldiers that I, Yamamoto Genryuzai, want to take your dog's life. What a mess. Does old man Yamamoto know how good he is? Aoki shook his head helplessly. Aoki knew that old man Yamamoto was no good at all. As the captain of Godei's 13th Division and the leader of Seireitei, Yamamoto Genryuzai can be said to be the first person in Shinigami. But when Aoki said food, he meant his brain. At this time, the old man Yamamoto is full of hatred and killing intent, and he will soon run into the fake Yhwach. After using all his abilities, he will be slashed to death by Genyuha. If it goes on like this, it's not good. After all, Aoki still likes old man Yamamoto, at least he is the immediate boss who gave him a bite to eat. Puppy, we have to hurry up. Aoki tugged on the chain lightly and said to Bumby behind him. Advertisement Bambietta stared at Aoki with resentment and spit on the ground by the way. But after meeting Aoki's hostile eyes, Bumby's aura suddenly weakened, and he followed up with a grievance. At this time, somewhere in Seireitei, Yhwach held up the dying Zaraki Kenpachi, looked at him with a grin on his face. One of the special forces, Zaraki Kenpachi, ended up like this. Vulnerable. It seems that I overestimated you before. Rest in peace, Soul Society is over. Zaraki Kenpachi had already fallen into a coma at this time, and could not hear Yhwach's mocking words at all. As soon as the words fell, a scorching flame descended from the sky, turning everything it went into flying ashes. Yamamoto Genryuzai was covered in flames, his eyes were full of hatred and hostility. It's been 1,000 years, Yhwach, I'm here, to end your name. Yamamoto Genryuzai's vicissitudes of life sounded, and the words were full of strong killing intent. At this moment, 3 Quincy figures suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto Genryuzai. How dare you come to see His Majesty alone, you don't know how to live or die. Be good and die, old man. The 3 Quincy masters leapt high, using their best abilities respectively. Yamamoto Genryuzai pulled out Ryujin Jaka without raising his head, and the huge flames quickly enveloped the 3 of them, and then exploded. Boom. The flames lingered for a long time, and the 3 Quincy's never appeared again. Intrude into the battle of the old without authorization, you are really reckless. Yamamoto Genryuzai snorted coldly, then turned to look at Yhwach. Yhwach looked at Yamamoto Genryuzai quietly, not knowing what the other party would do next. In an instant, Yamamoto Genryuzai flashed to Yhwach's side, and then swung his sword forcefully. The huge flame swayed by Ryujin Jaka fell fiercely on Yhwach's body. You and your subordinates will be buried here, friend Ha. You are old, Yamamoto Shidakuni. The blue ripples on Yhwach's body were looming, which was his static blood suit. Advertisement without the defense of this static blood outfit, Ryujin Jaka's attack just now would have cut his body in half and burned him to death. But seeing your angry face reminds me of when you were young, Yhwach said in a deep voice. Yamamoto Genryuzai remained silent, and swung out another blow. Yhwach reached his waist and drew his weapon. You have finally drawn your sword, Yhwach. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked at Yhwach in front of him, and said in a mocking tone. You said it as if you were waiting for me to draw a knife? What do you think it is for? Yamamoto Genryuzai's gaze suddenly became full of killing intent, but his tone became more and more calm. Just to completely smash your flesh, sword and soul. As soon as the words fell, all the flames around Yamamoto Genryuzai disappeared. Not only that, the entire ceiling court seemed to be shrouded in white light in an instant. The originally gloomy weather seemed to have no darkness at this time. Bankai, remnant sword. Yamamoto Motoyanagi looked expressionlessly at the enemy in front of him. Halfwater on the side showed an expression of disbelief. That thing that looks like a fire stick is actually the captain's Bankai? Facing Halfwater's questioning, Yhwach stared closely at Yamamoto Genryuzai, not daring to relax. Don't underestimate this sword. This is the Bankai in the sword that seals all flames. It is a sword of great fire that can burn everything. Everywhere in Ceiling Court, everyone felt the changes in this world. Jashiro Yukitaki was sweating profusely, looking at the sky, wondering what was going on in his mind. Kyoraku Shunsui stuck out his tongue and licked his parched lips. Hiranmaru of Toshiro has completely lost his strength. Yunohana Retsu stood quietly by the window of the 4th team building, turned her head to look at the vase on the table, and remained silent. The water in the vase has evaporated in an instant. The old man will really give me a hard time, now I don't want to face Yhwach directly. Aoki sighed helplessly, but he didn't slacken his hands, he directly grabbed the chain that tied Bumby, and rushed towards Yamamoto Genryuzai with the fastest speed. Chapter 19 Hate My Viciousness, Yhwach. Seek support, ask for flowers, ask for comments, close black lens bracket. Yhwach stared closely at Yamamoto Genryuzai in front of him. The blade in Yamamoto Genryuzai's hand looked like a simple taidao, and the entire blade seemed to be scorched. But Yhwach knew that this inconspicuous blade, like a stick of fire, contained huge flame power. In an instant, Yamamoto Genryuzai had Shunpo in front of Yhwach and swung the first knife. Laugh, there was a sound of burning flames, and Yhwach retreated, and a corner of his clothes was cut by the blade. It was just cut, Juhabok's pupils dilated, his expression puzzled. According to his understanding, this knife should be able to burn everything it touches. I haven't seen you in 1,000 years, Yuha. Is the old Bankai still the same as it was 1,000 years ago? Yamamoto Motoyanagi stared at the enemy in front of him with aloof eyes. The remnant fire sword east, rising sun east. Yamamoto Genryuzai held the remnant fire Teidao horizontally in front of his body. The old one concentrates all the flame power on the blade, and wherever it goes, everything is burned by high temperature until it disappears. Yuhabok's face was full of shock. Such a move was obviously more ferocious than it was 1,000 years ago. The high temperature of the remnant fire Teidao is not released directly, but is all concentrated in one line. If it is really hit, it will definitely die. Just when Yuhabok was distracted, Yamamoto Genryuzai swung the second knife. Yuhabok dodged sideways, and the remnant fire Teidao lightly tapped the ground. In an instant, the entire earth was cut in half. Let you see the real appearance of remnant fire Teidao. Yamamoto Genryuzai's tone was light, but the killing intent seemed to solidify into substance. Where there is east, there must be west. The remnant fire Tachi-shi, the remnant sun prison clothes. As soon as Yamamoto Motoyanagi finished speaking, the temperature of the scene suddenly rose several times. Countless rising flames enveloped Yamamoto Rangiku. You can understand that the whole body and sword of the old man are covered by the high temperature of the sun, and you can never get close to the old man. The temperature of the sun is 15 million degrees. The vicissitudes of Yamamoto Genryuzai's voice sounded, and Haswalt was already shocked. Can the 15 million degree flame really be seen with the naked eye? Advertisement Hearthwater looked at Yamamoto Genryuzai, who was covered in orange flames in shock, and was puzzled. Is this a hallucination, or could it be? His Reiatsu is so powerful that people can already feel the physical flame? Thinking of this, Halfwater couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful Reiatsu this is! Aoki in the distance felt the Reiatsu of Yamamoto Rangiku, and couldn't help speeding up his pace. Good guy, old man Yamamoto has already used the second trick. This Reiatsu has already reached 70,000. Aoki weighed the gap between himself and Yamamoto Rangiku. Now after Aoki has exchanged the chopping technique for the Grandmaster, the value of Reiatsu is 75,000. Reiatsu of Yamamoto Genryuzai Bankai's second move has also reached 70,000. I am afraid that when the fourth move is released, Reiatsu can reach as many as 90,000. At this level, you will still be hit by Yuha, although it was because Bankai was taken away by Yuha. Old man Yamamoto's Bankai is not something ordinary people can take away. This is also enough to show the strength of Yuhabok. Aoki knows that time is running out for him to save old man Yamamoto. The two have been fighting for a few episodes, but the actual battle may only last a few minutes. Aoki knew that he needed to hurry there, otherwise the old man Yamamoto would be killed, which would have a great impact on the morale of the entire Seireitei. Ahem. B****************. D. Master Aoki. His neck is strangled to death. At this moment, Bambi was chained to his neck by Aoki, and he was pulled in the air like a kite, excruciating pain. You don't have the right to speak here. Hurry up and bear with me. Aoki ignored Bambi's painful begging for mercy and continued to quicken his pace. At this time, Yuhabok felt that his hair and skin were surrounded by a wave of dry heat. If there is no static blood suit, I am afraid that I would have been burned by the high temperature of the old man Yamamoto. Yuhabok sighed with emotion. What's the matter, Yua? Are you just going to watch quietly? I'm going to get F**************. Yamamoto Motoryuzai yelled. His body wrapped in high temperature flames suddenly jumped up and slashed towards Yuhabok. Praise of the sanctuary. Yuhabok raised his arm, releasing a powerful coercion of spirit seeds. A field composed of light blue spirits instantly appeared under Yamamoto Genryuzai's feet. As long as he is in this field, he will not be torn apart by the divine spirits all the time. The old man said, it's useless. Yamamoto Motoyanagi roared, and plunged the remnant sword into the ground. Ash of the strong man who died tragically under my flames, help me. Advertisement, I give it to you, joy in wartime. Yamamoto Genryuzai's eyes were piercing. The remnant fire Teidao Nan, Huohuo's 10 trillion dead funeral procession. At this point, Yuhabok's sanctuary praise was directly defeated by Yamamoto Genryuzai, and then countless undead bones gushed out from the ground, and the entire battlefield turned into a black flame hell. What's going on here? Yuhabok's pupils dilated, his face full of disbelief. Those are the undead who died tragically under the sword of the old man, Yuhabok. Among them are your comrades in arms. Yamamoto Motoryuzai's voice seemed to have magical powers, directly defeating the psychological defense of Yuhabok. What are you talking about? Impossible. Yuhabok panicked in his heart. Looking around, countless undead corpses rushed towards him and imprisoned him severely. Yuhabok just wanted to break free, but saw the faces of undead around him. They turned out to be his former comrades in arms. Those were all his comrades who attacked the Soul Society with him thousands of years ago and died tragically under the sword of the 1st Generation 13th Division. Sagers. Agra, Sho Beirut. Looking at the corpses of his former subordinates, Yuhabok's psychological defense was further penetrated. If you can't destroy the bones of your comrades in arms, you can't get close to me. Hate my wickedness, Yuhabok. It seems that you still have a trace of humanity. There seemed to be pity in Yamamoto Genryuzai's voice. By the way, don't you guys have to know Shinigami's abilities before you can take his Bankai? I haven't used Bankai for thousands of years, and the bottomless things cannot be taken away. That's the reason. It's over, Remnant Fire Tachi North, Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Yamamoto Rangiku shouted, and in an instant, a strong white light flashed across the Seireitei, and everyone's sight was affected. A white light flashed, and Yamamoto Rangiku was covered in sweat and out of breath. He turned his head to look at Yhwach. Yamamoto Rangiku knew that the other party's vitality had been completely cut off by him. He glanced at him with disdain, then turned and left. I failed your expectations, Yhwach murmured. Hearing this, Yamamoto Rangiku suddenly felt uneasy, turned his head and asked. Who are you apologizing to? In your capacity, who else do you need to apologize to? Suddenly, a strong blue light of spiritual particles erupted from the team building not far away. Chapter 20 Old Man Yamamoto, don't meddle with you when you're old, new book please support, please ask for flowers, please comment, close black lens bracket. Yamamoto Rangiku seemed to have realized something, and shouted towards the team building not far away. Brush your teeth. Chang Ya is the third seed of the first team. When Yamamoto Rangiku left the first team, he specifically confessed that Chang Ya stayed in the first team. At this time, the first team seems to have been attacked. It seems that Chang Ya has been brutally attacked by the opponent. Just before Yamamoto Rangiku came back to his senses, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. You did well, Star-Crossed Knights Y, yourself, Roy Devar. Lying on the ground, Royd, who was killed by Yamamoto Rangiku with the residual fire sword, was extremely honored to hear the praise. But in the next second, the real Yhwach's finger gathered a strong spirit beam, blasting Royd into ashes. Yhwach. How dare you? Yamamoto Rangiku was shocked at this time. It turned out that Yhwach, who had fought him upside down, turned out to be a fake. The real Yhwach even took advantage of his battle to sneak attack some teams. And what is under the first team, Yamamoto Rangiku is very clear. Central Prison, Aizen Sosuke. Shameless. Yamamoto Rangiku roared, but the battle just now had almost exhausted all his strength. Yamamoto Rangiku still wanted to raise the knife, but the real Yhwach took out an astrolabe from his waist and said mockingly, Your Bankai, it's mine. Yamamoto Rangiku was shocked, but all the Reiatsu gathered by the Remnantachi were absorbed by Yhwach's astrolabe. Farewell, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Yhwach snorted coldly, gathered a blade composed of holy arrows, and slashed towards Yamamoto Rangiku. Suddenly, there was an abrupt voice on the battlefield. Yhwach was a little puzzled, and then looked at Yamamoto Rangiku, only to see that the other party had been cut in half by himself. HMPH. Yamamoto Shigekuni, you are old. Yhwach put his foot on Yamamoto Ranriku's head. At that time, first generation Godei 13 was actually a group of killers who were ordered by the Guardian Court to carry out killings. You who were called Sword Demon back then are just a kind old grandfather now. Advertisement, Yamamoto Shigekuni, you are no longer worthy of a sword. If you start to hesitate for the sake of so-called justice, you will become a cowardly person. The Soul Society is about to perish, and the Godei 13th Division has perished with us 1,000 years ago. With a sneer all over his face, Yhwach was about to destroy all the corpses of Yamamoto Rangiku with the spirit beam. Suddenly, Yhwach's expression changed. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's body, which was split in two, turned into a severed metal whip. The metal whip is also engraved with the pattern of a dragon's head. Old man, did you hear that? People say that you are old, so don't get involved in this kind of battle in the future. A sudden voice sounded not far away. Yhwach followed the sound and saw Yamamoto Rangiku sitting on the ground not far away. A handsome young Shinigami patted Yamamoto Rangiku on the head, pointed at himself, and taught the captain of Seireitei a lesson. The Zanpakuto of the young Shinigami is just like the 9-ring dragon sword, with an iron ring attached to the end of the handle, followed by a girl tied by the iron ring. Yhwach recognized the girl as Bambietta, a member of the Knights of the Star Cross. At this time, Yhwach frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the scene where he killed Yamamoto Rangiku just now turned out to be a fake. I was tricked by a young Shinigami. Boy, report your life, Yhwach said to Aoki, who was not far away with a displeased face. At this time, Aoki was patting Yamamoto Ranriku's head constantly, talking about the truth, with a look of hating iron but not steel. Yamamoto Ranriku looked decadent and lost all fighting spirit. The wrong person was hit in a fight just now, Bankai was taken away, and what the other party said was also very heartbreaking. Now I am indeed as what Yhwach said, I have more things to protect, and I have become kinder. And lacking the ruthlessness of thousands of years ago, such a self is not a match for Yhwach at all. Today's Yamamoto Ranriku, the belief in victory has been crushed, leaving only the desire to protect the Soul Society. Even so, I still have to fight to the end, Yamamoto Ranriku shouted, standing up forcefully. Grandpa, you'd better rest and watch my performance next. Aoki sighed and pushed Yamamoto Ranriku to the ground again. Advertisement, no, Aoki boy, you are too far behind him. Yamamoto Ranriku shook his head, obviously he didn't want Aoki to do his best for him. Your old Bankai has been taken away, so it's not far behind him. Aoki pointed at Yhwach, who was not far away without any politeness, and expressed the pain of Yamamoto Ranriku. Yamamoto Ranriku was left speechless by what Aoki said. Hey, I say, boy, Yhwach's eyes narrowed. Obviously, the question I just asked was directly ignored by these two people. Yhwach, the master of the Invisible Empire, was angered by this young Shinigami at this moment. Hasward on the side felt the change in Yua's mood, stepped forward, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, leave these two people to me to deal with. Don't make me wait too long. Yhwach snorted coldly and turned around. At this time, Bankai of Yamamoto Genryuzai, the remnant fire Teidao has been included in his astrolabe, and the opponent's strength has been greatly damaged, and he cannot pose a threat. And this young Shinigami who suddenly appeared, how much better than Yamamoto Genryuzai? At most, it is only a captain rank, and it is very suitable to hand it over to Hasward, his most proud subordinate. Aoki was relieved to see Harford stepping up to the fight. Your arrangement is quite suitable. I just need to delay for a while, and you should go back, Aoki said softly, holding the 9-ring Panlong Dao in front of him. The horror of Yhwach, even if it is Aoki today, it is hard to say whether he wins or loses alone. But the battles that Quincy and Shinigami have seen are often accompanied by lives. Aoki didn't want to take this risk lightly either. But against Hasward, Aoki is more confident, at least his life is safe. Moreover, there is a limit to the time Quincy can be active in Soul Society, which Aoki knows very well. It seems that you have a good understanding of the information, but even if it is only for a short period of time, it is enough to kill the two of you. Hasward looked calm. Your Zanpakuto, power is sound. On this point, I have already obtained your information through Darisk's death. Suddenly, Aoki Shunpo came to Harford, and Zanpakuto roared and waved down. Chapter 21 The Real, Shikai. Mr. Yamamoto called pervert. Seek support, ask for flowers, ask for comments, thank you all. Hasward blocks confidently against the Zanpakuto swung by Aoki. Ding! The weapons of both sides burst out a little spark in the air. After one blow, Aoki Shunpo left, and Hasward was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It seems that your intelligence is not very good. Aoki held Zanpakuto on his shoulders, his face full of sarcasm. Hasward looked shocked and looked at Aoki in front of him in disbelief. My ability is sound, and the principle of sound is vibration. Just by waving Zanpakuto, and the vibration generated by the collision with your weapon, directly caused substantial damage to your internal organs. Resonance. Do you understand? Aoki leisurely, as if talking about an inconspicuous matter. Have you been in high school physics class? The vibration frequency of my Zanpakuto is on the same line as your visceral vibration frequency. There's an example, like a singer who can shatter a glass when he hits a high note. Now your internal organs are like a glass. Aoki looked at Hasward in front of him with a smile on his face, and even had time to give him the physics knowledge of Popular Science High School. Yamamoto Genryuzai at the side saw this with admiration in his eyes. Sure enough, it's a rising star, and this Kido-type sword is really the only one in Seireitei. Yamamoto Genryuzai simply relaxed, put Ryujin Jaka on the ground, supported his body with his left hand, and watched the show. But, Hasward was shocked, and was about to refute. But what? Aoki teased the shocked Hasward. Why? You won't be affected by my ability. Harford calmed down and looked at Aoki with gloomy eyes. I am Hathward of the Star-Crossed Knights, Holy Text B, and my ability is World Harmony. I can balance luck and misfortune. The misfortune you gave me just now should be returned to you twice. Why? You will not be affected by my ability. Hasward's face was full of doubts. Aoki's blow just now caused him a lot of damage, but fortunately, he is strong enough to bear it. As long as he returns and exchanges abilities with His Majesty, it can be repaired. Is it a balance of luck and misfortune? Aoki was thoughtful when he heard the other person's words. Advertisement. Yamamoto Genryuzai's eyes widened at the moment. What a pervert skill to balance luck and misfortune. As long as you have suffered the misfortune of being hurt, you can return it to your opponent and form a balance. Yamamoto Genryuzai thought that even if he faced Hasward, he would suffer a big loss without enough information. Even if the power of his Zanpakuto is enough to destroy the opponent, the return of the lethality is not what Yamamoto Genryuzai can bear. Doesn't that mean I kill myself? But how could Aoki not be affected? Yamamoto Genryuzai was puzzled and carefully analyzed the situation. It's a pity, it's a pity. Aoki shook his head lightly. If you were facing someone else, your ability is indeed pervert, but I am different. Let me show you my real Shikai. Aoki smiled slightly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand changed again. Originally, all the dragons on Zanpakuto's body faded away, fell down, and gathered together. The shape of the 9 coiled dragons gradually swelled and changed, and their bodies intertwined, finally forming a phantom of a huge 9-headed snake behind Aoki. Turn into Z country, Shang Yao. Suddenly, a mist filled the air. The water vapor that had been evaporated by the remaining fire touchy seemed to return, and the humidity in the air began to increase extremely. I'm sorry, the fact that Zanpakuto's ability is the voice that was shown before is actually deceiving you. Because the real ability of my Zanpakuto is to deceive. The shape of Zanpakuto in Aoki's hand has become the most basic sealed state. And Xiang Yu behind him is his true Zanpakuto Shikai state. Let's do it again, Aoki said softly, and then flashed to Hasward's side in an instant. Ding! The weapons of both sides collided again. When Aoki's Zanpakuto slashed, the tail of the 9-headed snake behind him also waved. Hasward couldn't dodge in time, was shot by his tail and flew out. Boom! Advertisement. Hasward fell to the ground in agony, his mouth covered in blood. Why can I still feel the power of your voice vibration? Why? You still haven't explained why my ability doesn't work for you. Hasward smiled wryly. Only then did he realize that there was a big gap between his ability and the opponent's ability. Moreover, the abilities displayed by Aoki are really weird and unpredictable. Just now I said that the ability of voice is deceiving, but in the last fight, I was clearly injured by the opponent's Zanpakuto. Sorry, I lied to you again just now. Aoki scratched his ears lightly, and then pointed to the tail of the nine-headed snake monster behind him with the Zanpakuto in his hand. To be precise, my Zanpakuto has the ability to make sounds. This ability comes from Xiangyu's tail, which is a rattlesnake. The monster behind Aoki raised its 9 heads and raised its tail high, making a buzzing sound, as if very proud. Hasward's eyes widened, his face full of doubts. But my real ability is deception, the ability to turn deception into reality. Aoki smiled slightly. When I attacked you for the first time, I used my ability to deceive you to think that I hurt you with sound vibrations. You tried to transfer the misfortune of being hurt to me, but that in itself is deception and does not exist, so transferring it to me has no power at all. The second time I attacked you, the ability of the voice was real, but you thought it was deception, not misfortune, so it didn't balance the damage, so you were deceived by me again. It's a lie, you have to be true and false, it's fun to be false. Aoki lightly touched Xiangyu behind him with the back of the Zanpakuto knife. Xiang Yao roared excitedly. I see. Hasward's eyes became lonely. I lost. He knew that he would never be able to defeat the man in front of him no matter what. Luck and misfortune are actually subjective. Need your own cognition as an aid. If Hasward's own cognition is confused by the other party, then the so-called balance of luck and misfortune will be completely messed up. Everything will be in the hands of this Shinigami called Aoki in front of him. Seeing this, Mr. Yamamoto on the side slapped his thigh suddenly and couldn't help but exclaim. F***K. It's too pervert. Chapter 22 Ichigo arrives. Aoki. I'll withdraw first, please support, please flowers, please comment, thank you guys. I lost. Hasward looked lonely, but had to admit his failure. The ability Aoki showed just now made him realize the gap between the rules. My own ability is already perverted in the rule system, but I didn't expect the young Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability to be even more perverted. Hearing Hasward's words, Juhabak closed his eyes and remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. But at this time, his heart was already surging. This guy named Aoki, why didn't I know about it before? Even Hasward is not his opponent. Yabak prepares to return to the Invisible Empire and use his omniscience to take a good look at the past and present of this young Shinigami named Aoki. But if you take action yourself and get rid of Aoki and Yamamoto Shigekuni, then all threats will cease to exist. Yobak turned away, ready to strike to end Aoki's name. Sensing Yuhabak's killing intent, Aoki's eyes also became serious. This is more than killing me, it's a big game now, why hasn't the time for the Quincy come yet? Is it possible to force me to use Bankai? If I use that thing, my current body can't bear it? Aoki clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand, feeling uncertain. What? At this moment, a roar came from the sky. Boom. Kurosaki Ichigo fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the ground. The gigantic Reiatsu vented out as if for free, blowing away all the humid air created by Aoki's Zanpakuto. Are you the leader who destroyed the Soul Society? Kurosaki Ichigo roared loudly, the hatred in his heart seemed to condense into substance. The Lord is coming. The old man hastened to withdraw. Seeing this, Aoki knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had returned to the Soul Society from Hueco Mundo, and the next thing was the plot of Yuhabak's battle with Kurosaki Ichigo. There are no dead people in this wave, so there is no need for Aoki to stay here. Xiang Yao's figure gradually dissipated and returned to Aoki's Zanpakuto. Aoki picked up the old man Yamamoto and rushed directly into the distance. The speed was so fast that Yuhabak didn't even react. Just kidding, Aoki's Shunpo is almost at full level, topping the Soul Society, it is impossible for Yuhabak to keep him. Yuhabak just wanted to stop Aoki and kill Aoki and Yamamoto, but he was stopped by Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was full of anger. Advertisement. Just the moment before, he had fought Kellage in Hueco Mundo, and with the help of Urahara Kazuki, he had crippled Killage. Unexpectedly, Ji used tricks such as pretending to be a sky puppet, and before he died, he trapped Kurosaki Ichigo in the black cavity connecting Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the countless Reiatsu of the Soul Society being wiped out one by one in the black cavity, and the anger and unwillingness in his heart erupted completely. By chance, he actually broke through the cage. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, facing Yuhabak, all he thinks about is revenge. It's you who messed up the Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed in front of Yuhabak with a swift and fierce movement, and quickly swung his knife. Ding! The weapons of both sides collided together, making a loud noise. Kurosaki Ichigo, Yuhabak looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him with disdain. But soon, Yuhabak's face changed, because he felt that Kurosaki's Reiatsu was still strengthening. Crescent Sky Rushes. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, and a black crescent-shaped shockwave was released from the blade. The crescent sky shot directly hit Yuhabak, and the whole venue was buzzing. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was fully focused on the battle. What he didn't know was that the collision with Yuhabak's weapon just now had caused slight cracks to appear on Tensa Zagetsu's blade. The sound of the explosion dissipated, and Yuhabak's hand appeared faintly in the smoke. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked that the opponent blocked his crescent moon with just one hand. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, Yuhabak directly grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo with his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo lost his balance and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light flashed, and Yubak held the weapon and plunged the blade into Kurisaki's neck. HMPH, Kurosaki Ichigo, he should still be alive, move back to the city, and join us when he wakes up. Yubak said slowly to Hazard behind him. Yes, your majesty, Hazard said in a low voice, respectfully. The loss of the battle just now made Hazard more humble. Yubak was about to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he could see faint blue veins shining on Kurosaki Ichigo's neck. This is the static blood outfit. Yubak was shocked. As soon as the words fell, a huge flame instantly engulfed Yubak. When the flames dissipated, Kurosaki Ichigo stood up again, and Yubak's arm was already scarred by the flames. It seems that it was a mistake to send an orthodox Quincy to stop you, Yubak said slowly, not caring about his injury at all. Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo was confused by Yuha's words. HMPH, it seems that you don't know your own life experience yet. Kiluji's ability is a cage. You're in Jiluji's cage, and you want to break through the prison. The released Reiatsu brought back the spirit son of the orthodox Quincy, thus awakening your Quincy bloodline. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Yuha was talking about. What Quincy? What blood? Kurosaki Ichigo roared. It seems that you don't know your own life experience, and you don't even know about your mother. Yubak's face was full of sarcasm. Hearing about his mother, Kurosaki Ichigo was furious. That was the dark past that he least wanted to recall. Speak clearly, Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, swinging the knife again. Ding! The weapons of the two sides collided, and cracks appeared on Tensa Zangetsu's sword body again. At this moment, countless black shadows suddenly fell from Yubak's body. Your Majesty, the time is up, Hazard kindly reminded. It's time? Shouldn't there be a few more minutes? Yubak looked surprised. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when he met Aizen in the central prison under the first team. I didn't expect that in just a short moment, I was influenced by Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen, what a talent! Yubak no longer hesitated, turned and walked towards the entrance of the Invisible Empire. I tell you to stop. Kurosaki Ichigo was not reconciled to his opponent leaving like this, and swung his sword forward again. Hazard stood in the middle and drew his sword to fight. Ding! Tensa Zangetsu was actually broken in half by this blow. Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback. He would never have imagined that such an understatement from the opponent would cut off his own Tensa Zangetsu. Farewell, Kurosaki Ichigo. I will come to pick you up, recover from your injuries and wait. Born in darkness. My son, Yubak's voice slowly floated in the air, giving Kurosaki Ichigo another painful blow to his heart. Chapter 23. I can't even look down on anyone. What use does old man Yamamoto want from you? Please support, flowers and comments, grateful. Damn it, Aoki kid, put me down. I'm going to fight to the death with Yubak. Yamamoto Genryusai lay on Aoki's shoulder, yelling continuously, but Aoki locked him tightly, unable to move. Well, old man Yamamoto, you can't even break free from me, and you still want to beat up your friend? Aoki didn't stop his footsteps, but laughed and gave Yamamoto Genryusai the most painful blow. Hearing Aoki's words, Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly became quiet. He did lose almost half of his power after being captured by Yuhaba as Bankai. Now he is lying on Aoki's shoulders, and he still can't get rid of it. Go to Yubak again, isn't it to die? Your current Reiatsu can still cover Seireitei. Feel it again, the Quincy divisions have all retreated. We resisted the first wave of attack. When it was Aoki, Yamamoto Motoriazai calmed down instead. Although Bankai was taken away, Reiatsu, who is at the captain level, is still the #1 member of Soul Society. Of course, Aoki doesn't count. At this time, Yamamoto Genryusai unfolded the Reiatsu, covering the entire Seireitei. Sure enough, as Aoki said, the Quincy has disappeared at this time, and the only thing left is the devastated Seireitei. All the Shinigami teams are picking up the pieces in an orderly manner. Oh, let the old man down. Yamamoto Genryusai sighed softly. He knew that although the Quincy had temporarily withdrawn, this wave of battles had dealt a serious blow to the Godei 13th Division. Not to mention the heavy casualties, the entire ceiling in court has been turned into ruins, and his top combat power can no longer fight. Hearing Mr. Yamamoto's words, Aoki knew that the other party should no longer be excited to die, so he stopped. You can open it if you want. Aoki put down Mr. Yamamoto, and subconsciously shook the Zanpakuto in his hand. What? Holding the Zanpakuto that has been turned into a sealed state and put into the hilt, Aoki always feels that something is wrong. Advertisement, why do you feel that something is missing? Aoki kept stroking the handle of the knife, thoughtfully, but couldn't think of anything. Ahem, I remember when you came to save the old man, there was a Quincy girl tied to Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Genryusai saw Aoki's puzzled look, and kindly reminded him. Damn it, it's a bad dish. Aoki slapped his thigh remorsefully. When I just rescued Mr. Yamamoto, I faced my friends Habak and Hazard. The two enemies are the best pervert, so Aoki is nervous. In order to stabilize, Aoki completely liberated Zanpakuto's Shikai. After Shikai, Zanpakuto changed its shape again, converging into Xiangyu's 9-headed snake body. The iron chain tied to Bambietta is actually one of Xiangyu's heads. Since Xiangyu had all 9 heads when he was Shikai, the iron chain that tied Bambi must have disappeared. How could I have forgotten this and let Bambi run away? Old man Yamamoto, what use are you? Can't you see someone next to you? Aoki felt remorseful at this moment, and immediately pointed the gun at Yamamoto Genryusai. The old man looked at the little girl very honestly, and thought you had her under control. Yamamoto Rangiku didn't have the majestic appearance of the captain at all at this time, and was very embarrassed to be reprimanded by Aoki. Oh, forget it. There is still a chance next time. Aoki raised his head to look at the sky, and stopped his tears of regret. After Bambietta left her shackles, she should return to the Invisible Empire with the large army. In the next attack, Bambietta should make a comeback. With Aoki's strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to give the other party a bundled play again. Yeah, Mr. Yamamoto, you are still alive. The disappearance of Reiatsu just now broke my heart. At some point, Kyoraku Shunsui appeared in front of Aoki. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui had been shot blind in the right eye, and his face was covered with blood. However, his decadent temperament seemed to show that he didn't care about this matter. Hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Yamamoto Ranriku's expression changed. Just now he had an expression of aggrieved and apologizing to Aoki, but now his anger suddenly came up. Are you just looking forward to the death of this old man, Jingle? After saying this, Yamamoto Ranriku's momentum suddenly fell. Advertisement. It seems that it is because of Kyoraku Shunsui's injury at the moment, or it may be because he feels the desolation of Seireitei at the moment. If it wasn't for Aoki, this old man might really be dying. Yamamoto Ranriku's words gradually became heavy, and Jingle couldn't help but feel sad along with it. But hearing the word Aoki, Kyoraku Shunsui still looked at the young Shinigami in surprise. In the battle just now, Yamamoto Ranriku's Reiatsu had already swept the entire Seireitei. Kyoraku Shunsui naturally also felt the majestic Reiatsu of the captain. But such a powerful Reiatsu disappeared in just a short moment. This shows that Mr. Yamamoto has been defeated. Originally, Kyoraku Shunsui was worried that Mr. Yamamoto would die. But Kyoraku Shunsui felt relieved after seeing the original Yamamoto Ranriku. It's just that what he doesn't understand is that a Shinigami as powerful as Captain Yamamoto will be defeated. And Aoki, a vice-captain, was able to save Mr. Yamamoto. Master Yamamoto is so powerful, will he also lose? Vice-Captain Aoki, you were able to save the captain from the hands of the enemy leader. You are not easy. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui no longer doubted Aoki's attitude, only pure curiosity and surprise remained. After all, facing the attack of the Quincy division, Aoki has done a lot. Just relying on the fact that he saved the captain, it can completely remove the suspicion of unknown origin. Pull it down, don't yin and yang me, the leader of the Beijing band. I just lost something and I'm in a bad mood right now. I'll leave it to you, old man Yamamoto. I'll check on Miss Rangiku. Aoki naturally didn't look good to Kyoraku Shunsui in front of him. At this time, his mind was still in the haze of losing Bambi. Looking at the back of Aoki going away, Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head helplessly. What a young man with personality, I've known for a long time, Captain Yamamoto echoed. Chapter 24 Megaseconds Rangiku, I'm dying. Please ask for data, please ask for flowers and comments, thank you everyone. Miss Rangiku. Miss Rangiku, wait a minute. In the 4th team's team building, all the injured players gathered here to receive treatment. Aoki saw the figure of Matsumoto Rangiku at this time, and followed him. Aoki, you be asterisk 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 D, you still have the face to come to me. Matsumoto Rangiku yelled at Aoki with his face full of anger. Why don't you fight in Juban? Matsumoto Rangiku stared at Aoki with anger in his eyes. Matsumoto Rangiku was in a mess at this moment. On the one hand, she had just been attacked by the Quincy division, which seriously shook her confidence in this war. On the other hand, it's because of Aoki. Aoki's confession to her made her very upset. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku's heart is not made of iron, and Aoki will inevitably be shaken after pursuing her for so many years. But the lingering figure in his heart made it impossible for Matsumoto Rangiku to accept the person in front of him. Before the fight began, Matsumoto Rangiku decisively rejected Aoki. But in the ensuing battle, Aoki was nowhere to be seen. Aoki did not appear by her side until the Quincy retreated collectively. At this time in the past, Aoki must have stuck behind her like a dog's skin plaster. Even if he didn't participate in the battle, he would keep nagging, which annoyed her. This time the battle was more brutal than ever, but Aoki really didn't keep up. Although Matsumoto Rangiku verbally said that he did not want Aoki to appear again, but when Aoki really did, Matsumoto Rangiku felt that a piece of his heart was missing. This thought made Matsumoto Rangiku's carefree character even more irritated. After seeing Aoki, he scolded his head and face. As the vice-captain of the 10th Division, you were not in the 10th Division when the battle started. You were seriously dereliction of duty. You should fight Captain Toshiro to the end and be his second in command. Now the 10th Division has suffered heavy losses, and you cannot shirk the responsibility. Matsumoto Rangiku poured all his anger on Aoki. Of course she didn't want to reveal that she was angry because Aoki didn't appear by her side. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku himself didn't want to believe this kind of thinking. Instead, the Juban team was involved, and Aoki was scolded in the name of the captain. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu added 587 points. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 424 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 76,162. Close black lens bracket. Yes, I'm dereliction of duty. Aoki looked at Matsumoto Rangiku in front of him and scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, at that time, I really didn't catch up to support. As the vice captain of the 10th Division, it is indeed a dereliction of duty. Feeling the growing Reiatsu, Aoki felt that it seemed reasonable to be scolded by Ms. Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku saw Aoki's raised right hand, which seemed to be bloody from the explosion. That's the damage Aoki received when he resisted Bumbi's explosive spirit. Seeing this, Matsumoto Rangiku's scolding stopped instantly. You participated in the battle too? Are you injured? Matsumoto Rangiku's heart suddenly softened. Although Aoki is usually smelly and shameless, his relationship with Matsumoto Rangiku is also a very good friend. Seeing Aoki's injury, Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help feeling worried. It's a small injury, don't worry about it. Aoki wanted to say something more, but suddenly his face turned pale. Ahem. My heart hurts. Aoki covered his chest with his hands, as if he was enduring the great pain. Matsumoto Rangiku panicked when he saw this. Hanataro, come and take a look, what's wrong with Vice Captain Aoki? At this time Aoki was lying in Matsumoto Rangiku's arms. Miss Rangiku, I'm fine, go and see someone else. Aoki's words became weaker, as if he was about to die. I was besieged by Juhabuk and his men. Although I escaped by chance, I am afraid that I will die soon. I will have no regrets if I can see you again. After all, Aoki rolled his eyes and went straight to him. Aoki! Matsumoto Rangiku yelled, but Aoki had already fallen into a coma. Matsumoto Rangiku's tears welled up in an instant, and a similar scene appeared in front of her again. Don't. This can't happen again, Aoki, please wake up. Matsumoto Rangiku yelled in panic, tears streaming down Aoki's face. Need a kiss. The kind in a fairy tale, a princess's kiss. Aoki's voice was breathless, and he stretched out his right hand to gently caress Matsumoto Rangiku's face. Advertisement Matsumoto Rangiku. At this time, Hanataro quickly felt Aoki's side with the medical equipment, and after checking, Hanataro bandaged Aoki's arm. Miss Rangiku, I just checked. Deputy Aoki is fine, but his arm was injured. Quack doctor. Quack doctor. Hearing this, Aoki opened his glasses suddenly and scolded Hanataro angrily. My heart is also failing, why didn't you check it out? Aoki wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere became gloomy. Looking up, Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes already contained killing intent. Aoki, you be ************************************************ D, it's fun playing with me, isn't it? Go to hell with me. Matsumoto Rangiku's roar resounded through the main hall of the 4th Division. Hey, Miss Rangiku, I know I was wrong, put down the knife quickly. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 2,456 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's violent mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 7,574 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 86,192. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the roar of Madarei Makaku was heard not far away. Ah, impossible, I don't accept it. Why was Captain Zaraki defeated? Mr. Madarei Makaku, please calm down. The medical staff on the side quickly stopped him. As the 3rd seed of the 11th team, Madarei Makaku also contributed a lot in this battle. Of course, the injury was also very serious. If he was allowed to move rashly, it might cause heavy bleeding. Give him a tube of tranquilizer. Yunohana Retsu walked forward with a smile on his pocket. Hearing Captain Yunohana Retsu's voice, Madarei Makaku fell silent for a moment. He knew that the Yunohana Retsu captain in front of him was the first Kenpachi. Yunohana Retsu walked to Aoki's side. At this time Aoki was in a tense confrontation with Matsumoto Rangiku. Vice Captain Aoki, please come with me to the team building. Yunohana Retsu squinted her eyes and looked kindly. Chapter 25. Such an intoxicating movement, such a fast sword. Seek support, ask for data. Hearing Captain Yunohana Retsu's words, Matsumoto Rangiku, who was getting angry, also put down the Zanpakuto in his hand. After all, Yunohana Retsu is an ancient Shinigami from the same period as the Captain Yamamoto Uenryuzai, and also the first captain of the 11th team, first generation Kenpachi. Such an aura made Matsumoto Rangiku have to respect him. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief when he saw someone rescue him. Although I just molested Miss Rangiku myself, Reiatsu increased a lot. But I really ********** D off Matsumoto Rangiku, and I can't stand it. Captain Yunohana, what are we going to do in the first team? On the way to the first team, Aoki asked lazily with Zanpakuto on his shoulder. Although Yunohana Retsu is famous in the Soul Society, Aoki has no fear. After all, his Reiatsu is much stronger than Yunohana Retsu, and his cutting technique has also been promoted to the level of Grandmaster. If we really want to face each other, I'm afraid Captain Yunohana won't be able to last for a while. Vice Captain Aoki, please stretch out your injured right hand. Yunohana Retsu still had a smile on her face, and did not directly answer Aoki's question. Aoki didn't know why, so he had to stretch out his bandaged right hand. Yunohana Retsu put her hand gently on Aoki's right hand, and a warm feeling emanated from her palm. In just a moment, Aoki felt that his right hand was completely repaired. Wonderful. Captain Yunohana, this Kaido is much stronger than other members of the 4th team. Aoki took off the bandage and carefully observed his right hand. At this moment, the palm that was bloody due to the explosion has become smooth and fair, even better than his previous skin. Vice Captain Aoki, what do you think of Kenpachi? Hana still didn't answer Aoki's words, but brought up another topic. You mean Captain Zaraki? Aoki held the Zanpakuto in his fully restored palm, feeling the matte texture from the hilt. If you want me to say that he is a guy without a brain, that is, he has a better body and can fight and resist. It seems that you don't think highly of Captain Zaraki. Hearing Zaraki's words, Hana Retsu covered her mouth and laughed. But I'm not talking about Captain Zaraki, I'm talking about the name Kenpachi. Speaking of this, Hana Retsu's narrowed eyes have slowly opened, looking at Aoki, as if waiting for the other party's answer. Kenpachi. 8,000 swordsmanship, At least he has reached the point where no one can beat him in the swordsmanship, so he can be called this title. Aoki pondered for a moment, then spoke his thoughts. But then the mindless guy Zaraki Kenpachi appeared in his mind, and he shook his head helplessly. If I ask you, Captain Zaraki is nowhere near the title of Kenpachi. Advertisement, his talent is good, he can break 10 times with one's strength, but for a person like him, once he encounters someone stronger than him, he will easily burp. Hearing Aoki's answer, Hana Retsu smiled even more. It seems that Vice Captain Aoki has a deep understanding of kendo. I wonder how the Vice Captain Aoki's kendo is. Hearing Hana Retsu's words, Aoki is elated. My shunpo is the best in Soul Society, kendo. It's a little bit worse than shunpo. Aoki was bragging to himself, and didn't notice at all that there was a hint of excitement in Hana Retsu's eyes. Although my kendo can't be called a full score, but with my super shunpo, in terms of kendo, it can be said that I will soon dominate it. What a dominance! Hana Retsu suddenly stopped, and then slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto. Aoki was shocked by the opponent's performance. Captain Hana, what are you doing? Vice Captain Aoki, I really want to try your kendo right now. Hana Retsu licked her lips lightly, showing an excited expression. While talking, Hana Retsu made a move. A white light flashed, and there was only one Zanpakuto left in front of Aoki. So fast, Aoki was shocked in his heart, but he didn't panic at all, and a shunpo dodged past. Woman's heart, sea needle, Aoki stomped angrily not far away. He was very angry after being scolded by Matsumoto Rangiku just now. It was clearly rejected by Matsumoto Rangiku, but Ms. Rangiku got angry because she didn't support her. Then this Captain Hana Retsu just chatted a few words and was about to hit someone. Counting the previous life, Aoki, as an otaku who has been single for more than 100 years, really can't figure out the thoughts of these sisters. But before he could think too much, Hana Retsu's knife had arrived. Ding! Aoki had no choice but to pull out Zanpakuto. In order to reduce the power, he did not liberate Zanpakuto. After all, Hana Retsu is going to fight him in a swordsmanship duel, and if Zanpakuto is really liberated, it would be tantamount to playing a rogue. Captain Hana, you came here too suddenly. Aoki felt helpless and complained. Advertisement Hana Retsu ignored Aoki's complaints, and quickly backed away after missing a hit. Another sprint followed. If you do this, I will use my real skills. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Aoki simply exerted all his strength. Just like what Aoki just said, Shunpo, who is the best in the Soul Society, can quickly dominate with Grandmaster's chopping technique. Hana Retsu sprinted, and the point of the knife came to Aoki in an instant. Just then, Aoki disappeared. In Hana Retsu's gaze, Aoki turned into an afterimage. Don't look for it, it's on your head. As soon as the words fell, Aoki fell from the top of Hana Retsu's head, and with the gravity of his body, he directly stomped Hana Retsu under his feet. Boom! Aoki crushed Hana Retsu's body and smashed a big hole in the ground. By the time Hana Retsu reacted, Aoki's Zanpakuto had been aimed at Hana Retsu's temple. Captain Hana, don't try this kind of thing randomly, I don't have the habit of bragging. Unexpectedly, Hana Retsu didn't resist at all, but let Aoki pin her down. Such an intoxicating movement, such a fast sword, Deputy Captain Aoki. Under Aoki, Hana Retsu made a sound of admiration. Aoki. Why does the scene feel weird? Clap clap. Sparse applause sounded from all around. Only then did Aoki notice that he and Captain Hana had arrived not far from the first team. Kyoraku Shunsui, Mr. Yamamoto, and a group of captains have been watching the battle for a long time. Ah, wonderful slashing technique, Vice Captain Aoki. Kyoraku Shunsui had already put on the blindfold at this time, squinting one eye and said with a smile. It's just that his decadent temperament makes people feel that this praise is extremely perfunctory. Come in, we've been waiting for a long time. Yamamoto Genryuzai made of vicissitudes of life. Chapter 26 Sui Feng. Deputy Captain Aoki, let's talk, can you let go of your hand first? Seeking data, asking for support, asking for flowers. Aoki heard that and immediately stood up from Hana Retsu. Hana Retsu stood up right behind him, dusting off his body, showing no sign of anger. Instead, he looked at Aoki with a strange look. Aoki was stared at by Hana Retsu and his body was a little hairy. This feeling, why is it a bit like being taken by Zaraki Kenpachi? Aoki murmured silently in his heart, and then followed the captain to the team building. At this time, the captains of the Godei 13th Division, except Zaraki Kenpachi who was seriously injured and Byakuya Kuchiki who was seriously injured, were all able to act in the first team. Although Byakuya Kuchiki was rescued by Aoki in time, he still received a lot of injuries and has been sent to the 4th squad for emergency treatment. And, after Aoki left, Abarai Renji and Rukia Kuchiki encountered another Quincy again. The battle between the two sides caused the two of them to be seriously injured. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Sui Feng, Hiriko, Hitsugaya Dashiro and others had been waiting for a long time in the team building of the first team. Yo, Captain Hitsugaya, Aoki greeted his own captain first. Captain Kashiwamura is here too, how is your injury? Seeing Kashiwamura, Aoki immediately felt cordial. After all, he just fought side by side with Captain Bacon during the day. Moreover, Komamura Sajin did not hesitate to use the Bankai, which would be captured by the enemy, in order to save his own life. This kind of courage has increased Aoki's favorability for Kashiwamura many times. But when Kashiwamura saw Aoki, he rolled his eyes and turned his head away as if he saw something in the way. Humph. Seeing Kashiwamura Sajin's appearance, Aoki smiled awkwardly. After all, Bankai was taken away, not a trivial matter. And Aoki was playing with Bambi at the time, and his life was not in danger at all. So Kashiwamura Zujun's Bankai was actually given for nothing. Thinking about it this way, Bacon's stingy reaction is naturally very easy to understand. Captain Kashiwamura, don't be so stingy, isn't your Bankai still in our Technology Development Bureau? Alas, Aoki stepped forward to rub Kashiwamura's hair and said with a smile. Vice Captain Aoki, next time we fight side by side, I hope you stay away from me. Kashiwamura is much taller than Aoki, and although he is condescending at this time, there is some grievance revealed in his words. Seeing this scene, Yunohana Retsu couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing out loud. Advertisement boom boom boom. Yamamoto Genryu's Zanpakuto has turned into a crutch at this time, tapping the ground lightly, quieting everyone's discussion. This time everyone is called here, first of all, to report on the battle situation. Today's battle with the Quincy division can be said to have ended in a disastrous defeat. As soon as Yamamoto Genryu's finished speaking, the whole team building fell silent. In fact, there is no need for the General Captain Yamamoto Genryu's to sum it up. Everyone knows what a terrible price Seireitei paid for this war. The entire Seireitei was in a mess, with numerous casualties, and Captain Zaraki Kenpachi and Captain Byakuya Kuchiki also ended up with serious injuries. It is not even certain whether the captain's strength will be restored in the future. Moreover, today's meeting was able to be held, and the 4th Division had the opportunity to receive and treat the wounded, not because the Godai 13th Division repelled the enemy. It was because of the voluntary withdrawal of the Quincy Division. In just half a day this time, it was able to cause a huge amount of damage to Sealing Court. When the Quincy comes next time, will the 13th Division of the Godai really be able to withstand it? None of the captains had this confidence. Sui Feng clenched his fist tightly and let out an unwilling roar. Damn! Why is this happening? Sui Feng's eyes were filled with tears. For today's battle, she felt that she had failed very much. But deep helplessness arose from the bottom of my heart. How can such an enemy be defeated? Sui Feng raised his fist high, as if to vent his dissatisfaction. At this moment, a palm wrapped her fist, and the warmth from the palm made Sui Feng feel a little relieved. Captain Sui Feng, you can't lose confidence in yourself just because your opponent is too perverted. Hearing this voice, Sui Feng turned her head to look, and a handsome face appeared in front of her. Aoki Vice Captain? We Godai 13th Division, we can't cry because the opponent is too strong. We are a team that exists to protect the Soul Society. Captain Sui Feng, cheer up, you are the captain of the second team. Hearing Aoki's encouraging words, Sui Feng suddenly felt the depression in his heart eased. Vice Captain Aoki, what you said makes a lot of sense. Advertisement, I'll pull myself together, can you, let go of your hands first? Sui Feng's clenched right hand was held by Aoki, which made her feel a little awkward. Captain Sui Feng, who has been doing secret work in the second division, has grown up so much that he has never held a boy's hand. Aoki was slightly embarrassed at this time, coughed twice, and let go of his hand by the way. Vice Captain Aoki is right. Yamamoto Motoyanagi gave Aoki a deep look, and then helped Aoki relieve the embarrassment. Our Godai 13th Division exists to protect the Soul Society. One failure won't break us, even if you are covered in bruises, you still have to live beautifully, Aoki answered loudly. Yamamoto Ranriku's forehead was throbbing with veins, ignoring Aoki's embarrassing statement, but continued. Even if we are severely injured by the enemy, we cannot lose our faith. We have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the court, wait until the enemy strikes next time, and give them a painful blow. Everyone's confidence was slightly awakened by the captain. After all, Yamamoto Genryu's is the spiritual pillar of Seireitei. As long as he still exists, the cohesion of Seireitei will not be broken. There is one more thing. Yamamoto Motoryu's looked at the crowd and spoke slowly. The old Bankai has been captured by the enemy, and the old one is no longer fit to be the captain. At this remark, the captains were shocked. Except for Kyoraku Shunsui, who vaguely guessed something and didn't say anything, the other captains made comments one after another. Captain, you are so powerful that Bankai will be taken away, Kashiwamura said incredulously. Even if you are taken away from Bankai, you are still stronger than us, so you must not resign, Sui Feng said hastily. Besides you, who else is qualified to be the captain of this Lingling court? Hitsugaya Toshiro shook his head lightly, obviously not very supportive of Mr. Yamamoto's approach. I already have a new candidate. Yamamoto Ranriku knocked on the floor, signaling the team captains to pause. Aoki, come here, I'll give you the captain's clothes. Aoki was studying the murals on the wall at this time, and when he heard this sentence, he was shocked. Chapter 27 Captain. I can't think of this plan without brain congestion for 20 years, asking for flowers and comments, thank you for your support. Vice Captain Aoki, come here, I've already made your clothes. Yamamoto Rangiku greeted Aoki with a smile. Aoki's tiger body shook, his face full of disbelief. Not only Aoki, but all the captains present expressed that they could not accept this. Aoki's vice captain, it's a little unreasonable to become the general captain directly, old man. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head helplessly, feeling like he was fooling around. Whether Aoki's strength can serve as the captain is still a matter of opinion. How can he be the captain? Sui Feng didn't know the situation when Aoki saved Mr. Yamamoto. At this time, the impression of Aoki was still that of killing Dorisk. At that time. Although I appreciate Aoki's vice captain, he doesn't have much prestige in the Soul Society. To become the chief captain, he must at least convince the crowd. Komamura Sajin looked at Aoki and said in a deep voice. Hearing everyone's speech, Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that no one wanted him to be the captain. Aoki doesn't want to be himself either. What's so good about being captain? Is it high salary? Or more girls? Take neither. And now that the Millennium Bloody Battle is raging, the position of captain is a hot potato. Who is unlucky, Aoki is just mischievous, not stupid. The captains at the scene made comments one after another, only Yunohana Retsu looked at Aoki quietly, smiling without saying a word. I won't do it. Anyone who likes to do it, I think the leader of the Beijing band is quite suitable. Aoki kept shaking his hands crossed, making a gesture of rejection, trying to find some sense of presence among the captains. Hearing Aoki's words, Yamamoto Ranriku's eyes lit up, and he looked at Kiraku Shunsui. Okay, then it's such a happy decision. From today, Kiraku Shunsui will serve as the captain of the Godei 13th Division. Although the old man has resigned, he is still a member of the Godei 13th Division and will fight with you. Yamamoto Ranriku squinted his eyes and announced the result. Hearing Yamamoto Ranriku's words, all the captains fell silent instead. Compared with the fact that Aoki is the chief captain, it seems very reasonable for the leader of the Beijing band to be the chief captain. Compared with Aoki, the bandleader of Beijing couldn't be more suitable. Since Master Yamamoto said so, I support it, Komamura Sajin responded after pondering for a moment. Advertisement, very good. Yamamoto Ranriku glanced over the captains. Faced with the coercion of Mr. Yamamoto, and the leader of the Beijing band is indeed qualified, all the captains agreed. What a headache. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head, as if the damage caused to his eyes by Quincy hadn't completely healed. It seems that we need to give Mr. Yamamoto a rest. Kiraku Shunsui looked helplessly at Yamamoto Ranriku and accepted this. At this moment, Aoki suddenly reflected, it seems that I was used as a gun? The target of old man Yamamoto is not himself at all. Let yourself, a young Shinigami who is less than 100 years old, be the captain. Even if you have brain congestion for 20 years, you can't think of such a plan. Old man Yamamoto must have felt that since he was still alive, handing over the authority of the captain would be opposed by the vast majority of people. That's when I figured it out. Let's pretend to be the captain and hand it over to myself, and after everyone's objections, change to another candidate. Comparing the two in this way, he, Aoki, instantly becomes a negative teaching material. The acceptance of Kiraku Shunsui as the captain has been greatly improved in an instant. Wonderful. Aoki looked at Yamamoto Ranriku, but he couldn't see anything in his kind eyes. Aoki couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Since everyone has a lot of opinions on Aoki being the captain, how about making him the acting captain of the 11th team? Old man, you are insidious, Aoki reflected instantly. As soon as Yamamoto Ranriku finished speaking, Aoki immediately refuted. Captain of the 11th team? What are you kidding? Among other things, what kind of stuff is the 11th team? Fight and fight, do all kinds of evil, that's all. Aoki doesn't want to enter the monk's temple in his golden age. You know, apart from the vice-captain Yachinryu, the 11th team doesn't even have a single female member. Who can stand this? Resolutely disagree, resolutely. Advertisement Aoki can't wait to jump up and talk. But the other captains were thoughtful at this time. It seems that it is very suitable for Aoki to be the captain of the 11th team. Toshiro spoke first. I have witnessed Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi captains sparring. To be honest, even I feel that I am under the Reiatsu of the two. Some can't bear it. Toshiro told everyone about the battle between Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi. Although there was no real fight at the time, the aura of the two had already emerged, and Toshiro could easily tell that Aoki was a Shinigami with a captain-level Reiatsu. I support it. I have seen the strength of Aoki's vice-captain. Just a slap can subdue Quincy. When Aoki heard Kashimura Sajin's supplement, his face was blackened. This is when he pats Bambietta as a ***. It doesn't seem like a good word. Slap? Is it white hits? The way of slapping is so novel? Sui Feng became interested when he heard it, and immediately ran to Aoki's side, and said excitedly, can you teach me? This. Our relationship may not allow it. Aoki looked at the petite Sui Feng with an expectant face, and said awkwardly. I don't know about white hits, but I just learned Mr. Aoki's swordsmanship. Yunohana Retsu covered her lips and smiled softly. What Aoki didn't know was that Sister Hua's narrowed eyes were staring at him excitedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will definitely not be the captain of the 11th team. I'm going to stick to the 10th squad, is it Captain Hitsugaya? Hearing that Aoki was asking for help, Toshiro couldn't help but sighed and kindly reminded. Aoki, just now Master Yamamoto has issued an order. Transfer orders are not allowed. You can't go against the will of the workers. Aoki simply sat down on the floor, playing helplessly. Seeing this scene, Toshiro couldn't bear it anymore and told the truth. Aoki, just now Master Yamamoto has ordered Rangaku to be transferred to the 11th team. Aoki jumped up with a thud. Where's the 11th team? I want to go home. Chapter 28 Recently, Miss Rangiku and I have a very stable relationship. Open black lens bracket. Please support, please flowers, please comment, close black lens bracket. Hearing the news that Miss Rangiku has been transferred to the 11th team, Aoki immediately said that he accepted this difficult task. Although it can be clearly seen that it was intentional by Mr. Yamamoto. But Aoki's Reiatsu growth has a very close relationship with Miss Rangiku's emotions. So Aoki has to go. Master Yamamoto, how can you let Rangaku go to the 11th team? Captain Hitsugaya objected immediately. It's fine, Captain Hitsugaya. Aoki stepped forward and patted Toshiro on the shoulder lightly. Recently, Miss Rangiku and I have a very stable relationship. We are inseparable from each other, so you should be more tolerant. Aoki's moaning appearance made Hitsugaya want to hit someone. I didn't realize that Captain Aoki is so attractive. Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes slightly, covered her mouth and smiled. Captain Yunohana, do you think it's possible that Captain Aoki is thinking too much? Kiraku Shunsui stroked his stubble, looked at Aoki's complacent look and said thoughtfully. As a drinking buddy of Matsumoto Rangiku, Kiraku Shunsui has a lot of say in this matter. There's one more thing. Yamamoto Uenryu's eyes originally squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his expression became serious. This time Seireitei suffered a lot of losses. I'm afraid it will be over again. Team Zero is coming. What? Hearing Mr. Yamamoto's words, all the captains were shocked. Team Zero, those 5 people are all legendary figures. On the top of the Lingling Court, in the Lingwang Palace, it is responsible for guarding the Lingwang. But with the exception of Jingle and Yunohana, who are more experienced captains, the other captains know very little about the concept of Team Zero. Sui Feng even just heard that such a team exists. The young captains showed puzzled expressions, but Kiraku Shunsui was very serious. At this time, he has taken over the post of the head of the Godei 13th Division. It can be said that he needs to take full responsibility for Seireitei. In this battle, Seireitei suffered heavy losses, which can be said to be a major dereliction of duty by Godei 13th Division. Team Zero will only appear when the Soul Society is almost destroyed. It can be said that once Team Zero appears, it means that things have developed to a very serious level. Kiraku Shunsui now seriously suspects that Mr. Yamamoto did not want to take the blame, so he passed on the position of captain to him. Advertisement. If Team Zero comes, we have nothing to say. Kiraku Shunsui folded his sleeves with both hands, with a helpless expression on his face. Even if Team Zero got angry with us, we had no choice but to admit it and then cooperate with their instructions. After all, no one wants the Soul Society to disappear like this. Kiraku Shunsui's words made the atmosphere of the scene dignified. It's not a bad thing for Team Zero to come. At this moment, Aoki began to express himself. All the captains looked at Aoki one after another. This young Shinigami, who has only existed for 100 years, actually knows about Team Zero. And what else does it seem to think? Don't look at me like that, I saw it from the library too. Aoki smiled awkwardly when he saw everyone's eyes. Now that the Soul Society has been destroyed like this, Team Zero will definitely come to the rescue. We've all been hammered so badly, they won't hurt our morale anymore. Screw us all away, who will work for them? Aoki's words resounded in the main hall of the first team. The captains listened thoughtfully, and had to say that Aoki's words made sense. Even if Seireitei was indeed defeated in this war, Team Zero will not hold them accountable at this time. After all, the matter is not over yet. At this time, it is the right choice to unite and fight the enemy together. After everything has been announced, it's time for the old man to rest. Next, the Godei 13th Division will be handed over to the captain of Kiraku. Yamamoto Uenryusai saw that there were almost no objections from the crowd, and announced the end of the meeting. Aoki was the first to rush out of the team building. Captain Yunohana, please stay here for a while. After all the captains stepped out, Kiraku Shunsui's lazy voice sounded behind Yunohana Retsu. Hearing Jingle's voice, Yunohana Retsu's forward steps stopped, and his back seemed to tremble slightly. We're in big trouble this time, Captain Yunohana Yachiryu. Kiraku Shunsui stared at Yunohana Retsu's back and said word by word. Yunohana Retsu's figure trembled for a while, and then quickly calmed down. When she turned to face Kiraku again, she had already returned to her usual kind and sensible appearance. Advertisement, I see, Captain Jingle, 11 team. Aoki has already come to the 11th team early, and the person in charge of receiving him is the 5th seed of the 11th team, the Yasugawa Yumichika. Captain Aoki, this is the captain's office. Yumi greeted Aoki very politely to Zaraki Kenpachi's room. Aoki looked at the messy debris on the floor and suddenly had a headache. Captain Zaraki was really bold and unrestrained before he was alive, before his forehead was injured. Aoki shook his head helplessly. Hearing Aoki's words, Yumi covered her mouth and laughed. After Captain Aoki arrives, please help clean up. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. After Yuki said a few words to Aoki, he was about to leave. Wait a minute. Aoki found a place to sit down and called Yuki to stop. Since I entered the 11th team, no one has greeted me except you. It seems that I am very unpopular with the 11th team. Aoki crossed his hands behind his head and lay down sitting on the chair, looking at Gongshin in front of him. Captain Aoki, you are joking, you are the captain of our 11th team. Gongshin's expression changed a little, but it quickly returned to its original state. Hearing this, Aoki smiled helplessly. Yumi seemed to not understand what Aoki meant, and stood there, not knowing what to say. Because my Zanpakuto is from the Kido department, the 11th team is a group of lunatics who enjoy fighting, and the Zanpakuto from the physics department is my favorite, hacking and hacking. You can come to welcome me, probably because you think that we both are Kido Zanpakuto, and share the same disease. Aoki glanced at Yukino with ill intentions, which shocked Yukio's heart. Captain Aoki, how do you know? It seems that it is necessary to show the strength of you crazy people who like to fight. Aoki stood up. Call all the team members together, I want to train you in kendo. Chapter 29 Your career is too short. Seat data. Thank you guys for your support and encouragement, close black lens bracket. Soon, under Gongshin's summoning, all members of Team 11 gathered at the practice field. A bald man took the lead, and at this time he was staring at Aoki with a bad face, which made Aoki feel terrified. Why do these guys feel a bit like hooligans? Aoki was puzzled. Living in Seireitei for so long, Aoki feels that most of the images of Shinigami are okay. But in the 11th team, there are all kinds of strange people. But they have a common temperament, that is evil hockey quality. Compared with these people, a Yasugawa Yumichiga's femininity looks a bit out of place. Everyone, I'm Aoki, your acting captain. First, let me introduce myself. Aoki saw that all the staff had arrived, and began to speak. Madarei Mikaku looked at the so-called acting captain in front of him with a displeased expression. He couldn't figure out why an acting captain was parachuted down when Captain Zaraki was seriously injured. And it is said that this acting captain was only the 6th seed of the Juban team before. It is said that the captain's Zanpakuto is the voice? Madarei Mikaku expressed disdain. The person he respects the most in his life is Zaraki Kenpachi, who can have the strength of the captain without knowing Shikai. All attacks rely on a knife in his hand, crushing the opponent with absolute power. Madarei Mikaku is also adhering to this philosophy and developing his own martial arts. Kido is Zanpakuto? What the hell? Isn't it all a conspiracy? This kind of thing, how can it be worthy of blood? Since Aoki's record was not announced to the whole team, Madarei Mikaku didn't know that Aoki saved Captain Yamamoto Uenriasai from Uhabak. At this time, Madarei Mikaku didn't realize at all that Captain Aoki in front of him had reached a level where Yamamoto Genryusai was ashamed. In short, I was sent to the 11th team just like that. To be honest, you don't welcome me, and I don't want to come either. It's the old man Yamamoto's heart that's to blame. At this point, Aoki covered his chest with his hands, heartbroken. Seeing Aoki's performance, the 11th team members looked at each other in blank dismay. This Aoki captain, dare to call Yamamoto-sama like that? Don't you think your life is too long? Advertisement? Do you think my combat skills are fancy? Hearing what Captain Aoki said, some members of Team 11 nodded slowly. HMPH. That's because you guys don't understand the strength of the master at all. And, in my opinion, your fighting skills and ideas are also unsightly, Aoki yelled loudly at the 11th team members. Hearing Aoki's words, everyone in the 11th team exploded. Aoki's words seemed to be extremely insulting. No, it's just a direct insult. Why do you say that? Madarei Mikaku yelled loudly, completely ignoring Aoki's status as the vice captain of the 11th team. I ask you, who and what is the meaning of fighting? Aoki responded loudly without any falsehood. It's fighting. What if you encounter a powerful enemy? F*K him. What if you can't do it? F*K to death. Aoki. Looking at the group of hot-blooded Shinigami in front of him, Aoki felt deeply powerless. These guys have been completely brainwashed by passion, okay? After a long silence, Aoki spoke again. I appreciate your courage, especially you, Madarei Mikaku. Hearing Aoki's words of appreciation, Madarei Mikaku turned his head away, snorted coldly, and did not respond. Aoki didn't care, but said slowly, but, how many times can you use your Bankai? At this point, it was like a stone thrown into the lake, causing ripples. The members of the 11th team whispered among themselves. What? Mr. Madaramu will Bankai? I really didn't expect that among the members of our 11th team, there are still masters who know Bankai. Oh my god, Mr. Madara's strength is enough to be the captain. It must be because of Captain Zaraki that he stayed. When Madarei Mikaku heard Aoki's words, he was shocked at first, and then everyone whispered, which made him feel very ashamed. Advertisement he hid his strength because he wanted to stay in the 11th team and didn't want to be promoted. After all, it was because of his admiration for Zaraki Kenpachi that Madarei Mikaku stayed in the 11th team with all his heart. And such thoughts, in Madarei Mikaku's view, belong to personal privacy, and now being exposed by Aoki makes him feel very embarrassed. But Madarei Mikaku thought about Aoki's words carefully, and felt that there was another meaning in the other's words. How many more times can it be used? This is. Madarei Mikaku thought of this, his pupils dilated. When Arrancar fought before, his Bankai had already been broken once. Although the Technology Development Bureau tried its best to help him restore his appearance, his power was no longer as good as before. Today's Bankai, if he goes through a few more such high-intensity battles, I'm afraid he won't be able to use it anymore. Madarame Makaku, do you understand? Fight with brute force and blood like you, without thinking about the consequences. The end result is that careers are very short. Also, you are looking at our 11th team, except for a few of you senior officers. How old are the other team members? Our 11th squad is the squad with the highest turnover rate among the entire Godate 13th squad, and it is also the squad with the highest death rate. A lot of times the death is because of you don't care about your own life at all. And these are often avoidable. Aoki told about all the problems of the 11th team, with a heartbroken face. How to avoid it? Madarame Makaku was taken aback by what was said, but at this time he was completely brought into the rhythm of Aoki. He also felt that his career seemed a bit too short. Especially after feeling that Ryamon Hazukimaru is not as powerful as before, Madarame Makaku even thinks about retiring. Body skills, cutting skills, these can all be improved. I see that you have no fighting skills at all in your usual training with shouting. Aoki shook his head lightly. Hearing Aoki's words, everyone in the 11th team frowned, as if they were thinking about the reason. Seeing this scene, Aoki smiled slightly. These simple-minded guys are quite easy to fool. Aoki just wants these guys to respect him a bit, but there is truth to those words. The 11th team is the team with the highest death rate, and the most important reason is the philosophy of the 11th team. If you don't want to die in the battle, can there not be many people who die? However, the members of the 11th team do not pay attention to the training of combat skills, and often rely on their bodies and Reiatsu to fight hard against their opponents. This kind of atmosphere is completely brought up by the pervert guy Zaraki Kenpachi. Chapter 30 Murder your husband. Open black lens bracket, seek support, ask for flowers, ask for data, close black lens bracket. Next, I'm going to teach you some shunpo techniques. Aoki narrowed his eyes and smiled. If it was something else, Aoki was too embarrassed to show it. But shunpo, his best stunt. It is no exaggeration to say that shunpo is number 2. In the entire Soul Society, and even in the entire 3 realms, no one dares to call it number 1. Running away and killing enemies is simply not very easy to use. TCH, shunpo has something to learn. Madarame Makaku pouted with disdain. Oh, what if the enemy is faster than you and you can't hit him? Aoki put away his smile and asked seriously. Then just stand and wait for him to attack. Madarame Makaku had an excited expression on his face. Obviously just thinking about the scene of the battle a little bit could make him extremely excited. Then let's compete, Aoki said, took out a broom from a corner of the driving range, and chopped it off with Zanpakuto, leaving only a stiff wooden stick. I block Reiatsu 90% and don't use Zanpakuto while allowing you to do Bankai. Do you think you will be defeated by me? Aoki said word by word, with a very serious expression. That must not be possible. Madarame Makaku's fighting spirit was instantly ignited by Aoki, and he grinned and shouted excitedly. Okay, let's start now. With that said, Aoki flicked the stick lightly, as if adjusting to the weight of the weapon. Ahahaha. Bankai. Ryamon Hazukimaru. Madarame Makaku laughed excitedly, and immediately used the strongest killing move. At this time, Madarame Makaku is very confident. According to the information he learned, the Aoki captain in front of him, the ability of pervert actually comes from Zanpakuto. Can use the sound shock to kill the enemy, but without Zanpakuto, Captain Aoki is just a normal Shinigami. Madarame Makaku doesn't think that a Shinigami like himself, who fights with swords and guns all day long, will lose to Aoki in hand-to-hand combat. What's more, I used the strongest Bankai, and Captain Aoki only has a stick in his hand. Madarame Makaku's Bankai just appeared, and suddenly, Aoki's figure disappeared. Afterwards, Madarame Makaku felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his eyes went dark, and he fell unconscious. As Madarame Makaku fell to the ground, everyone in the 11th team saw Aoki's movements. It turned out that after Madarame Makaku Bankai, Aoki instantly moved behind Madara's target, and then used the wooden stick in his hand to slam Madarame Makaku's main artery. With this blow, Madara instantly lost his ability to move. Advertisement. Moreover, the Shinigami did not feel any violent fluctuations in the Reiatsu of Captain Aoki in front of them. In other words, this Aoki captain really used shunpo to subdue Madarame Makaku. After a moment of silence, there was an explosive exclamation from the training ground. Captain Aoki is awesome. I don't like that kid from Madara for a long time. Captain Aoki played well. At this time, everyone in the 11th team showed sincere respect to Aoki. The main reason is that Aoki didn't use any special abilities, but used an overwhelming advantage in hand-to-hand combat to subdue Madarame Makaku, the 3rd member of the 11th team. The victory of this kind of battle is the most convincing to the members of the 11th team. What's more, Aoki suppressed 90% of his own Reiatsu, which is enough to show his strength. If there are no other questions, I will teach you some shunpo techniques next. Seeing that his operation had achieved his goal, Aoki began serious preparations for training. Captain Aoki, I heard that Miss Rangiku has also joined our 11th team, is it true? At this time, someone in the 11th team suddenly asked such a question. This remark made the 11th team commotion again. Really? Is it really Miss Rangiku? That's my goddess. Great, I just took a shower today, it smells delicious, it will definitely attract Miss Rangiku's attention. HMPH, you guys, Ms. Rangiku must like me with chest hair. A burly man tore off his collar, showing off his chest hair to everyone. Aoki watched the scene in front of him, speechless for a long time. Let me tell you, Everyone, it's true that Ms. Rangiku will come to our 11th team to temporarily serve as the vice captain. However, let me remind you one thing. Miss Rangiku, she is my girlfriend. Our relationship is very stable now. If anyone has any ideas, you can chat with me. Aoki swept the audience with a slightly chilly gaze, and the scene became silent in an instant. The members of the 11th team seemed afraid to speak loudly. It seems that my prestige is still okay. Aoki still maintained the posture just now, feeling complacent in his heart. Advertisement ding. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 247 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 653 points. Close black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value. 87,092, okay. Aoki was a little puzzled. How come Reiatsu increased at this time? Just then, Aoki felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. At this time, his sixth sense, when he is about to encounter danger, will have this kind of sign. Aoki turned his head abruptly, and saw Matsumoto Rangiku with his arms folded, with two large murder weapons on his arms, and a smile on his face. Captain Aoki, when did I become your girlfriend? Do you want to talk to Hineka about this? Bassett, Hineka? Boom. Murder your own husband, ah. On the training ground of the 11th team, there was a lot of shouting and shouting. Technology Development Bureau. What? You said that Tensa Zangetsu is impossible to repair? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Tensa Zangetsu, which was broken in two and placed in the laboratory by Kuretsuchi Miuri, with a look of disbelief. That's right, even if the Zanpakuto of Shinigami is damaged, it can be gradually restored through daily warming. But once Bankai is reached, the post-Bankai Zanpakuto is impossible to repair. Kuretsuchi Miuri stared at Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto with a calm face, as if explaining an insignificant matter. But Captain Nirvana, isn't your Bankai repaired after it was damaged? Kurosaki Ichigo still seemed unwilling to believe it. That's not a fix, that's a renovation. Kisha Jizo itself is the Zanpakuto I built by means of transformation, so it can naturally be rebuilt by means of transformation. But your Tensa Zangetsu, there is definitely no way to repair it. Kuretsuchi Miuri's words were like a bolt from the blue, making Kurosaki Ichigo stunned in place, without making a sound for a long time. Two Father Chapter 31. Team Zero arrives. This monk is extraordinary. I beg you guys to give me more flowers and comments, thank you, brother. Kurosaki Ichigo stared at Tensa Zangetsu, which was now broken in two, and remained silent for a long time. Tensa Zangetsu is not only his Zanpakuto, but also his partner. During his growing up, he had many, friendly, exchanges with Uncle Zagetsu, Shubai. He never thought that his Zanpakuto would be broken like this. Does this mean that his Shinigami career is over? Jingle bell, at this moment, Kuretsuchi Miuri on the side suddenly picked up the phone. Hello. Okay, hang up, okay, bye. Kurosaki Ichigo on the side looked puzzled. You can change more than a dozen expressions when you answer a phone call. Captain Ni is really not an ordinary person. Kuretsuchi Miuri didn't care about the sighing emotion at all, but had a serious face. You come with me too, Kurosaki Ichigo. Let's go see each other. Those of Team Zero, come out. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Captain Kuretsuchi Miuri in front of him. He had never seen such a serious expression on Kuretsuchi Miuri, as if something terrible was about to happen. At this time, somewhere outside the siren court, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed to follow Kuretsuchi Miuri, only to find that all the captains who could act had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Ichigo coming, all the captains greeted Ichigo cordially. After all, Ichigo can also be regarded as a popular man in Seireitei, and almost all the captains have intersections with Kurosaki Ichigo. I really don't understand why the Soul Society is like this, and the Zero team doesn't come out. Where are they usually? Although Kurosaki Ichigo is powerful, he has not been a Shinigami for a long time, so he doesn't know the history of Soul Society at all. Soul King Palace. Hiriko Shinji replied silently. Soul King Palace. Another word that Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't understand. Why isn't Captain Aoki here? Kiraku Shunsui hunched over and made a lazy voice. Coming, Aoki appeared in front of everyone with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Seeing Aoki's appearance, even Kiraku Shunsui, who became the captain, couldn't help expressing emotion. Captain Aoki, have you been beaten up by the members of the 11th team? It seems that letting you go to the 11th team is really a major decision-making mistake. Advertisement. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's teasing words, Aoki couldn't help but roll his eyes. His bruised and swollen face was hammered by Rangaku. Moreover, Aoki had a drink with Kiraku Shunsui, Shuhei, and Rangaku last night, and this guy has seen his face a long time ago. By saying this now, it was clearly teasing him in front of the captains. The leader of the Beijing band, if you don't want it, you can donate it to others. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the sky. An Optimus Prime fell from the sky, smashing the ground into a thick cloud of smoke. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. This is Tianju Lu, the vehicle of Team Zero. Aoki kindly explained from the side. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Aoki thoughtfully, as if wondering how a young Shinigami knew so much about Team Zero. But Kurosaki Ichigo on the side still doesn't seem to fully understand. Just kidding, such a big pillar can be used as a means of transportation? All members of Team Zero are in the sky. All members, how many people can this big pillar hold? Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. In his cognition, the Godai 13 divisions, just one of them, has thousands of people. The big pillar of Team Zero can hold so many people? Squad Zero has only 5 people in total, all of them are captains, and there are no players. After saying that, Kyoraku Shunsui tilted his head and glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo. Serious expression. The sum of their strength surpasses the whole team of Godai 13th division. As soon as the words fell, the door opened by Tianju, and the steps descended from it, and another puff of smoke rose. When the dust cleared, Aoki saw several figures of different shapes and sizes appearing in front of the captains. Yo-ho! Come on bro! Squad Zero is here, little fellows of Godai 13th division, how are you, have you eaten on time? The captains of Godai's 13th division saw the scene in front of them, their foreheads were sweating, and they all expressed speechlessness. Aoki stood aside and couldn't help rolling his eyes. The guys from Team Zero are really living treasures. Why do I feel that there are some guys who are different from what I imagined? Hiriko Shinji looked at the captains of Team Zero who appeared with a slightly embarrassed expression, and silently complained. Advertisement snapped. Before Hiriko could finish complaining, a huge slap slapped Hiriko's face, sending him flying. When Hiriko landed on the ground, he turned his head and saw a fat ant with purple hair looking at him kindly. Hiriko, long time no see, you've lost weight, where's the Japanese agent, why didn't you come with you? Hiriko looked at the fat ant in front of him, completely wondering why she was so close to him. Wait, in the day belt? I'm Hikafuna Kiryu, the purple-haired fat ant narrowed her eyes and introduced herself kindly. Oh, you are. In Hiriko's mind, a big sister with purple hair appeared. It doesn't match up with the ant in front of me at all, okay. Yo, Uno Flower. On the other side, a man hooked his machete hair around Unohana Retsu's head. It seems that a lot of people died in the Soul Society this time. Unohana Retsu lowered her head respectfully, squinted her eyes and said nothing. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag suddenly appeared, and a Shinigami who looked like a monk embraced the guy in front of him who was reminiscing with Unohana. Everyone, now is not the time to talk about the past. Huh? Ichibei Hayasobi had just interrupted everyone's reminiscence, but focused his attention on a young Shinigami in the 13th squad of Godai. At this time, Aoki was knocking on the back with his own Zanpakuto, completely separated from the captains. I was beaten up by Miss Rangiku yesterday, as if my waist was twisted. Just when Aoki was distracted, he suddenly noticed that a fat monk suddenly appeared beside him, squatting down, observing his Zanpakuto carefully. Monk, what do you want? Aoki frowned slightly. He knew that the monk in front of him, Ichibei Hayasobi, was the namer of everything in the original Soul Society, the leader of Team Zero, and his strength should not be underestimated. Ichibei Hayasobi didn't respond to Aoki. Instead, he gently stretched out his fingers, stroked Aoki's Zanpakuto, and said softly, Shangyu. As soon as the words fell, the air instantly filled with water mist, and behind Aoki a monster with the body of a 9-headed snake loomed. This guy actually took my Zanpakuto Shikai. Aoki was shocked. Chapter 32. Where is the stinky monk? Do I know you very well? Seek support, ask for data. Aoki's Zanpakuto, unexpectedly being gently stroked by the monk in front of him, turned into a Shikai state. The air is filled with mist, and every drop of water vapor seems to condense super strong Reiatsu. The captains of the 13th division around looked at the mist around them in surprise. Is this the Shikai of Captain Aoki? Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. Just from this Shikai state, he could feel the strength of Aoki. He even just had the feeling of fighting against Aizen. Suddenly, the water vapor dissipated, and the tranquility of the past returned to the air. Aoki stroked his Zanpakuto lightly. At this time Zanpakuto had turned into a normal sealed state. Looking at Ichibei Hayasobi who hesitated to speak in front of him, Aoki frowned slightly. The Zanpakuto Shikai just now was not actually liberated by Ichibei Hayasobi. Aoki's Zanpakuto, who has the attributes of a living creature, has a mind of its own. The liberation just now was clearly a relative stress response. Shang Yao felt the danger, so he showed his true colors. Aoki's Zanpakuto didn't show this emotion when facing Yuhabak and Hazward before. The only thing that can be explained is that the person in front of him who claims to be the original namer of everything in the Soul Society, Ichibei Hayasobi who knows all the real names of Zanpakuto, can pose a huge threat to Aoki. It's not polite to touch a Shinigami's Zanpakuto casually, monk. Aoki's expression quickly turned serious, and he looked at Ichibei Hayasobi in front of him coldly. Unexpectedly, the other party showed no concern, and even stroked the back of his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I see that you are a little strange, you should be the new captain. It was the way I greeted you just now, it made you laugh. After saying that, Ichibei Hayasobi put away his smile and stared at Aoki's face. Can I see your Bankai? At this point, the attention of all the captains of Godai 13th Division was attracted here. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became frozen. You know, Shinigami have an unspoken rule, that is, Bankai cannot be released casually. After all, Shinigami's Bankai is the biggest killer. If you liberate casually, don't you show all your abilities and weaknesses? If it's a partner who gets along day and night, it's okay to say that there have been such situations in the Godai 13th Division. But a stranger who met for the first time made such a request very abruptly. Or, tell me your Bankai's name. Advertisement. Seeing Aoki's silence, Ichibei Hayasobi came up with another idea. Hearing this, several older Shinigami members of Godei's 13th division suddenly had extreme surprise in their eyes, and then they were quickly covered up. Where did the smelly monk come from? Do I know you very well? Please stay away from me, I've lost my hair recently and I'm annoyed when I see a bald head. Aoki pretended to be disgusted, and decisively rejected Ichibei Hayasabi's request. When the captains at the scene heard Aoki's words, their hearts were pounding in fright. Hey, that's the captain of Team Zero. A strong man who has been serving Lord Lingwang in the Lingwang Palace. The strength of 5 people can fight against the entire Godei 13th squad. Such a guy, Aoki actually turned back without any concealment? Unexpectedly, Ichibei Hayasabi was not angry at all, but smiled awkwardly, and then pulled the nose of the plane to the side to chat. Faced with Ichibei Hayasabi's attitude, Aoki couldn't say anything more, and could only look at the other person's back and frown slightly. At this moment Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Aoki's Zanpakuto without saying a word. From the moment Aoki was forced to liberate Zanpakuto until now, he has been hit by something. Aoki's Zanpakuto Shikai's state, the surrounding atmosphere changes caused him to have a feeling of facing Mr. Yamamoto at his peak. Then Ichibei Hayasabi's performance also surprised him. As a Shinigami with considerable seniority in the Soul Society, Kyoraku Shunsui certainly knows that Ichibei Hayasabi has the ability to know the real names of all Zanpakuto. And Hayasabi is interested in Aoki's Bankai? Or, is he interested in Aoki's real name? The whole Soul Society and Zanpakuto whose name Hayasabi doesn't know. Thinking of this, Kyoraku Shunsui felt that Aoki, the newly promoted captain of the 11th team, became more and more mysterious in front of him. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Mr. Yamamoto beside him. At this time, Yamamoto Genryuzai didn't seem to show too much emotion, but stood silently at the end of the line, gently stroking his crutch. Although Mr. Yamamoto has resigned as the captain, as a member of Seireitei, even if Bankai is taken away by Yuhabak, he is still a super captain level combat power, so he will naturally attend. Seeing that Mr. Yamamoto did not express his opinion, Kyoraku Shunsui smiled helplessly in his heart. He knew that Mr. Yamamoto had already pushed all the burden on himself. Everyone in Team Zero is really the same as before. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat, gathered his thoughts, and temporarily put Aoki's affairs aside. Advertisement as the new captain of Godei's 13th division, he had to say something. Ichibei Hayasabi heard Kyoraku Shunsui's words, and suddenly noticed Kurosaki Ichigo behind Kyoraku. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo came into Team Zero's sight. Are you Kurosaki Ichigo? Ah, I am. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the fat monk in front of him, wondering why he noticed him. This time, we are rebuilding Godei 13 by the king's will. First of all, Kurosaki Ichigo. We're going to take you to the Lingwang Palace. Hearing the words of the fat monk in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo was confused. What is the Spirit Palace? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's confused face, Ichibei Hayasabi laughed out loud. Sui Feng at the side couldn't bear it anymore. What? I don't know how amazing your Team Zero is. What are you talking about rebuilding the 13th squad now? Where were you when Sailingding was attacked by the enemy? Run out at this time, what a joke. Hearing Sui Feng's words, the aircraft head on the side turned his head and glanced coldly, then continued to chat with Yunohana. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Sui Feng became even angrier. Hey, suddenly, Sui Feng's words stopped abruptly. Because a figure had appeared behind her in an instant, grabbing her arm with his backhand. Sui Feng's face was full of panic. As the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of stealth maneuvers, her speed has always been her proud ability. But the person behind him subdued her instantly without her noticing. You are very noisy. Kilin Temple Tianshiro pinched Sui Feng's right arm with 2 fingers, said coldly. Chapter 33 Kilin Temple. Boy, you are very brave. I asked for the data of all the big brothers, thank you, brother. When? Unexpectedly. At this moment, Sui Feng's heart was already occupied by fear. Although the other party was just a small warning, Sui Feng, as the commander-in-chief of the stealth maneuver, knew that with the speed just now, the other party could easily end her life. What happened to the action just now? Sui Feng was still immersed in shock and fear in public. Don't be kidding is my line. Okay, Kilin Temple Tianshiro said. Hey, what's your job? Isn't the 13th team of the Guardian? The job of Wang Shou is to guard the palace, and the job of Godei 13 is to protect Seireitei. You who bear the name of Guardian can't protect you, and you think we don't help. How can you be worthy of the word Guardian? The words of Kilin Temple Tianshilong were like a knife, deeply hurt Sui Feng's heart. Sui Feng, who was already sad because of the heavy casualties in Seireitei, felt even more sad now. At this moment, Sui Feng was speechless, but another light voice sounded out. Let's talk, don't touch our Miss Sui Feng. We are all wage earners, so why make things difficult for each other? Sui Feng was surprised. The voice seemed to be Captain Aoki. Why did Captain Aoki quietly walk behind him? Sui Feng, who has always been known for his speed, met 2 people who were faster than him in just one day. Such a blow is even more hurtful than going through a tragic battle. Kilin Temple Tian Shilong did not respond, because a knife was already placed on his throat. Tian Shilong felt that as long as he made a slight movement and dissatisfied the owner of the knife, he would be angry on the spot. Even if Tian Shilong has a strong recovery ability, if he sees blood in this scene, it is bound to be ugly. After all, Team Zero and Team Godei 13 are not hostile. It's fine to quarrel, and fighting is definitely something that everyone doesn't want to see. Aoki looked at Kilin Temple Tenshiro expressionlessly, and then slowly retracted the knife on the opponent's neck. Boy, you are very brave. Seeing the opponent put away the knife, Kilin Temple Tenshiro turned around and said word by word. Although Tian Shilong refused to admit defeat on his lips, there were turbulent waves in his heart. What is your nickname? The God General of the East, Zunli Tian Shilong. To have the name of Thunder is enough to show that Tian Shilong's speed is unmatched by anyone. Advertisement. But at this time, there was a young Shinigami boy who showed superior mobility in front of Thunder Tenshiro. But he didn't notice it at all. At this time, Aoki slowly retracted Zanpakuto into the scabbard, and said coldly, "You have just arrived at Gode 13's site, and you are going to give us a blow. Do you think we Gode 13 are easy to mess with?" Hearing this, Kilin Temple Tianshiro's eyes also narrowed. This kid, I'm really not afraid of death, Kilin Temple Tianshilong thought in his heart. The words have already been said for this sake, it seems that it is unreasonable not to fight. Even if it will cause a gap between the Zero Division and Gode 13. Ahem, everyone from Team Zero was very aggressive when they arrived. It seems that the old man has not given enough hospitality. Yamamoto Motoriusai, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. Ha ha ha, Shigekuni boy. You're not dead yet. Ichibe Hayasabi hurried over to interrupt at this time. Tian Shilong, come here, we have to get down to business. Ichibe Hayasabi stretched out his arm, and directly embraced Kilin Temple Tenshiro in his arms, restraining the other party's killing intent. Unohana Retsu also stepped forward and gently grabbed Aoki's clothes, shaking his head slightly, signaling Aoki not to act rashly. On the contrary, Aoki smiled slightly at Captain Unohana, expressing that he didn't care. At the same time, Sui Feng, who was in a state of shock, was awakened. Captain Sui Feng, are you alright? Sui Feng stared at innocent big eyes at this moment, not knowing what he was thinking. But Aoki knew that Sui Feng must be overwhelmed by the strength of Team Zero at this time. Hey, I'm still young and haven't seen the world, Aoki shook his head slightly. Having said that, it was also the first time for Aoki to meet the people of Team Zero. To be honest, these people gave Aoki a very dangerous feeling. Kilin Temple Tenshiro's speed can be said to be comparable to Aoki. Being able to get close to the other party and put the knife on the other party's neck was also a surprise attack while the other party was teaching Sui Feng a lesson. Aoki's Shunpo data is 99/100ths, just short of the full level. As for Shunpo of Kilin Temple Tenshiro, Aoki is estimated to be around 95. And the one who worries Aoki the most is the fat monk named Ichibe Hayasabi. The short contact with the fat monk gave Aoki a feeling that the other party was unpredictable. Also, he seems very interested in his Zanpakuto. He even wanted to know his own Zanpakuto's real name. Advertisement. Aoki knows a lot about his own Zanpakuto. Since he has never been a Bankai, no one knows his real name Zanpakuto. As for the fat monk, Aoki is unknown. It stands to reason that Ichibe Hayasabi knew all the Zanpakuto names. But Aoki's Zanpakuto is given by the system. It is said that it is beyond the 3 realms, and it does not matter if it is not in the 5 elements. But once the fat monk was told his real name, the consequences would be unknown. Will I be manipulated by the other party? You know, this fat monk is not a good person. This time I took Kurosaki Ichigo to the Soul King Palace, originally planning to make Kurosaki into a Soul King stick once the war is lost. You have to guard against it, you have to guard against it, Aoki murmured with a sad face. The concubine has already brought everything recorded in the roster, only Kurosaki Ichigo is left. At this time, a cold female voice interrupted Aoki's train of thought. Looking up, a slender woman with mechanical arms appeared in front of everyone. Aoki saw the image of the opponent, and knew that this was Shutara Senjumaru of the Zero Team. And 4 of her arms carried 4 white cocoons, in which lay the injured Rukia, Renji and Byakuya Kuchiki. In addition, Tensa Zanjetsu of Kurosaki Ichigo is also among them. Seeing the broken Tensa Zanjetsu, the silent captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri immediately turned ugly. This knife was locked in the laboratory by him. Bringing into someone's laboratory without saying hello, it makes me very embarrassed. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's words concealed a trace of displeasure. On the side, Unohana Retsu, after seeing the 3 seriously injured people, hurried forward to stop them. Captain Kuchiki, Rukia, and Vice Captain Renji cannot leave Seireitei at this time. Their physical conditions are prone to life-threatening. Unohana Retsu's tone was extremely dignified. As the medical captain of Gode 13th Division, Unohana Retsu must ensure the health of these 3 people. You can't heal the injuries of these 3 people quickly. Tian Shilong of Kilin Temple had already broken free from the fat monk's arms at this time, and looked at Sister Wa coldly. And, your task now is not treatment. Aoki noticed that Unohana Retsu's face suddenly became gloomy after hearing the words of Kilin Temple Tianshiro, and her whole temperament also quietly changed. Chapter 34. Sister Hua's invitation. Open black lens bracket. Seeking data, asking for flowers, close black lens bracket. Hey, long time no see, everyone. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, and the captains looked behind, only to see an image suddenly projected on the grass behind them, and the figure of Urahara Kazuki appeared in front of everyone. Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly taken aback. Master Urahara, why are you here? Just then, a group of Shinigami hurried over with captured weapons in their hands. Only then did Aoki notice that it was Soul who sneaked out of the laboratory, and the image of Urahara Kazuki was projected from him. When Urahara Kazuki wanted to chat with everyone, Inoue Orihime rushed to the camera to say hello to everyone. Originally, Urahara Kazuki was going to share some information, but it turned into a tea party between Kurosaki and Inoue in an instant. Hey, there's a captain here that I haven't seen before, Inoue Orihime pointed to Aoki, whose cute appearance was very pitiful. This is the first time for Aoki to see Inoue Orihime. I have to say, Inoue's cute face, coupled with the weapon that can instantly kill most people, is really amazing. This is Captain Aoki, the newly appointed captain of Team 11. Kurosaki Ichigo enthusiastically introduced to Inoue and the others. Hey, has Captain Zaraki passed away? Inoue stared in surprise with a look of disbelief. Everyone. While Inoue was chatting enthusiastically with everyone, Aoki noticed that a device was pushed over not far away. After walking in, Aoki saw a big sister who was dressed coolly and whose face was no weaker than Inoue and Rangaku. From this appearance, it should be Shiba Kong. I'm ready here, everyone can go. Boom. With a loud bang from Tianju, accompanied by Kurosaki Ichigo's exclamation, Team Zero left Seireitei and catapulted towards the Soul King Palace. Watching the departure of Team Zero, everyone remained silent for a long time. Alright, now that the adults of Team Zero have dealt with their affairs, it's time for us to get down to business. Kyoraku Shunsui clapped his hands and pulled the captains out of the silence. Captain Aoki, are you still used to being in the 11th team? Kyoraku Shunsui narrowed his eyes and walked to Aoki's side. Looking at Kyoraku Shunsui, who shows decadent temperament all the time, Aoki feels that he will be influenced by the other party. King Bandleader, don't worry, everything else is okay, but the waist hurts. Aoki rubbed his waist in pain, recalling the horrible scene yesterday. That's right, I'm afraid that the boys in the 11th team will not be convinced by you. After all, Captain Aoki's Zanpakuto is not from the physics department. Kyoraku Shunsui's light words made Aoki alert. What, is the leader of the Beijing band also interested in my Zanpakuto? Aoki's eyes became serious and wary. Ha ha ha, I'm not that boring. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled awkwardly, and then made an excuse to leave. Advertisement, hey, I always feel that there is no good person in the Soul Society, and everyone is trying to get my idea of Zanpakuto. Aoki stomped his feet angrily. Tianju hit. At this time, Naimea Wangyu and Ichibei Hayasabi were getting together head to head, and they didn't know what they were discussing. Monkai, as the boss of the few of us, your performance today is not up to standard. How could you be overwhelmed by a young Shinigami boy? Naimea Wangyu looked at Ichibei Hayasabi in front of him with a mocking face. Although it was said to be mocking, Wang Yu actually had some doubts in his heart. As the leader of Team Zero, how could Ichibei Hayasabi be interested in a young Shinigami? I don't know if I should say something. Ichibei Hayasabi's face was solemn, and there was a hint of sadness in his words. Then stop talking, I don't want to listen. Ermaiwu Wangyue deliberately pretended not to pay attention to Hayasabi, and hummed the tune with his lips pursed. Don't. Listen to me. This matter is very important. Ichibei Hayasabi's eyes became serious. Seeing Hayasabi's appearance, Wang Yu also became serious. You also know, Soul Society's Zanpakuto, I knew their names the moment they were created, Ichibei Hayasabi said eloquently, and Wang Yu couldn't help but also nodded. Naturally, Wang Yu knew about this. As the namer of all the original things in the Soul Society, Hayasabi knew the real names of all Zan Soul Dao. Knowing Zanpakuto's real name is not as simple as it seems. Just knowing the name doesn't do much damage at all. Most importantly, knowing the name means that Ichibei Hayasabi has information about all Zanpakuto's abilities in the Soul Society. No Shinigami who relies on Zanpakuto can escape Hayasabi's eyes. This is Ichibei Hayasabi's biggest reliance on becoming the leader of Team Zero. It can be said that relying on this ability, Hayasabi indirectly mastered the entire Soul Society. But the Shinigami kid's knife today, I don't even know its real name. Hearing Hayasabi's words, Wang Yu's eyes were full of surprise. That's impossible, as long as it's Zanpakuto, you must know his name. That's right, the ability that the Spirit King gave me at this time is embedded in the rules of the Soul Society. Hayasabi's eyes became more serious. But decades ago, a Zanpakuto was born. This knife, I don't know its name. To be precise, I can't pronounce its name. Hearing what Hayasabi said, Naimea Wang Yu frowned. Advertisement, it seems that there is a mysterious force preventing me from speaking out. Ichibei Hayasabi smiled wryly. Whenever I think of this Zanpakuto, its name seems to be stuck in my throat, and I can't even make a sound. You know, every name is a part of my power, and this Zanpakuto's name takes up half of my power. Ermaiwu Wangyue was taken aback by this sentence. So you lost half your power because you couldn't say the name of this Zanpakuto? Ichibei Hayasabi shook his head. It's not a loss, it's just being sealed. As soon as I can say the name of this Zanpakuto, the power will return immediately. Ermaiwu Wangyue frowned, thinking carefully. You want to say that the young Shinigami named Aoki, the Zanpakuto in his hand, is the one you mentioned? Ichibei Hayasabi nodded. Ermaiwu Wangyue was taken aback, and immediately exclaimed. Damn! Such a fierce person, why don't you come to Team Zero? At this time, somewhere in Sealing Court, Captain Aoki, are you free to walk with me? At this time, Aoki was on his way back to the 11th team, but Unohana Retsu followed him quietly. Captain Unohana, why would you come to me for something? Aoki turned around and saw Unohana Retsu's smiling face, wondering. Unohana Retsu didn't answer right away, but walked quickly in front of Aoki with light steps, then turned around and smiled softly, seeming a little nervous. In Aoki's eyes, the big sister who is usually gentle and intellectual, now shows a cute and shy look. Ghost, who can stand this? Aoki sighed helplessly in his heart. Captain Aoki, last time I experienced your kendo near the first team, I will never forget it for a long time, Reiatsu said in the most gentle words, what Aoki didn't want to hear the most. Hey, Captain Unajiwa, I guess you're probably going to bring up this matter. Seeing your appearance today, I thought I would get your favor, I was naive. Aoki looked up to the sky and sighed, pretending to be sorry. Seeing Aoki's appearance, Reiatsu covered her mouth and smiled. If Captain Aoki wants to, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes widened like copper bells, and he looked at Sister Wa in front of him in disbelief. Reiatsu covered her mouth lightly and smiled even more happily. No kidding, Captain Aoki, I didn't come here to fight you this time. Reiatsu gradually returned to her usual gentle and intellectual appearance, but what she said next made Aoki feel that something was wrong. Captain Aoki, I will ask you again about what happened last time. What do you think of the title Kenpachi? Chapter 35 Captain Aoki, do you want to hear the story of Yachiryu? Seek data. Thank you guys. Close black lens bracket. Kenpachi? Aoki maintains due doubts on the surface, but his mind is full of thoughts. Sister Wa asked me to talk about this at this time? Aoki naturally knows the title of Kenpachi. The founder of this title is the Sister Hana in front of her, known as Yachiryu, the first Kenpachi of the Soul Society. However, Sister Wa has long since put down this title, and now she is the medical captain of Godei's 13th Division and Reiatsu, the captain of the 4th Division. Today's Kenpachi naturally refers to Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team. At this time, Captain Hana mentioned Kenpachi, and he definitely didn't want to let himself talk about Zaraki Kenpachi again. Thinking back to the last time we met, and after Team Zero came this time, Sister Hua's mood changed. Aoki understands that at this time, Sister Wa may be ready to sacrifice herself. Sister Wa, don't be overthinking it, Aoki responded quickly. He understands now, even though Sister Wa has not received formal notice at this time, she is going to fight Zaraki Kenpachi. But Sister Wa has already made a plan in her heart, ready to use her own death to completely pass on the name of Kenpachi to Zaraki. Captain Aoki said that I can't think about it. Hearing Aoki's words, Reiatsu's narrowed eyes opened slightly. It seems that Captain Aoki knows a lot. Aoki was taken aback, being reminded by Sister Wa, there seemed to be something wrong with his words. After all, I am just a Shinigami whose grade is less than 100 years old, how can I know what Captain Unikana is thinking? Captain Hana, but thousands of years ago, he was the captain of the Godei 13th Division. And his own performance, it seems that he knows the matter of Hana very well? This is not right, it is simply explained differently. Ahaha, Captain Unajiwa, you misunderstood, I don't know much. I just know Captain Unikana is first-generation Kenpachi. Aoki made an excuse casually. Captain Hana came to me twice to talk about Kenpachi. I thought you were going to pick up the name of Kenpachi again, am I wrong? Aoki asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, Reiatsu bowed her head in silence. Captain Hana, you won't really let me guess right, don't be overwhelmed with Kenpachi. Advertisement Aoki made a fuss look, put his hands on Reiatsu's shoulders and kept shaking gently, as if to persuade the other party to turn around. Seeing Aoki's serious face, Reiatsu was amused. Captain Aoki, why don't you want me to be Kenpachi? Kenpachi, it was me. Speaking of this, Reiatsu's words were faintly lowered, and there was a little sadness in his eyes. Captain Hana, as Godei 13, do you think it's more important to kill the enemy or to save it? Hearing this, Reiatsu fell silent. If it was thousands of years ago, she would have felt without hesitation that killing the enemy was the most important thing. As the #1 villain in Soul Society's history, she enjoys the thrill of killing. But the 1,000 years of silence made her a little difficult to make a choice. There is a saying that put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Captain Hana hasn't drawn his sword for many years, right? Once you, as first-generation Kenpachi, may be respected by many people. It is said to be respect, but it is actually fear. Subordinates must keep silent in front of you. They usually detour when they meet someone and see you from a long distance. But when you became the captain of the 4th team, everyone admired you from the bottom of their hearts. Because you treated many wounded, you became everyone's favorite Captain Hana, and you even have quite a few male fans. Even such a life, are you willing to give up? Aoki finished a series of words, staring silently at Reiatsu in front of him. These words of his are all trying to persuade Reiatsu to give up her dedication. After all, Aoki wants Seireitei to have an intellectual big sister more than Zaraki Kenpachi's Bankai. Captain Aoki, what you said is really not in line with your grade. Reiatsu returned to his usual kind and intellectual appearance, but Aoki knew that there was still a knot hidden in the other party's heart. Once Kiraku Shunsui, as the captain, issues orders to Reiatsu, she will obediently go to hell and sacrifice her life. Captain Aoki, do you want to hear my story? As Yachiryu, my story. Reiatsu said to Aoki suddenly. 8,000 Ryu. Aoki murmured, if you want to talk, I can be a listener. Aoki thinks that at present, he still focuses on enlightenment. There is still some time before Kiraku Shunsui's black hands, why not take advantage of this time to break Sister Hua's thoughts? Advertisement. The two of them walked on the road like this. Yunohana Retsu slowly talked about her past. Aoki kept making jokes on the sidelines, causing Yunohana Retsu to gnash her teeth, looking very cute. Captain Yunohana, when you cut someone in half, will the contents of the other person's intestines splash on your face? Old man Yamamoto's kendo level, you can lose to him, you didn't see, he was beaten badly by Yuhabak. You said that Zaraki could stab you when he was less than your belly button. Captain Unikana is inferior. Captain Yunohana, why didn't you say it? What are you doing with your sword? Aoki, do you still want this mouth? Yunohana Retsu pulled out the Zanpakuto slowly with the veins on his forehead throbbing. At this moment, a pair of slender hands fell on the right hand of Yunohana Retsu who drew the sword. Looking up, Aoki was all smiles. Captain Unajiwa, I think your past is very exciting. It can be said that Wu Nang draws his sword to secure the world, and Wen Nang Kaido determines the universe. You have such a wonderful life, are you going to let Kenpachi poke you to death? Hearing Aoki's words, Yunohana Retsu's hand holding the handle of the knife trembled slightly. This is all my sin. I should be allowed to take this responsibility. Yunohana Retsu bit her lip lightly, seeming to be sad again. Cheer up, Captain Yunohana. Isn't it because Zaraki enjoyed the thrill of fighting with you close to the limit, so he sealed himself? That's his own problem, don't be so anxious to take it on yourself. Besides, if you feel that your sins are serious, you might as well look at the other people in Siren Court, which one has no blood on their hands. Compared to others, your heart is simply too kind. Hearing Aoki's earnest words, Yunohana Retsu bowed his head in silence. Chapter 36 Yunohana Retsu. Can you get me excited? Seek data, ask for flowers, thank you all, close black lens bracket. After a long time, Yunohana Retsu seemed to have figured it out, looked up at the sky, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Captain Aoki, thank you for your kindness. Yunohana Retsu let go of Zanpakuto's hand and walked side by side with Aoki. Actually, my heart has been in a state of confusion these past few days, perhaps because I feel that my fate is approaching. After chatting with you, my mood has improved a lot. Seeing Sister Wa squinting her eyes and smiling, Aoki felt instantly healed. But this matter may not be up to me. At this time, Yunohana Retsu seemed to have accepted the arrangement of fate, and the emotions in her words were much more relaxed than before. Aoki panicked when she heard Sister Wa talking like this. Sister Hua's words mean that she is ready to die generously. Anyone who knows the grievances between the two Kenpachi knows that once Yunohana Retsu and Zaraki Kenpachi fight, one of them must die. And Aoki has long seen the end of this matter. Although Yunohana Retsu brought Zaraki to the brink of death again and again, he used his own ability to continuously restore the opponent's life. In the end, Zaraki Kenpachi's strength continued to improve and reach the peak, while Sister Wa became Zaraki's dead soul under the knife. Captain Yunohana, I have to tell you a truth. Aoki put his hands on Yunohana Retsu's shoulders and said seriously. Feeling Aoki's movement, Yunohana Retsu didn't refuse, but looked at Aoki quietly. The truth is that in battle, a strong nurse is much more useful than a warrior. Aoki recalled his game career in his previous life, and solemnly conveyed this truth to Sister Wa. Nurse. Sister Hua's expression changed when she heard Aoki's words. Obviously, Sister Wa didn't understand what Aoki meant. But from Aoki's narration, the nanny seems to be referring to herself. Advertisement. Yunohana Retsu glanced down at his OP. Captain Aoki, it seems a bit inappropriate to still say such inappropriate words at this time. Yunohana Retsu's face suddenly became a little ugly. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Aoki smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. When he just spoke, Aoki didn't notice the ambiguity in the words. After all, people in this world don't know that the word nanny has other meanings. What I'm saying is that a powerful medical treatment is far more important than a soldier who kills the enemy on the battlefield, Aoki said seriously. After all, you have the ability to recover. It can be said that you have given our companions an extra guarantee of life. If there is an injury on the front line, you can recover in time, thereby increasing our combat endurance. But if you want to teach Kenpachi the chopping technique, you can certainly add a powerful force to Gode 13, but what if he doesn't use the dead ball? If Zaraki Kenpachi died or was seriously injured in the first battle, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to lose a powerful captain like you who combines combat and support? Aoki talked in the ear of Yunohana Retsu, and kept instilling his own views. Yunohana Retsu didn't speak, just quietly watched Aoki who was talking endlessly. To be honest, Aoki's words may have some truth, but the persuasion is still weak. Waji is ready to fight Kenpachi, not only Wahi's own decision, but also the consideration of the captain in Team Zero. Yunohana Retsu is also involuntary. But the eloquent man in front of him, who kept persuading himself, seemed to be very concerned about her life. This feeling of being cared about is really one of the few times in Unoka's life. Suddenly, Yunohana Retsu chuckled. Captain Aoki, sometimes I think that you are more suitable to be the captain of the 11th team than Zaraki. Huh? Why do you say that? Aoki was stunned for a moment, wondering why Yunohana Retsu would suddenly change the subject. Yunohana Retsu slowly stretched his hands towards his chest, and slowly loosened the ponytail tied on his chest, revealing the slightly hideous wound on his chest. Advertisement. Is this what Zaraki did to you? Aoki looked at Sister Hua's chest with a little surprise. The knife wound on it looked like it had been there for many years, but he could still imagine what kind of battle he had experienced back then. Yunohana Retsu nodded slightly, and then said, It's from fighting Zaraki when I first met him. At that time, I never thought that such a young child would be as ferocious as a wild beast. That battle, he stabbed here, almost killed me. Retsu gently stroked the wound, as if recalling the past. For the first time, I experienced the thrill of excitement and the fear of death. This feeling is really unforgettable. Retsu's tone seemed to tremble a little. I really want to experience it again, but since then, Zaraki seems to have enjoyed the thrill of extreme combat just like me, but in order to pursue this feeling, he sealed his own power, and he became weaker. While speaking, Retsu sighed softly, and his words were a little low. I couldn't find the excitement I felt back then, until I met you, Captain Aoki. The last time we fought, you pressed the knife against my forehead, which made me feel unprecedented fear and excitement. Retsu licked his lips, and the excitement was uncontrollable in his words. Hearing this, Aoki frowned and slowly widened his eyes. What did Captain say to me? Listening to the meaning of these words, Sister Wa seems to be a masochist. Afterwards, Hana's tone became slightly calmer. The reason why I want to fight Zaraki is that besides the redemption, I also want to experience the excitement of fighting again. Even if it costs my life, I will try it again. However, since there is Captain Aoki, I may have another way to live. After that, Retsu smiled slightly at Aoki. What a masochist. Looking at Sister Hua's smile in front of her, Aoki shuddered. I hope Captain Aoki has time. Can you make me excited again? Retsu tilted her head, squinted and said with a smile. Chapter 37 Sister Hua turns out to be a masochist. Open black lens bracket seek support, ask for flowers, close black lens bracket. Captain Aoki, if you have time, can you cheer me up again? Hearing Retsu's words in front of him, Aoki's mouth felt parched and his heart beat faster. After all, Sister Hua's words are too ambiguous. Although Aoki knew that Retsu wanted to fight him, but from Waji's statement just now, Aoki found that Waji is a masochist. As long as she can beat her in the way of swordsmanship and hurt her, she will never forget who she is. Who can resist this matter? Looking at Retsu's delicate face, Aoki felt that he had to do something. To tell you the truth, Captain Hana, I'm quite free today. Hearing Aoki's words, Hana's smile became even stronger. Captain Aoki, I'm afraid you won't be free today. It seems that someone is waiting for you. Retsu's words made Aoki a little confused. Someone is waiting for me. Aoki considers himself a loner. Although he is now the captain of the 11th team, there are very few things in the team on weekdays, and there is no need for urgent processing. Even if the battle is imminent now, there are almost no times when he needs to come forward. And when I went out today, I asked specifically, there is nothing important in the team. Captain Hana, what does this mean? Said to play together and then refuse. Could it be that he was playing some hard-to-get trick? Thinking of this, Aoki became even more excited. Ding. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 442 points close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu value. 87,534 close black lens bracket OK? Aoki froze for a moment. The system's prompt sound suddenly appeared, but at this time? It shouldn't be. At this time, Aoki and Retsu were walking and chatting, talking and laughing, without noticing that he had come near the 11th team. Advertisement and Miss Rangiku, with her arms folded at the door, stared at Aoki unhappily. Captain Aoki, Captain Hana, Rangiku's voice was slightly annoyed. Aoki was slightly surprised when he heard Rangiku's voice. Miss Rangiku, why are you at the door? Are you here to wait for me? Aoki shook his head in doubt. This time to meet the Zero Division, Aoki did not bring Rangiku with him. After all, those who participated in this meeting were all captain-level figures. He just told Rangiku that he would go out, but he didn't say when he would come back. Yes, Captain Aoki, lunch is ready. Waiting for you. Matsumoto Rangiku showed a fake smile, biting his teeth lightly, keeping his words from any hostility. Since Captain Aoki is going to eat, I won't bother you. Seeing Rangiku's appearance, Hana smiled slightly and said goodbye to Aoki. Come on, Captain Hana, come and eat together. Seeing that Retsu was about to leave, Aoki hurriedly persuaded him to stay. There was a custom in the world where Aoki lived in his previous life, that is, when a guest comes during lunch, even if the other party really doesn't want to eat, he has to say a few polite words to keep him. Retsu gave Matsumoto Rangiku a serious look and politely declined. Forget it, Captain Aoki, it looks like someone is upset. Retsu squinted and smiled. Unhappy. Aoki was wondering who was upset. At this moment, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 124 points close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current Reiatsu value. 87,658 close black lens bracket. Aoki looked back at Matsumoto Rangiku sharply, and saw that Miss Rangiku's expression did not change at all, as if she was a hospitable gesture. Aoki wondered all over his head, how could Miss Rangiku's mood value fluctuate? Didn't I say anything annoying today? Although Aoki knows that he usually has a hippie smile on his face, but when he met Miss Rangiku today, he behaved very seriously. Could it be Miss Rangiku's relatives are here again? No, how can you come twice a month? As a straight man of steel, Aoki didn't notice at all that Matsumoto Rangiku's emotional value was wrong, and it was all caused by himself. What is Captain Hana talking about? How could I be unhappy? There's a lot of food and I'm not short of you. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled, with no negative emotions visible on his face. I said Rangiku, no one said you were unhappy. Aoki scratched his head, not knowing why the scene in front of him was. Suddenly, the air froze for a few seconds. Advertisement. Both Hana Retsu and Matsumoto Rangiku were unusually silent, yet their facial expressions were very friendly. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, Hana Retsu saluted Aoki. Captain Aoki, I'd better go back first. Oh, if Captain Hana doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Aoki also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Although he couldn't tell what was wrong, his instinctive reaction made him make the most correct choice. Aoki noticed that after he finished saying this, Matsumoto Rangiku's tense arms slowly relaxed. What is this little girl thinking about? Can't eat a meal? Aoki was extremely puzzled, but it's hard to say more at this time. Then Captain Aoki, I'm leaving. Hana Retsu smiled slightly, then turned and left. By the way, Miss Rangiku. Just as Hana Retsu was about to leave, she suddenly turned and said to Matsumoto Rangiku. I am very interested in Captain Aoki, and I may come here often in the future. If you don't like Captain Aoki, can you give him to me? Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 424 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 88,082. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Hana Retsu's words, Aoki's brain exploded instantly. What's the situation? Miss Wa wants to pursue me. And Ms. Rangiku's mood seems to be wrong? Aoki looked at Matsumoto Rangiku with puzzled eyes, and the smile on Miss Rangiku's face disappeared in an instant. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feel Miss Rangiku's emotion is extremely calm. Reiatsu value -24. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 88,058. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system sounded, and Aoki couldn't hold back for a moment. Hey. Why is Reiatsu still going down? I haven't said it before. What's going on with your system? Aoki was powerless and furious in his heart, but the system didn't respond at all. Looking at Matsumoto Rangiku again, a smile appeared on his face again, as if he didn't care about it at all. Aoki is completely confused. What is going on? Chapter 38. Miss Rangiku, are you jealous? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for comments, ask for data, close black lens bracket. Captain Hana, our Captain Aoki is less than 100 years old this year. Isn't it inappropriate for you? Matsumoto Rangiku said with a smile. I don't think age is a problem. I think Captain Aoki doesn't care about my age. Unikana said calmly, staring at Matsumoto Rangiku closely. Then, the two looked at Aoki together. Aoki was surrounded by the eyes of the two women, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Even when facing Yubak and Hazard before, Aoki's emotions did not produce the slightest panic. But in the face of Hana Retsu's questioning and Matsumoto Rangiku's gaze, Aoki felt that his IQ was off the line in an instant. Ahem, I don't think age is a problem. Aoki coughed softly and then said. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling the extreme calmness of Ms. Rangiku, Reiatsu 13. Close black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 88,045. Hearing the system beep, Aoki panicked. There's something wrong with this meow. Is it possible to lose points for wrong answers? Hey, my Reiatsu is about to drop. At this time, Aoki, no matter how bad his brain is, he understands. Ms. Rangiku has taken care of it. Even if he refused Aoki's pursuit in every possible way, but when Hana Retsu expressed that he wanted to develop a relationship with Aoki, Matsumoto Rangiku's. The smile on Matsumoto Rangiku's face didn't change at all, but the hands clasping his shoulders tightly clasped his arms. Hearing Aoki's words, the smile on Hana Retsu's face grew wider. In that case, Captain Aoki, Miss Rangiku, I'll go back first. Hana Retsu said goodbye softly, then turned and left. Then Hana Retsu gradually disappeared from the eyes of Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku. Captain Aoki, you've been very lucky recently, Matsumoto Rangiku said in a cold voice, before turning around and leaving. Miss Rangiku, wait, advertisement, are you jealous? Aoki asked, slightly puzzled. After speaking, Aoki noticed that the back of Miss Rangiku seemed to sway suddenly. Get out! Matsumoto Rangiku roared. Ding, open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 547 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 88,592. Close black lens bracket. Aoki looked up to the sky and sighed. Woman's heart, sea needle, a team. Kiraku Shunsui was sitting in the room at the moment. A ray of sunlight came in through the window and scattered on a letter on the table. Jingle opened the letter, and on it was his official letter of appointment as the captain. The decisions of the Godai 13th Division are actually made by the 46th room. Yamamoto Genryuzai passed on the captaincy to Jingle, and also passed the appointment of the 46th room. Kiraku Shunsui looked at his appointment letter and remained silent for a long time. Jingla, what are you thinking? Tell me about this old man? Yamamoto Genryuzai appeared behind Kiraku Shunsui at some point. At this time, Yamamoto Genryuzai, although he has stepped down as the captain, will still stay in the first team. Yeah, old man, you really gave me a good job. Kiraku Shunsui shook his neck a little tiredly and said helplessly. As soon as the old man came in, he saw that you had something on his mind, so let's talk about it. Yamamoto Rangiku sat beside Jingle, just like he taught Jingle many years ago. Afterwards, Kiraku shared his thoughts with Yamamoto. Advertisement: I intend to have Ranjiku teach Zaraki swordsmanship. After all, Kiraku Shunsui quietly stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni in front of him, as if expecting his reaction. After hearing this, Yamamoto remained silent, but kept rubbing his hands against his crutches, revealing his inner unrest at the moment. After a long time, Yamamoto seemed to sigh slightly. I won't get involved in this matter, as long as Hana agrees. Kiraku Shunsui seemed to be waiting for Yamamoto words. After listening to Yamamoto's statement, Kiraku seemed to lose a lot of pressure. I will apply to room 46. Retsu will agree, she is first-generation Kenpachi after all. Kiraku Shunsui muttered, then opened the window and looked at the devastated Seireitei in front of him. In order to meet the next attack, Seireitei has not been completely rebuilt, but some more work has been done to strengthen the building. A place like Seireitei can't stand Zaraki and Unikana's toss. Kiraku Shunsui had a headache. How about hell? Was the voice of Yamamoto Rangiku, and there was a little helplessness in the voice of vicissitudes. Kiraku Shunsui was a little surprised, looked back, and then smiled with emotion. Old man, I didn't expect that you would give me advice on this matter. Kiraku Shunsui knows how difficult it is to get the support of Yamamoto Rangiku for this matter. Almost everyone who knows the past between Hana and Zaraki knows that once two people fight, they will die. And Retsu was the first team member of Yamamoto Rangiku when he established Gode 13, the captain of the 11th team of first generation, and the first Kenpachi. It can be said that Retsu is the confidant of old man Yamamoto. If Retsu is killed by Kenpachi, it will undoubtedly be a major blow to Yamamoto Rangiku. Even so, Yamamoto Rangiku expressed his support. This shows that the matter of awakening Kenpachi is imminent. Chapter 39 Retsu. I refuse, I ask you guys to give me some support. Central 46. At this time, Kiraku Shunsui was standing in the center of the hall, and the light shone on him, making him somewhat unable to see the appearance of the person opposite him. The supreme power of the Soul Society is actually Central 46. Central 46 is composed of 40 nobles and 6 judges, and can issue orders to the 13th Division of the Gode. As for Kiraku Shunsui, although he is already the captain of the Gode 13th Division, he actually only holds military power. For the handling of important matters of the Soul Society, the consent of Room 46 is still required. I'm here today mainly to talk about 2 things. Kiraku Shunsui let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was very displeased with the arrangement of such a power system. As the new captain, he didn't want to follow the instructions of the 46 room rigidly like Yamamoto Rangiku. He wants to act on his own will. The first thing, as the new captain, I need 2 vice captains. The 3rd seat in the former first team, Okiba Genshiro, is in charge of my actual work in the first team. The former vice captain of the 7th division, Naneo, is in charge of my personal affairs. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, the people in room 46 became annoyed instantly. Some nobles who were hidden under the wooden sign and whose faces could not be seen clearly patted the table one after another. Impossible. How can a captain have 2 vice captains? This is unique in the history of Soul Society. Jingla, don't think that being the captain means you just want to do whatever you want. You don't pay attention to room 46. Kiraku Shunsui listened to the constant chatter of some people in room 46, and seemed a little depressed. After waiting for a long time, the voice in the 46 room gradually subsided. Kiraku Shunsui said coldly. Everyone, don't forget that the appointment of the vice captain is decided by the captain of the 13th division of Gode. This point has been agreed by your 46th room. Hearing what Kiraku Shunsui said, room 46 fell silent suddenly. The captain of Gode's 13th division is in charge of the personnel appointments of the team members. This is indeed the decision made by the 46th room. I'm not here to ask for your consent. Kiraku Shunsui glanced coldly at the crowd. Advertisement. Although he was in the light and couldn't see the figures of everyone in the dark, the aura exuded by Kiraku Shunsui at this time could not help but make the people in room 46 panic. Room 46 was silent for a long time, as if acquiescing to Jingle's decision. The second thing. Kiraku Shunsui saw no objection, so he revealed the real purpose of coming here. Teach Zaraki Kenpachi the chopping technique. Kiraku Shunsui's words were calm, as if he was talking about something that should be taken for granted. But these words seemed to stir up 1,000 waves, and caused an uproar among the people in room 46. Absolutely impossible. How could you have such an outrageous idea, Captain Jingle? Letting you have 2 vice captains is already the greatest tolerance we have for you. Listening to everyone's words, Kiraku Shunsui didn't care, but spoke slowly. Captain Byakuya Kuchiki was taken to the Soul King Palace to recuperate from his injuries. At this time, the Gode 13th Division has not been able to produce much top-notch combat power. If Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpachi can complete Shikai, it will undoubtedly be the greatest help to our Soul Society. Before Kiraku Shunsui finished speaking, the people in room 46 clapped the table angrily. What if Zaraki Kenpachi rebels after he becomes stronger? Today's Zaraki Kenpachi's strength is difficult for us to control. Even if it was Yamamoto Rangiku, he gave up after only teaching him for 1 day. The people in the 46 room spoke one after another, without any intention of backing down. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at everyone with gloomy eyes and said, then what should we do? The Soul Society that maintains the status quo will definitely not be able to withstand the enemy's next attack. You don't want to see the Soul Society fall into the hands of Yhwach either. At that time, will you have the strength to protect yourself? After Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, he scanned the audience. After hearing this, everyone in room 46 fell silent. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled contemptuously. It seems that you agree, don't you? Come in, I'm going to put Zaraki Kenpachi in your charge. Captain Unohana Retsu, first generation Kenpachi, Unohana Yachiryu. As soon as Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, the door of room 46 opened again. Advertisement Unohana Retsu walked to the very center of the hall with heavy steps. Unohana Retsu. Everyone in the 46 room expressed their amazement when they saw Unohana Retsu's appearance. But this is also the case. When Unohana Retsu was in charge of teaching Zaraki Kenpachi's slashing technique, the people in room 46 seemed to acquiesce in such an approach. Captain Unohana personally taught it, I think it's feasible. Kyoraku, leave this matter to Unikana. Unohana Retsu glanced coldly at the audience, seeing a group of people hiding in the darkness and making noises, which made her feel a little disdainful. Where did she not understand what these people were thinking? Fighting Kenpachi himself, no matter which one dies, the happiest person is the 46 room. After all, he was the villain of the Soul Society thousands of years ago, and Zaraki Kenpachi was also a serious threat to room 46. Both are outlaws who are not conducive to the rule of the Soul Society by the 46 chambers. Room 46 would of course agree to such a fight. I refuse. After scanning the audience, Unohana Retsu smiled with narrowed eyes, but her determination was hidden in her gentle words. What, Unohana? How dare you disobey the arrangement of room 46? Jingle. What the hell is going on? Hearing Unikana's words, the people in the 46 room became commotion again. Jingle looked at Unohana Retsu in front of him with some surprise, then said with a wry smile. Yeah, Captain Unohana, I thought we had already discussed it. You won't be, you want to repent. After saying that, Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes became gloomy and uncertain. Facing such a villain from 1,000 years ago, first generation Kenpachi, as the newly appointed captain, Kyoraku Shunsui is far from qualified enough to manage this subordinate. So facing Unohana Retsu, Kyoraku Shunsui also asked tentative questions. Unohana Retsu didn't seem to care about room 46's anger and Kyoraku's question, but continued to smile. Yes, I regret it. Now I have a better idea. Chapter 40. Everyone in the 46 room, you don't want to make the same mistakes again. Please support, please flowers, close black lens bracket. Shut up, Unohana Retsu. Don't forget who you are. If it wasn't for Yamamoto Genryusai taking you in, you would have been imprisoned in the infernal hell long ago. You are the villain of the Soul Society, a sinner. Now you should fight Zaraki Kenpachi and atone for your sins. In the 46th room, all the people hidden under the wooden sign roared one after another. Unohana Retsu, in their eyes, is a sinner who the Soul Society is magnanimous and forgiven. And such a person has no reason, or even the qualifications, to disobey the order of the 13th Division of the Guardian Court in the 46th room. Kyoraku Shunsui silently looked at Captain Unohana in front of him, rubbing his hands lightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Unohana Retsu still squinted and smiled, silent. After a long time, the abuse of Unohana is still lingering in my ears. You guys, have you said enough? Suddenly Unohana opened her eyes, and a huge Reiatsu came out, and a little crack appeared on the wall in the 46th room. Everyone was shocked by Unohana Retsu's coercion, and there was silence for a moment. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't seem to be affected at all. After all, he can be the captain of Godei 13th Division, and his strength is not weaker than Unohana Retsu, a Shinigami with a history of thousands of years. It's just that the current Kyoraku Shunsui has been completely silent, not expressing his opinion at all, but allowing Unohana Retsu to confront the 46th room. It's a joke that you say I'm guilty. Unohana Retsu smiled softly, kindly, as if she was still the captain of the number 4 team who treated the wounded. Unohana, you killed so many Soul Society souls before. You were recognized as the villain of the Soul Society, and you still say you are innocent. Hearing the rebuttal from someone in room 46, Unohana Retsu's eyes were cold. If you talk about murder, which one of you hands is not covered with blood? Even the establishment of the Godei 13th Division is based on countless corpses. How many people did you nobles secretly kill in order to maintain your dominance? Not to mention anything else, from the point of view of the survival of the Soul Society in the present world, how many orders has the 46th chamber issued to kill Rukongai's dead souls in order to maintain the balance between the Soul Society and the present world over the years? Advertisement, in comparison, I'm really not a bad person. Unohana Retsu's words were extremely harsh in the silent hall. The people in room 46 seemed shocked by Unohana Retsu's words. After a long time, no one spoke. Seeing this scene, Unohana Retsu lowered his head and smiled. Don't you want to talk, or do you think it's unreasonable? Shut up, Unohana. You really are a traitor. A judge finally couldn't bear it, and slammed the table violently, causing the wooden signs on the table to tremble. All the people in room 46 are nobles, and they never reveal their true identities. Therefore, during the meeting, in front of everyone, there will be a wooden sign corresponding to their own ID number. Unohana Retsu stared at the guy with the number 7 on the wooden sign not far away, his expression unchanged. This 7, you were so excited. Be careful that the wooden sign falls down, and let me see your true face. After that, Yunohana Retsu's face became a little excited, and he licked his lips. The last time Aizen killed all the people in room 46, you don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Ujiwa, you. The voice on the other side was furious at first, then the words gradually weakened, and finally did not dare to make any sound at all. Yeah, Captain Yunohana, even if you don't want to, don't threaten the adults in room 46. They are our immediate superiors. Kiraku Shunsui touched the brim of his hat a little and said with a bow. Captain Jingle. Unoka regained her friendly expression, crossing her hands in front of her, looking very respectful. I promised you this last time because I couldn't forget Zaraki Kenpachi's sword and wanted to continue fighting with him. But now, I have found a more suitable target, so regarding Zaraki's matter, please ask another wise man. After finishing speaking, Yunohana Retsu stepped out of the door of room 46 with light steps. Maujiwa, you. The people in the 46 room were furious, and they were about to continue talking. Unexpectedly, before Yunohana Retsu left, he released a huge Reiatsu, which shattered the chandelier in the 46th room. The shattering of the glass, accompanied by the huge darkness, immediately plunged everyone in room 46 into a panic. Oh, this is troublesome. Who should I ask to teach Kenpachi chopping? Advertisement Kiraku Shunsui didn't seem to care about this scene at all, standing there, thinking about his own problems, and then let the nobles in room 46 yell. 11 Team. Aoki is very depressed. Since Captain Yunohana left, Miss Rangiku seems to be avoiding herself deliberately. Even though Matsumoto Rangiku is his vice captain, he shut himself in the room all day without seeing anyone. At this time, Aoki is drinking tea with Madarei Mikaku and Yumi. Hey, Captain Aoki, why did you ask me to do such a thing? Madarei Mikaku looked helpless, but he still imitated Aoki, crossing his legs and holding the teacup decently. But such a move is clearly at odds with the daily code of conduct of a hot-blooded man. Within a short while, Madarei Mikaku screamed. Ah, it's too boring, let me chop and write something with a knife, okay? Gongshin was unusually quiet, watching Madarei Mikaku getting irritable, he couldn't help covering his mouth and sniggering. Yijiao, you are too restless. Aoki shook his head slightly and sighed helplessly. Now Aoki, although he is tasting tea with the two, is actually a special training for Madarei Mikaku. Shunpo's training requires not only a strong pace, but also a calm analysis, so that he can quickly find the opponent's weak point in the battle. In battle, it is extremely important to keep a clear head and calm thinking. An impetuous character like Madarei Mikaku can easily be irritated by opponents and affect his own footwork. I said Captain Zaraki, instead of sitting here drinking tea like this, let's talk about something. Madarei Mikaku said slightly pleadingly. What do you want to talk about? Aoki put down the tea set. Why has Ms. Rangiku ignored you recently? Madarei Mikaku asked excitedly. Her bald face was full of the look of 8 trigrams. Aoki's entire face drooped immediately. This compares, which pod is not open and which pod is lifted. Chapter 41b ********* D. Get your hands off my face. Open black lens bracket seek support. Ask for flowers, close black lens bracket. I think, Captain Aoki and Ms. Rangiku, the relationship is at a critical moment. Yuki snickered while covering her mouth. Hey, Captain, don't lose the strength of a man. Madarei Mikaku yelled from the side, as if he cared more than Aoki himself. You are the captain now, Miss Rangiku is just the vice captain, she will follow your orders no matter what. Hearing Madarei Mikaku's words, Aoki's eyes lit up. Correct. I am the captain of the 11th team. Miss Rangiku is just a vice captain. Even if she doesn't want to see me, she still has to obey the captain's order. Aoki gave Madarei Mikaku a thumbs up in his heart. Ahem, Gong-san, go and find Vice Captain Rangiku. Okay, Captain. Yumi suppressed a smile, stood up and looked for Matsumoto Rangiku. After a while, Matsumoto Rangiku, who was full of displeasure, was brought in by Yuki. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku was in a state of disarray. The conversation with Captain Unikana is still vivid in my memory. I don't know what's going on. Matsumoto Rangiku originally thought that he didn't have much affection for Aoki, even if he had some good feelings, he would hide it in his heart. After all, she no longer has any expectations for the relationship between men and women. But when she saw Aoki talking and laughing with Captain Unohana, the thread in her heart was deeply touched. Captain Unohana's words have been replaying in her mind recently. Sometimes she feels that she is too selfish, she obviously doesn't want to accept Aoki's feelings, but she also feels uncomfortable with the relationship between Aoki and Unohana. She hates to admit it, but as Aoki said, she's jealous. What are you looking for? Matsumoto Rangiku didn't give a good face when he came up. Matsumoto Rangiku deliberately avoided Aoki, just didn't want to face this again. A sour feeling welled up in her heart at the sight of Aoki. Vice Captain Rangiku, how can you talk to Captain Aoki like that? Madarei Mikaku shouted from the side, adding a bit of momentum to Aoki who was sitting upright. Matsumoto Rangiku rolled his eyes at Madarei Mikaku's words. Captain, what can I do for you? Matsumoto Rangiku suppressed a polite and respectful sentence, but his fists were already clenched. Pour some tea. Aoki gently blew on a teacup in his hand without looking up. Advertisement Matsumoto Rangiku held his breath in his heart, but he couldn't get angry, so he picked up the teapot and filled the teacups on the table one by one. Is it okay? Captain. My lord. Wait, I think there's something missing in this tea. Rangiku, please smile. Aoki lowered his head calmly, but what he said made Matsumoto Rangiku confused. Smile one. Although he didn't understand what Aoki meant, but because of his status as captain, Matsumoto Rangiku could only forcefully smirk. Is this okay, Captain Aoki? Matsumoto Rangiku's patience was almost at its limit. Seeing Matsumoto Rangiku smile, Aoki immediately drank the tea in his hand, and then pretended to be enlightened. Ah, I finally realized that something was missing. It turned out that Miss Rangiku's smile was missing. Originally, the tea was a bit bitter, but now it tastes really sweet. Matsumoto Rangiku. Aoki, you're flirting with me again. Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't bear it anymore, stepped up directly, stepped on Aoki's thigh, twisted his right hand around Aoki's ear, and grabbed it hard. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Ding, open black lens bracket feel Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increases by 425 points close black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 89,017. Madarei Makaku and Yumi had already stepped aside the moment Matsumoto Rangiku rushed up. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two were speechless. I saw this scene and realized that there is a reason why Captain Aoki couldn't catch up with Miss Rangiku. I also think that this result is very reasonable. Gongshin and Yijao both had dull eyes and muttered to themselves. Just when Matsumoto Rangiku beat Aoki, a female Shinigami suddenly walked in from Team 11. Vice Captain Nanao, why are you here? Aoki asked in bewilderment. Nanao eyes looked at the scene in front of her, stroked her eyes calmly, and said, Miss Rangiku, please get your feet off Captain Aoki's head. Captain Aoki, please stand up and speak. Aoki, afterwards, eyes Nanao briefly explained the matter to everyone. What, you want Aoki to teach Captain Zaraki the slashing technique? Matsumoto Rangiku said incredulously, his eyes widened. Huh. The leader of the Beijing band is indeed the captain, so he thought of this step? Where is it? I want to go and see. Madarei Makaku became excited when he heard this. Advertisement afterwards, Madarei Makaku felt a chill behind him, and when he looked back, Matsumoto Rangiku was staring at him with a kind of unfriendly eyes, and suddenly made a corner silent. Aoki sighed slightly when he heard the news. Alas, I knew this job would end up on my head. Aoki had expected this result a long time ago. After all, he had advised Captain Yunohana not to die easily. If Sister Wa figured it out, and Kyoraku Shunsui wants to improve Zaraki Kenpachi's strength, then this job will definitely fall on his head. For one thing, the entire Godei 13th Division couldn't find anyone who could teach Zaraki Kenpachi's slashing technique, and his Aoki's slashing technique was witnessed by the captains during the short exchange of kendo with Yunohana outstanding. Secondly, Aoki is a mysterious existence in the Godei 13th Division. Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain, still doesn't know Aoki's strength. If Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi are allowed to fight, then Aoki's strength will definitely be mastered by Kyoraku Shunsui. This is also a small test made by Kyoraku Shunsui, who just took office as the captain, to his subordinates. So, Captain Aoki accepted. Eyes Nanao stroked the eyes on her face, her facial expression still remained calm. Aoki was about to nod, but Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly stopped in front of Aoki. No, what does that old man Jingle think? Zaraki Kenpachi is crazy, he wants Aoki to die like that. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't give the newly appointed captain any face, and directly turned back. Eyes Nanao was a little overwhelmed by Matsumoto Rangiku's expression, and stood there not knowing what to say. Don't worry. Aoki gently pressed Matsumoto Rangiku's hand down, and then touched Rangiku's head. Relax, Zaraki is not my match. Aoki gave Rangiku a loving look. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Aoki, stunned for a moment, his face flushed slightly, then he clenched his fists and roared loudly. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Don't, Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 421 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value. 89,438. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 42. Captain Aoki. The concubine is not ready yet. You just went in. Please comment. Please flowers. Inside the first team, Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Aoki in front of him and smiled. Have you figured it out? Captain Zaraki is a dangerous person? Aoki rolled his eyes at Kyoraku Shunsui's words. Uncle Jingle, you obviously asked me to go, and you asked me if I've thought about it? Is it still too late for you to persuade me? You can really be a good person? Compared with old man Yamamoto, you, the captain, are much more insidious. When Kyoraku Shunsui heard this, he didn't pay attention at all. Instead he just smiled. Captain Aoki is really disrespectful, so how about it? When Kenpachi recovers from his injury, how about I transfer you to the 8th team as the captain, in charge of intelligence work, and the daily work is very leisurely. Hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's seductive words, Aoki is unmoved. What's the point of being a captain? Even the intelligence team has to deal with a lot of paperwork. I might as well go back to the 10th squad and be a patrol security guard. Aoki crossed his hands behind his head, looking disdainful. Then how about I transfer Matsumoto Rangiku to the 8th team as your vice captain? It's permanent. I'll help you convince you about the work of Captain Hitsugaya. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes lit up. Although Matsumoto Rangiku follows Aoki as the vice captain of the 11th team, it is a special work arrangement during the war. Once Zaraki Kenpachi returns, he will return to the 11th team and continue to serve as the captain. Matsumoto Rangiku will also return to the Juban team. But Kyoraku Shunsui is going to arrange Matsumoto Rangiku and Aoki together in the 8th team, which makes Aoki feel very tempting. After all, his Reiatsu growth and Miss Rangiku have a very close relationship, and they can be bound together. It couldn't be better. Is that true? Aoki raised his eyebrows and asked seriously. When did I, Kyoraku Shunsui, talk nonsense? Okay, Aoki clapped his hands in agreement. The next day, Endless Hell. Advertisement Infernal Hell is the 8th prison of Seireitei Mao Prison, located on the bottom floor. Here, there is no concept of time and space. Space is infinitely extended, and time is completely cut off from the outside world. Only in this kind of place can Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi have a smooth duel. Otherwise, just relying on the destructive power of the two, I am afraid that before the large forces of the Quincy division come again, Seireitei will be destroyed by the battle between Zaraki Kenpachi and Aoki. Boom. After recovering from his injuries, Zaraki Kenpachi kicked open the gate of hell. HMPH, this place is really amazing. Zaraki Kenpachi strode in with rebellious steps. I really didn't expect that you still have such great energy that you can find this place. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the back of the person in front of him and said provocatively. This is the order of the captain. Otherwise, how could we who are not sinners be allowed to enter here? Hearing the other party's words, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly became excited. Aren't you a sinner? HMPH, if you don't have power, both of you and I will become sinners. Ujiwa Yachinryu. It was Yunohana Yachiryu who was talking to Zaraki Kenpachi. At this time, she had turned around and looked at Zaraki Kenpachi in front of her with a smile on her face. That's right, you really don't have power now, so I say this kind of place is very suitable for you. Yunohana Retsu said softly. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi raised the sword in his hand. Oh, that's really good. If you win, you'll be the captain. If you lose, you'll be a sinner. In this endless hell, if we want to be with you, I'll only see one. Yunohana Retsu just smiled and didn't speak. Suddenly, the figure of a young Shinigami stepped out from behind Yunohana Retsu. Hey, why are you two talking so much? There is no such Kenpachi temperament in it. Zaraki Kenpachi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be a third person in this endless hell. Are you Aoki? Zaraki Kenpachi shrank slightly when he saw Aoki's figure. Advertisement. What's going on, Captain Yunohana? It seems that it's going to be 2-on-1. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, showing his ferocious fangs, and this situation obviously made him feel even more excited. Zaraki Kenpachi, Captain Yunohana was invited by me to support you. Aoki's voice echoed softly in the infernal hell. Then Aoki scratched his back lightly with Zanpakuto's scabbard and said helplessly. Although Yunohana Retsu refused Jingle's order to teach her the Kenpachi slashing technique, when Aoki invited her to take on the task of healing, Hana agreed very readily. Aoki remembered the look in Sister Hua's eyes at that time. It seemed that there was another meaning in her eyes. To tell you the truth, my Kaido is pretty bad, so it's better to leave it to Captain Yunohana to heal you. After Aoki finished speaking, Yunohana Retsu stepped aside gently, as if to make room for Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi. Come on Captain Aoki, although I'm only in charge of healing, but if you make me very excited, maybe I will deal with you with Zaraki Kenpachi. The appearance of first-generation Kenpachi thousands of years ago. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zaraki was slightly stunned. Heal me? You want me and Yunohana Yachiryu to deal with you? Are you kidding me? Zaraki Kenpachi seemed to have suffered a huge insult, and couldn't restrain his emotions anymore. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed at Aoki swung over quickly. Ding! The Zanpakuto of the two collided fiercely in the air, and the huge shockwave blew Yunohana Retsu's hair on the side. Yunohana Retsu lowered her eyebrows, seemed to be looking at the corner of her clothes, and then silently pulled out the Zanpakuto. She needs to use Zanpakuto's ability to quickly restore Zaraki Kenpachi's body, otherwise Zaraki Kenpachi will die if the treatment is not timely. Zaraki, apart from better health, you are too lacking in other things. Aoki shook his head slightly, and then a shunpo disappeared in front of Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi was taken aback. At his level, he couldn't feel the presence of Aoki at all. Then, a normal sealed state stabbed through Zaraki Kenpachi's back, and then pierced through his chest. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at his chest in disbelief, and then slowly fell to the ground. Captain Aoki, you were too fast. You stabbed in before the concubine was ready. Yunohana Retsu complained from the side. Then what should I do? Is there still time for me to pull it out? Aoki scratched his head embarrassingly. Stop moving. Let me do it. Yunohana Retsu sighed slightly. Chapter 43 Zaraki Kenpachi. Why are you guys doing this in front of me? Ask for flowers. Please comment. Thank you for your support. Yunohana Retsu threw the corpse of Zaraki Kenpachi into the mouth of Zanpakuto, Minazuki, who was already Shikai. Aoki looked at the operation in front of him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Captain Yunohana, you seem to have a faster healing method. Will it be too slow to recover with Minazuki? Aoki remembers that during the battle between Sister Wa and Kenpachi, she was able to restore Kenpachi's life in a very short time. I wonder if this is Waji Bankai's ability, but now Sister Wa is only using ordinary treatment methods, so I don't know when Zaraki Kenpachi will recover. It's not slow at all, it's just right. Yunohana Retsu turned to look at Aoki with excitement in his eyes. Aoki was a little terrified by Sister Hua's stare. Captain Aoki, take advantage of this time. You might as well tell my concubine. What do you think of what you said last time? Last time? Aoki was stunned for a moment, and then immediately thought of the time Captain Unikana sent him back to the 11th team last time. Thinking of Miss Rangiku's performance at that time, Aoki felt the hairs on his back stand up. Where does Aoki not know yet? What does Unohana Retsu mean? This is caring about myself, but Aoki is very entangled at this time. Not because of anything else, just because Sister Wa sent her home and was hit by Rangaku, the situation was already difficult to end. The dialogue between the two big sisters made Aoki feel as if he was in a Shira field. And most importantly, when Matsumoto Rangiku is jealous, his emotions will be extremely calm. The system doesn't know what's going on, but when Ms. Rangiku is calm, it actually loses her own Reiatsu. This is not a joke, Aoki doesn't want to go back to life. Captain Unohana, this one. Aoki scratched his head and was about to say something more to ease the embarrassment, but unexpectedly, Sister Wa on the opposite side rushed forward and gave Aoki a kiss with expression. Aoki's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, but Sister Wa seemed to be immersed in it, her eyes closed tightly. At this time, Aoki's mind was empty, and there was only one thought in his mind. Advertisement. This is Lousie's first kiss. Damn, what's going on? Why am I lying here? Zaraki Kenpachi roared not far away, and then Aoki heard an explosion, and Zaraki Kenpachi rushed out of Minazuki's mouth. But when Zaraki Kenpachi came out, he saw Unohana Retsu and Aoki kissing passionately. Zaraki Kenpachi is fried in one go. What are you doing? Aren't you going to fight with me? Now you want to do this kind of thing in front of me? As soon as the words fell, and her eyes were closed just now, Sister Wa, who was snuggling with Aoki, suddenly approached Zaraki Kenpachi. Then Zaraki Kenpachi felt his neck go cold. A slightly curved Zanpakuto pierces his throat. How come? I'm so good, no one can beat me. Zaraki Kenpachi muttered to himself, then fell weak and unconscious. Unohana Retsu then dropped Zaraki Kenpachi again into Minazuki's mouth. I didn't expect Captain Zaraki's recovery ability to be so fast. Aoki, can we continue? Unohana Retsu returned to her former intellectual big sister appearance, looking at Aoki with a shy face. Aoki was completely stunned. This shit. The gate of infernal hell opened, and Unohana Retsu tidied up her clothes and walked out with a smile on her face. Aoki followed behind, hammering his old waist. There is no difference between time and space in infernal hell, and the time and space of the outside world are completely separated from the inside. Aoki didn't know how long he and Sister Wa stayed in there, but most of the time, Zaraki Kenpachi was unconscious. During the period when Zaraki Kenpachi was in a coma, Aoki finally understood Wajia's true strength. Despite this unexpected situation, Aoki has not forgotten the real purpose of being in hell. Zaraki Kenpachi's strength has risen to a frightening level in repeated death crises. It wasn't until the last time that Aoki had to use his own Zanpakuto Shikai, wielding the ability to convert truth into lies, to fend off Kenpachi's attack. You too, why did you come out first? Kiraku Shunsui has been guarding the gate of infernal hell for a long time. Advertisement. Seeing the figures of Aoki and Unohana Retsu, Kiraku Shunsui shrank his pupils and was very surprised, but he quickly covered it up, and then smiled wryly. Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't have died inside. As soon as Kiraku Shunsui finished speaking, a little guy with pink hair came out from behind. Aegean. Kusajishi Yachiru pitifully tugged on Kiraku Shunsui's corner, then stared hard at Aoki and Unohana Retsu, gritted his teeth, trying not to let tears fall. Why did you kill Aegean? You scoundrels. Hearing Yachinlu's aggrieved voice, Aoki shook his head helplessly. Don't cry, Bachinliu, your Aegean is fine, King Band Leader, I've tried my best. If I keep playing, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and things will end very hard. Aoki lowered his head slightly while speaking, and his voice became more serious. In the final fight against Kenpachi, Aoki really showed his true skills. Kenpachi evolved wildly in the death again and again, so he had to show all his strength. Sister Wa on the side, if it wasn't for Aoki to stop her, I'm afraid she would have resorted to Bankai. It's all over. In this way, Zaraki Kenpachi was killed by Aoki for the last time in hell. Neither Sister Wa nor Aoki dared to shoot again. One is that Zaraki's recovery ability has reached a limit, and the time is getting longer and longer, and the body may not be able to bear another death. After all, it is true that Sister Wa is good at healing, but in fact, the degree of recovery depends largely on the injured person, and recovery will consume the injured person's life potential. On the other hand, Aoki feels that Zaraki Kenpachi will wake up again, and his strength will reach a peak. At that time, I am afraid it will be a life and death situation. So Aoki discussed with Sister Wa, and still left the unconscious Kenpachi in hell, while he and Sister Wa came out first. Whether it will succeed this time depends on his fortune. Lai and I will leave first, you can do whatever you want. After finishing speaking, Aoki took Sister Hua's hand and took his leave first. Watching Aoki and Unohana Retsu go away, Kiraku Shunsui didn't say much, but rubbed his hands together, seeming to be thinking about something silently. After a long time, Kiraku Shunsui smiled softly. It's really a happy situation. Chapter 44. Is there no other way to move? Open black lens bracket. Please support, close black lens bracket. Ling Fan Ligong, Kilin Hall. Kurosaki Ichigo stood blankly in the hot spring, looking at Rukia's peach floating in front of him. Hey, we came here just to soak in the hot spring, Kurosaki Ichigo yelled dissatisfied. Kilin Temple Tianshiro on the side didn't say anything, he just called the two burly men behind him to push Kurosaki Ichigo into the water again. 1, 2. Gulu Gulu. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't bear it anymore, and kicked one of the burly men out with a flying kick. Hole. Not qualified. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple held a wooden stick in his mouth, and roared loudly with a face. When you were taking a bath when you were a child, didn't adults teach you to count to 100 before getting up? Hole. Whose parents would put their heads in there and count 100 times, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help retorting. Stop talking nonsense, count men, count hero. Kilinji Tianshiro greeted the two burly men again, ready to push Kurosaki Ichigo's head in again. Okay brother. Don't blame us, boy. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, he was pushed into the water again by two big men. Wow, stop it. Gurgling. Boom. Kurosaki Ichigo resisted vigorously, while Kilin Temple Tianshiro watched his veins twitch violently. Wait. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple shouted, stopping the movements of the two burly men. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo was able to catch his breath and floated up from the water, and then he saw Kilin Temple Tenshiro naked, walking towards him slowly. What are you doing? Hello. Boom. Kilinji Tianshiro waved his fist the size of a sandbag, and punched Kurosaki Ichigo on the cheek. Kurosaki Ichigo was instantly sent flying, and when he landed, there was a tumbling splash. What are you doing? B****************. No matter how much you say hello, you have to do it. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up and said angrily. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo froze for a moment. He suddenly felt something strange in his body. Did you notice it, Kurosaki Ichigo? The corners of Kilin Temple Tenshiro's mouth rose slightly. You're healed. If it wasn't for recovery, you would have died with my punch. Kilin Temple Tianshiro gently fished out a piece of bandage from the water. That was the bandage on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. It was smashed by Tenshiro's punch just now, and scattered in the hot spring pool. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo lightly raised his hands and looked at himself all over. At this time, the bandages on Kurosaki Ichigo's whole body were almost broken, revealing a strong figure. Your work here is over. Hurry up and go to the next place. Kilin Temple Tianshilong turned around and waved his hands as if nothing had happened. The next place. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to have recovered from the shock just now. Wait a minute. Suddenly a voice came from not far away. Abarai Renji was covered in the same bandages, and stood up with a stiff face. I'm healed too. Renji stared at Tianshiro of Kilin Temple in front of him, and said provocatively, as long as I can withstand your punch, it's considered a pass. Come on, hit me. After Abarai Renji said this, he directly opened his hands, ready to meet the fist of Kilin Temple Tenshiro. Boom. Kilinji Tianshiro's fist hit Abarai Renji's abdomen in an instant, and the huge impact caused the water in the whole hot spring to burst instantly. Water splashed everywhere and steam filled the air. When everything returned to calm, Tianshiro of Kilin Temple was surprised to find that Abarai Renji stood motionless on the spot. At this time, Abarai Renji clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly, but his face could not contain the excitement. How about it? I didn't even get beaten up, I passed it. Seeing Abarai Renji's appearance, Kilin Temple Tenshiro also shrank his pupils slightly, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Renji could withstand this punch. HMPH, being able to withstand my punch is barely a pass, you two go. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple waved his hand lightly, and the two burly men immediately understood. Afterwards, Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo were placed on a platform, and as the giant hammer fell to the ground, Kurosaki Ichigo and Renji were directly thrown out. What, isn't there another way to move around here? Looking at the disappearing figures of Kurosaki Ichigo and Renji, Kilin Temple Tenshiro breathed a sigh of relief, sat silently by the edge of the hot spring, and then put his hands into the hot spring. You've worked hard, take off your clothes, Kilin Temple Tianshilong said to the two burly men. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. When the two burly men heard this, they quickly took off their corsets. The corset that was just taken off was thrown on the ground, and a steaming flame ignited in an instant, burning the clothes to death. Looking at the bodies of the two burly men, the blood vessels were already bursting, and the muscles all over their bodies swelled and jumped uncontrollably, almost bursting. After soaking in hot springs for a long time, the body will rot due to excessive recovery. Only by wearing this special corset can the symptoms be relieved. Unexpectedly, these two teenagers could soak in the hot spring naked for such a long time. One of the burly men said with emotion. Hearing this, Tianshilong of Kilin Temple still sat by the edge of the hot spring, and did not raise his right hand in the hot spring. I was optimistic about them, but it still exceeded my expectations. Kilin Temple Tenshiro looked down at his right hand. Especially that kid Kurosaki, who hit that punch just now, unexpectedly suffered a subconscious counterattack from him, and instead injured my hand. In the hot spring, Tianshilong's right hand in Kilin Temple was already abnormally red and swollen, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Invisible Empire. Juhabok sat quietly on the throne, Holy Word B, and Hazward stood aside respectfully. A little time has passed since the last attack on Soul Society, and Juhabok has also planned the time to launch a general attack. What made him a little worried was the young Shinigami he met at Seireitei last time. Juhabok's original plan was to completely eliminate Yamamoto Genryuzai, but obviously, he failed. A young Shinigami named Aoki stops him. and this young man never appeared in his plan. Juhabok was sitting quietly on the throne at this time, but he had quietly activated his omniscient ability. He wants to see through this young Shinigami named Aoki and understand his future. Juhabok has been dormant for this battle for 1,000 years, and he must eliminate all unstable factors. Juhabok squinted his eyes slightly, and the fog of history that others could not see clearly unfolded from his world. Countless futures are as dazzling as the stars in the universe, covering the entire world of Juhabok. Chapter 45 Lil Bambi, were you just playing bundle play? Seek support, ask for data. After a long time, Juhabok opened his eyes and grinned. HMPH, nothing to worry about. Juhabok originally thought that this young Shinigami named Aoki might be an unstable factor. But after scanning countless futures, Juhabok found that Aoki's future was extremely clear. Although there are countless situations in the future, Aoki's results all point to death in the end. In the near future, Aoki will die tragically under the blade of his star-crossed knights in various forms. The best ending is just to go to the Lingwang Palace and have a face-to-face meeting with myself. Hazward, summon the star-crossed knights, I have something important to announce today. Juhabok put this matter behind him, stopped thinking about it, and then turned his head to give Hazward an order. Yes, your majesty. Hazward bowed slightly, with a very respectful attitude. Since Husward joined the Star-Crossed Knights, he has always won the trust of Juhabok, not only because of his ability, but also because of his attitude towards Juhabok. Halfward never hesitated to execute Hubok's orders, never generating unnecessary curiosity or questioning too much. Because of this, Halfward became the only confidant of Juhabok, and being able to exchange power with Juhabok at night is the most unique existence of the Star-Crossed Knights. The Quincy master of the Star-Crossed Knights almost always believed that Hazward was the heir of His Majesty Juhabok. Not long after Juhabok gave the order, the Quincies of the Star-Crossed Knights gathered in the hall one after another. Even though there were a large number of Quincy masters, there was not a single noisy sound in the hall. All the Quincies lined up and stood in unison, waiting for the appearance of their Majesty, Juhabok. Such a strong discipline is the key to the strength of the Star-Crossed Knights. After a while, Juhabok slowly ascended to the throne in the hall. All salute your Majesty. I don't know who gave the order, and all members of the Star-Crossed Knights focused their eyes on Juhabok and saluted respectfully. Is everyone here? Juhabok scanned the audience with the breath of a superior. All the Quincies looked at Juhabok with reverence in their eyes. This is their Majesty, Juhabok. Even Yamamoto Genryusai of the Soul Society is no match, the strongest man in history. Next, I have something important to announce, come in. After Juhabok finished speaking, he went straight to the throne in the hall and sat down slowly. As soon as the words fell, a tall and straight young figure, dressed in the uniform of the Knights of the Star Cross, walked slowly to the stage and stood beside Juhabok. Who is this? How dare he stand on the stage with His Majesty? Even Harford is respectfully in the audience, this young man is so courageous. The Star-Crossed Knights, who have always been strictly disciplined, finally had a Quincy whisper when they saw this scene. Let me introduce to you, this is Ishida Uryu, the last Quincy living in this world. Advertisement, I will designate him as my successor. Juhabok opened his mouth and showed a confident smile. At this point, the members of the Star-Crossed Knights expressed their shock. Why, successor? Just rely on this kind of unknown guy. Your Majesty. What's going on? A Quincy with red hair and a coxcomb hairstyle was agitated and ready to argue. He is Busby, who was bestowed with the holy word H by Ahebak and Harsward's childhood friend. Busby has always believed that it has always been Hazward who can become the successor of Juhabok. Your Majesty, tell me clearly. Just when Busby was about to rush to the stage, Hazward suddenly appeared in front of Busby. No arguments are allowed, and no objections are allowed. Juhabok continued to grin, then glanced at Ishida Uryu. His strength will definitely convince everyone in future battles. Let's adjourn. After all, Juhabok left everyone behind and took Ishida Uryu down. Ishida Uryu was silent in the audience, his face was heavy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Just after Juhabok left, the entire Star-Crossed Knights exploded. I'm so P*********. What is your Majesty thinking? Bambietta walked back to the residence in a restless mood. Hey, you, come back to the house with me. Bambietta pointed at a member of the Star-Crossed Knights passing by, and hooked her fingers. Oh, me, Miss Bambi? The selected Quincy was a little confused at first, but when he saw Bambietta's beautiful face, he became excited instantly. What an honor, Miss Bambi. Laugh. A knife flashed, and Bambietta sat on the chair in the residence, and the Quincy in front of her had been split in half by her. Oops, made this place so dirty again. Just as Bambietta put away the knife, she heard a soft voice. The female group of the Star-Crossed Knights slowly walked into the room. Don't you often get dirty too? Bambietta denied it. How can biscuit crumbs be confused with blood? ****ch. If you really want to do it, go outside, it's not a matter of inside and outside at all. Okay, she should change her bad habit of killing people when she gets angry. She doesn't take care of her subordinates like you, guy. Advertisement. D little Gigi, do you want to fight? The girl group said each word, and suddenly there was an explosion sound from the wall. Looking back, Bambietta stood up angrily. Can you please be quiet, I'm very upset right now. Why are you so upset? Then do you still need to ask? Of course it is the future of the Invisible Empire. Bambietta looked at the wall, wondering what he was thinking. Apparently, Juhabok's actions caused all members of the Star-Crossed Knights to fall into dissatisfaction and anxiety. Saint Z, Giselle quietly approached and carefully observed Bambietta's collar. Damn pervert. Why are you staring at me like this? Bambietta felt a little terrified by Giselle's stare. Most people in the Star-Crossed Knights may not know Giselle's secret, but Bambietta does. Although this guy hangs out with girl groups all day and looks like a girl on the outside, in fact, this guy is a fake girl. Little Bumby, were you playing bondage with the handsome guy just now? Giselle tilted her head, pretending to be cute. Looking at Giselle's expression, Bambietta was filled with indescribable disgust. But bundled play? Bambietta looked puzzled, then followed Giselle's gaze and touched her neck. There was a deep strangle mark on the neck. It was the result of encountering Aoki in the last battle and being trapped by the opponent with iron chains. Even with the Quincy's static blood outfit, Aoki's iron chains seemed to ignore the defense, and still left a strangle mark on Bumby's neck that lasted for a long time. Touching this scar, Bambietta thought of the humiliation she received in Seireitei. If it weren't for Aoki's encounter with His Majesty Juhabok, she might not be able to escape the clutches. Damn it. Damn Aoki big. ****. The Master Aoki, that Bambietta said was about to blurt out subconsciously. Obviously, there are still many shadows who have been trained by Aoki. Thinking of this, Bambietta was even more depressed. ****************** I will definitely kill you, In the captain's office of the 11th team, Aoki suddenly sneezed. Strange, who is talking about me? Aoki rubbed his head with doubts on his face. Chapter 46 Miss Rangiku, you are not shy, seek support, ask for data. In Seireitei court, Aoki sneezed without realizing it. Is someone talking about me? Strange, who is thinking of me at this time? Aoki touched his head with a puzzled look on his face. But then put the matter aside. Looking at the mess in the office, Aoki couldn't help shaking his head. This office is dedicated to the 11th team captain, and Zaraki Kenpachi used to be here. After Aoki came to the 11th team, his days in the office were numbered, so he naturally had no time to take care of it. It seems that we need to find some time to tidy up. Aoki opened the window, ready to let in the air. Suddenly, Aoki noticed a beautiful figure. Just from the curvature of the side, Aoki recognized at a glance that the person was Ms. Matsumoto Rangiku. Such a proud curve, in the Soul Society, it may be difficult to find a second one. Miss Rangiku. Rangiku Vice Captain. Aoki leaned against the window and shouted, with a smirk on his face. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku was about to sneak away, but unexpectedly bumped into Aoki, who opened the window by such a coincidence. Captain Aoki, is there anything I can do for you? Matsumoto Rangiku pouted and said with a displeased face. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku was very depressed. Because Aoki received an order from the captain to fight Zaraki Kenpachi. As the Shinigami of Seireitei, Matsumoto Rangiku certainly knows how powerful the captain of the 11th team, the contemporary Kenpachi, is. Although Aoki has made a name for himself in previous battles against the Quincy, Matsumoto Rangiku does not know Aoki's true strength because many of the battles are not publicized. Just know that Aoki is the guy who can take Zanpakuto Bankai, the guy with captain ability. But even so, Zaraki Kenpachi's strength is among the best among the captains. Advertisement so, at first Matsumoto Rangiku was very worried about Aoki's situation, fearing that Aoki would be injured in the match against Zaraki Kenpachi. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku and Aoki have known each other for many years. Even though Aoki is shameless, he is still someone Matsumoto Rangiku cares about. What's more, Matsumoto Rangiku's feelings for Aoki have changed silently recently. But unexpectedly, this guy Aoki came back intact. Not only that, when Aoki came back, he was holding hands with Captain Unikana. When Matsumoto Rangiku saw the scene at that time, he felt dizzy for a moment, as if he had suffered a big blow. Seeing Aoki holding the smiling Captain Unohana, Matsumoto Rangiku always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Man is a very wonderful creature. When there is something at your fingertips, it does not cause a lot of possessiveness. But once this thing is about to be snatched away by others, then it's another matter. Obviously, Ms. Matsumoto Rangiku has been troubled for a long time because of this incident. Seeing Aoki again, naturally she will not give any good face. Vice Captain Rangiku, you look like you're going out, why don't you report to me? You are my vice captain. Aoki didn't seem to notice anything, but was talking and laughing at Matsumoto Rangiku as usual. As this guy? A single mind? Can't you see that I'm angry? Matsumoto Rangiku rolled his eyes inwardly angrily. Captain Hitsugaya has something to ask me. I want to go back to the 10th squad. Matsumoto Rangiku put on a straight face, deliberately keeping a distance from Aoki. Squad 10. Why do you go back to the 10th team? You are the vice captain of my 11th team. Aoki muttered, with a reluctance on his face. Captain Aoki, now the battle is imminent. Please stop playing such a petty temper. Matsumoto Rangiku interrupted Aoki with a slightly depressed mood. Captain Hitsugaya and I need to practice a joint attack. Afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku sighed softly and said with some helplessness. Originally I was Captain Hitsugaya's adjutant, and I cooperated very closely with him. Now Captain Hitsugaya I can't use Bankai. I hope I can help. Captain Aoki should understand this. Aoki nodded slightly when he heard this, expressing his affirmation. Although now he has become the acting captain of the 11th team and kidnapped Ms. Rangiku by the way, but Captain Hitsugaya is his old leader after all. Aoki still gives this face. Moreover, Aoki knew that although Captain Hitsugaya had the information that Bankai was not taken by the Quincy, Seireitei still had no means to prevent Bankai from being taken away. This is undoubtedly a major blow to Seireitei's combat power. This is why Kyoraku Shunsui really wants Kenpachi to grow fast. After all, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto couldn't even do it with Shikai, but he was able to easily kill 3 members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Advertisement. Although he was finally defeated by the fake Yuabak and was seriously injured, this is tantamount to a proud record. How powerful would such a Zaraki Kenpachi be if he could Shikai his own sword? Except for Zaraki Kenpachi, the other captains lost Bankai, literally losing half of their strength. At this time, all the captains are honing their abilities one after another. Captain Hitsugaya should be preparing to strengthen Hiranmaru Shikai's abilities. Aoki vaguely remembered that Captain Hitsugaya's Hiranmaru paired with Miss Rangiku's Hineka could achieve an amazing effect. In that case, Vice Captain Rangiku, I have no choice but to go with you. Aoki sighed with a smile, and then silently put his hand on Miss Rangiku's shoulder. What Aoki didn't expect was that Matsumoto Rangiku, who used to be irritable, lowered his head and remained silent at this moment. Strange, in the past this time should be hitting me, what's going on today? Aoki was very puzzled. In order to provoke Miss Rangiku's emotions, he used all the tricks he could use. Matsumoto Rangiku was in a state of disarray. She didn't know what was going on. She was supposed to push Aoki's hand away and give this shameless guy a hard blow. But today, she didn't do that. Miss Rangiku, what's the matter today? Aoki moved his head closer. Because Matsumoto Rangiku lowered his head, Aoki had to lower his body at this time, put his head on Rangiku's chest, and looked up at Rangiku's face. Miss Rangiku, you are not shy, are you? Feeling the hot breath from his chest, Matsumoto Rangiku finally couldn't help it. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 217 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value. 89,655. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 47. Captain Hitsugaya, I know why you have a big head. When Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku came to the Juban team, they saw Hitsugaya Toshiro practicing chopping with the team members. Hey, Captain Hitsugaya actually started the combo technique? Seeing this scene, Aoki was a little surprised. Generally speaking, chopping is the most basic ability of Shinigami. Every Shinigami, before joining the Godei 13th Division, has learned skills such as chopping fists and walking ghosts at the Spiritual Arts Academy. It's just that Hitsugaya Toshiro, as the captain, rarely has the opportunity to use the real chopping technique after obtaining Bankai. After all, after Zanpakuto is completely liberated, various abilities will be derived. For example, Dagoran Hiranmaru, the captain of Hitsugaya, is known as the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. After being completely liberated, he can use the power of freezing to deal with the enemy. Naturally, he does not need any cutting skills. Rangaku, Captain Aoki, you are here. Toshiro waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, sweating profusely. Although his Bankai wasn't taken, he couldn't use it until he had the ability to decipher Quincy's moves. Since Bankai cannot be used, it is natural to strengthen training in other areas in order to be able to cope with the next battle. Captain Aoki, for the next battle, if my Bankai can't be used, I may need to cooperate with Rangaku. I hope you can lend me the Vice Captain Rangaku, Toshiro said seriously with a serious face. Aoki waved his hand pretending to be generous. No problem, Captain Hitsugaya, you are my old boss, why don't you see me? You can take it away at any time if you want it, so feel free to use it. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, Aoki and Toshiro suddenly felt a pain in their head. Looking back, Matsumoto Rangiku clenched his fist and angrily gave the two of them a headache. Hey, don't talk about me like a commodity. You be asterisk 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 D. Aoki and Toshiro covered their heads at the same time, with grievances on their faces. Captain Hitsugaya, I know why your head is so big, Aoki whispered. Toshiro subconsciously nodded. After reassuring Matsumoto Rangiku, Hitsugaya Toshiro began formal training. Aoki squatted aside, drawing circles on the ground board. Captain Aoki, don't you want to do some training? You know, the enemy's attack this time will be more violent than last time. Hitsugaya Toshiro reminded kindly from the side. Advertisement, don't worry, I'm not as good as you, Aoki showed a relaxed expression. Toshiro could only smile awkwardly when he heard Aoki say such embarrassing words. Sit on the frosty sky, Hiranmaru, whisper, Hineka. Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku summoned their own Zanpakuto at the same time, and the power of the two Zanpakuto was entwined. Aoki squatted aside and observed silently, so he knew why Toshiro needed Ms. Rangiku's cooperation. The Bankai of Hitsugaya Toshiro, Dagoran Hiranmaru, is actually not that different from the Shikai. The most critical difference is actually the amount of ice. Of course, Captain Hitsugaya later developed the real Bankai, so the difference is still very big. But now, Hitsugaya Toshiro focuses his training on Shikai, which means using less ice to achieve the effect of Bankai. In the middle, if you can cooperate with Miss Rangiku's Hineka, you can achieve unexpected effects, and you can construct a different ice structure than before. What a genius idea. Captain Hitsugaya. When Toshiro used Shikai's Zanpakuto to create a large ice surface, Aoki couldn't help but applaud. It has to be said that Hitsugaya Toshiro is known as the first genius of the Soul Society for a reason. Not only because of his Zanpakuto, which is known as the strongest ice and snow element in history, but more importantly, he has a brain far beyond his peers at a young age. Thank you, Captain Aoki. Toshiro smiled sheepishly. The battle is imminent, and almost all the captains are preparing for this battle. Speaking of this, Toshiro gave Aoki a deep look. Obviously, in this almost, the designation does not include the Captain Aoki. As the captain, Aoki can be said to be the weirdest one. The rest of the captains are training crazily, only Aoki is bored and goes to the 10th squad for a stroll. Sometimes rest is also to prepare for the battle. The most important thing is to keep healthy. Aoki ignored the meaning of Toshiro's words, with a face of indifference. Besides, I also trained Zaraki Kenpachi, it can be said to be a great effort. Aoki is defending himself. Humph, suddenly, Matsumoto Rangiku snorted coldly after hearing what Aoki said. Toshiro looked at Rangiku suspiciously. Advertisement. He didn't go to train Captain Zaraki, he was with Captain Unikana. Matsumoto Rangiku was talking, and suddenly realized that his words were a little jealous, and shut his mouth immediately. Toshiro looked at Matsumoto Rangiku, but was a little surprised. Although Toshiro still looks like a child, but his character is still precocious, where can't you see Rangiku's thoughts at this time? What he didn't expect was that originally Rangiku had a look of rejection to Aoki, but now, there is a trace of subtle emotion. Rangiku, you. Toshiro looked at Matsumoto Rangiku, hesitant to speak. Captain Hitsugaya. Let's hurry up and train. Matsumoto Rangiku was a little flustered, and quickly brought the topic to the formal. Toshiro couldn't say more, but Aoki felt Matsumoto Rangiku's mind and was not calm. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 541 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 89,979. Close black lens bracket. Rangiku, pull yourself together. Hitsugaya. Toshiro reprimanded, slightly dissatisfied. Just after chatting with Aoki about Zaraki Kenpachi, Matsumoto Rangiku kept wandering during combat training. Sometimes even narrowly escaped being wounded by Toshiro's Zanpakuto. Such a state is very unfavorable to training. Yes, I'm sorry, come again. Matsumoto Rangiku seemed to come to his senses suddenly, took a deep look at Aoki, and then clenched his Zanpakuto tightly. Ahaha, I'm bored staying here, so I might as well go and play with Captain Bacon. It's been a long time since I touched Captain Bacon's head, I really miss him. Originally, Aoki wanted to relax here, but after mentioning Sister Wa, neither Aoki nor Matsumoto Rangiku could concentrate. No way, Aoki had to find an excuse to get up and leave. Captain Aoki, Kashiwamura doesn't seem to be in the 7th division, Toshiro reminded kindly. Not in the 7th team. Captain Kashiwamura is not the kind of person who hangs around. Aoki was a little puzzled. According to Komamura-Sajan's temperament, he should be training with his team members to cheer up. It is said that Captain Kashiwamura just returned to his hometown. Toshiro raised his head and thought about it, recalling this incident. Go back home. It's broken. Aoki slapped his thigh and rushed out of the 10th squad. Chapter 48. Is Captain Bacon here? I have something to do with him. Open black lens bracket. Please support. Please flowers. Close black lens bracket. In a remote mountainous area of the Soul Society, Komamura-Sajan and the Vice Captain Shiji are looking for a cave somewhere. Captain Bacon, is this your hometown? The shooting range on the side was looking around curiously. That's right, Komamura-Sajan's voice was rough and thick. I was originally a werewolf. I fell into the animal realm because of the sins I committed in my life. I failed to die completely, so I came to the Soul Society. Because of our sins, we are not tolerated by the Soul Society, so our family lives in this kind of inaccessible place. Komamura-Sajan was not ashamed at all because of his life experience, but generously explained to his Vice Captain Shichang. After a while, Bacon and Shichang came to a cave. It's here, shooting range, you just guard at the entrance of the cave, don't let others approach. After all, Komamura-Sajan pondered for a moment, seeming to be doing some ideological struggle. After a while, Komamura-Sajan walked into the cave slowly with firm steps. The air in the cave was warm and humid, mixed with the smell of corruption from time to time, exuding a stench. But Komamura-Sajan doesn't care about this at all. He was born and raised here. This is his home. Even now that he has become the captain of Gode 13, he will not dislike this dark and damp cave. Komamura-Sajan went straight to the deepest part of the cave. A huge beast covered in white hair lay in the cave and appeared in front of Komamura-Sajan. Old ancestor. Komamura-Sajan stared at the huge white beast in front of him and let out a dull cry. Huh, so it's Kashiwamura. The giant white beast opened its muddy scarlet eyes, staring at Komamura-Sajan in front of it, as if trying to see through his figure. You actually still have the face to come back. The huge Reiatsu vented from the body of the white monster, and the coercion caused the air in the cave to flow rapidly, creating a gust of wind. Komamura-Sajan's hair was disheveled by the gust of wind, but he showed no signs of fear. Plop. Komamura-Sajan knelt down on his knees and kowtowed fiercely to the giant white beast in front of him. Old ancestor. I am here this time, begging you to teach me the humanization technique. Komamura-Sajan yelled loudly at the giant white beast in front of him. Huh? The white monster looked at the sincere Komamura-Sajan with scarlet eyes. After a moment of silence, the giant white beast laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Huge laughter came from the beast's mouth, revealing a creepy strangeness. Stop joking. The giant white beast's laughter stopped abruptly, and there was a hint of gloom in the subsequent words. The guy who is ashamed of our people, who does not hesitate to wear a mask and armor to cover his whole body, and imitates human behavior. How dare you say such a thing? Hearing the mockery of the white monster, Komamura Sajin raised his head. Look, ancestor, I don't wear a mask anymore. In the past few decades, the world has gradually changed, and our family can survive in the Soul Society without having to hide. I already feel that such a world is coming soon. However, the world is being destroyed now. Komamura Sajin's words became more and more excited. What a fuss! The giant white beast roared deafeningly. You got one thing wrong, the world will not be destroyed, it's just a change of power. We don't need to change. No matter who is in power in the world, we can only live in a corner and hold our breath. While speaking, the tone of the giant white beast gradually dropped. Obviously, compared with Bacon, as the ancestor of the werewolf clan, it has already accepted the reality and no longer has any illusions about the future. Old ancestor. That situation can be changed. Byakuya couldn't help roaring. For the sake of our children and grandchildren, we must change this situation. It won't change, it's meaningless. The giant white beast turned a deaf ear and didn't care about Bacon's words at all. No matter how the world changes, it has nothing to do with us. Old ancestor. Byakuya's eyes widened angrily, revealing his fangs. Obviously, Bacon was annoyed by the pedantic thoughts of the ancestors in front of him. Bacon, don't you understand? The white giant sighed heavily. You abandoned your clansmen and became a lackey of human beings, and now you can still stand in front of the old man. I just ask you, don't disturb our peace, if it can't be done. The giant white beast suddenly stretched out its huge claws, and slapped the ground heavily, making a heavy sound. Advertisement. Wow. The huge figure stood up, hundreds of times taller than Komamura Sajin. If you are still stubborn, this old man will have no choice but to crush you. Outside the cave, 998. 999. 1000, boom. The shooting field was shirtless, sweating profusely and put down the boulder on his shoulders. Captain Bacon has been in for so long, when will he come out of this strange cave? Shooting field wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked solemnly at the black hole behind him. Yo, it's Fitness, the vice captain of the shooting range. She was startled when she heard someone calling her. To be able to appear behind him so silently, it is obvious that the other party is a stronger person than himself. Before going in, Captain Bacon had already told him to guard the entrance of the cave. But right now, the shooting range is in trouble. As soon as he turned around, he saw Aoki's smiling face, and the tense heart in the shooting field instantly relaxed. Captain Aoki. You scared me to death. Shichang touched his little heart, which was still beating wildly at this moment. You know, with Aoki's approaching agility just now, before the shooter didn't know the opponent's details, he thought he had encountered some difficult opponent. If it weren't for Aoki's timely sacrifice of his real body, the shooting range would have thought that the Quincy had launched a general attack in advance. Captain Aoki, the next time you show up, can you say hello? The shooting field complained helplessly. It's easy to talk. Is Captain Kashimura there? I have something to do with him. Aoki still kept a smiling face, and then walked towards the entrance of the cave naturally. Hey, Captain Aoki, it's not a good place to enter. The shooter waved his hands quickly, trying to stop Aoki. But in the blink of an eye, where is Aoki left? Chapter 49. Would you rather be a coward for the rest of your life, or a true hero for a few minutes? Please support, ask for data. The dark and damp cave emits a stench from time to time, making Aoki cover his nose. Good guy, with this kind of living environment, it's no wonder Captain Bacon doesn't want to stay here. Really, this is not the problem of Captain Bacon at all. This group of wolves should find their own reasons. Aoki resisted the discomfort and walked in slowly. Old ancestor. Bacon. From the depths of the cave, there were two beast-like roars. Aoki rushed over quickly after hearing the words. At this moment, Komamura Sajin was confronting the giant white beast in front of him. Suddenly, a voice of exclamation sounded. Wow, what a big dog. Aoki raised his head, looked at the huge monster in front of him, and couldn't help but admire it. Captain Aoki? Kashimura turned his head and saw Aoki's face, and couldn't help being surprised. When he came, he had already given orders to the shooting range, and guarded the entrance of the cave, not letting anyone in. Unexpectedly, Captain Aoki was able to find this place. B******************. D. This old man is a wolf. It's a wolf. The huge white-haired monster was furious when he heard Aoki calling him this, and roared to explain. At this time, Aoki dodges to the back of the behemoth. Tisk tisk, you can pull it down. It's said in the books that the one with the tail raised is the dog, and the one with the tail down is the wolf. Don't bully me for reading less. After that, Aoki pointed at the other party's butt, and saw that the huge monster's tail was only a tiny bit, and it was tilting up and swinging left and right at this moment. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ancestor of the werewolf clan roared angrily. After a long time, the ancestor's tail was lost in a certain tragic battle. At this moment, there was only a short stub of tail left on his buttocks. It would be a ghost if it could hang down. Hey, don't be so excited. Look, I poked your sore spot. Aoki sighed and shook his head. At this time, the old ancestor's mood gradually calmed down, and he looked at the young Shinigami in front of him with cold eyes. Boy, you dared to break into the cave of the werewolf clan alone. How brave you are. Hearing this, Aoki laughed disdainfully. Have the guts? Of course I have the guts. Being chased and killed by the Soul Society, hiding in various places, and finally can only linger on in this place where the birds don't shit. It's a place like this, of course I can break in. You old guy, you still say that I have the guts? I think it's you who has the guts. You dare to stand up and talk when you see me. Aoki's eyes changed suddenly, and the huge Reiatsu poured out, all aimed at the old guy with white hair in front of him. The werewolf ancestor suddenly felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, which made him unbearable. After a moment of support, the old ancestor uttered an unwilling roar, and then fell to the ground. Captain Aoki, don't do this to my ancestors. Komamura Sajin panicked when he saw Aoki's actions. He didn't expect that Aoki would have such a powerful strength. With Reiatsu alone, he could suppress the patriarch of the werewolf clan. When I fought side by side with Aoki before, I just felt that this young Shinigami was not simple, but Kashimura only guessed that Aoki could reach the captain level. But this time Aoki's actions completely shocked him. The patriarch of the werewolf clan was lying on the ground with a look of fear on his face. You know, even though he is a werewolf and hides in the cave all day long, he can still be regarded as an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Advertisement the usual Shinigami was no match for him at all. And in front of this young guy, Reiatsu almost formed substance. The ancestor of the werewolf could almost feel that the one facing him was not a human being, but a huge monster with a 9-headed snake body that was countless times bigger than him. Such a sense of oppression, even if the opponent didn't use Reiatsu to attack, it was an instinctive reaction of the body, and he didn't dare to move anymore. Boy, you. The ancestor of the werewolf clan was about to say something more, but he hesitated when the words came to his lips. Because he has already seen Aoki's strength, he is afraid that the other party will be unhappy and kill him. At this time, he was also panicked because he called Aoki, boy, just now. Old man, do you dare to say harsh words before knowing the strength of your opponent? How did a guy like you live so long? Looks like I'm going to learn your tricks. Aoki looked at the giant in front of him and shook his head contemptuously. Captain Aoki, don't be too impulsive, Kashimura shouted anxiously from the side. The old ancestor is old, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up to your torture. The ancestor of the werewolf just wanted to stand up, but saw Kashimura standing in front of it with a solemn face, blocking Aoki's pace for it. Aoki looked slightly surprised, looked at Bacon, and said seriously, Captain Bacon, this old dog doesn't have anything good in his mind, and I'm doing this for your own good. Komamura Sajin gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and took a step forward. Captain Aoki, the ancestors are still my family after all, please don't act excessively. Hearing these words, the werewolf patriarch suddenly released the coldness in his eyes, and suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Oh, okay, Kashimura, you step back, young Shinigami, although I don't know why you came here, but you are powerful. If you want to kill me, I won't be able to stop you. But Kashimura, I agree to teach you the humanization technique, I hope you can do it yourself. Aoki was slightly stunned when he heard this scene. I didn't say I wanted to kill the dog either, are you misunderstanding something? I'm just here to admonish Captain Kashimura, okay? It was this old dog who provoked me first, don't you have too much drama in your mind? Just when Aoki was stunned, Komamura Sajin knelt down in front of his ancestor in great surprise. Thank you, ancestor. Wait a minute. Aoki stepped forward, put his hands on Komamura Sajin's shoulders, looked at the huge monster in front of him, and said coldly. The scarlet eyes of the old werewolf ancestor rolled around, his eyes dodged, and he didn't know what was thinking in his heart. Captain Kashimura, what do you know about humanization technique? Komamura Sajin looked at Aoki in surprise, as if he didn't understand that Aoki would be so interested in his affairs. Captain Aoki, this is a family secret history. It doesn't matter. The ancestor of the werewolf let out a heavy sigh. Humanization technique is a secret technique of the werewolf clan. Sacrifice the sinful body to gain powerful power. To put it simply, the caster needs to sacrifice his sinful life in exchange for a sinless body. After being humanized, one can obtain a short-term immortal body, but when the humanization ends, life will end here. The words of the werewolf ancestor resounded in the empty cave. Komamura Sajin was silent when he heard these words. Advertisement, Captain Kashimura, did you hear that? This old dog is tricking you, Aoki persuaded loudly. Once you learn this trick, you can only live for one day. Isn't the beauty in this world exactly what you want to feel? Why do you need to learn this kind of thing for the sake of fighting? If you can't beat me, you can find me, I'm awesome. Aoki gushed into Komamura Sajin's ear. Enough, Captain Aoki. Komamura Sajin's right fist hit the ground heavily, making a loud noise. Old ancestor, please give me the humanization technique. Captain Aoki, you don't need to say much. Master Yamamoto suffered the humiliation of Yuhabuk. I must take revenge for this revenge. This is my kindness to Master Yamamoto, the best return. At this moment, Komamura Sajin bared his fangs, his face was full of anger, and his eyes were already blood red with hatred. Aoki froze in place, looking at Komamura Sajin, not knowing what to say. Aoki knew of Kashimura's respect for Yamamoto Genryusai, but only after he really got in touch with Kashimura did Aoki understand what loyalty is. To be honest, before this, Aoki was never impressed by something. Because he is just a passerby in this world, at least Aoki thinks so. So, whatever happens in this world, Aoki is just a bystander. For a long time, Aoki has only acted according to his own preferences, including attacking Miss Rangiku, saving Chojiro Sasaki, convincing Sister Wa, teaching Zaraki Kenpachi chopping skills and so on. But this time, Aoki couldn't say anything dissuading. Captain Kashimura. Aoki hesitated for a moment, but didn't know how to speak. Captain Aoki. Boom. Komamura Sajin turned his head and gave Aoki a big bow. Thank you for coming to persuade me, I have made up my mind, please leave. After a while, Aoki walked out of the cave in a daze. At this time, the shooting field started a new round of boulder fitness. Seeing Aoki walking out, the shooting field quickly put down the boulder on its shoulders. Captain Aoki? Why did you run in without saying hello? How's Captain Bacon? Shichang asked with concern. Aoki silently looked at the sharp-edged man in front of him, and after a long time, asked with deep meaning. Shooting field, I'll give you a chance. Would you like to be the captain for a lifetime, or a hero for a few minutes? Listening to Aoki's words, the shooting field seems to have understood something, thoughtful. After a while, Shichang took a deep breath, then let out a mouthful of stale air, looked at the Soul Society at the foot of the mountain, and opened his mouth slowly. Gote 13 has a saying, there are two types of battles. One is a fight for life, you need to fight your opponent with hope full of life. And the other is to fight for dignity. Even if you sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate. Chapter 50 Invisible Empire. Come. Seeking data, asking for flowers, asking for comments. At the same time, Ling Fan left the palace. Yo, you did a good job, Abarai Renji. You have passed. Naimea Wang Yuju looked condescendingly at Renji below. After 3 days, Abarai Renji was covered in bruises. This is the Phoenix Hall of Ermeya Wangyue, the man who built Zanpakuto. All Zanpakuto gather here, and Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo need to find their Zanpakuto here. After 3 days of torture, Renji was finally recognized by Zanpakuto. Hearing the qualified in Wang Yu's mouth, Abarai Renji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hard work of several days was finally not in vain, he was able to go to the next palace. As for you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Wang Yu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo below, who was dying at this time. You seem to have failed, Wang Yu said coldly. No. Impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to get up, trying to hold on a little longer. But the scars all over his body made it take a lot of effort for him to even stand up. You still don't understand, Kurosaki? Naimea Wangyue looked at Kurosaki Ichigo below, and his tone became more and more serious. You failed not because you couldn't hold on, but because you were not recognized by Zanpakuto. So, it's pointless for you to persist any longer. Wang Yu shook his head lightly, and then said to Mira behind him. Let him go home. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. Before he could react, Mira appeared behind him with a bang, and threw him into the black hole. Wang Yu watched the black hole disappearing in silence. In a few days, let him figure out one thing. Kurosaki Ichigo isn't really a Shinigami, so there won't be a sealed state acknowledging him. If Kurosaki Ichigo is to reshape Zanpakuto, the only way is for him to find his true source of power. Therefore, Wang Yu sent Kurosaki Ichigo back to the present world, and then quietly waited for Kurosaki's transformation. At the same time, in the Phoenix store, it's the first time I've encountered someone soaking in my hot spring for such a long time. Kilin Temple Tianshiro said with a playful face, holding a toothpick in his mouth and crossing his arms in front of his chest. How is it? Do you feel dizzy? While speaking, a slender figure walked out of the hot spring, then returned to the shore, and found a bathrobe to put on his body. Don't worry, if you feel dizzy, it just proves that I'm immature. If you want to live longer, you have to practice kung fu without dizziness. Byakuya Kuchiki still maintains a kind of aristocratic etiquette, but the words are only seen, but they contain strong self-confidence. HMPH, what an arrogant kid, advertisement, you've fallen behind everyone else for too long. Let's go to the next palace now. Kilin Temple Tianshiro looked at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing an appreciative smile. In the Lingling court, Omeda is lying bored in the yard of her home. Oh, the weather like this is really... Omeda looked at the blue sky and muttered boringly, and just as he finished speaking, there was a crisp cry. Big brother, a cute curly-haired girl was running over excitedly holding a ball. Hidai? Omeda couldn't help getting angry when he saw his younger sister. Didn't you see that big brother is sleeping? It's so noisy, idiot. I'm sorry big brother. Hidai raised the ball high with both hands, and then looked at Omeda excitedly. Big brother play football with me. No, Omeda pursed her lips, looking reluctant. Hearing this, Xiao Shidai instantly became aggrieved, and tears seemed to come out of his eyes. Seeing her sister like this, Omeda panicked all of a sudden. Oh my sister, big brother is not going to reject you. It's just that I've been busy with work recently, please don't cry. Okay, Omeda raised her heavy body, ready to step forward to coax this wayward sister. Suddenly, the entire Lingling court was covered with a sliver of haze. Omeda immediately noticed the change in the sky. The originally blue sky was shrouded in a wisp of gray mist at this moment, and it was spreading in all directions. What's going on here? Is it going to rain? Omeda watched the changes in the sky silently, but had a bad premonition in his heart. Big brother. Shidai on the side suddenly grabbed a corner of Omeda's clothes, and there was a trace of panic and fear in his words. Omeda looked down at his sister, only to see her pointing to her house with both hands. Omeda looked along the direction of the finger, but saw that his mansion was gradually shrouded in a black shadow at this moment. The place covered by the black shadow has been transformed into a pale building with a different style. Omeda's pupils dilated, and his expression was shocked. What is the situation? My house has disappeared. Before Omeda could react, there were panicked shouts from all around. Quick! Assemble! Assemble at the team building. Advertisement. Hearing everyone's words, Omeda was stunned. Assembly? Team building? Omeda looked around, and at this time the surrounding scenes were all covered and changed by black shadows, completely without the original appearance of Seireitei. Where are we going to gather? Where is the team building? The house has disappeared. Omeda was sweating profusely at this moment. Oh my god, it's too scary, what happened? Why is it at this time? Just when Omeda was at a loss, he felt a faint force coming from the corner of his clothes. Looking down, his younger sister Shikai held the ball in her hand aggressively, and looked at herself with eyes that were about to cry. Big brother, are you leaving? Can you not go? Shikai is so scared. It doesn't matter if you don't play football with Hidai, can you stay here with Hidai? Omeda was silent for a moment when he heard his sister's words of persuasion, and then, uncharacteristically, he squatted down with a solemn face, and put his hands on Hidai's shoulders. Heidi, big brother must leave, you know it? Big brother didn't leave on purpose because he made Hidai afraid. On the contrary, big brother is to protect Hidai, Saburo, sister, father and mother. Because big brother, it's go day 13, Omeda finished speaking earnestly, almost moved to tears by himself. In the blink of an eye, Shikai, who was being hugged by him, was still tearful, and he was holding on to him not to let him go. Obviously, in Zaidei's grade, Omeda didn't listen to what Omeda said. Hey, little Hidai, don't show such an expression. If it's like this, big brother can't bear to leave even more. Omeda looked distressed, with a lot of thoughts in his heart. Suddenly, boom! A huge explosion sounded from behind him, raising a puff of smoke. A wonderful Reiatsu came, and Omeda shuddered, sweating instantly. Turning around and looking, the thick smoke dissipated, only to see a guy in mechanical armor looking at him. Chapter 51. If you want to be a real man, you need me to wipe your ***. Seek support, ask for data. Omeda's face was full of shock. He already recognized the guy in front of him. When the Quincy division attacked last time, it was this robot-like guy who attacked himself and Captain Sui Feng. Smash him, 5-shaped head. Omeda looked solemn, and immediately summoned Zanpakuto's Shikai. The Zanpakuto in his hand quickly transformed into a bolus as he shouted. Call out! Just as Omeda blinked, a sharp blade sprang out from the chest of the guy in front of him, rushed directly in front of him, and then stopped. Where is your captain? Please answer. The other party made a mechanical sound. At this time, Omeda did not dare to move for a moment because he was pointed at by the opponent's sharp blade. But in the face of the other party's question, Omeda has a tough face. HMPH, there's no way if you want to get out of my mouth. He knew that Captain Sui Feng was still training day and night in order to deal with this battle. If the captain's position was exposed at this time, it would undoubtedly give the Quincy in front of him a good opportunity to sneak attack. Boom! Omeda felt a serious illness in his abdomen, and he flew straight out, then smashed heavily on the protruding white wall. It's really difficult. Omeda rubbed his head, then panted helplessly. Ask you again, where is the captain of your team? Looking forward to your question, the mech killer in front of him still didn't let Omeda go. At this time, Omeda was once again attacked by the enemy's sharp knife. I don't know, Omeda sneered, holding the opponent's blade without any fear. The Reiatsu sample encountered in the last battle, conduct an area search. No identical Reiatsu found, expand your search. Omeda stared blankly at the mechanical Quincy in front of him. It seemed that the other party was not a real-life body, but a product of machinery. And because of this, the enemy in front of him seems to have the ability to record and search for Reiatsu. Omeda's face was serious. Taking advantage of the time the other party was talking to himself, he took a breath and did not dare to speak loudly. He has some backbone, but not much. Advertisement. Captain Sui Feng should have the ability to hide Reiatsu. At this time, the enemy's attack has already begun. It is impossible for Captain Sui Feng to not notice it. He should be observing secretly now. Omeda thought silently in his heart, but with his brain, there was only so much he could think of. Third question, where is your captain? Hearing what the other party said, Omeda couldn't live in Bangbu anymore. I told you that I don't know. What I said is true. Why don't you believe it? Although usually in this situation, I should know the captain's whereabouts, but I really don't know. Captain Sui Feng didn't tell me at all. Omeda's face was filled with indignation, and he didn't know whether it was because he faced the enemy, or because Captain Sui Feng deliberately concealed his whereabouts from him. I'm the kind of person who, even if I'm told not to speak out, I'll tell everyone I meet. Omeda clenched his fists and roared angrily. The third question failed. Change the question type. The language of the mechanic quencher didn't fluctuate at all, and it still didn't have any color. Omeda was slightly taken aback, not understanding what the other party's question type meant. Are you going to torture me? Thinking of this, Omeda felt his legs go weak. Laugh. A long sharp blade suddenly shot out from the mechanic Quincy's ribs, piercing a hole in the wall next to it. Omeda stared blankly, and said angrily, what kind of skill are you destroying buildings? But then, his expression changed. Because the sharp blade brought out a body, it was his sister, Hidai. Big brother. Big brother. Seireitei's weak voice floated in the air, and the blood in his body flowed out slowly, and fell on the open space along the sharp blade. Omeda stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. This is your blood relative. I just detected that Reiatsu's similarity is more than 50%. Within a radius of 30 meters, there are 3 more people like this. All of them will be killed when they refuse to answer next time. Before he finished speaking, a huge meteor hammer slammed down like the head of a mechanical Quincyman. Let go of my sister, Omeda was furious. In front of the werewolf cave, Aoki also felt the changes in Seireitei. Advertisement, Captain Aoki, look at Seireitei, why did it turn white? Aoki looked suspiciously into the distance. At this moment, in the ceiling court, a black shadow seems to be covering the soul mask, and under the black shadow, white buildings are looming. It's broken, the attack of the Quincy division has begun. Aoki slapped his thigh and said excitedly. The Quincy attacked? They made Seireitei like this? The shooting range beside him was shocked. At this time, I looked at Seireitei again, where it still looked the same. Seen from a distance, the entire Siren Court building has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original buildings were all replaced by white buildings at this moment. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the shooting field. Since this is an attack launched by the Quincy division, then the entire Seireitei has become like this. Does it mean that the 13th division of the Godei has been completely wiped out? Thinking of this, the shooting field's hands couldn't help shaking. Don't worry, it's just a building change. I believe Godei 13 must still be fighting the enemy. Aoki's words made the shooting field's heart quiet for a while. Is Kashiwa village still okay? Aoki glanced into the depths of the cave with some concern. Captain Kashiwamura rejected Aoki's persuasion, which meant that he would learn the humanization technique of the werewolves at the cost of his life. Right here, a tall figure wearing golden armor walked out of the cave. Aoki confirmed it, and it was indeed Reiatsu of Captain Kashiwamura. It's just that at this time, Komamura Sajin and Reiatsu are as vast as the sea. I have mastered the family's secret technique, now I can go. Shooting range, Captain Aoki, please follow my footsteps. While speaking, Komamura Sajin turned into a shooting star and headed straight for Seireitei at an unimaginable speed. Oh my god, Captain Kashiwamura's Reiatsu is so powerful. Kashiwa was surprised, and then looked at Aoki. Captain Aoki, we must hurry up, after all, the shooting field followed up with Shunpo. Aoki looked at the figures of the two leaving, and sighed slightly. Hey, Bacon, if you want to be a real man, you need me to wipe your ****. While speaking, Aoki shook his head and walked into the cave of the werewolves. Chapter 52 Old thing, you hide it very deeply, seek support, ask for data. The stench of the cave was still there. Aoki covered his nose and hurried to the deepest part of the cave. Zujun. Zujun. You did very well, for the friends in your heart, for the people you respect. Be as angry as you want, this is what revenge feels like. Old. Aoki was walking in the cave when he heard whispers. As expected of my werewolves, I am proud of you. However, you dedicate your life to vengeance, and finally become the body of a vengeful beast, and the old man will live forever. The ancestor of the werewolf lowered his head slightly, and there was a plate of blood in front of him, and he couldn't help but licked it lightly. Does it taste good, old stuff? The ancestor of the werewolf was startled by this sudden sound, and the hair on his body stood up instantly. Ah! Aoki walked slowly into the cave and appeared in front of the werewolf ancestor. Don't be so excited, old guy. Aoki looked up at the ferocious monster that was countless times bigger than his body, with a relaxed expression on his face. I thought something was wrong with you from the very beginning. Tell me, this personification technique. Aoki originally planned to sit down in front of this old guy and have a good chat. But seeing the rags all over the floor, Aoki suddenly lost the desire to continue, so he had to stand where he was. You Shinigami, you are a bit interesting. The ancestor of the werewolf didn't have the slightest fear before, and instead gave Aoki a playful look. The old man can live for so many years, not only by lingering on his last breath. After finishing speaking, the ancestor of the werewolf stretched out his giant claws, slapped him suddenly, and stood up. Aoki's Reiatsu comes out, and it doesn't affect it at all, which is completely different from the previous performance of Kashiwamura. Aoki looked slightly surprised. Old man, you hide quite deep. HMPH, boy, Bacon is gone now, but you still dare to enter this cave, you really are not afraid of death. The werewolf ancestor always roared, then opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Aoki. Huge Reiatsu, almost comparable to Zaraki Kenpachi at that time. Aoki shook his head helplessly. A moment later. Advertisement, I just said that impulsiveness is the devil, you old B*************************************************************************************************************************************�ew Aoki stepped on his head helplessly, twisted his neck, and sighed, doesn't it look like a boss to me? Take your feet off. Crack. Aoki's scabbard lashed hard at the head under his feet. I'm short on time, hurry up and tell me about the humanization technique. Aoki looked coldly at the old werewolf ancestor at his feet, with murderous intent on his face. Soon, Aoki walked out of the cave holding the heart of Komamura Sajin, looking in the direction of Seireitei. Aoki felt the Reiatsu of Kashiwa village. It should be too late. Aoki didn't dare to delay, just imitating Komamura Sajin, turning into a shooting star and rushing towards Seireitei. Aoki learned from the werewolf ancestor that the werewolf technique needs to sacrifice his own heart to gain great power. But the powerful power lasts for a short time. When the time is over, the caster of the humanization technique will become a beast who has no humanity and only knows revenge. What Komamura Sajin didn't know was that the target of his sacrifice was his ancestor, the patriarch of the werewolf clan. In the long years, the ancestors of the werewolf clan relied on the sacrifices of their clansmen to devour the heart of the caster, thus gaining an immortal life. So, after knowing everything, Aoki snatched Kashimura's heart. According to the ancestor of the werewolf, even if it does not devour the heart of Bacon, after the end of the humanization technique, Bacon's life as a human will still end. But if the heart is returned, Kashimura Sajin's mind will be preserved to a certain extent. As long as time passes, Captain Bacon can still return to Seireitei. In fact, Aoki had a chance to prevent Komamura Sajin from performing this life-sacrificing ritual. As long as the big white dog in the cave is killed, everything will be solved. But Aoki chose not to do so. As the deputy captain of the shooting range said, there are two types of battles in Shinigami. One is a battle for life, and the other is a battle of dignity. Kashimura Zujun, it was for the dignity of the battle that he came to obtain the family's secrets when he knew that he would sacrifice his life. If Aoki forcibly stops it, it will be tantamount to obliterating the dignity of Komamura Sajin. Aoki must not intervene in this kind of real man's battle. So Aoki let go and chose another way to save. At the foot of the mountain, the shooting field watched Aoki whizzing past above his head, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. You captain level guys, are you so handsome on your way? Inside the Lingling court, although Omeda was extremely angry, he could not stop the opponent's attack in the slightest. Advertisement. Just when he was at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared. Boom! There was only a loud bang, and the Gatling in the hands of the Quincy was originally aimed at Omeda, but it was blasted in half at this moment. The mechanic Quincy turned his head to look, and saw a smaller figure appearing in the distance, holding a Gatling gunhead in his hand, and his whole body was covered by white lightning. I thought that all Quincy masters played with bows and arrows. It seems that you are much more advanced than I imagined. The corners of Sui Feng's mouth raised slightly, his face was full of excitement for the battle. Reiatsu detector unresponsive. The words of the mechanical destroyer have not changed at all, they're still cold. You can't eliminate Reiatsu by stealth maneuver? Sui Feng said mockingly. The 9 generations of the B family, second team captain. Secret mobile commander, Sui Feng, what kind of outfit is that? At this time, Sui Feng and Reiatsu were all concentrated on the back and arms, and the huge Reiatsu brought gusts of wind, blowing the tips of her hair non-stop. Shunong, you should know what it means. Sui Feng looked at the enemy in front of him with cold eyes. White hits technique with back and shoulder and arm covering Kido. It's white hits advanced profound technique, however, you should not have finished. The mechanic Quincy answered Sui Feng's question very smoothly. Very good, it looks like you have done a lot of homework. While speaking, the white lightning around Sui Feng instantly expanded, turning into a huge Uzumaki surrounding his body. My shunju was completed after the battle with Master Yoriichi. And it has been constantly improving until today. Thank you, if it wasn't for your Quincy masters having the means to capture Bankai, I wouldn't have been able to develop instant hex to such an extent. As soon as the words fell, Sui Feng's figure instantly appeared in front of Quincy. The mecha quencher hadn't reacted yet, only heard a faint groan. Infinite. Instant coaxing. Chapter 53. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Seek support, ask for data. Boom. Somewhere in Seireitei, there was a loud noise that made Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku look back. It's Captain Sui Feng's Reiatsu, Toshiro exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Captain Sui Feng actually did it. From the explosive Reiatsu, Hitsugaya Toshiro can perceive that the Reiatsu that Sui Feng burst out in an instant is not weaker than the state after opening the Bankai. Huh. Looks like the atmosphere is just right. Matsumoto Rangiku let out a long sigh of relief. Captain Hitsugaya, shall we go to support elsewhere? Matsumoto Rangiku winked at Hitsugaya Toshiro. Just now Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro also encountered a very difficult battle. The opponent is a coxcomb-headed guy who can use flame abilities. Shikai, who Toshiro had been training for a long time, finally came into play. With only a small amount of ice, the opponent was subdued. Among them, the help of Matsumoto Rangiku is indispensable. Using the abilities of Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakuto, Hineka, in conjunction with Hiranmaru, he constructed a multi-layer vacuum ice wall that resisted the flames of the opponent's Quincy. After all, flames do not burn in a vacuum. This is undoubtedly the complete restraint of the coxcomb-head Quincy master. At this time, the coxcomb-head Quincy, Busby, who is known as the Holy Word H, has been nailed to the white wall by Toshiro with a vacuum ice blade. Facing Matsumoto Rangiku's slightly relaxed words, Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded slightly. But at this moment, Toshiro's eyes froze suddenly. Hey, do you think I don't exist? Did you guys just plan to leave me and go somewhere else when I was trying my hand at the knife? You really don't take me seriously. After saying that, a figure with a red coxcomb head stepped out from the wall. Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku looked shocked at the same time. How come? Shouldn't your body be destroyed by ice? Matsumoto Rangiku said in surprise. Oh, are you talking about this? Yes, it ruined my clothes? Busby grinned, and then took off the white uniform symbolizing the star-crossed knights with one hand. It's too bad, it's the best thing I've ever seen. Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku tensed up when they saw that the other was unharmed. It seems that you have already learned about our information, so you don't dare to use Bankai again. It's a pity, otherwise I will let you see that for a Bankai of your level, I can use one finger enough. Busby mocked, and his eyes became full of murderous intent. Advertisement boom. As soon as the words fell, Toshiro's Hiranmaru set off a huge ice blade attack, completely covering Busby's figure. Rangaku, back up. Let's do it all over again. Yes, Captain Hitsugaya. Although Matsumoto Rangiku has become the vice captain of the 11th squad at this time, he still couldn't help calling out the title of Captain Hitsugaya during the battle with Hitsugaya Toshiro. A beam of steaming flames quickly struck Hitsugaya. Bassett, Heineka, French Mille-Feuille battle. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately used Heineka to spread layers of defense around Hitsugaya Toshiro, and in conjunction with Toshiro's Hiranmaru, formed a multi-layer vacuum ice wall. How can there be such a name? Hello? Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was black. HMPH, is it another vacuum ice wall made of thin ice? As I said, one finger is enough. Busby raised his index finger slightly and said with a grin. Finger of fire. Without any warning, a different pillar of flame struck quickly. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to detect with the eyes. Hitsugaya Toshiro felt a pain in his chest, looked down, and saw that his whole body had been pierced by a column of flames. Captain Hitsugaya. Matsumoto Rangiku shouted in panic from the side. Oh, there's another one, Busby shouted excitedly, and then stretched out his second finger. Finger of fire. Matsumoto Rangiku could only feel a wave of heat rushing towards her, and with her strength, she couldn't react at all. Am I going to die? When one is on the verge of death, one's brain reacts much faster. Matsumoto Rangiku has already felt that death is coming, and his mind is full of thoughts, but his body cannot move for a moment. Not yet. Ready. In Matsumoto Rangiku's mind, many figures appeared in an instant: Hitsugaya, Jingle, Shuhei, Yin, and one. A guy with a hippie smile all day long. Click. There was the sound of bones breaking, followed by screams. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you bullying such a beautiful big sister? Come on, so hot, what are your fingers made of? When Matsumoto Rangiku came back to his senses, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of him, holding a plate in his left hand, and kneading it in his right hand, which seemed to be burned by flames. Miss Rangiku, are you okay? Advertisement Aoki came forward and gently lifted the frightened Matsumoto Rangiku up, acting very gentlemanly. Aoki, you. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Aoki, who rushed over, and for some reason, a sense of grievance welled up in his heart. But then, Matsumoto Rangiku's complexion changed, and he stretched out his hand and punched him. You. Don't stick your hands in. You be ************** ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 354 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value 90,333. Close black lens bracket. Hey, okay, don't do it. Don't knock over my plate. Aoki rubbed his face swollen by the powder circle and said aggrievedly. What plate? Matsumoto Rangiku noticed the utensil in Aoki's hand and looked over his head. It turned out to be a heart. Aoki. Why are you taking such things? Matsumoto Rangiku was very surprised. Obviously, what Aoki is holding in his hand is very abrupt. This is my sincerity towards Miss Rangiku. I would rather look at her beauty, Aoki said with a straight face, holding the plate high. Matsumoto Rangiku's forehead was throbbing with veins. He lowered his head and said with restraint. What time is it? You guys are still joking. Ah. You be ********************************* D. You don't take me seriously, finger of fire. Busby on the side couldn't bear it anymore, and released his ability again. Aoki threw Zanpakuto Shikai straight away. The 9-ring panlong broadsword cut straight along the flaming beam formed by Busby's fingers, and then slashed on Busby's shoulder. Accompanied by the aftershocks from Zanpakuto, the sound disappeared for a moment, and then Busby was seen bleeding from all 7 orifices. Obviously, his internal organs were shattered, and he bled to death. Sorry, I still have something to do. It took a little less time to kill you, and I didn't give you much playing time. Aoki walked over to Busby's body and pulled Zanpakuto up. Miss Rangiku, I'm leaving first. As your savior, when the battle is over, you can treat me to dinner. After all, Aoki turned into a ray of light and rushed to the other side of Seireitei. Looking at Aoki's disappearing figure, Matsumoto Rangiku stood there blankly, without moving for a long time. Rangiku. Toshiro on the side couldn't bear it anymore and let out a painful voice. I think I can. Rescue. Chapter 54. Call me Aoki-sama. Open black lens bracket. Seek support. Ask for flowers. Ask for collection. Close black lens bracket. Matsumoto Rangiku heard Hitsugaya Toshiro's voice and hurried forward to check the situation. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro was pierced by Busby's pillar of flame, lying on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Toshiro. Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help calling out Toshiro's name when he saw Hitsugaya Toshiro's appearance. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro is the captain of the Juban team, Matsumoto Rangiku is much older than him. In addition, Matsumoto Rangiku has always been Hitsugaya's big sister in the team before, so Toshiro will be used in informal occasions call. At this point Matsumoto Rangiku, as Captain Hitsugaya was called, was obviously very anxious. This guy Aoki. Wish he could have come sooner. Matsumoto Rangiku was furious when he thought of Aoki, who was always smiling and smiling. Captain Aoki did his best. Rangiku, help me up. Hitsugaya Toshiro struggled to get up with the help of Matsumoto Rangiku. Although his body suffered penetrating injuries, Toshiro's life was not in danger, but with his current injuries, it was difficult to fight and he had to be healed. Just then, Matsumoto Rangiku received a message from the Technology Development Bureau. Bankai, can it be used? Matsumoto Rangiku looked surprised. Hearing this news, both Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro were overjoyed. I couldn't use Bankai before, because I was afraid that the opponent would take away Bankai's ability again. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro's injury right now, in addition to going to the 4th division for necessary medical treatment, there is another way, which is to perform Zanpakuto's Bankai. After Zanpakuto Bankai, the captain-level Shinigami's massive Reiatsu will temporarily suppress injuries and heal them. Captains, through the combined efforts of the Technology Development Bureau and Urahara Kazuki, the now cracked Quincy has taken Bankai's abilities. As long as a part of Hollow's power is fused into Shinigami's body, the Quincy will be unable to capture Bankai. Now the relevant medicine, invasion medicine, has been sent to the vice-captains, please pay attention to check it. As soon as the words fell, 2 small pills appeared beside Matsumoto Rangiku. Except one is for Hitsugaya Toshiro, the other one is for Aoki. This kind of medicine can make Shinigami produce a hollow for a moment. For the Quincy, the effect of this hollow will make the Bankai they captured collapse instantly. And the invading shadow medicine will be absorbed instantly in the hands of Bankai Shinigami, so the vice-captains are needed. Captain Hitsugaya, Matsumoto Rangiku shouted, I heard. Bankai. Daigor Hiranmaru, the massive Reiatsu unleashed, allowing Toshiro's injuries to heal quickly. With the invasion potion, Toshiro doesn't have to worry about any Quincy stealing his Bankai. Rangiku, I've recovered, let's go support the other captains. HMPH, do you want to leave so soon? Advertisement? Toshiro's voice stopped abruptly, and the man suddenly appeared behind him made him tense up immediately. The last battle was not very enjoyable, do you want to do it again? Kendo said in a cold voice. Without saying a word, Toshiro absorbed the shadow invading medicine in Rangiku's hand, and a small false mask appeared on his forehead. This way, you won't be able to take my Bankai away, Toshiro said in a low voice. Rangiku, hurry up and deliver the invasion medicine to Captain Aoki, leave it to me here. Although Toshiro didn't know if Aoki would use it, he still told Matsumoto Rangiku to deliver this important thing. Today's Toshiro has been able to completely liberate Zanpakuto, naturally without the assistance of Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku nodded slightly upon hearing Toshiro's words, and ran in the direction where Aoki disappeared. At this time, somewhere in Sealing Court, the black rope scourges the Ming King. Oh my god, it's Captain Kashiwamura's Bankai, run. Bambietta happily waved the sharp blade in her hand, harvesting Shinigami's life. Suddenly, the figure of King Ming Ming with the black rope gradually dissipated, turning into a ray of black streamer, flying towards the distance. Huh? Bankai disappeared? Bambietta looked into the distance suspiciously. Bambi, who was in the thrill of killing, suddenly became irritable. TCH, what, the puppy that I took away from Bankai is not here at all. I just found out now. Bambietta stomped her feet angrily and looked around, all the girl groups who were with her before had disappeared at this moment. Damn it. You left me alone. Bambietta gritted her teeth angrily. Alright, if it's just me, no one will know my secret. I'm going to kill everyone here, and then find that B************ D named Aoki. Cut off his head. Bambietta stomped her feet, and then turned to look at the terrified Shinigami around. As soon as she came to Seireitei, Bunbi thought of the experience of being ravaged by Aoki before. At this time, she was alone, and she was ready to seek revenge from Aoki. Just when Bambi was about to slaughter everyone, a figure covered in golden armor descended from the sky. Boom. Kashiwamura Sajin's figure landed heavily in front of Bambietta, making deep cracks in the ground under his feet. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be a puppy. People are far away, but they walk quite fast. Why are you carrying a bucket? Bambietta showed a playful expression, but immediately the face became fierce. Advertisement. Where's that guy named Aoki? I'm going to cut him in half. Komamura Sajin waved his hand and stopped Bambietta in front of him. Your opponent is me. Hey, isn't it too early to come out as a hero? Bambietta licked her lips. If you wait until say Lingding is more fragmented, wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to come out, puppy? Sorry, but we don't have that patience. Hiriko's voice suddenly sounded. Bambietta looked behind her with a vigilant face. She did not expect that there were 2 people targeting her at the same time. Hiriko held the Zanpakuto behind the Shikai in his hands and looked down at each other. Bambietta instantly felt that the space around him was distorted. Up, down, left, right, front and backspaces, all reversed. What is this? Bambietta felt dizzy. Aren't you dizzy, Funi? This is my Zanpakuto's ability. I can turn the space around you upside down. At this time, Hiriko's figure has completely reversed in Bambietta's eyes. Hearing this, Bambietta smiled contemptuously. Yeah, I'm a little dizzy, but you really underestimated me. I'm the holy letter E, explode. As soon as the words fell, Bambietta's body suddenly lit up, and a huge spiritual beam of light gushed out from her body. Bambi's whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original figure is now wrapped by countless blue spirits, and the wings of spirits emerge from his back. What's up and down, left and right, the space is reversed. My ability is explosive. As long as the surrounding area is blown up, it will be fine. Let you see the perfect body of the Quincy master. Bambietta floated in the air, and the wings made of spirits danced up and down. Suddenly, Bambi felt her neck was cold, and an iron chain quietly appeared from behind her and tied her neck. The Reiatsu raised by the Eucharist was slowly absorbed by the iron chain, and the confidence in Bambietta's eyes had been replaced by fear. At this moment, Bambietta remembered the time when he was dominated by Aoki's iron chain. Bambi knew, that man, he was coming. Aoki. You be asterisk 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 D. Bambietta struggled in the air. Call me Aoki-sama. At this time, Aoki slowly descended from the air, holding a plate in his left hand and an iron chain in his right hand. Bambietta followed behind Aoki coyly, like a puppy. Chapter 55 Captain Aoki. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to joke on this occasion. The new book is on the shelves, please subscribe, thank you, everyone. Aoki is landing slowly, and Bambi behind him is obediently following behind, very obediently. Bambi was very depressed at this time. Originally came to Jinglingding, wanting to kill the quartet, but I didn't expect to have a bad start, and I was subdued by this guy named Aoki for the first time. When it came to the second invasion, Bambi never expected that Aoki would appear so suddenly. B asterisk 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 D. Insidious. Vicious. Bambi followed behind Aoki, cursing constantly in his heart. Aoki seemed to sense Bambi's emotions and turn around to take a cold look. With just such a look, Bambi lowered his head nervously. She knows the horror of this guy in front of her. In the last attack, Aoki took Bambi and encountered Yohaba, her. It is precisely because of Juhabak's appearance that Bangbai is lucky enough to escape. Before Bambi escapes, he witnesses the moment when Aoki fights Harford. As the recognized successor of the Star-Crossed Knights in the Invisible Empire, Hasward's strength is obvious to all. Such a powerful character, in the hands of Aoki, can't stand it. Although Bambi was angry in his heart at this time, he didn't dare to get angry at all. She knew that if she P asterisk 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 D Aoki off, it would end badly. Hey, Captain Kasiwamura, Captain Hirako is here too, Aoki greeted very familiarly. Hirako Shinji smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. I just liberated Zanpakuto by myself, and I just wanted to play it, but I almost lost my life unexpectedly. Although Shinji is a Shinigami of the older generation, like the other Shinigami in Jinglingding, he doesn't know much about the Quincy's perfect body. So Hirako was almost caught when Bambi finished showing the Eucharist. In all fairness, Hirako's Shikai may not be enough to watch against Bambietta, who has finished fighting the Eucharist. After all, the opponent can turn all the surrounding objects into spiritual bombs, so Zanpakuto, which reverses time and space, is of little use. But it was such a terrifying Quincy master who was in the state of the holy body, but was easily subdued by Aoki. Damn it, is the gap that the captain saw so big? Hirako covered his head and said helplessly. Captain Aoki. Kasiwamura was in a very restless mood at this time. Although he was wearing a golden armor and couldn't see his facial expression clearly, he could still hear the panic in his heart from his trembling voice. Because at this time Komamura Sajin stared at the plate in Aoki's hand and recognized the items on the plate. You. How did you bring the old man's heart? Hearing this, Hirako on the side was also taken aback. Captain Kasiwamura's heart. Hirako looked at the plate in Aoki's hand, and then at Komamura Sajin, with disbelief on his face. What are you doing? It sounds weird. That's the old man's family secretary, humanization technique. Kasiwamura Sajin spoke in a deep voice, explaining the reason of the matter from beginning to end. In short, after losing my heart, I don't have much time left. The most important thing right now is to avenge Lord Yamamoto. Feeling the loyalty of Komamura Sajin, Hirako silently gave a thumbs up in his heart while being shocked. Stop talking nonsense, Captain Kasiwamura, Aoki said helplessly while pointing at the palace not far away. Aren't you going to seek revenge from Yua? Your time is running out? Hearing this, Komamura Sajin turned his head to the palace not far away. Yuhabak, Captain Aoki, Captain Hirako, I will take my leave. After all, Komamura Sajin's Reiatsu swelled up, and a violent gust of wind rose from his feet, and his whole body suddenly turned into a shooting star, rushing to the original position where Ichiba was alone. In the first team at this time, Kyoraku Shunsui is facing off against Hasward. The battle situation seems to be evenly matched, Hasward said calmly. Your analysis is really modest, but in my opinion, it is true. Kyoraku Shunsui still had that decadent look, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Advertisement, that's right, but it is precisely because of this that I need to tilt this evenly matched balance. Hasward slowly pulled out the weapon in his hand. Boom. A huge explosion sounded from the team building of the first team. The smile on Kyoraku Shunsui's face didn't change at all, but there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yeah, the Quincy can absorb the spirit particles around. I almost forgot. At the very beginning when they met Hasward, the vice captain of Kyoraku, Naneo, built a spiritual barrier between the two for defense. Unexpectedly, after a few short conversations, the spirit barrier lost most of its defensive functions due to the absorption of the other party. However, it's hard to say who the balance of victory will be. Don't forget that the Japanese team is not just me, the newly appointed captain. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled slightly. Afterwards, the figure of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni stepped out from behind him. Even if the old man is taken away from Bankai, he's still not something you can contend with, kid. Yamamoto Genryuzai was holding Zanpakuto in his hand at this moment, his face full of killing intent. Although Yamamoto Genryuzai stepped down as the captain, he still stayed in the first team. When the Invisible Empire came quietly, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shunsui invited into the office. 2-1, it looks like my side has a better chance of winning. Kiraku Shunsui pretended to sigh helplessly, and then released Kaden Kyokotsu. Hathward looked at the two captains in front of him and remained silent for a long time. Okay, Hathward, Shigekuni Yamamoto, let me kill it. An abrupt voice sounded, and Fahabak appeared in Team C of the first team in a way that no one could understand. Yuha. Bak? Yamamoto Motoyanagi looked at Yuha Bak opposite him, and hatred suddenly rose in his heart. Yuha Bak opened his mouth slightly, and then drew his weapon from his arms. I shouldn't have come, but thinking that Yamamoto Shigekuni is not dead, I have to come. Without the power of Bankai, how can you fight against me, Yamamoto Shigekuni? As soon as Juhabak's voice fell, he felt that the air seemed to be filled with high temperature. Then, a scorching flame flashed past, surrounding him and Hathward. Yamamoto Genryusai remained silent and swung his sword again. A fire like a waterfall drowned the two of Yuhabak. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kiraku Shunsui sighed softly. The old man is still the same as before, but in Kiraku Shunsui's heart, there was a faint worry. After saying this, Jingle looked at Naneo's eyes and asked softly. Master Yamamoto still refuses to use the invasion medicine? Naneo's eyes shook her head slightly. Master Yamamoto said that he was unwilling to work with Shu, and he would not listen to any persuasion. Hearing this, Kiraku Shunsui's decadent face became more dignified. Suddenly, a saber light flew out from the flames, attacking Yamamoto Genryuzai. Yamamoto Yuanlusai raised his sword to resist. The flames dissipated, and Hathward held up his shield to resist all attacks, while Juhabak was behind Hathward, intact. Hathward's shield has a few cracks, but Yamamoto Yuanryuzai's arm has been burned by now. The balance of luck and misfortune will be reconciled with me, Hathward said quietly. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked at his arm silently. After the attack just now, he could clearly feel that his attack would be rebounded by the opponent to a certain extent. Do you think this level can stop the old man? Yamamoto Yuanryuzai roared, and then raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. Suddenly, Yuhabak looked not far away, asked for flowers. Kiraku Shunsui and Yamamoto Yuanryuzai also stopped their movements at the same time. Advertisement. Everyone felt that a majestic Reiatsu was coming towards the team. Is it Zuo Gen? Yamamoto Motoyanagi murmured. How could his Reiatsu be so powerful? Yamamoto Yuanryuzai seemed to have thought of something, with a serious look on his face. Bankai. The black rope is punishing King Ming, break the rope clothes. Komamura Sajin roared, and a huge warrior figure emerged from the air, and then a huge blade slashed towards Yuhabak. Boom. The huge impact directly turned the place where the first team was sitting in the team building into ruins. Yamamoto Genryuzai and Jingle stepped aside ahead of time and landed firmly on the ground. Bacon. Why are you here? Yamamoto Genryuzai looked at Komamura Sajin in golden armor with a shocked expression on his face. Master Yamamoto, let your subordinates fight for you in this battle. Komamura Sajin knelt down under Yamamoto Genryuzai and said sincerely. Kashiwamura, you are not his opponent, Master Yamamoto. Komamura Sajin took off his mask, revealing the appearance after the human words. This subordinate has already given up his life, just to repay Master Yamamoto's kindness. This time the battle, let the subordinate come down. Seeing the appearance of Komamura Sajin, Yamamoto Genryuzai sighed heavily. Bacon, why are you doing this? Komamura Sajin clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand and roared loudly. In order to repay the kindness of Lord Yamamoto, and to protect Seireitei, I, Komamura Sajin, have a duty to do it. The black rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming rose from behind him, then brandished a huge weapon, and threw it at Yuhabak's position again. Among the ruins, the figures of Hathward and Juhabak loomed. Seeing the blade of the black rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming fall, Hathward raised the shield in his left hand, lightly blocked it, and then swung the sword with his right hand. Click, cracks appeared on Hathward's shield again. At the same time, a huge wound appeared on Komamura Sajin's shoulder. Your luck, I will turn into the same misfortune and return it to you. This is the balance. Hathward held up his shield and said coldly. Seeing this scene, Juhabak slightly opened his mouth. Yamamoto Shigekuni, you are so pitiful that you let this kind of subordinate come down to save your life. As soon as the words fell, Yuhabak's eyes froze for a moment. Because on Komamura Sajin's shoulder, the deep bone wound is healing fast. Humanization technique. It is the secret technique of sacrificing life. Breaking the armor and rope clothes is the gesture of the King of Heaven's wrath to abandon his life. I have already lost my life. Where is there any luck or misfortune? Kashiwamura shouted and waved again. At this time, the other side of Jingling Court. Vice Captain of the shooting range, Aoki saw the shooting range running out of breath, and quickly stopped him. Captain Aoki, why are you here with a plate? Shooting Field looked at Aoki's attire, clearly not understanding. No, this is Captain Kashiwamura's heart. Hurry up and send it in that direction. Hurry up and catch up, Aoki said with a playful smile. Shooting Field was taken aback by Aoki's words, and then looked at the plate in Aoki's hand, his face full of horror. Captain Aoki, it's probably not appropriate to joke around in this situation. Hurry up, don't smear the ink. Captain Kashiwamura will really become a big wolf dog if you are one step later. Aoki stuffed the plate in his hand to the shooting range, then dragged Bambi behind him, and walked into the distance. Looking at the back of Aoki leaving, the mood of Shichang could not be calm for a long time. What the hell is this? Is this the heart of Captain Kashimura? Captain Bacon is about to become a big wolf dog? How'd I send this thing over there? Hey, Shooting Field stared at the plate in his hand. His hands seemed to become very heavy. Sean. Chapter 56 Aoki, you won't even let the Quincy go. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Thank you so much brother. Close black lens bracket. Zero fan left the palace. Hey, are you ready, Ichigo? Coming. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in front of everyone in Team Zero, dressed in a brand new deadly costume. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo has completed his training in Team Zero and has obtained a brand new double knife Zangetsu. With the help of Wang Yu from the Phoenix Palace, Kurosaki Ichigo completely recovered his own 3 powers, Shu, Shinigami and Quincy's power, and integrated them all into 10 bodies. When the double knife Zangetsu took shape, the tide water used by the Phoenix Hall to cool the Zanpakuto was instantly evaporated, which shocked Wang Yu, who had always been calm. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's power is several times stronger than before. Where's the big pillar you rode on when you came here? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the empty hall in front of him and questioned. Nothing like that, Kilin Temple Tianshiro said a little impatiently. Senju Maru. Stairs. As soon as the voice fell, a spiral staircase that could not be seen at a glance appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the way home with a black line on his face, and, 750, remained silent for a long time. Although we really want to use the Tianju to send you back, but we really don't have time. But don't worry, if you use Shunpo, it will only take a week, Kilin Temple Tianshilong said with an indifferent expression, crossing his arms. Huh? A week? Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback by the timing. What are you kidding? What if the Quincy attack within this week? Kurosaki Ichigo yelled at Kilin Temple Tenshiro with great anxiety in his heart. Tianshiro of Kilin Temple was sprayed all over his face by Kurosaki's spitting stars, and he raised his arms helplessly to resist Kurosaki Ichigo's offensive. Okay. After venting his emotions, Kurosaki Ichigo himself calmed down. Although it takes a week to travel with Shunpo, if you work hard, you should be able to get there in about half a day. Ha 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 ha. Ichibei Hayasabi walked out slowly clapping his palms. As expected of Kurosaki Ichigo, he actually learned how to calm himself down. Ichibei Hayasabi said with a smile. Don't worry about the Quincy divisions attacking. Because they launched a general attack 3 hours ago. As soon as Ichibei Hayasabi finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared into the hall in an instant. There was a continuous sound of breaking through the air from below the main hall, accompanied by Kurosaki Ichigo's shout. This kind of thing should have been said earlier. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* behind him and walked slowly in a pale building. You guys, why did you move the invisible empire to the jingling court? I'm all lost. Aoki looked bored, and then yanked the iron chain hard. Bambietta's neck hurt, and she couldn't help shouting. Advertisement, it's because you don't know the way. The buildings and streets of the invisible empire are exactly the same as those of Seireitei, okay? It's you who was originally a road idiot, snapped. As soon as Bambietta finished speaking, he felt a burning pain on his face. Who told you to talk to Master Aoki like that? Aoki looked at Bambietta in front of him coldly. Sensing Aoki's gaze, Bambietta became cute in an instant. Aoki-sama. Bumby. Got it wrong. Aoki was about to continue to teach the disobedient guy in front of him again, when suddenly there was a shout from the other side of the wall. Mr. Musk, come on, Mr. Musk, you're the best, okay? Aoki spread Reiatsu slowly and suddenly felt bad. At this time, Musk has already dealt with the vice-captains of Shubing, and it is Matsumoto Rangiku who is confronting Musk at this time. Originally, Matsumoto Rangiku was going to give Aoki the invasion medicine, but on the way, he saw the battle between Shubing and Musk. As a member of the Godei 13th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately rushed to support. It's just that at this time, she was dressed in rags, and her body was covered with scars. It was obvious that she had been injured badly by her opponent. Mr. Musk. Get rid of her. The little thing on the side rang the bell and kept advocating for Musk. Yo. Let's go. Musk raised his arms high and lit up his biceps, obviously very satisfied with this battle. Matsumoto Rangiku held Zanpakuto in both hands, with a serious expression on his face. In the battle just now, she still had the upper hand at the beginning, and she defeated the opponent's big man steadily. But I don't know why, every time the opponent is knocked down by him, he can always be resurrected with full blood, and his strength is much stronger than before. After several fights, Matsumoto Rangiku's physical strength was close to the limit. If this continues, I will be crushed like Shubing and the others. Matsumoto Rangiku panted heavily, his chest rising and falling. Damn it. That guy Aoki is still waiting for me to deliver him medicine. What Matsumoto Rangiku thought of at this time was not his own fate, but that guy with a hippie smile on Aoki. At this moment, a figure leaned quietly behind Matsumoto Rangiku. What medicine? Aoki bent down, touched Matsumoto Rangiku's waist, and pulled out a small bottle. Aoki held the small bottle with both hands and looked at it carefully. This is invading shadow medicine, I really need this thing. B**********D. How could you suddenly appear? Matsumoto Rangiku was taken aback when he saw Aoki behind him, and then breathed a sigh of relief. But Matsumoto Rangiku's blood pressure went up again when Aoki's hand brushed her waist. You be asterisk 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 D. What time do you still want to take advantage of my old lady? Aoki smiled and didn't care, but kept Matsumoto Rangiku behind him. Sensing Aoki's actions, Matsumoto Rangiku, who was still annoyed, became quiet in an instant. Advertisement. This guy is a hero in front of me again. Matsumoto Rangiku was full of thoughts at this time. Looking back on the previous few times, Aoki almost always appeared in front of her. Although Aoki usually has a playful smile, a glib tongue, and a bit smelly and shameless. But at critical times, she can always appear and make her feel at ease. Matsumoto Rangiku felt warm in his heart and relaxed instantly. But suddenly, when Matsumoto Rangiku stepped back, he stepped on something. Oh, why are you stepping on other people's feet? Bambietta was so aggrieved at this time that she dared not speak loudly. Matsumoto Rangiku turned his head to look in an instant, and saw a cute female Quincy with an iron chain tied around her neck, and the other end of the iron chain was being held in Shinju's hand. Aoki. You be asterisk 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 D. The Quincy will not let you go. Matsumoto Rangiku's originally touched emotions dissipated in an instant. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 457 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value 90,790. Close black lens bracket. Huh? How did Reiatsu increase? Aoki stared at Musk in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Then, as if he realized something, he tugged on the iron chain in his hand, thoughtfully. Hey, don't treat me like air, Musk reminded impatiently. If you don't hit me, I'll go for it, Musk yelled, and the whole person flew over straight, looking like this. He was going to hit Aoki with his head as a hammer. Aoki didn't have time to think about it, and threw the iron chain in his hand over. Ah, Aoki, you be asterisk 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 D. Bambietta screamed, but she couldn't resist the huge inertia that hit her body and Musk's head in 10 dozen. Boom. Bambietta fell to the ground in pain, and her ribs were severely injured by the impact just now. Musk clutched his head in pain. At this moment he was confused, looked up, and saw a familiar figure sitting on the ground like him. Bumby. Why are you here? Musk was shocked. Musk, can't you see that I'm subdued, you fool? Save me. Bambietta shouted at Musk for help. HMPH, don't mind me. I just need to complete my task at 2.9. Musk grinned, regained his strength, and rushed towards Aoki. When Bambietta heard this, he felt his blood surge, rolled his eyes in anger, and passed out. Seeing that Bambietta was unconscious, Aoki let go of the chain in his hand. In order to learn the lesson from last time, the chains in Aoki's hands bound Bumby's body tightly. Even if she woke up, she couldn't move. At this time, Aoki waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, slashed down with a knife, and split Musk in half. At this level, how could several vice captains be injured like this? Aoki was full of doubts, looked at the scarred Shuhei and the others in front of him, then turned his head and said to Rangaku. At this time, Rangaku has long since ceased to focus on fighting. I just saw the iron chain tied in Aoki's hand, and I thought it was Aoki's desire to capture the female Quincy and prepare to do some shameful things. But after seeing Aoki using the female Quincy's body as a weapon, Rangaku complained about thinking too much. At this time, Rangaku was full of thoughts in his mind, and he didn't listen to Aoki's words at all. Chapter 57. Sorry, Shikai finished it a bit hastily. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Hello, Vice Captain Rangaku? Aoki yelled, tilting his head. Huh? Matsumoto Rangiku looked up from his confused thoughts, looked at Aoki, and then noticed Musk lying on the ground, split in half. At this level, how can you hurt like this? Aoki pointed at the guy on the ground with a knife, and then said, I just used a knife. Seeing this scene, Matsumoto Rangiku felt very familiar. When fighting with this guy before, the opponent also fell down with one blow, but after a while, he fully recovered. Aoki, don't take it lightly, this guy will be resurrected. As soon as Matsumoto Rangiku finished speaking, an inconspicuous little thing began to hit the mallet in the corner. Mr. Musk is the best. Mr. Musk is the best. Musk on the ground. The two halves of the body slowly merged and gradually merged into one. Hearing Matsumoto Rangiku's words, Aoki turned his head and saw the two halves of James gradually recovering. Aha! I really am the best. James raised his arms high and shouted loudly. Good guy, it really is a pervert. Aoki's eyes gradually became cold, and he looked at James without saying a word. Now that he had remembered the ability of the guy in front of him. Masco du Muscalan, Saint Text S, ability is solidarity. Being able to completely transform the solidarity into his own strength, this little thing on the side is a tool to continuously provide him with solidarity. I feel full of strength, Musk shouted, Starbeam. The five-pointed star above Musk's head instantly emitted a dazzling beam of light, roaring towards Aoki. Boom. The spirit beam bombarded Aoki's Zanpakuto, sending out a puff of smoke. Oh, why did I meet you? Aoki shook his head helplessly. I hate this squeaking gadget the most. Aoki caressed Zanpakuto, and the shape of Zanpakuto changed instantly, into the appearance of a 9-ringed dragon sword. Then Aoki waved at the little thing in the corner. The sound in the air seemed to disappear for a moment, And then, the little thing holding the mallet was bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. Musk looked at the scene in front of him with a look of shock. You actually killed James, unforgivable. Starhammer. Musk flies to Aoki again, ready to give Aoki a hard blow on the head. Laugh. Aoki's Zanpakuto fell, and Mask was chopped down by Aoki again. How come? Musk moaned weakly on the ground. Aoki looked at the scene in front of him, sighed and shook his head. You guys' ability is basically based on that little thing. Now that the little thing is dead, you are useless. James. Woo, James. Musk, who was cut in half by Aoki, cried bitterly on the ground, his face full of sadness. James. Don't you die, I want you to live, okay Mr. Musk? Aoki's gaze fixed, and he noticed that James, who had been killed by himself, had stood up again at this time, and raised the mallet in his hand. Advertisement, Mr. Musk's teeth. You are a hero, you are the best. With James's shout, Musk's figure condensed again, and his figure changed. Oh. Resurrection with full blood. Aoki looked at the scene in front of him, with black lines all over his face, feeling a little helpless. I'll go, this kind of thing can't be killed. Aoki stroked his forehead lightly, feeling a little headache. As far as the current situation is concerned, even this guy named Musk is not Aoki's opponent. How many times his ability has been increased? But the point is, this little thing called James in the corner seems to be hard to kill. If you really want to defeat this guy, I am afraid that James must be completely reduced to ashes. But the point is, Aoki's Zanpakuto doesn't have the ability to blow people away. Thinking of this, Aoki's head hurt even more. If the fight continues like this, the opponent will be like a dogskin plaster. Rangaku, can your Zanpakuto crush a little thing? Aoki had no choice but to ask Rangaku behind him for help. Hearing Aoki's words, Matsumoto Rangiku thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Hineka can only cut, there is no way to reduce the opponent to ashes. In that case, Aoki lowered his head and pondered. Forget it, let's stop fighting. Aoki packed up the things at the side, carried Bambi on his shoulders, and then turned to Ju. Let's go elsewhere. Rangaku was slightly taken aback, looked at Aoki, not knowing what to say. Captain Aoki, it's not good for us to leave like this, will it count as a deserter? No, someone will come to clean up this guy soon. Let's go. Aoki waved his hand lightly. According to the next development, the return of Renji from the Zero team will give this guy a fatal blow. Aoki doesn't intend to be the savior of Jingling, he just does it according to his own temperament. This kind of thankless work should be handed over to someone with a more sense of responsibility. Aoki patted the dirt on his legs and pulled Matsumoto Rangiku to leave. Hey, you too. Musk shouted anxiously. You treat me like air, I'm also a hero of the Star-Crossed Knights, okay? Musk's face was full of anger, and he clenched his fists to launch another offensive. At this moment, an iron chain tied Musk's feet, okay? Musk looked down, and Shubing, who was seriously injured not far away, regained his senses at some point, exhausted all his strength, waved Zanpakuto's iron chain, and stopped Musk for a moment. No. One more move. Rangaku, Captain Aoki, you guys, run. I will. Death. Stop them. Shubing's words were weak, almost like the chirping of mosquitoes. But in Aoki's mind, it echoed for a long time. Aoki stopped and let go of Rangaku's tail. Advertisement. Originally Matsumoto Rangiku was still struggling in Aoki's hands, but seeing Aoki's silence, Matsumoto Rangiku also stopped. Aoki. Matsumoto Rangiku called softly. Aoki put down the unconscious Bambi and walked slowly to Musk's side. Hey, you guy. Musk looked puzzled, wondering why the other party suddenly changed his attention. Laugh. In a flash, Musk's right leg was chopped off by Aoki. The weapon of Shubing's vice captain should not be stained with your trash's foot odor. Aoki spoke calmly, slowly took off Shubing's Zanpakuto, and then put it back to Shubing's side. Captain Aoki. Shubing raised his head with difficulty and looked at Aoki in front of him. For some reason, he always felt that Aoki's temperament was changing. Aoki patted Shubing on the shoulder, motioning him not to move, then looked at Musk and said slowly. Your name is Musk, right? In fact, I have always envied you. In other words, I admire you. After all, you are handsome and have good clothes. I love you so much. As soon as Aoki said the words, Shubing looked at Aoki in shock. Captain Aoki, you are increasing his strength. Shubing had fought with the opponent before, but he didn't know that the opponent relied on constant praise to increase his strength. The little guy named James carried by Musk is constantly advocating to repair Musk's injuries and increase his abilities. As an opponent's praise, it is estimated that Musk's strength will be doubled. Sure enough, Musk was instantly complacent when he heard Aoki's words. At this time, he raised his fist the size of a sandbag in his hand, and 510 roared excitedly. Aha! Really, it's so good, James, have you seen it? I have conquered all my opponents, I am so good. Yes, Mr. Musk is really excellent. James tapped the mallet in his hand, constantly boosting Musk's morale. Then, Musk's excited face darkened instantly. Let you worship me in hell. While speaking, Musk's whole body swelled instantly, and then a strong aura emanated from his forehead. Superhero light pillar. Aye. Musk was about to launch a big move, but he felt that his head was held by a big hand, and the offensive on his forehead could not be launched anyway. Turn into Z country. Shang Yao. In an instant, the air was filled with a damp atmosphere, and the nine-ringed dragon sword in Aoki's hand gradually faded away, forming a phantom with the body of a nine-headed snake behind him. Sorry, I lied to you just now. Aoki shook his head slightly and said. It's really thanks to you, a simple-minded guy. Anyone who praises you will be taken seriously by you. I met you for the first time, so I had to introduce you grandly. My Zanpakuto ability, the trigger condition is to complete a deception. Aoki bunched up one finger and said with a cold look in his eyes. Musk looked horrified and looked at Aoki, not daring to make unnecessary movements. Because I haven't met you before, this condition was completed hastily, even deliberately. Aoki shook his head, as if he was very dissatisfied with his performance just now. But fortunately, you have no brains. Well, now I want to say something to you. James never worshipped Musk. After Aoki finished speaking, he opened his hand lightly and watched with cold eyes. Musk got up and quickly escaped Aoki's hands. His face was shocked, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. You guy, what are you kidding? Chapter 58 Captain Kashimura, you have completed the Battle of Dignity. I beg you guys to give me a little subscription. Close black lens bracket. I don't understand what you're saying, I don't understand. Musk yelped and shook his head, then clenched his hands. Now I'm gonna tear you apart, boy. At this moment, James on the side stared blankly at Musk's back. Musk. You guy. So poor. James's voice hit Musk's head instantly like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. What? James. You be asterisk 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 d. How dare you hurt me? Musk looked at James who was with him day and night in disbelief. You're so fat, you can't beat others in fights, and you're so proud of yourself all day long. It's disgusting. James threw down the mallet in his hand and ran away crying. Looking at the little guy running away, Musk felt his heart was broken. Cat, Musk was about to call James when he felt a chill on his neck and slashed his throat with a Zanpakuto. Musk's body fell heavily and never got up again. Aoki looked at Musk's body coldly. After a moment of silence, Aoki fired a Kido, killing James who was running away. Just now Aoki used Zanpakuto's ability to cut off the connection between Musk and James. At this time, James naturally has no means of resurrection. Aoki's Zanpakuto, completely Shikai's ability, is to switch back and forth between false and real, and the trigger condition is to make the opponent believe his lie. As long as the opponent gets the trick, Aoki's next fake action will become real. Aoki used this trick when he played against Hearth Ward last time. Halfward previously had information about Aoki, and believed that Aoki's ability to fight the sword is sound, which is equivalent to falling into Aoki's lies, which naturally triggered Zanpakuto's Shikai condition. It's just that what Hazard didn't know was that one lie can only be exchanged for one truth, so Hazard cautiously did not choose to continue the attack, but directly surrendered. If Hathward continues to attack, Aoki's lies are not enough, and there is no way to switch between false and real at will, and the battle may be more difficult. Because of Zanpakuto's ability, once known by the opponent, Aoki's threat will be greatly weakened. This is exactly why Aoki is reluctant to use full Shikai at will. But just now, when he was about to leave the scene, Shu Bing's actions deeply touched Aoki. The relationship between myself and Shu Bing is not that close, but Shu Bing is willing to exchange his life for the chance to leave. Faced with such a situation, no matter how thick-skinned Aoki is, he is ashamed to abandon his companion's life and leave alone. Is this Aoki's Zanpakuto the real ability? At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku was standing aside with a look of shock. It is also the first time she sees Aoki's Zanpakuto for real. Such a huge Reiatsu, Rangaku has only been seen before on the body of Yamamoto Genryusai. And the ability shown by Aoki's Zanpakuto is beyond her imagination. Matsumoto Rangiku even had the feeling of facing Aizen Sosuke again. Hey, Vice Captain Shubing. I really didn't expect you to be so affectionate to me. Aoki squatted down slightly and said sarcastically. HMPH, if you have the time to laugh at me, why don't you quickly help me move the stone away? The corners of Shu Bing's mouth rose slightly, as if relieved. Hearing these words, the originally painful scene suddenly became a lot easier. Aoki looked again and saw that Madarei Mikaku and Yumi were lying on the ground, already unconscious. He quickly greeted Matsumoto Rangiku and sent them to the fourth team. Advertisement. Why do you ask me to deliver it? I'll stay here and take care of it. Matsumoto Rangiku looked reluctant. Huh? Aoki was a little puzzled. At this time, wouldn't it be the same for everyone? Why do you still have such thoughts? Miss Rangiku, the war is still going on, don't be petty. Captain Unohana would be more willing to see you. Hearing Rangiku's words, Aoki suddenly realized that this little girl was still thinking about the matter between herself and Captain Unohana. But this thing is really a headache. Thinking of Captain Unikana and Miss Rangiku appearing in the same frame, Aoki feels dizzy. At this moment Aoki clutched his head, not knowing what to say. Hey, I said, if I don't send him for treatment, I'm afraid I'm going to die. Madarei Mikaku on the side woke up at some point, endured the severe pain, but insisted on showing a tough guy's smiling face. Somewhere in the invisible empire, Yuhabok looked contemptuously at Sajen Kasiwamura, who was lying on the ground and gradually turning into a beast, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. What a troublesome fellow. It was able to resist both me and Hearthward at the same time and threw Yamamoto Shidikuni out. Humanization technique is really extraordinary. I have to admit, you were a factor I overlooked. I would like to call you loyal and courageous, however, that's all for now. I'm afraid it's hard for you to even stand up now. You, who are full of loyalty, are nothing more than a homeless dog at this moment. Komamura Sajin was lying on the ground at this time, his eyes were lost, and he could no longer get up, allowing the other party to insult him. In the battle just now, relying on his immortal body, he ignored the opponent's attack, and at the same time threw Yamamoto Genryuzai, Kiraku, and Ai's Naneo at the side all flying. He should be in a corner of the invisible empire at this time. But in the end, it did not cause much serious trauma to Juhabak. However, Hazard's injury was not serious. Because Komamura Sajin ignored Hazard's ability at all, the two sides fell into a skill confrontation. But Kashiwamura ignored the attack. After a lot of consumption, Hazard was already scarred. Juhabak stomped hard on Sajin Kashiwamura's body, then turned and left. Hazard on the side followed silently, not forgetting to look back at Komamura Sajin. Hazard, I'm not very satisfied with your recent performance. Juhabak glanced at Hazard with his eyes. Hazard felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cellar, and he smiled wryly all over his face. Of course he knows that in these two attacks, his record can be said to be terrible. This is also unlucky, every time his opponent, Jian Zhang, has not restrained his skills. For an Aoki, his own balance can't keep up with the opponent's transformation from reality to reality. Not to mention Komamura Sajin, his life is gone, why are you afraid of him? Your Majesty, I am not doing well, please punish me, Hazard lowered his head and said respectfully. Juhabak did not respond to Hazard's words, but silently looked into the distance. Is Musk dead? Hearing this, Hazard's eyes froze unnoticed. Die well. Come back, my Musk, advertisement. As soon as Juhabak finished speaking, a subtle change took place in him. Hazard knew that the abilities that Juhabak gave to Musk returned to him. It's getting dark. It's time to go to bed, Juhabak said softly, and then slowly walked back to his palace. Hazard followed without saying a word. Not long after Juhabak and Hazard left, the shooting range finally appeared. Captain Kashiwamura, shooting field looked at Komamura Sajin, who was lying on the ground without breathing. His eyes were reddish, and he couldn't help it any longer. A tear fell down. Shooting range. Komamura Sajin gave a faint cry. Komamura Sajin lost his heart, so he naturally lost his breath. At this moment, he still has the last trace of humanity left. At this time, his body has gradually changed, the human skin is slowly fading away, and the beast-like hair grows back from his body. The state of humanization technique has come to an end. If nothing else happens, Komamura Sajin will be completely reduced to an unconscious beast. Captain. Seeing that Komamura Sajin was still able to speak, the shooter was overjoyed, immediately took out the thing Aoki gave, and put it on Kashiwamura's chest. The big hole in Bacon's chest is slowly disappearing as his body shrinks. As the heart was put in, the big hole in the chest slowly closed, wrapping the heart inside. Komamura Sajin slowly closed his eyes, and everything in the past was slowly dissipating. The things from entering the jingling court flashed through his mind. Yamamoto Genryuzai, Dong Qingyao, Shuhei friends, teachers, comrades in arms, all the fetters gradually dissipated. Slowly, he seemed to have forgotten many things. What followed was endless anger that almost overwhelmed his reason. Suddenly, there was a pain in his chest, and, Bacon's dissipated consciousness fluctuated a little. This is a feeling of heartache. Plop, plop. Accompanied by the severe pain in his chest, the images of the past returned to Bacon's mind. He remembered again who he was. After a long time, Komamura Sajin opened his eyes, and at this time he was on the back of the shooting range. At this time, Komamura Sajin felt the changes in his body in a daze. Now his body size has shrunk several times, almost no different from a wild beast in the forest. But Bacon can feel that his vitality has not disappeared, and if he recultivates in time, he can still be the same as before. I failed. Kashiwamura's disappointed voice sounded from behind the shooting range. Captain. You're awake. Hearing Komamura Sajin's voice, the shooter released Kashiwamura excitedly. I failed to kill Juhabak, and I failed to protect Lord Yamamoto. Komamura Sajin sat down on the ground with a depressed expression. Seeing the transformation into a beast, Komamura Sajin, who still has the original consciousness, sighed slightly. Captain, you have already fought by giving up your life. Even if the final result is unsatisfactory, we have tried our best to fight. We've made it ultimate, Captain Bacon, you have completed this battle of dignity. Chapter 59 Little Lie Lie. Are you going back to your old job? The 4th update is here today. Ladies and gentlemen, come and subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The 8th floor of the Jeonyang prison, the infernal hell. It is pitch black everywhere, the space seems to extend infinitely, and the concept of time seems to have disappeared in this place. Zaraki Kenpachi lay quietly on the ground, breathing weakly, unconscious and unbelievable. In his sleep, he seemed to be fighting countless opponents. The enemy I have killed in my life, the opponent I have never defeated so far, appears. Surrounded by the group, Zaraki Kenpachi can only hold Zanpakuto in his hand. Gradually, he seemed to feel that a layer of shackles had been broken. All along, he didn't realize that he was compressing his abilities step by step in the battle with his opponent. This part of ability is hidden in his body, as if locked. But now, the shackles in every part of the body were opened. Zaraki Kenpachi felt pain in his palm and opened his eyes slightly. Turning his head, his own Zanpakuto was pinning his palm to the ground. Zaraki Kenpachi struggled to pick up the Zanpakuto, pulled it out, then sat up straight and shook his head vigorously. Where am I? Damn it, how does it feel like I forgot something? Zaraki Kenpachi swayed around and found that his surroundings were blood red. It was his own blood. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were fixed, and he finally remembered that this is an endless hell, and he was severely injured and fell to the ground during the battle with Aoki. Damn it, Aoki is so fierce. Zaraki Kenpachi held Zanpakuto's hand slightly. Next time. Let me meet him next time. I will definitely kill this guy. Zaraki Kenpachi roared in the empty, dark space. His voice slowly echoed and then disappeared. Zaraki Kenpachi. Suddenly, a voice sounded slowly, like a call to him. Who is it? Zaraki Kenpachi looked around vigilantly, but found that the surroundings were empty. Zaraki Kenpachi. The faint voice calling him made him feel depressed. 003, what the hell is it? Playing tricks here, Zaraki Kenpachi shouted angrily. Zaraki Kenpachi. I've been waiting for you for too long. I've been looking at you all these years, waiting for you to call my name. Hearing this voice, Zaraki Kenpachi froze in place, staring at the dark space in a daze. By now, he could vaguely feel the kindness in this voice. Moreover, this voice seemed to come from the depths of his heart. Call out my name. Zaraki Kenpachi, name. Zaraki Kenpachi raised his right hand in a daze, and looked at the scarred Zanpakuto in his hand. At the same time, somewhere in the Invisible Empire, Aoki and Rangaku are carrying Shubing, Yijao and others to the location of the 4th Division. Ah, damn it, Seireitei has been invaded like this, how can I find the 4th Division? Aoki carried Shubing on his shoulders, complaining helplessly. Matsumoto Rangiku rolled his eyes aside. This guy, as the captain of the 11th team, really inherited the tradition of the 11th team getting lost. Captain Aoki, won't you use Reiatsu to find it? This is the basic technique of Shinigami. Advertisement, Reiatsu. Hearing Matsumoto Rangiku's words, Aoki pointed in one direction without any risk. I've already felt Captain Yunohana's Reiatsu, but how'd I get there? In the direction of Aoki's finger, there are many buildings, and there is no way to find the past. Moreover, even if Aoki can fly over, but he is holding Bambi with one hand, carrying Shubing with the other, and he has Yijao and Gongchen, he can't move these people at all. It takes strength to take off, and the vice-captains who are seriously injured can't bear Reiatsu who exploded in Aoki. At this time, the 13th Division of Godei, the traffic road has been completely cut off by the Invisible Empire. Moreover, even with communication tools such as Tianinkongla or pagers, the two parties cannot meet quickly. It can be said that although Jinglingding was fully prepared, it was still caught off guard by the Quincy divisions. Ouch, I'm not leaving, I'm going to die. Madarei Mikaku sat down on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. In the previous big battle, Madarei Mikaku took the lead in fighting the opponent and was seriously injured. At this time, Aoki was still carrying Shubing, and Madarei Mikaku could only support each other with Yumi. At this time, his energy has reached the limit. Aoki looked at the situation of the crowd, sighed helplessly and said, I can only use that trick now. Hearing this, Madarei Mikaku, who was originally depressed, became excited in an instant. I knew, Captain Aoki was still hiding his cards. Let me meet you, Captain Aoki. Madarei Mikaku looked expectant, and then saw Aoki put his hand into a trumpet shape, put it next to his mouth, and then yelled hard into the sky. Help! Help! Is there someone to take care of it? The 11th team is lost. Madarei Mikaku looked at Aoki's actions with black lines on his face, and slowly lowered his expectant head. Hey, one corner, cheer up and shout with me, there are so many people. Aoki watched Madarei Mikaku's actions with dissatisfaction, and urged him loudly. Madarei Mikaku turned her head away, as if unwilling to admit knowing Aoki. Aoki. Stop yelling. That's embarrassing. Matsumoto Rangiku lowered his head, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing, obviously very angry at Aoki's actions. Aoki spread his hands helplessly. At this time, two people came not far away. It's Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia. The two people were obviously attracted by the cries for help, and they were approaching Aoki with blank faces. Captain Kuchiki. Rukia, here, Aoki waved excitedly at him. Are you Aoki's vice captain? After walking in, Byakuya Kuchiki recognized Aoki at a glance and asked in surprise. Aoki and Byakuya Kuchiki had met before when the first Quincy declared war. At that time, Aoki had just been appointed as the vice captain of the Juban team, and Byakuya Kuchiki, as the captain-level Shinigami, naturally also attended that meeting. CJEF, however, when the Quincy division attacked for the second time, Byakuya Kuchiki was seriously injured and died, and was picked up by the Zero division directly. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia had just returned from Team Zero and knew nothing about what happened after Team Zero left. Naturally, they didn't know that Aoki was already the captain of Team 11 at this time. At this time, Rukia noticed the Captain Haori and the team badge of the 11th team on Aoki and said in surprise. Big brother, Aoki has become the captain of the 11th team. Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at Aoki's costume with deep eyes, and then asked calmly, has Captain Zaraki passed away? Hearing this, everyone had black lines on their faces. Hey, why do you all ask me this when you see me dressed like this for the first time? Advertisement, Aoki said helplessly. After knowing that it was an oolong, Byakuya Kuchiki showed no embarrassment, but pointed to the road behind him lightly. You guys are going to the team building of the 4th team, come with me. With Byakuya Kuchiki leading the way, Aoki and his team made rapid progress. On the way, Rukia looked curiously at Aoki's captain, Haori, and kept looking at him. Captain Aoki has become the captain at such a young age, he is so young and promising. Rukia squinted her eyes and said cutely. Hearing this, Aoki staggered and almost lost his footing. Rukia looks like a little Lolita with no development, but she even said that Aoki is young? But having said that, Rukia's actual age is indeed much older than Aoki. Here we are, Byakuya Kuchiki said softly. After the twists and turns of the Invisible Empire, Byakuya Kuchiki led Aoki and his party to the place where the original 4th team's team building was. Yunohana Retsu has been waiting here for a long time. I heard Captain Aoki's desperate roar from a long distance away. Didn't I expect to meet rescuers so soon? Yunohana Retsu was holding Zanpakuto in his hand at this time. His shawl was scattered, his body was covered with blood, and the ground was full of Quincy corpses, but when he saw Aoki's figure, a smile appeared on Yunohana Retsu's face again. Hey, is this the gentle Captain Yunohana? Madarame Makaku saw the scene in front of him, and was shocked and speechless. Although Yuki on the side was seriously injured, when he heard Madarame Makaku's words, he rushed forward and covered Madarame Makaku's mouth. Idiot, will you die if you don't say a few words? Don't forget what Captain Yunohana did before. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia were also deeply shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Only Aoki was unmoved, stepped forward, patted Yunohana Retsu on the shoulder, and said with a look of shame. Little lie, this outfit, does it belong to returning to old business? Seeing Aoki's behavior, everyone felt cold sweat. Who is that woman standing with a knife? The Shinigami present have basically heard the legend of Sister Wa. Yunohana Retsu, Yunohana Yachiryu, known as the #1 villain in the Soul Society. Before joining the 4th team, it can be said that he did all kinds of evil and was good at killing. Now who can see that Captain Yunohana has started to draw his sword to kill people after being silent for 1,000 years? At this time, Aoki still dared to make such a joke? Are you out of your mind, or are you tired of living? When everyone was worried about Aoki's name, Yunohana Retsu seemed to show the posture of a little woman, dropped the Zanpakuto in her hand, and snuggled into Aoki's arms. When Jinglingding just changed, many enemies came to the 4th team. I'm in a panic, I just want to wait for you to save me. Hearing this, all the Shinigami present seemed to be petrified. USAI. Is this still the Yunohana Yachiryu who does all kinds of evil? Could it be that the legend is false, in fact Captain Yunohana is just a pitiful big sister? But then, Yunohana Retsu's tone slowly turned cold, making the Shinigami present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The concubine can't wait for the left, and the right can't come, so I have to kill them all. Aoki, can you tell me, why are you here so late? Hearing this, Aoki originally wanted to gently hug Sister Hua's right hand, but suddenly stopped in midair. Chapter 60. Is this the Quincy you captured? Please subscribe from the Big Brothers. I am very grateful. Close black lens bracket. Aoki's hand was stagnant in midair, looking very embarrassed. Yunohana Retsu raised his head and looked at Aoki with a smile, but Aoki could feel a faint killing intent from this look. I'm lost. Aoki raised his hand and scratched his head, then pointed at the seriously injured Shuhei and Madarame Makaku. Look, it's all them. At that time, I saw that Shu Bing and the others were about to be beaten to death, so I couldn't help it. Let's go. Shu Bing not far away has come to life, and Madarame Makaku and the others are supporting each other. Seeing Aoki's finger pointing here, Shu Bing and the others instantly got goosebumps nervously. Oh, is that so? Yunohana Retsu picked up Zanpakuto on the ground, took Aoki's hand, and walked over slowly. When Shu Bing and Madarame Makaku saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fright. They immediately jumped up and rushed to say, yes, it's all our fault, it's because we are too bad, I need to trouble Captain Aoki. Captain Yunohana, don't be impulsive. Up to now, these people still can't see that the mood of Captain Yunohana has gradually changed after killing a few Quincy masters. At this time, Captain Yunohana is no longer the gentle and elegant captain of the 4th division. Today's Yunohana Retsu has gradually regained the feeling of Yunohana Yachiryu before. At this time, Shu Bing and Madarame Makaku supported each other and trembled in the crowd, fearing that if they said something bad, they would be killed by Yunohana Retsu on the spot. When Shuhei and Madarame Makaku were nervous, Yunohana Retsu suddenly raised Zanpakuto. No, Captain Yunohana, Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia shouted nervously. Unexpectedly, the shape of Yunohana Retsu's Zanpakuto suddenly changed, and a strange thick liquid slowly flowed out, dripping on the ground, and then gradually condensed into the appearance of a me-cloud cough. Seeing how serious your injuries are, hurry up and recover Reiatsu in Shizuku's body. The Jingling Court has been invaded, and the current medical equipment of the 4th division has disappeared. Wait until Reiatsu recovers, and you go to the Technical Research Bureau to continue treating the injury. Yunohana Retsu said calmly. Seeing the scene in front of them, Shuhei and Madarame Makaku finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yunohana Retsu's eyes focused on Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Yunohana Retsu, and then noticed that Yunohana Retsu's right hand was holding Aoki, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Miss Rangiku doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Would you like me to treat you with Kaido? Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. No need, Captain Yunohana, I can handle it myself. Facing Yunohana Retsu at this time, Matsumoto Rangiku was a little nervous. Matsumoto Rangiku also suffered a lot of injuries in the previous battle, but compared with Shubing and others, he is still much better. But having said that, Ms. Rangiku's injury is the lightest among these few people. It seems that Aoki has put a lot of thought into it. Unohana Retsu's tone was light, and Aoki on the side heard it, but felt as if his head had been exploded by a bomb. Bad dishes, this scene is so difficult. Aoki smiled at the side, not knowing what to say. Captain Unohana, you'd better do your job of the 4th Division. If there is nothing else, Captain Aoki and I will leave first. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't know what was going on at this time, and he had no idea what was going on in the face of Unohana Retsu, not afraid. That's not okay, Captain Aoki will stay with me tonight. Unohana Retsu turned her head and looked at Aoki with a smile. Ding! Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 632 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 91,422. Close black lens bracket. Ahaha, is that staying overnight? Aoki smiled awkwardly, not daring to speak loudly. Sensing Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Aoki knew that this scene might not end so easily. Advertisement. Watching Aoki's performance, Matsumoto Rangiku felt a strange emotion in his heart. Miss Unohana, now the enemy is at hand. I hope you will not delay the work of our 11th team. Matsumoto Rangiku took a step forward and said with a straight word. Our 11th team is a team dedicated to fighting. As the captain, Aoki should go to the front with me. Captain Aoki, you say yes. Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes fixed on Aoki. Unohana Retsu also looked at Aoki, as if waiting for his answer. What? Aoki was stared at by 2 eyes, and felt that the whole person was overjoyed. Rukia on the side gently tugged at the corner of Byakuya Kuchiki's clothes, and said softly. Big brother, aren't we a bit out of place here? Byakuya Kuchiki was non-committal and nodded slightly. In this scene, we'd better leave as soon as possible, otherwise it will be affected. Rukia and Byakuya Kuchiki looked at each other, then nodded, took 2 steps back, and prepared to leave. At this time, Bambietta, who was bound by Aoki's iron chain, woke up Yo-Yo. Oops, my ribs hurt so much. Where is this? Bambietta looked around suspiciously, and found that there were several Shinigami in front of her that she had never seen before. I should have encountered Musk before? Then I passed out? Bambietta felt a little headache, carefully recalling what happened before. Hearing this sound, the 3 Aoki who were in the center of the storm noticed Bumbi's awakening together. Unohana Retsu and Matsumoto Rangiku finally noticed Bambietta, who was chained on the ground. Bambietta looked around with puzzled eyes, and finally found Aoki behind a female Shinigami. At this time, she knew deeply that she had been completely reduced to the enemy's captive. Coupled with Aoki's various tortures to her before, Bambi's rebellious side has been hidden by her. Since you are in the enemy's camp and there is a great disparity in strength, you must have the awareness to be a prisoner. Bambietta has already done the ideological work for herself. The most important thing right now is to make everyone not aware of her threat, so that they have a chance to escape in the ensuing chaos. At this time, Bambietta saw Aoki, then cleared his throat and said obediently. Master Aoki, Master Aoki. Bambietta's soft and lovely voice echoed in the ears of several people. Aoki grinned. Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia also stopped. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 248 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 91,670. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, the concentration of Reiatsu in the air began to rise, and a vague smell of blood floated in the air, and Aoki sensed that it was Wahi's Reiatsu. Master Aoki? Bambietta showed a cute expression, looking at Aoki with her head tilted. Ask for flowers, Master Aoki. Loosen the iron chain, please. I know I made a mistake, and I will be obedient in the future. It's the same as before, just tie it around your neck. Advertisement, if you're not satisfied, can you spank me again? Bambietta is very satisfied with her performance. At this time, she used what she has learned in her life to be as cute as possible. But these few words passed into Aoki's ears, like a series of spiritual bombs, blasting in his mind. Aoki. What's the situation? Unohana Retsu held Aoki's right hand slowly and hard, as if to crush Aoki's bones. Captain Aoki. Is this the Quincy you captured? Matsumoto Rangiku looked sullenly at Aoki. Aoki felt his blood surging, his brain was running wildly at this moment, and countless calculation formulas flashed in his mind. That's right. This is my captured Quincy. Aoki pointed at Bambietta and said loudly with justice. Enemy intelligence, so far, we don't know enough. So I subdue this man and torture him. Nowadays, I've got a lot of useful information. But to win the battle, more intelligence is needed. I will send this person to the band leader Jing and Captain Ni later to see if I can get more information. This person is good at using tricks, so don't be fooled. Aoki finished speaking in one breath, pretending to be heartbroken, and then looked at Unohana Retsu and Matsumoto Rangiku beside him. No one spoke. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ahem, Captain Kuchiki, you are also here. Why don't you help me send people there? Aoki sorted out his emotions and then said seriously. Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia's eyes were already glazed over, as if they had absorbed too much information that they couldn't digest in this short moment. Rukia gently tugged at the corner of Byakuya Kuchiki's clothes, signaling him not to step into this muddy water. I think it doesn't matter if I don't like prisoners' intelligence or something. Since Captain Aoki has learned a lot, let's kill this Quincy. Retsu slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, aiming at Bambietta. Aoki was sweating all over his head, resisted Wajia's movement with his hands, and gently pressed Zanpakuto down. Lie, this person is still useful. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. It won't be too late to start after we find out the information about the Quincy. At this time, Bambietta didn't know that she had already caused a catastrophe, so she nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, I am a prisoner, and I have information. I'll tell you what I know. The secret about Yuhabak is very useful for you Shinigami. Hearing this, Retsu silently put away Zanpakuto. Aoki wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a foul breath. Suddenly, there was a wonderful wave of Reiatsu in the air. The captain-level Shinigami present felt it all. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and looked not far away, pointing with his hand. It looks like something happened there. Retsu turned her head and looked. A trace of tension suddenly appeared on her calm face. It seems to be Yang Yin's room. 3FR Chapter 61 Yachiliu's Instinct, Restless Feeling. Please subscribe to everyone. At this time, Katetsu Izan was sitting in the room with an anxious expression on his face. Since Jinglingting was invaded by the Invisible Empire, this place has become the room of the Invisible Empire at this time. The team building where the fourth team was located before has not only changed drastically in appearance, but also many daily necessities have disappeared. Moreover, they are equivalent to having penetrated into the enemy's camp. If they stay in this place for a second longer, unexpected accidents will happen. Little Hush, I brought a mattress and some food. Kusajishi Yachiru's lovely voice sounded outside the door. Then a small figure pushed open the door, holding a big mattress and some food in his hands. Yachinryu, don't run around, Katetsu Izan said slightly reproachfully. After learning that Zaraki Kenpachi was going to hell, Katetsu Izan took on the responsibility of taking care of Yachiryu. Afterwards, Aoki and Retsu returned from hell. Although Katetsu Izan didn't ask more questions, he also knew that Zaraki Kenpachi was probably in danger. In this way, Katetsu Izan can no longer show a trace of anger when he looks at such a cute Kusajishi Yachiru. Moreover, the mattress and food brought by Yachinryu are exactly what she needs now. It's okay, I sneaked into the rooms of those Quincy masters, and when they are not paying attention, I picked it up and ran away. Don't even mention it, the mattress of the Quincy master is comfortable to sleep on. Kusajishi Yachiru cutely imitated the appearance of just sneaking into the enemy camp, and then squatted on the stolen mattress, which was really pitiful. Yachinryu, if only I could be as carefree as you. Katetsu Izan looked at Yachiryu rolling on the mattress and muttered to himself. The current situation has become unbelievably bad. The Lingling court has completely disappeared. If you want to return to its usual appearance, you must beat all the enemies. Captain Retsu has already fought the enemy outside, but Katetsu Izan himself, because of lack of strength, can only hide in the room, fearful. I don't know if Captain Zaraki can get out of the endless hell. Katetsu Izan looked at the Yachiryu on the mattress and said vaguely worried. Among the many Shinigami, Kusajishi Yachiru can be described as a unique existence. With his small body, he was able to be the vice captain of a team. Many people think that Kusajishi Yachiru will be a mascot in the 11th team with the position of vice captain only because of the captain Zaraki Kenpachi. Now the mascot, unaware of Zaraki Kenpachi's situation, plays heartlessly on the mattress. Katetsu Izan was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt some noise in the room. At first she didn't care, but then, a voice made her suddenly alert. It hasn't been discovered until now, it's really amazing. You think so? The voice was intermittent, floating in her ears, as if someone was whispering softly behind her. Katetsu Izan was taken aback and turned his head suddenly to look at the corner behind him. There was nothing in the corner. Where are you looking? Is it here? Still, here. As soon as the voice fell, a little old man with no lips, huge teeth exposed, and wrinkled skin appeared behind Katetsu Izan's head, lying on her shoulder and whispering softly. Katetsu Izan's pupils shrank, she had no idea what form such an enemy would appear in. Look. I disappeared again. Advertisement accompanied by the enemy's words, the figure of this wretched little old man with skin all over his face gradually faded and became transparent, soon to disappear from Katetsu Izan's sight. Hi. With a soft cry, the figure of Kusajishi Yachiru appeared, and a big flying kick kicked the old man who was about to disappear in the face. Yachinryu. Katetsu Izan shouted nervously, and then hurried forward to check the situation of Yachinryu. Kusajishi Yachiru landed firmly after a blow, and then said doubtfully. It's strange, I just hit it. Katetsu Izan was a little puzzled, she didn't understand why Yachinryu would come out suddenly, and showed some fists and kicks in front of her. Yachinryu's gaze was even more puzzled, what did I hit just now? Just when Yachinryu was wondering, a heavy punch appeared out of thin air, and it was a hard blow to her little face. Yachinryu was hit hard, and the whole person fell backwards and fell to the ground. Vice Captain Grass Deer. Katetsu Izan rushed forward anxiously. Seeing this scene in front of her, Katetsu Izan finally remembered why Kusajishi Yachiru suddenly appeared in front of her. The two met the enemy just now, and Kusajishi Yachiru rushed up just to save himself. Katetsu Izan helped Kusajishi Yachiru up, and then nervously checked the surrounding situation, but still did not find any trace of the enemy. Shashasha. Does it look like you hit me? That kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. I'm V. Vanishing point, Gunner Lee. My existence has completely disappeared from your field of vision and consciousness. As soon as the enemy's words were finished, Katetsu Izane's facial expression suddenly became confused. After a moment of silence, Katetsu Izane felt the weight in his hands and looked down to see a petite little girl with pink hair lying in her arms at the moment. Ah, Deputy Captain Kaolu, why are you lying on the ground? Get up, what to do if you catch a cold? Hey, why is your face swollen? Did you accidentally fall down? Katetsu Izane looked at Kusajishi Yachiru's face suspiciously. It was already swollen a lot at the moment, and his nose was bleeding. It looked like he fell hard. Yachinryu looked at his hand dully, as if he couldn't remember why he was in this place. I don't know. Yachinryu said innocently. I don't know. A sudden voice sounded from the door. Katetsu Izane and Yachinryu looked over, only to see a little old man with a wretched appearance appearing at the door. Katetsu Izane was shocked. After all, this small room is still hidden. So far no one has been able to find it here. Are you a member of the Star-Crossed Knights? Katetsu Izane tried to communicate with the other party. That's right, that's right. The wretched old man looked helpless. I don't know how many more introductions I will have to do in the future, but let's talk about meeting for the first time. I'm Gunner Lee, Holy Text V, Vanishing Point. You can't exist, see, feel, even keep me in your memory. As soon as the words fell, Gunner's figure gradually disappeared. Hey, Yachinryu took the opportunity to rush to the front of the opponent, swinging his fist and hitting him hard. The huge impact knocked Gennar's nose completely, and nosebleeds gushed out instantly. Advertisement, but then, Yachinryu showed a confused look. Strange, I obviously hit it. Hey, what am I doing? At this moment, several wounds suddenly appeared on Yachinryu's body. Vice Captain Grass Deer, Katetsu Izane shouted anxiously. Afterwards, Katetsu Izane saw Yachinryu subconsciously punching again. Boom. This solid and painful blow, although he did not see the enemy, Katetsu Izane actually heard the sound of the fist hitting the flesh. Kusajishi Yachiru still looked at his fist thoughtfully. Gunner, who was in a concealed state, was covering his nose at this moment, his face full of shock. How did she hit me? This is not a judgment nor a reaction, but a conditioned reflex. Gunner feels that this kind of thing is too nonsense. How can someone just rely on conditional launch to beat up a person they met for the first time? Vice Captain Kaolu, why did you suddenly hit someone who has nothing to do with it? Katetsu Izane was very puzzled, although the guy just now was a bit strange, but it seems a little bad to attack directly without distinguishing between friend and foe. It's the enemy, Kusajishi Yachiru smiled sincerely. At this time, Katetsu Izane, because of the other party's ability, was unable to judge the truth of the matter at all. At this time, she looked at Yachiryu's innocent appearance and remained silent. It's true, when I saw that guy, my chest felt an inexplicable restlessness. Yachinryu clutched her chest, and at this moment, there was a kind of excitement in her body, which only appeared when encountering an enemy. This kind of talent will appear in Zaraki Kenpachi in her body. Gunner listened with disbelief on his face. How could such a thing happen? Is this kid living by instinct? Looking at such a petite appearance, I thought he was a bully brat. But if you look carefully, you must be a bad girl if you dye your hair in such a small grade. Then let the old man teach you a lesson. Gunner thought about 1.0 in his heart, ready to step forward and attack. At this time, Katetsu Izane was still chatting with Yachiryu, unaware of the imminent crisis. Agitation? What does that feel like? Is it a creepy feeling? Katetsu Izane couldn't help feeling a little nervous, wanting to get an answer quickly. Agitation is restlessness. It's cold, hot, and joyful. Kusajishi Yachiru rummaged through a big box to answer questions without beginning or end. At this time, Yachiryu finally found his own Zanpakuto, hung it on his chest, and continued talking to Katetsu Izane. When I saw that guy, I couldn't help but want to chop him with a sword. That's the feeling. Ajien also said so. Ajien is not here now, so if I come to chop this guy, Ajien shouldn't be angry. At this time, Gunner had already taken out a sharp blade from his pocket, and gradually approached Yachinlu's side. Kill you, brat. What do you mean, cut him? Really, don't get carried away, little girl. Even if you attack with instinct, you can't hit me. Go to hell. Gunner's figure appeared behind Yachiryu, and the sharp blade was about to stab out. At this moment, Yachinryu instantly drew his sword and waved it. Chapter 62 Kenpachi from Zaraki. Please subscribe, thank you very much, close black lens bracket. Zanpakuto immediately approached Gunner's body, but he quickly dodged it. HMPH, you can't hit me. Puff, unexpectedly, the bridge of Gunner's nose was cut off. How come? I've clearly escaped. Gunner clutched the bridge of his bleeding nose, screaming in doubt and pain. However, his voice could not reach Yachinryu and Yuyen's ears. However, Yachiru seems to have heard his heart, playing with the Zanpakuto in his hand, showing a cute smile, and explained. My knife, whether I dodge it or not, will be cut. At this time, Gunner's figure appeared again in front of Yachiryu and Katetsu Izane. Katetsu Izane looked at the guy who suddenly appeared with a look of horror on his face. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen it before? Could it be from the Star-Crossed Knights? Katetsu Izane was still affected by Gunner's ability at this time, thinking that this was the first time they met. You. What are you talking about? Gunner said to Yachinryu with an expression of disbelief. My knife. It's a knife that imitates my movements. In front of and behind my knife, there will be ghosts imitating my movements. So, the more you know the timing, the more you will miss it. Bachanlu's lovely voice echoed in the small room, and then she smiled and shouted expectantly. Come out, beast. 29 Two little ghosts that were much bigger than Yachinryu slowly emerged from behind her. Katetsu Izan was surprised to see the change of Yachiryu and the two strange guys behind him. One is furry, like a huge sphere, and the other is like a skeleton, and these two little ghosts are holding a sharp knife in their hands. Gunner seemed unwilling to believe the scene in front of him, and shouted loudly. What it is? Trinity attack! Yachinryu yelled, the whole person jumped up, and then slashed from top to bottom. The Sanbu sword beast followed one after the other, and slashed all the lines connecting the upper and lower spaces. Gunner couldn't dodge, and his whole body was almost split in half. Yo-hoo! Yachinryu seemed to be dancing excitedly because of defeating the enemy, and the two little ghosts on the side followed the movements one after the other, looking funny and cute. Is this the Shikai of Kaolu's vice captain? Katetsu Izan looked surprised. In her understanding, she had never seen Zanpakuto like this before. It's not like Captain Unohana, whose blade turns into a creature. It's also not like Captain Toshiro materialized into living things. Katetsu Izan stared blankly at Yachiryu's Zanpakuto, and found that the opponent's blade hadn't changed in any way, only two little ghost heads appeared out of thin air. Such a three-step sword beast seems to be the embodiment of Zanpakuto after Bankai. Ahem. Just as Katetsu Izan continued to be in a daze, Gunner, who had been stabbed by Yachiryu, leaned on the wall and stood up in pain. Advertisement? Huh. Shouldn't you be cut in half by me? Yachinryu said with a puzzled expression when he saw Gunner, who was only wounded on the face. B*********** D kid. Gunner was furious. You even deliberately explained something before cutting it over. Do you really think I can't hide? Gunner was very emotional, and the advantage he had just now was easily dispelled by the brat in front of him. D brat. Look at me. Suddenly, Gunner's voice stopped abruptly. Yachiryu and Katetsu Izan were surprised to find that Gunner's figure disappeared in one piece. At this moment, a deep penetrating wound appeared on Gunner's shoulder. Moreover, the incision of the wound was very neat, and even blood did not flow out. Looking at it, it looks like someone wiped Gentle's body gently with an eraser, erasing the part that originally built his shoulder. Really? Really? Gunner looked at the wound on his shoulder and said in disbelief. HMPH, it's true, a strange voice suddenly sounded. Katetsu Izan suddenly turned his head to look behind a person as if he was facing an enemy. At this time, in a small room behind, a strange boy in white was sitting quietly on the bed, looking at the scene in front of him playfully. When did this guy come in? Katetsu Izan's face was full of shock and fear. One must know, how can the enemy who can sneak in this situation be the kind of character that can be dealt with easily? How is it possible? I'm done. I've worked hard. Gunner covered his shoulders in pain, and said to the boy sitting on the bed. At this time, the blood was already rushing out of the shoulder. Yeah, I've worked hard. The white-clothed boy didn't seem to care about Gunner's words at all, and just made a perfunctory sentence. As my fantasy, you are not bad, the young man in white said another sentence in a fluttering manner. Hearing this sentence, Katetsu Izan on the side seemed like a bolt from the blue. Fantasy? The enemy we have worked hard to defeat for a long time is just a fantasy? Katetsu Izan felt dizzy in front of him, and could hardly bear such a blow. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Gunner kept asking the boy in white who was sitting on the bed first. Wait a minute, I can still fight, as long as I work hard, these guys. Yeah, great ability, Nar. The boy in white interrupted Nar's words with a look of indifference. An existence that can disappear in memory and vision. Then now, you too, disappear from my memory. Hearing this, Gunner, who was still hopeful, couldn't bear it any longer. With a ferocious expression on his face, he rushed to the boy in white with a sharp knife in his hand. Grammy, sorry, I can't imagine your future anymore. Pooh, Gunner, who was still furious at first, was gently torn to pieces like a piece of paper. Grammy didn't move at all, but Gunner had completely disappeared in front of him. V3. Katetsu Izan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, staring at Grammy speechless. Advertisement. At this moment, a saber light flashed, and Yachinryu appeared in front of Grammy in an instant, brandishing the Jonsol saber. Grammy lightly raised his hand, and grabbed Yachinryu's arm properly. HMPH, what are you doing? Such a clear attack, of course you can block it. Grammy looked at Yachiryu in front of him and then let go. Bang! 8,000 streams of Zanpakuto fell to the ground. At this time, Yachinryu's eyes were dull, and he looked at his arm warmly. The moment he came into contact with the opponent, Yachinryu's arm seemed to become extremely fragile, unable to withstand the impact of the collision with the opponent. It shattered directly. At this time, Yachinryu was completely unable to exert any strength in his right arm holding the Zanshin Dao. Imagine if your arm was a biscuit. Grammy pointed at Yachiryu's arm and said with a playful expression. It should be broken, you should be like this, and, you would think, if the bones in the arm are biscuits, what about the rest of the body? As soon as the words fell, Yachinryu's whole body collapsed on the ground. Seeing that Yachinryu had lost the ability to attack, Grammy walked directly over her body and walked to the door, talking to himself at the same time. The most powerful force in this world is imagination. My ability is to turn all imaginary things into reality. Yachinryu looked at Grammy's figure, and a shocked expression appeared on his lovely face at this moment. Boom. Just then, there was a loud explosion outside the house. HMPH, I feel the Reiatsu of 8,000 streams is in a mess, so I want to come and have a look. What are you doing? It turns out that the little devil is messing around. Zaraki Kenpachi held Zanpakuto on his shoulders 153, with a fierce look on his face. Aegean, Yachinryu looked at the appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. When Zaraki Kenpachi went to hell, he wrote her a letter. The content of the letter is nothing more than saying that if you don't come out, let Yachinryu take good care of yourself. Although Yachiryu usually looks like a child, Zaraki Kenpachi's situation can also be detected from the letter. After seeing Aoki and Captain Unohana come out of infernal hell, although Yachiryu didn't ask more questions, he also vaguely felt that Zaraki Kenpachi might not come back. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi appeared again, and 8,000 tears almost came out of his eyes. Oh, Zaraki Kenpachi? Grammy looked at Zaraki Kenpachi's figure and said playfully. You are very strong as I imagined. As soon as the words fell, the terrain of the entire room changed drastically. A high platform rises rapidly from the ground, forming a square arena. Kalu's little girl's Reiatsu is a bit confused. Must she have encountered some kind of battle? But Zaraki Kenpachi seems to have awakened and has rushed to the scene. Unohana Retsu looked not far away and said softly. On the other side not far away, everyone saw the change in the terrain, and all their eyes focused on the place where Gremi and Kenpachi fought. Aoki watched the change of the scene in the distance, rubbing his chin with his right hand, wondering what he was thinking. Grami's ability, in his memory, was very powerful. The ability to turn imagination into reality is similar to his Zanpakuto. Even Aoki, although he can guarantee that he will not be injured by Gremi, it is hard to say that he can easily kill Gremi. But this guy's ability still has a fatal flaw. I think Captain Zaraki can't handle it, let's go together. A smile formed on the corner of Aoki's mouth. He had found a way to deal with Gremi. Chapter 63 Gremi, you are creating something out of nothing. Open black lens bracket. Big guys please subscribe, close black lens bracket. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi stared blankly at the scene change in front of him, seeming a little surprised. What's this? Witchcraft or something? It's not witchcraft, it's reality. Gremi seemed very happy to meet an opponent like Kenpachi, and patiently explained. I'm a dreamer who turns imagination into reality, Gremi. It's an honor for you to fight me, Zaraki Kenpachi. Because I think, among the Knights of the Star Cross, the strongest person is me. Gremi raised his head and smiled, as if he was waiting for his opponent's compliment. Really? Zaraki Kenpachi raised his head and looked down at the boy in front of him. Suddenly. Ding! Zaraki Kenpachi rushed forward with unexpected speed, raising his knife and slashing. The jagged Zanpakuto slashed at Gremi's body, as if it had touched something extremely hard, but it didn't cause any damage to it. I'm saying it again, my ability is imagination. Imagination is really the strongest force in this world. You see now, I imagine my body is harder than steel. Pooh! Zaraki Kenpachi's knife fell hard, cutting off Gremi's left arm completely. What are you doing? Zaraki Kenpachi looked disdainful, and did not listen to Gremi's words at all. If it's the level of steel, I'll chop it with the strength of iron. Zaraki Kenpachi looked sarcastically at Gremi, who was kneeling in pain. What kind of expression is that? Is it something I can't chop? With your current brain, I'm afraid you can't imagine anything in this world that I can't chop. Gremi remained silent, then slowly got up. Zaraki Kenpachi was surprised to find that his left hand, which had been cut by him, had recovered as before. Surprised. Zaraki Kenpachi. Gremi still kept a calm smile. HMPH, I didn't expect you to have the ability to heal yourself. Zaraki Kenpachi looked disdainful. I just imagined that my arm that was cut by you is completely healed. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi tilted his head and showed a puzzled expression. I'm afraid you won't understand my ability until you die in battle, Zaraki Kenpachi. Gremi waved lightly at Zaraki Kenpachi. Come here, I'll show you that I can kill you with just my mind and not a single finger. As soon as the words fell, an unbearable heat wave melted around Gremi. The temperature in the air suddenly rose sharply, and the hot air made the surrounding air extremely dry. A large amount of red viscous liquid surged up from the ground, carrying the high temperature of the giant star. It's magma, Gremi explained with a smile. HMPH, you don't need to look at this kind of thing to know it. Zaraki Kenpachi licked his lips, waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and shouted excitedly. Although these things are very unreasonable, I don't hate them. Zanpakuto waved and collided with the emerging magma, making a loud noise. Yachinryu, hurry up and hide. Zaraki Kenpachi shouted at Yachinryu lying on the ground beside him. Yachinryu stared blankly at Zaraki Kenpachi, but his body could not move, and it was even difficult for him to speak. What are you doing? There was some anxiety in Zaraki Kenpachi's words. She can't do it, Gremi's voice sounded, because now, under the influence of my ability, her bones have become like biscuits. Advertisement. If you move a little bit, I'm afraid you will die from the broken bones in your whole body. Zaraki Kenpachi stared blankly at Gremi, thinking about the words in it. After a while, Zaraki Kenpachi asked wonderingly, what are biscuits? Gremi's usually calm face had faint veins emerging. You don't know. If you knew it, you would have turned into mung bean cake. Zaraki Kenpachi was thoughtful. To put it simply, the bones are as fragile as pastries, right? Well, it would be better to say no to this kind of thing. Zaraki Kenpachi jumped up and swung his sword again. Suddenly, a huge water cage completely wrapped Zaraki Kenpachi's entire body. Zaraki Kenpachi looked incredible, because this water cage appeared completely out of thin air, without any warning before that. Don't understand the situation. The moment you jumped up, I imagined that you had fallen into the water. Grammy kept a calm smile. Zaraki Kenpachi kept holding his knife in the water and could not move. The sudden appearance of the water made him unable to breathe, and his thinking also stagnated for a moment at this moment. You who are hesitant in the water will fall into the cracks in the ground that I have prepared for you, and then. As soon as Grammy's words fell, a deep crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the water cage wrapped Zaraki Kenpachi's body and fell towards the crack in the ground. Boom! After Zaraki Kenpachi's body fell into the crack in the ground, the whole earth closed instantly, as if the crack had never existed. Grammy looked at the place where the cracks in the ground disappeared and muttered to himself. Zaraki Kenpachi, I don't think you will die in the cracks in the ground. However, coupled with the coercion of the water prison, I think no one can breathe anymore. In such a state of suffocation, you will die slowly in it. No matter how terrifying a monster you are, 1 hour is always enough. Grammy pursed his lips lightly, very proud of his work. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Zaraki Kenpachi rushed out from the ground holding the 8000 flow, jumped up, and then Zanpakuto Wolf chopped down. Ding! A huge stone pillar appeared out of thin air and blocked Grammy's head. HMPH, Yachinlu's body is fine if I hug her, it looks like her bones have recovered. Because you are fighting with me, is your brain not enough? Zaraki Kenpachi showed a playful expression, looking very excited. Grammy lowered her head and remained silent. Again, Yachinlu jumped on the ground twice, indicating that his body was fine. Go to Katetsu Izan. Let her take you to find a place to hide. Zaraki Kenpachi explained a few words, then turned to face Grammy. Yachinlu nodded obediently, and then jumped down from a high place. It was discovered by you. Grammy lowered his head, unable to see clearly his expression. My imagination of that little girl, interrupted. Nonsense. How can it be maintained? Zaraki Kenpachi snorted coldly. Don't you want to fight? Come on, what's the point of focusing on other people? Since you are the strongest, you should try to defeat the strongest me. Zaraki Kenpachi yelled and rushed up, brandishing Zanpakuto. Grammy was a little dazed, and seemed to be touched by Zaraki Kenpachi's words. What is this guy talking about? Should the strongest defeat the strongest? I've never thought about it that way. After all, they all know that I have always been the strongest. Advertisement in a short time, Grammy recalled the past. After gaining the ability of imagination, everyone around him looked afraid of him, and no one wanted to challenge him at all. Therefore, he has never encountered an opponent who can fight to his heart's content. I have a feeling right now, Grammy said softly with her head lowered. I want to kill you, Zaraki Kenpachi. As soon as the words fell, Grammy raised his head excitedly, and countless hot weapons appeared behind him. Countless gunpipes appeared behind Grammy, followed by bursts of loud gunshots. Boom boom boom. Bullets, artillery shells, all of them rushed to Zaraki Kenpachi's position, bombarding the venue with a bang. Suddenly, one of the cannonballs heading towards Zaraki Kenpachi was cut in half by Zanpakuto. The light of the knife flashed. Grammy was hit. I got it. Zaraki Kenpachi shouted excitedly. HMPH. Grammy snorted coldly, and then a big hand appeared behind Zaraki Kenpachi, and slapped Zaraki Kenpachi hard on the ground. I've said it before, even if I'm cut off, I'll imagine myself being healed. Grammy shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi shot up from the ground and slashed at Grammy's body. Oops. Grammy was shocked, but Zaraki Kenpachi didn't stop. Followed by another knife. Puff. Grammy fell to the ground seriously injured. Grammy regretted in his heart. Zaraki Kenpachi's knife was too fast in the scene just now, so he didn't have time to imagine it. Will I lose to this guy? How could this be possible? Grammy's thoughts became more and more depressed, and his figure was about to disappear in a trance. Haha. Are you imagining being killed by me? Boy. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed loudly from the side. Suddenly, Grammy seemed to reflect, and his whole body recovered instantly. Thank you, it's a good thing you reminded me, otherwise I would have been killed by my own imagination. Grammy slightly twisted his neck, and a smile appeared on his face again. Next, let me show you the real imagination. Nuo Jiao Jiao. Grammy smiled softly, and then his figure shook slightly. A look of surprise appeared in Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes, because he found that Grammy in front of him turned into two. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from outside the sky. Zaraki Kenpachi looked up, and saw a huge meteorite comparable to Jinglingding, falling in this direction at the moment. Assuming you kill me now, the meteorite will not disappear. Because meteorites are real. Crash here, kill the enemy, and finally I am the only one left alive. Just as I imagined. Grammy narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's another thing I haven't hacked before. I'm really excited. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the huge meteorite in the sky, and his body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. In that case, come on, devour. Wild, bang, a big foot stepped on Zaraki Kenpachi's head, holding back the liberation language he was going to say. Aoki stomped Kenpachi's head on the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole, and then looked at Grammy speechlessly. At this time, the place where the fourth team was originally located was already in a mess, and a huge meteorite came from the sky, and it was about to turn this place into ruins. You guy, here you create something out of nothing, Fabricated out of thin air. Imagine it out of thin air. Aoki was furious. Unacceptable. Turn into Z country. Shang Yao. Chapter 64 Grammy. You old silver coins, you don't talk about martial arts. Please subscribe from the big guys. Thank you very much, brother. Close black lens bracket. Aoki shouted, and directly met the meteorite that was about to fall in the sky. If such a huge meteorite falls on the ground, I am afraid that the entire area of Jinglingting will be completely destroyed. Aoki's Zanpakuto turned into a 9-ring panlong sword, and Xiangyu's phantom behind him is looming. The moment Zanpakuto met the upper meteorite, the meteorite miraculously disappeared. How is it possible? Grammy looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The meteorite I imagined is already a real meteorite, how could it be possible to be cured? That's right, it's just that I turned the real meteorite into an illusion, that's my Zanpakuto's ability. Aoki fell slowly, and said to the shocked Grammy. Grammy recovered from the shock, looked at Aoki's face with a serious expression. It seems that he is another worthy opponent. Since you can turn truth into falsehood, you seem to be my natural enemy, Grammy said solemnly. Aoki's explanation just now made him feel a little nervous. After all, his ability is to turn imagination into reality, and Aoki's ability is to turn real things into falsehoods. In this way, the two cancel each other out, and Grammy's other methods cannot be used. I didn't expect that there would be a pervert like you in the jingling court. Grammy's face was full of seriousness, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in the air. No, this is the sound of a meteorite falling? Didn't the meteorite disappear by you? Grammy's pupils shrank, and he looked up at the sky. In the sky at this time, the meteorite continued to fall, and the scene where Aoki directly chopped the meteorite and disappeared just now seems to have never existed. At this time, Aoki 190 jumped up again, and slashed down towards the meteorite in the air. The meteorite, which was less than tens of meters away from the ground of Jinglingting, suddenly dissipated under Aoki's slashing. What's the situation? I didn't imagine 2 meteorites, Grammy asked in a deep voice. At this time, Aoki had just landed, twisted his neck, and said proudly. Are you going to answer me if you ask me? You deserve it? Aoki choked on a word, and Grammy couldn't speak for a long time, so he had to grit his teeth. At this time, Aoki looked calm, but when facing Grammy, he was still a little nervous. After all, his Shikai doesn't really have the ability to convert reality into falsehood at will, but has a trigger condition. Just now Aoki used Xiangyu's fantasy to convince Grammy that he made the real meteorite disappear. But at that time, the meteorite did not disappear, but the scene Grammy saw was false. He was deceived by Aoki once. Later, Aoki used this deception to exchange for the ability to convert the real into the fake. Therefore, when chopping the meteorite for the second time, it is the real disappearance of the meteorite. However, facing Grammy at this time, he couldn't explain his ability to his opponent. Otherwise, Grammy would no longer believe any of his words, and Aoki would have no way to threaten Grammy. At this time, Aoki looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and Yunohana Retsu who came with him. Several people looked at each other and then nodded. Let's go together. Beat this guy to death. Aoki shouted and stepped forward with a knife. Bankai. Senbonsakura Kageyoshi. Advertisement. Byakuya turned Zanpakuto's handle upwards, and then let go of his hands. Zanpakuto slowly sank into the ground. Immediately afterwards, countless huge blades emerged from his back, and then turned into sakura flowers and scattered around. Let's dance. Soda no Shirayuki. Rukia also freed her Zanpakuto. A long white streamer appeared at the end of the handle, and the entire blade became the color of snow. Yunohana Retsu did not liberate her own Zanpakuto, her Bankai would have an effect on those around her. Facing the 4 people, Grammy was slightly stunned, and then shouted excitedly, you really know how to entertain guests. Afterwards, countless machine guns appeared behind Grammy, bombarding the few people wildly. Grammy suddenly heard a strange sound, and then felt his brain was about to split, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Sorry, I lied to you just now, my Zanpakuto's ability is voice. Aoki's words faintly rang in Grammy's ear. It's just that now his eardrums were almost shattered by Aoki's Zanpakuto, and it took a lot of effort to understand the meaning of Aoki's words. Voice. Do you think I'm scared just like that? Grammy didn't have time to think about it, and covered his body with a protective barrier made of vacuum. Ha ha ha, a vacuum can't pass through the sound, do you really think I haven't read a book? Grammy laughed loudly. Oh, yeah, I think it's a fake that sound can't pass through a vacuum. Aoki said seriously. Grammy was stunned, he didn't understand the meaning of Aoki's words. Then, Grammy, who was in the vacuum protection layer, heard a buzzing sound again. How is it possible? Grammy fell to the ground paralyzed before he could finish speaking. This kid is very fierce, but also very innocent. Aoki looked at Grammy who was limp on the ground, shook his head slightly and sighed. Hey, that guy named Aoki, the one you hit is not the main body. Zaraki Kenpachi stood up, shaking his head, his face full of displeasure. Originally, he should have liberated Zanpakuto, and then killed that self-proclaimed dreamer Grammy in one go. But unexpectedly, an Aoki popped up halfway and suppressed his liberation language. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi was very angry, but everyone was unanimously speaking, so he was not easy to get angry. It wasn't until Aoki killed one of the Grammys that Zaraki Kenpachi had time to chime in. Hearing this, Aoki was slightly stunned, and turned around to see that another Grammy was fighting with Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia and Waji. At this time, Gremi imagined two selves again, and then various strange creatures and spaces emerged around his body. I'm going. Careless. Aoki slapped his thigh remorsefully. Just now his mind was only thinking about how to deceive Gremi, but he didn't have time to distinguish the real body. When Gremi created the meteorite before, in order to double his imagination, he imagined two of himself. But even if one of the Grammys is killed, it won't affect the real Grammy. Because what he killed was an illusion. Aoki patted his head helplessly and joined the real battle. Hey, why are you robbing my opponent? You bastards. Aoki Kenpachi stomped his feet angrily, and followed with a knife. At this time, Gremi, facing the 5 captain-level figures, was beaten in a hurry, and his mind began to think wildly. Zaraki Kenpachi. The strongest versus the strongest. It's shameless for you to find so many helpers. Gremi hopped his feet anxiously. It stands to reason that his ability is indeed very good in the Star-Cross Knights. Advertisement. Moreover, even if it is against anyone in Shangjingalingting, it may not be his opponent. But helplessly, Zaraki Kenpachi is a pervert, and he needs to use all his strength to fight. Not to mention Aoki, who once killed Zaraki Kenpachi 1,800 times. Every time Gremi imagines, he's wary of Aoki's ability to transform the real into the fake, making the fight frustrating. Coupled with several captain-level Shinigami, Grami's mind is dizzy, and many unthought-out imaginations form around his body. Aoki noticed this change and quickly reminded everyone loudly. His brain is not enough, let's work harder. Gremi's eyes were red and his brain was running fast, trying to find an imaginary object that could make everyone fall at the same time. Then let's shape this place into a universe. In a vacuum, none of you will survive. Gremi shouted, and at the same time the sound landed, the surrounding space began to distort and transform. Seeing this, Aoki hurried Shunko to take Yunohana out. Byakuya Kuchiki noticed something was wrong when Gremi had a grim expression, and had already led Rukia to retreat. Only Zaraki Kenpachi rushed forward with a look of excitement. Finally it's my turn. Zaraki Kenpachi swung his sword excitedly, suddenly a vacuum formed around him. My damn. Before Zaraki Kenpachi could finish speaking, he found that his body could not withstand the vacuum environment and began to fester and collapse. Pooh. Gremi was thrilled to see Zaraki Kenpachi surrounded by his own vacuum, but a Zanpakuto had already passed behind him. Gremi felt that all the cells in his body were shaking with the frequency of Zanpakuto. This wave of vibration spread from the wound to his brain, making his brain nerves start to sway around. Snapped. Gremi's eyes suddenly froze, because he seemed to have a feeling that a certain string in his brain was snapped just like that. Today, he can no longer have any ability to think and act. Quote. Did I lose? It's really a pity. A world without imagination. Too frightening. You old silver coins, don't talk about martial arts at all. Gremi's figure slowly drifted away under Aoki's knife, and finally a bottled brain fell to the ground and rolled twice. Aoki looked up at Zaraki Kenpachi, who was wrapped in a vacuum, and swung his knife lightly. The vacuum universe created by Gremi switched from reality to fantasy, and then Zaraki Kenpachi fell to the ground. Afterwards, Aoki bent down, and gently picked up the bottled brain that fell on the ground, which was Gremi's real body. His body was imagined by this brain. Aoki looked at Gremi in his hand, with some pity in his eyes. I'm sorry for the fact that we don't talk about wood. Chapter 65 Zaraki, Yachinryu. Is my knife. Please subscribe and reward from the big guys. Aoki apologized softly for the bottled brain in his hand, before tossing the item to Rukia Kuchiki. It may be useful to hand this thing over to the Technical Research Bureau. Rukia accepted the bottled brain in Aoki's hand with a look of surprise, and seemed a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the other person would come back to life again. Don't worry, this guy's brain nerves have been destroyed by me, and he is now in a state of brain death, and he won't be able to survive no matter what. Aoki's voice calmed Rukia a little. This guy is the one who just fought with us. Rukia stared curiously at the bottled brain in her hand. She would never have thought that the extremely powerful and strange guy who just fought against them had only one brain. Don't think too much. In the Invisible Empire, there are many Quincy with strange appearance and strange abilities, and Quincy with only one brain. It's not too strange. Byakuya Kuchiki was talking to Rukia on the side. At this moment, in his mind, the Quincy master who was fighting for the first time, the guy code-named Fear, was also extremely powerful. It's a pity that the Quincy has already been beheaded by Aoki, otherwise Byakuya Kuchiki returned from training in Team Zero, and was going to get back his position. Ah! You bastards! Zaraki Kenpachi stood up in pain, covering his head. In Gremi's final offensive just now, everyone quickly dodged away, and he was the only one who rushed into the vacuum zone foolishly. Now his internal organs are bleeding profusely, and he is seriously injured. You guys, why are you robbing my opponent? That's a powerful enemy that I finally encountered. Zaraki Kenpachi growled sadly from the sidelines. Seeing Kenpachi's expression, everyone was a little nervous. After all, this brainless guy might do something out of the ordinary. Only Aoki walked up to Zaraki Kenpachi lightly, and said sarcastically. Why do you look like a child who was robbed of candy? Facing Aoki's ridicule, Zaraki Kenpachi was even more angry, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was trembling constantly being squeezed by his hand. That's a powerful enemy I've never had before. D. Am I not a strong enemy? Aoki said suddenly. Zaraki Kenpachi was slightly taken aback. Looking at Aoki's eyes, he suddenly felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he finally recalled the fear of being dominated by Aoki in the infernal hell. After a long silence, Zaraki Kenpachi finally lost his temper and sat on the ground decadently. At this time, he admitted that he was indeed not Aoki's opponent. But, what if you liberate your own Zanpakuto? Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he looked at Aoki with an excited expression. I know what you're thinking, you want to liberate your Zanpakuto. Aoki looked at Zaraki Kenpachi who was sitting on the ground, and said in a cold tone. Yeah, that's right. Although I have never beaten you in the infernal hell, but now, I have heard the call of Zanpakuto. As long as it is liberated, it is not certain who will win. Zaraki Kenpachi growled, seeming extremely displeased with Aoki's words. Aoki sighed helplessly, then pointed to the not far away. Look, who is that? Advertisement. Zaraki Kenpachi looked along Aoki's fingers, and saw not far away, Yakiryu was holding Katetsu Azane's hand, dancing and calling to Zaraki excitedly. Aegean is great. Zaraki Kenpachi saw Yakiryu's figure, and there was a hint of warmth in his ferocious eyes. HMPH, that brat Yachinryu. What did you ask her for? Zaraki Kenpachi gave Aoki a vigilant look, as if he regarded Aoki as some strange uncle with a special hobby. Aoki ignored Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes, but stared at Zaraki Kenpachi and asked seriously. How did you know Yakiryu back then? Listening to Aoki's words, Zaraki Kenpachi thought carefully. It was a boring afternoon. After Zaraki Kenpachi swung his sword countless times, the feeling of loneliness filled his whole body, and he sat on the ground decadently. At this moment, a little girl crawled towards him from among the corpses everywhere. There was surprise in Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes. He looked at the blood-stained knife beside him, and then at the little girl with pure and innocent eyes, feeling very puzzled. Little devil, this is a knife, aren't you afraid? This is a tool for killing. The little girl in front of her just smiled, stretched out her hand and touched the blade, and then smeared blood all over her face. Little devil. Zaraki Kenpachi narrowed his eyes slightly. For some reason, he was very concerned about this little girl. May I have your name? Yeah, no name, just like me. Zaraki Kenpachi recovered from the memory, and looked at Aoki coldly. What does that have to do with the present matter? Aoki sighed slightly, then patted Zaraki Kenpachi on the shoulder. Do you remember Ninurus and Stark? Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were full of confusion. What silk what gram? When Byakuya Kuchiki heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said. Captain Aoki, you give up. Zaraki Kenpachi won't remember this kind of thing, he never has such a brain. But then, Byakuya Kuchiki seemed to understand something, with thoughtful eyes. Aoki shook his head and said in a deep voice. Zaraki, don't you understand yet? 8,000 streams, is your Zanpakuto. At this point, Zaraki Kenpachi was stunned as if struck by lightning, and did not speak for a long time. Not only that, other people were also shocked when they heard Aoki's words. Captain Aoki, what are you talking about? Yakiryu is Captain Zaraki's Zanpakuto. Rukia was so shocked that she almost threw the brain in her hand to the ground. Well, it seems reasonable. Byakuya Kuchiki recalled the years of working with Zaraki Kenpachi, and found that the appearance of the little girl Yachinryu was really wrong. So that's why. Is this why Zaraki Kenpachi's strength has weakened? Hana Retsu suddenly realized, she finally understood, what method Zaraki Kenpachi used to seal her strength, but this way, she had never thought of before pass. Yachinryu. Is, my sword? Zaraki Kenpachi murmured. At this point, Kusajishi Yachiru had broken free from Katetsu Aizane's arm and rushed into Zaraki Kenpachi's arms. Advertisement, Aegean. Kusajishi Yachiru crawled along Zaraki Kenpachi's body to the shoulders. Although Zaraki was seriously injured because of the vacuum environment, he didn't care about Yachiryu's actions at all. Aegean. Let's go back. Kusajishi Yachiru looked at Aoki, then covered Zaraki Kenpachi's ears. Vice Captain Grass Deer. Your arm is just right, you can't move vigorously. Katetsu Izan hurriedly followed, looking anxious. Just now because of the battle with the visionary Gremi, Yachinlu's arm bones were severely damaged. Although Katetsu Izan used Kaido to urgently repair Yachiryu's injury, it was only a temporary emergency treatment after all, and further training was needed. It doesn't matter. Aegean was injured more seriously. Yachinlu's delicate voice declined Katetsu Aizane's reminder. Aegean, let's go. Yachinryu grabbed Zaraki Kenpachi's ear and turned his direction. Hee, what a heartwarming scene. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded, and immediately after, the pillar of spiritual light exploded not far from Aoki and the others. The beam of light dissipated, and several hot female Quincy masters walked out from the smoke. Hee, good luck, idiots are all in one place. 0. It's just right to catch them all. Looking at the several female Quincians who appeared, the captains were a little dignified. They had just dealt with one Gremi, and everyone was exhausted, and now there were 4 more. Take Captain Zaraki to Captain Ni's technical bureau for treatment. Leave it to me here. Aoki pulled out the Zanpakuto, which turned into a 9-ring panlong sword, and said in a deep voice. Hana Retsu nodded silently, and then, together with Katetsu Izan, took Zaraki Kenpachi and left. As a teammate who fought side by side with Aoki, Hana Retsu believes in Aoki's strength very much. Aoki glanced at Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia. I can solve it here, after all, it's not that monster Gremi. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly in agreement, and went with Rukia to support farewell. After all, more than half of Jinglinting's combat strength has been lost at this time, and most of the Captain Reiatsu has disappeared. Obviously, they have encountered some irresistible opponents. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia urgently need to participate in the next battle in public. Hey! You be asterisk 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 D, who do you look down on? Goddess Catnip said with a displeased face. That's right. Why do you compare us with that monster Grammy? Menina Makaran couldn't help but roll her eyes. You are so confident that you can defeat the four of us, Lidodo Lampardo said inarticulately as if he was still chewing something in his mouth. Little big brother, be careful not to be punished for talking big, Giselle Zuayo winked at Aoki. Feeling Giselle's eyes, Aoki felt a chill in his heart. At this time, Aoki cheered up, pulled out the iron ring from Zanpakuto, and then turned it into a few iron chains, twitched a few times out of thin air, and said to everyone. Then, I'm not welcome. Are you tied up by me on your own initiative, or do you want me to force you? Aoki glanced around the quenching master girls, and finally his eyes stayed on Giselle, and he lost all interest. That fake mother-in-law is you. What I just said doesn't include you. You are disgusting. I will not tie your door. Chapter 66 Another day full of rewards. Big brothers, come and give me some motivation. Close black lens bracket. Me? Giselle's eyes widened in shock when she heard Aoki's words. What do you say I am? Dummy, Aoki said indifferently. Giselle's facial expressions fluctuate, and she ends up with a grim face, watching Aoki swear. You be asterisk 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 D. How can you say that about people? It's disgusting. Then let you be my zombie. Before Giselle finished speaking, she found that Aoki had already rushed to his side. Immediately afterwards, the hand raised the knife and fell. By the time Giselle realized it, she had been ripped apart by Aoki's Zanpakuto. At this time, all the Reiatsu of Aoki are compressed around the body. Once surrounding blood gets close to him, it will be evaporated, so it is not affected by Giselle's ability at all. Giselle's powers are zombies, which Aoki knows all too well. Once his blood touches the enemy, he can turn the enemy into a zombie at his disposal. Therefore, although Aoki played relaxed, but when fighting, he still tensed his nerves for fear of being hit. You be asterisk 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 D. Giselle lay helplessly on the ground with an unbelievable expression on her face. Okay, whose turn is it next? Aoki waved the iron chain in his hand and looked at the other girl group members. Goddess was shocked by the scene in front of her. She never thought that Aoki's strength in 980 was far better than she imagined. HMPH, you be asterisk 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 D. Let me turn you into coke with 5 billion joules of energy. While speaking, Goddess released 2 holy arrows at Aoki. The holy text of Giottus is thunder, and the energy contained in these 2 holy arrows far exceeds the level of ordinary Quincy masters. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a moment later Aoki stepped out of the smoke. Originally, I wanted to feel pity and cherish the jade, but now it seems that I am supercilious. Aoki shook his neck slightly, pretending to be helpless and said. Before Goddess had time to react, Aoki rushed in front of her with a shunpo. Miss, I like your dressing style very much. Aoki glanced at the truth on Goddess's chest, and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. A asterisk hole. Goddess became furious, ready to raise her hand to give one. Suddenly, an iron chain tied her hands tightly, preventing her from moving. Tisk tisk, it seems that we need an insurance policy. After Aoki finished speaking, he continued to tie Giottus with iron chains. A asterisk hole. I'm so p asterisk 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 D off. Let me up. Goddess yelled humiliatingly on the ground, but couldn't stop Aoki's hands from playing on her body. Finally, Aoki looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. In this way, no matter what happens, you won't move around. At this time, Goddess had her hands and feet tied up by Aoki, and Aoki even made a rope art in a wicked way. Okay, who's next? Aoki turned his head and looked at the other 2 Quincy politely. At this time, the only members of the Star-Crossed Knights female group were the Holy Text P, the powerful Menina, and G the gluttonous ghost Lidodo. The 2 of them couldn't see Aoki's horror, so they wanted to leave on the spot. But Aoki's 2 iron chains had arrived the moment they lifted their feet, binding their legs together. Didn't you agree to come one by one? Why are you 2 together? Aoki felt helpless, then took out 2 iron chains and tied Menina's whole body up and down again. Menina is helpless at this time, although her ability is strength, but after being bound by Aoki's iron chain, the energy of her body seems to be absorbed, and she can't break free no matter what. Advertisement, Lidodo's mouth had already been tied up with iron chains by Aoki, and she couldn't even speak at this moment. Aoki is well aware of Lidodo's ability. If she doesn't keep her mouth shut, I'm afraid that if she doesn't pay attention, she will be eaten by this guy. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you humiliate me like this? On the other side, Giselle has recovered all parts of her body, stood up, and said angrily. Seeing Giselle's appearance, Aoki suddenly realized, and slapped his thigh, looking very regretful. Sorry, I forgot, you pervert can't be killed. Sorry, I broke my promise, but I have to tie you up, even though I don't want you to dirty my Zanpakuto. Aoki's eyes gradually turned cold, and then he pulled out an iron chain. You should be honored, after all, my iron chains have never been tied to a fake mother. Giselle felt bad and immediately prepared to retreat. But Aoki's shunpo was much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Giselle. Giselle felt her eyes go dark, and Aoki's knife hilt hit his head, knocking him unconscious. Looking at Giselle, who fell to the ground, Aoki looked disgusted, and called the iron chain in his hand, binding her hands and legs. Another fruitful day. Aoki wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at his masterpiece. He then kicked Giselle out alone. Being bound by iron chains is equivalent to the liberation of Zanpakuto. Unless someone has the strength to break his Zanpakuto, no one can untie it except himself. Then Aoki pulled the iron chain, and prepared to bring several people to the Technology Development Bureau, put them together with Bambi, and find a time to study it. At this moment, there was a continuous cracking sound in the sky. Aoki looked up, and Kurosaki Ichigo rushed down from the sky with incredible speed. Boom! Kurosaki Ichigo landed, smashing a big hole in the ground. Huh! The speed is too fast and the car didn't stop. Almost broke myself. Kurosaki Ichigo hammered his waist, then straightened his body. After the training of Team Zero, he learned the news of the Invisible Empire's invasion, and he felt restless. After all, when I came down from the palace of the Spirit King, the Invisible Empire had already invaded for 3 hours. You know, Shinigami battles are often battles between life and death. Like the captain level, it is very likely that the winner can be determined within 10 minutes. In 3 hours, what will happen to Jinglingding? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't dare to think too much, so he could only hurry on his way. Finally, with all his efforts, he arrived at Jingling Court in half a day. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo is full of fighting spirit, preparing for 10 games in Seireitei. But after he landed, he felt the surrounding Reiatsu quietly, but found that there were surprisingly few Reiatsu collisions. Does this mean that the battle is basically over? Is it still too late? Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little anxious at this moment. What happened to Gode 13 during his absence? Huh? Captain Aoki. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo landed, he saw Aoki greeting him warmly. Yo, long time no see Kurosaki Ichigo. Aoki felt very kind when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, this guy is the trinity of Quincy, Hollow and Shinigami, and the guy with the halo of the protagonist. Captain Aoki, how is the battle going now? Rukia, Renji, are they all okay? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Aoki nervously. Advertisement, to put it simply, it's basically over. As for the casualties, I think it should be okay. Don't worry, it's Quincy, it's no big deal. Look, I tied a few more. After that, Aoki raised the iron chain in his hand, showing off his achievements like Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Aoki's relaxed expression, Kurosaki Ichigo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as the captain of Gode 13 who stayed behind, Aoki is in such a mood, so it proves that the loss of Jinglingding is not heavy, and the result of this war is not bad. In that case, I'm relieved. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something, he saw Aoki pointing behind him with an embarrassed expression. Well, Kurosaki Ichigo, since you are full of energy now, how about a few people behind you, let you clean up? Kurosaki Ichigo looked puzzled, followed the direction of Aoki's finger, but saw a group of Quincy silently surrounding him with unfriendly expressions. The leader of Special Combat Power, Kurosaki Ichigo. If I can win Kurosaki Ichigo, His Majesty will definitely reward me. Don't grab it, this person is mine. Ho 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 ho, Kurosaki, witness my love. Seeing so many Quincy, Kurosaki Ichigo looked solemn. Captain Aoki, I'm afraid it's hard to deal with such a large number of Quincy. You also went through a battle just now, quickly hide behind me. Captain Aoki. Captain Aoki. After Kurosaki Ichigo said something, he found that no one responded. Looking back, besides a female Quincy master bound by iron chains, how could there be Aoki? Kurosaki Ichigo. At this moment, a strong beam of light suddenly erupted from the palace not far away. Kurosaki Ichigo and the besieging Quincy suddenly changed their expressions and turned to look at the position of the beam of light. That's... A Quincy man with a wretched face and a scepter in his hand muttered to himself. Kurosaki Ichigo stared blankly, and couldn't help asking, what is that light? Kurosaki Ichigo. The 4.6 sound in the distance seemed not to be affected by the space at all, and it was introduced into Kurosaki Ichigo's mind. Juhabok stood on the high platform, and the wind blew the hem of his clothes, making a rattling noise. My voice has reached Kurosaki Ichigo, one who leads us to a place of light. Thank you. Juhabok stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky, his words revealing an irrepressible excitement. What do you mean? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to break into the palace of the Spirit King. Juhabok's mouth cracked into a smile. The deadly costume on your body is made of Wang Jian's hair and bones. It allows you to break through the 72 barriers that you have only seen in Lingwang Palace and Jinglingding. It also protects you from any harm. But, Juhabok's voice was like thunder, waking up Kurosaki Ichigo. Because of that extraordinary defensive power, the 72 barriers you broke through cannot be healed within 6,000 seconds after that. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately reacted, and directly pointed at Juhabok's figure. Boom! A Quincy stands in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Facing so many members of the Star-Crossed Knights, wanting to get close to His Majesty is simply wishful thinking. Chapter 67 It's all gone. Is this torture? Open black lens bracket. Big guys please subscribe, close black lens bracket. At this time, Juhabok stood on a high place, looking down at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to rush over, but was blocked by the Quincy division of the Star-Crossed Knights. Get up! Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, took out two Zangetsu, and used a crescent moon. Boom! The Black Cross crescent moon was dodged by the opponent, blowing up dust and smoke in the open space behind him. These guys. Kurosaki Ichigo was extremely anxious, and he had to rush to Yhwach's side in a very short time. Yhwach's words are still echoing in his mind at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo never expected that Yhwach would take advantage of him because he was eager to save Seireitei. The hole formed by breaking through the 72 barriers just became the passage for Yhwach to attack the Lingwang Palace. Seeing that Yhwach is about to take off, but Kurosaki Ichigo is blocked by a group of Quincy, Kurosaki Ichigo's mentality is about to explode. Go to hell. Kurosaki Ichigo, I'll kill your neck, a Quincy shouted, throwing a spirit beam at Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo dodges, and then a Reishi silver spear is placed on his temple. The feeling of death instantly enveloped my heart. At that moment, a loud roar sounded from behind Kurosaki Ichigo. Zabumaru. Boom. Renji's Zabumaru slams down between Kurosaki and Street North, Robert. Robert missed a hit, and immediately used his flying feet to dodge the distance. Ahaha. I almost couldn't save you, Ichigo, Renji said proudly as he stood on a high place, stepping on a stone. D. Your head was almost chopped off. Kurosaki Ichigo stroked the back of his head with lingering fear, and then cursed loudly. 29 Just now, Renji's attack brushed past his head, and Kurosaki right-pointing arrow Mew could even feel the coldness of Zabumaru's blade. Isn't it a miss? Aburai Renji was scolded by Kurosaki Ichigo, and suddenly felt helpless. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to curse again, but saw Aburai Renji carrying Zabumaru on his shoulders, staring at the Quincy in front of him seriously. Go, Ichigo, huh? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand, so he was stunned. I said hurry up. Aburai Renji stared at his opponent coldly, his face congealed. Although I don't know what quarrel you have with the boss of the Quincy, but I'll leave it to you. It's your job after all. This group of people, I will not let them pass. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Aburai Renji's back and was silent for a moment, then he rushed out of the encirclement with force on his feet, and handed over all the Quincies to Renji. There is no need to say much between men. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that if these people are handed over to Renji, Renji will definitely hold on to them. And he doesn't have to feel guilty, because everyone knows that his goal is the leader of the Quincy, Yhwach. At this time, Aburai Renji hooked the Quincy in front of him. Several Quincy divisions quickly surrounded them. After all, there was only one Shinigami, Aburai Renji, and it was absolutely impossible to stop the Star-Crossed Knights. Suddenly, beams of light fell from the sky and hit the ground with thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the figures of Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia, Shuhei, Madarei Mikaku and Yuki appeared in front of the eyes of the Quincy divisions. Do you want me to say it again? I will never let you pass? Aburai Renji said coldly. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo has already rushed to Yhwach's feet. Advertisement, Yhwach, Kurosaki Ichigo yelled. Yhwach turned his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a sneer. There you are, Ichigo, I'm here to end your life, Kurosaki Ichigo roared. Suddenly, an arrow of spiritual light flew towards him. Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback, he didn't expect that this time, someone would throw a cold arrow beside him. The spiritual arrows passed by Kurosaki Ichigo's body, blasting a big crater in the ground beside him. Ishida. Kurosaki Ichigo finally noticed a familiar figure standing beside Yhwach, looking at him with a stern expression. That was his close friend, Ishida Uryu. Ishida. Why are you? Kurosaki Ichigo stopped attacking, staring blankly at the figure of Ishida Uryu, disbelief written all over his face. Go back, Ichigo, you are not His Majesty's opponent, Ishida Uryu said in a daze. Why? How did you? Go back, before your life is over. I'll ask you why you're standing there again, Kurosaki Ichigo shouted at Takato, the anger in his heart burning like a flame. He never expected that when he was taking revenge, it would be his best friend who attacked him. Rain of light. Ishida Uryu raised the bow and arrow in his hand, and attacked with all his strength, expressionless. Kurosaki Ichigo got up to block, and took advantage of the gap to see Yhwach's figure gradually disappearing. Ishida. When the rain of light fell, Yhwach and Ishida Uryu were no longer in place. At this time, in the 12th Division, the Technical Research Bureau. Aoki finally dragged the Quenching Master Girls to the Technical Research Bureau. He dropped Kurosaki Ichigo before and ran away by himself, not out of fear of fighting. After all, there are only a few sporadic Quincy left, and their abilities are not outstanding, so they are not Aoki's opponents at all. The reason why Aoki ran away was mainly because he was afraid of trouble. After all, the protagonist group has too many things to do, and Aoki has more important things to do at this time. Although Jinglingding has been invaded at this time, most of the territory of the Technical Research Bureau was shrouded in high technology by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but it has not completely disappeared. Captain Nirvana. Aoki yelled as he walked into the Technical Research Bureau. A guy covered with little sun all over his body suddenly turned around, and when he saw Aoki, he grinned and blossomed. Oh my, isn't this Captain Aoki? I've been waiting so hard for you. The thing you sent has benefited me a lot. Stuff? What stuff? Aoki looked puzzled. Then he suddenly realized that when he went to fight Gremi before, he asked Ms. Rangiku to send Bambietta, a prisoner, to the Technical Research Bureau, where he planned to obtain some information. Although it is said that intelligence work has always been the work of the 8th team before the leader of the Beijing band, Jinglingding has become an invisible empire at this time, and all members of the 13th team have devoted themselves to fighting. The Feng Shui treasure of the Technical Research Bureau. Captain Ni, what benefits did you get? Aoki asked curiously. Information about the abilities of the Star-Crossed Knights, the Eucharist, and the Holy Spirit. Kuretsuchi Miyuri replied to Aoki, then turned around and walked to a room. Follow me, Captain Aoki. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, he opened the door. Aoki followed with a puzzled face. After opening the door, the room was brightly lit. All kinds of grotesque instruments filled the whole room, and there was a glass room in the center of the room. Bambietta sat on a chair in the glass room and seemed to have passed out. Advertisement Ni Yinming at the side was holding a notebook, as if recording something. Aoki carefully observed the surroundings, secretly admiring. Sure enough, Captain Ni has a lot of instruments of torture here. Although many machines and equipment do not seem to be prepared for interrogating prisoners, it is obvious that Bambietta has been used. Nimu, wake up this female Quincy. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Aoki and then ordered Nirvana. Ni Yinming nodded, and then swung a handle with her fingers. Ah, operator. Bambietta, who was still in a coma just now, howled instantly. No, Master Aoki, help me. Aoki looked shocked. He finally knew why Pieta was sitting on the chair in the glass room. That is the electric chair, which inflicts great pain on the victim through a high-voltage current. The glass room is to prevent excessive current leakage and achieve the effect of insulation. But as Bambietta howled, Aoki gradually felt something was wrong. This voice, why is there a hint of excitement mixed with pain? Aoki looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri suspiciously. Please, don't stop. 140. At this moment, Ni Yinming broke off the handle. The sound of the electric current stopped instantly. Bambietta was drooling, and his eyes were dull. After my torture, the other party has already passed on the information about the Quincy. My mother. Aoki pointed at Bambietta's expression with a shocked face, and asked Kuretsuchi Miyuri. It's all bloody. What the hell is torture? Captain Ni, when you were torturing, there was no one standing next to you, right? Aoki looked at the scene in front of him and didn't know where to start. This is not torture, this is simply a large-scale scene. Nyanmu has always been in charge of the interrogation of the prisoners. I just checked the interrogation results afterwards. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's expression did not change at all. At this moment, Ni Yinming came forward and sent the organized notes to Aoki and Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and then explained to Aoki. After our interrogation, after receiving high-intensity electrical stimulation, the prisoner will show many characteristics such as confusion, hyperactivity, decreased language ability, and weakened thinking ability. This situation is very conducive to the acquisition of information. Facing Ni Yinming's words, Aoki patted his forehead speechlessly. Captain Aoki, don't think too dirty. Looking at your expression, it seems that I am pervert. Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned his head to look at Aoki and said. Captain Nirvana, you say you're not pervert? Aoki jumped up instantly, pointing at Kuretsuchi Miyuri and retorted. You dress like a sunflower all day, not a pervert? That is to resist the invasion of the shadow of the Quincy Master. You can see that my room is not corroded, it is all thanks to it. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked displeased. Then look at the torture equipment in this room. How does it look like a technical research bureau? They were all customized by the 8th and 9th teams. Then look at your vice captain, no one else wears it, why is she wearing a miniskirt? Hearing this, Ni Yinming seemed a little embarrassed and said. Short skirt? The captain let me wear it since I was a child. Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Chapter 68 on Pervert. You should have more Aoki open black lens bracket, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. A moment later, Aoki and Kuretsuchi Miyuri left the room together. After discussing something about pervert, Kuretsuchi Miyuri gave Aoki a slightly uncomfortable look. Captain Ni, my prisoner, when you take him away, can you take him away with the chair? Aoki was very interested in the chair made by Bambietta after seeing the skills of the Technology Development Bureau. Kuretsuchi Miyuri gave Aoki a deep look. In terms of pervert, it's more about you, Captain Aoki. It's okay, Yinming. Check the production cost of the electric chair, and send it to Captain Aoki's team building after the battle is over. Aoki looked slightly surprised. When did Captain Ni become so cheerful? Seemingly seeing what Aoki was thinking, Kuretsuchi Miyuri said while walking. Zaraki Kenpachi has returned. Although he was injured again in the battle, he can already serve as the captain of the 11th team. Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned to look at Aoki. You have been appointed as the captain of the 8th division by the captain of Jingle, and the ceremony will be officially held after the battle is over. Aoki froze for a moment. The leader of the band in Beijing really keeps my word. Aoki did not expect that when he made a deal with Kiraku Shunsui that seemed like a joke, the other party actually delivered the promise. Where is the leader of the Kyoto band now? Aoki asked Kuretsuchi Miyuri. I went to this world for a trip, and I should have returned by this time. As soon as the words fell, Kiraku Shunsui appeared in front of Aoki. Long time no see, Captain Aoki. Oh, you've changed positions, Captain Nirvana told you. Kiraku Shunsui still had that decadent look, and he didn't seem to be affected by the current battle situation. Aoki was slightly surprised, wondering what Kiraku Shunsui was doing here at this time. Where's old man Yamamoto? Aoki saw Jingle and thought of Yamamoto Genryusai. I'm with Captain Kashimura. Kiraku Shunsui sighed slightly. At the beginning, Komamura Sajin had lost all his strength to protect Yamamoto Genryusai. If Aoki hadn't found a way to dissolve the humanization technique, Komamura Sajin would have turned into a ferocious unconscious beast at this time. The scene in front of him seemed a bit bleak by Aoki. Cheer up, everyone. Kiraku Shunsui clapped his hands lightly, squinting his eyes. Our current situation is much better than the previous 2 days. Yuhabok has already entered the palace of the Soul King, and next, the old guys from Team Zero will take the lead. Now we can take a breath too? Kiraku Shunsui said in relief. Originally intended to comfort Aoki, but then Kiraku Shunsui got a slight twitch in his forehead. Because at this time Aoki was chatting with Nirvana next to Kuretsuchi Miuri, and he didn't take what Kiraku said to heart at all. Vice Captain Yinming, how do you control the switch of that electric chair? Does it need to be plugged in, or is there a mobile source of energy? Oh, high voltage battery? Are you in charge of maintenance? Wong stepped aside, answered patiently, advertisement. Kiraku Shunsui felt very speechless, so he smiled awkwardly. Captain of Jingle, although you are the captain and have just taken office, you should not be under so much pressure at ordinary times. At this time, Aoki finally raised his head and glanced at Kiraku Shunsui. 10 faces are serious. You should eat, you should drink, and you should do your best to obey the destiny. If it is true that the Soul Society disappears because of Gode 13's lack of strength, then there is no way. Aha. Is that so? Hearing Aoki's seemingly persuasive tone, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly felt that the burden on his body was heavier, and his temperament became more and more decadent. Oh, yes, Captain Nirvana. At this moment, Aoki seemed to have thought of something, and took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained exactly the shadow-invading medicine that Matsumoto Rangiku had sent. I wonder if I can discuss technical issues with you? Aoki said with a smirk. After Kuretsuchi Miuri saw the invasion medicine, his eyes immediately shone brightly, and the way he looked at Aoki was different. The two of them were so congenial that they immediately put Kiraku Shunsui aside. Hey, what are you talking about behind our backs? Kiraku Shunsui always felt that something was wrong and panicked. Looking at the backs of Kuretsuchi Miuri and Aoki, Kiraku Shunsui gathered his ears together and could only faintly hear words like, hollow, and, boundary. You two, what's the matter? Kiraku Shunsui looked helpless. I happen to have some good things here. If the two captains don't mind, you can take a look with me. Kuretsuchi Miuri gritted his teeth, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Aoki followed without hesitation, and Kiraku Shunsui looked at the backs of the two, hesitated a little, and followed into a room. As always, the room was decorated in the style of the Technology Development Bureau. There were all kinds of pipes and instruments everywhere, and there was a huge transparent container in the middle, which was filled with a black unknown liquid. If Shinigami wants to be hollow, they need to break the boundary between Shinigami and hollow. Kuretsuchi Miuri said softly, clenching her fingers. Kiraku Shunsui was taken aback when he heard Kuretsuchi Miuri's first words. Hey, Captain Nirvana, you actually secretly carried out this kind of experiment behind the back of the 13th Division of Gode? Kiraku Shunsui's facial expression at this time is very dignified, changing from the previous laughing and decadent appearance. After all, what Kuretsuchi Miuri said was not a joke. The experiment between Shinigami and Shu has been carried out by one person so far. Aizen Sosuke. This person is still imprisoned in the deepest part of Mao Prison, serving a sentence of 10,000 years. This kind of forbidden experiment is a serious crime in Seireitei. No, the leader of the Beijing music band, to be precise, this is not my work. Kuretsuchi Miuri looked calm, and was not affected by the head of the Beijing music team at all. Invasion potion is Urahara Kazuki's invention. All I did was make a huge invasion potion. This is wartime preparation for combat. Kuretsuchi Miuri narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kiraku Shunsui. Cough, but this medicine jar doesn't look like it's edible. Aoki broke the embarrassing atmosphere immediately, touching the container in front of him and said in doubt. That's right, it's not something to eat. Kuretsuchi Miuri explained. Invasion pills can be absorbed by touch, and my large invasion medicine can also be absorbed by touch. You just need to soak your body in it. Hearing what Kuretsuchi Miuri said, Aoki's eyes lit up. Kiraku Shunsui on the side was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. I'll go ahead and talk about it, Kuretsuchi Miuri continued. Breaking the boundary between Shinigami and emptiness is called hollow. Advertisement. As for hollow's conditions, there are two. First, there needs to be a huge Reiatsu, at least at the level of vice captain or above. Second, there needs to be a virtual calendar area in the body. Kuretsuchi Miuri looked at Aoki and said slowly. And if you want to generate virtual power in your body, there are 3 ways. Hogyoku, cutting the chains of cause and effect, or heredity. Hearing Kuretsuchi Miuri's introduction, Aoki frowned and thought silently. Obviously, he currently does not have these 3 conditions. Hogyoku had already been defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo's Moonless during the Karakura Town battle. Although Urahara's store manager obtained the empty shell of Hogyoku, he had no corresponding power. And the rest, cutting off the chain of cause and effect and heredity, is something that only the world can do. Aoki is a Soul Society guy and simply can't do it. The most important reason why Aoki wants to carry out Hollow is to further develop his strength. Only by breaking the boundaries of Shinigami can one have a chance to become a transcendent. After Kiraku Shunsui heard the word Hogyoku, his body shook slightly without being noticed by others. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw that the two were not talking, so he continued to explain. But the store manager Urahara will really surprise us. The invention of invasion medicine gave Shinigami the fourth way to possess the power of void in his body. Invasion medicine can make the Shinigami above the captain have virtual power in the body for a short time, and confuse with the soul of the Shinigami. Although the time is short, if you make the formula a little bit more aggressive. Kuretsuchi Miyuri pinched his right thumb and index finger together, with an excited smile on his face. Afterwards, Kuretsuchi Miyuri stood aside, pointing to the huge container behind him with both hands. The meaning is self-evident. Captain Aoki, are you ready to try? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words were full of temptation, Wang Lihao. Aoki was also teased by Kuretsuchi Miyuri and was eager to try. Although he knew that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was using him as a test subject, Aoki was right at this time. He didn't think that the virtual power in his body would be out of control. After all, his body has long had space to carry the power of Shu, but he has never found a chance to fuse Shu's soul. Although when Aizen defected, I had the opportunity to hang out with Master Aizen, but after all, the fate of the villain. In addition, Aoki was not strong enough at that time, and Reiatsu was not enough, so it was temporarily stuck. Just when Aoki was about to go forward to try something, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly and silently stopped Shingyu. Why do you do such a thing, Captain Nirvana? Kiraku Shunsui stared at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, asking sternly. Of course it's for Seireitei's future. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes were filled with the madness of a scientist. Captain Hiriko, the captain of the 6 cars, are Shinigami with the power of the void. If we can promote this kind of strengthening research, the strength of Jingling will be greatly increased. Some things, if used well, are sharp knives. Hearing what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, Kiraku Shunsui silently let go of Aoki's hand. Chapter 69. Wait a minute. What is it? Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Thank you guys. Close black lens bracket. Aoki walked up without hesitation. Otomu, undress Captain Aoki. Kuretsuchi Miyuri gave the order softly. Ni Yinming, who was at the side, walked up with a blank face, obediently preparing to take off the deadly costume on Aoki. Hey, forget it, I'll do this kind of thing myself. Although Aoki is lustful, she is still thin-skinned. At this time, Kiraku Shunsui was watching every move of Aoki and Kuretsuchi Miyuri like a thief, for fear that if they were not careful, they would cause some catastrophe. Kiraku let go of Aoki's hand just now. In fact, he has acquiesced to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's little trick behind his back. As the captain, Kiraku Shunsui has to think about the future of Seireitei and Soul Society. He is not as rigid as Yamamoto Genryuzai. Even if Bankai was taken away by Yuhabak, Yamamoto Uenryuzai did not choose to use the invasion poison, because he believed that Shinigami should not be contaminated with Shu's soul. But in this battle with the Quincy division, Kiraku Shunsui deeply realized the difference in strength between the two sides. In this war, the most anticipated Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, has the power of Hollow integrated into his body. Kiraku Shunsui watched the scene in front of him silently. He also wanted to see the feasibility of Shinigami breaking through the boundaries and improving the overall strength through this experiment. Aoki took off his clothes at this time, and with Ni Yinmeng's slightly shy expression, jumped into the container filled with pitch-black liquid. The moment his body touched the solution, Aoki felt countless huge forces pouring into his body. This power is completely different from Shinigami's, and it can be said to be a completely opposite force. Aoki was directly shocked by this force and passed out. Captain Ni, your dose of medicine is a bit high. Before Aoki fell into a coma, he suppressed his complaints, and then passed out in the solution, 020. Ah, it seems that I have used too much. Kuretsuchi Miyuri exclaimed, pretending to be surprised, but there was no trace of shame in his expression. Kiraku Shunsui still didn't relax at this point. What will happen if Captain Aoki can't bear this force and becomes completely empty? Have you ever thought about it, Captain Wet? Kiraku Shunsui took a deep breath, then exhaled, staring at Kuretsuchi Miyuri with serious eyes. We have all seen the power behind Kurosaki Ichigo Hollow, the captain-level Shinigami Hollow. If you don't pay a little price, it may be difficult to subdue it. Kiraku Shunsui was about to say a few more words, when Kuretsuchi Miyuri took out a remote control and waved it in front of him. This instrument is connected to the channel of Hueco Mundo. If something is wrong, I will immediately press this button and send Captain Aoki there. Kiraku Shunsui was slightly taken aback when he heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words. Don't make that face, Captain Kiraku. Kuretsuchi Miyuri opened his mouth. At least the Soul Society will be safe this way, won't it? In a trance, Aoki's figure appeared in a strange space. It was a swamp of mountains and rivers, with huge mountains undulating and endless. At this time, Aoki is in a cliff, and under the cliff is an unreachable abyss. Yo, here comes brother. The voice was gloomy and cold, but this inexplicably familiar stalk made Aoki feel a little inconsistent. The scenery here is nice, Aoki said casually. While speaking, a figure gradually emerged from the abyss at the bottom of Aoki's feet. It was Ching-He, who had the same appearance as Aoki, with the power of the void. At this time in Jingling Court, Technology Development Bureau. Ah! A deafening sound burst everyone's eardrums. This voice almost spread from the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division to the entire Jingling Court. Advertisement. Byakuya Kuchiki, who was still fighting against the Quincy division, looked in the direction of the Technology Development Bureau with a face of shock. Big brother, do you feel it? Rukia showed a nervous expression. Well, Reiatsu that makes people tremble from the bottom of their hearts, and this power is nothing. Byakuya Kuchiki's words hit the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. At this moment, all the fighting stopped at this moment. Both the Quincy and the Shinigami were shocked by this power. Is this false? Just kidding. How could that kind of thing be so powerful? Najikup tilted his head and said with disdain. But the Shinigami have fought against Shu many times before, and it is very clear at this time that this feeling is exactly the same as when Kurosaki Ichigo Hollow was back then. However, this level of Reiatsu is even more pervert than Kurosaki Ichigo. Suddenly, Reiatsu, who was suffocating everyone, disappeared in Jinglinting. Technology Development Bureau. Snapped, Kuretsuchi Miuri lightly pressed the button, and the container carrying Aoki disappeared in an instant. It seems that Seireitei has lost a capable leader, Kuretsuchi Miuri said with feigned regret. Stop joking, Captain Ni. Jingla shook her head helplessly. We have to find a way to get Captain Aoki back, we can't let him kill the quartet in Hueco Mundo. The moment Aoki touched the solution, Hollow happened. The whole person lost Shenkong's angry roar. The huge Reiatsu poured out, even Jingla, the captain, couldn't bear the weakness of his legs. Such a powerful ability is almost beyond his imagination. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui also became fanatical in his heart. He didn't think about how much threat Aoki would pose, but felt that if such a powerful force could be in the hands of the Soul Society, would the balance of victory in this war be tilted? Hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Kuretsuchi Miuri shook his head slightly. Leader of the Beijing band, let's put this matter aside for now. After all, the current jingling court can't find people. Hearing this, Kyoraku Shunsui's face drooped immediately. After repeatedly confirming with Kuretsuchi Miuri that Aoki will not be in any danger if he is placed in Hueco Mundo for a period of time, Kyoraku Shunsui left the 12th squad with a worried face, CJCD. At this time, in Aoki's conscious space master. Hey, what should I call you? Aoki asked his other self. At this time, Aoki, who symbolized the power of the void, walked from the abyss to the shore, and stood beside Aoki with a mocking expression on his face. You have to be polite when talking to your master, Aoki. Master? Aoki's face turned cold instantly. Unexpectedly, as soon as this virtual power appeared, it was ready to be cost-based. Boy, don't forget who let you in, Aoki said with gloomy eyes. Ha 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 ha. Shu Jili seemed to be amused by Aoki's words, and at this moment he clutched his stomach and rolled crazily on the ground. Let me in? Shu Jili seemed to have heard a big joke. You are me, I am you. I have always been in your body, I am a part of you. Hearing this, Aoki was slightly stunned, and then felt that things were not that simple. You think I'm false? Wrong, I'm you, I am your other side. I've always been a part of you, advertisement. It's just that Shu's power has poured in, giving me the ability to talk to you. Ace then. Hearing the last curse words, Aoki's forehead twitched slightly. This tone of voice is really my own, aren't we going to fight? Aoki wondered. Fight? Hit me? Shu Jili waved his hands, and sat on the ground just like Aoki. Anyway, I'm the one who loses the fights, it's better to scold you here, Shu Jili said unjustly, as if he wanted to express his unhappiness. Aoki's face is full of black lines, this guy just messed up, he really deserves to be himself. But Aoki still doesn't understand why his own strength will increase when Shu's power floods in. Why does the fusion of Shu and Shinigami increase strength? Shu Jili seemed to have guessed Aoki's thoughts, and explained to him directly. Because of the power of Shu and Shinigami, they are originally one. The three realms originate from the Spirit King, and the power of the three realms is also the Spirit King's calendar. One life is two begets three, the Spirit King is the one, his strength is of course amazing. The two of us have fused together, and we have only reached the second level. When you find another Soul King's organ to fuse with, you will be the Soul King, the King. Shu Jili kept talking, as if he wanted to tell Aoki everything. Aoki was puzzled. Why are you so clear? Shu Jili immediately jumped up and cursed. That was all made up in your own brain when you were reading comics, paratrooper. Aoki's face was full of black lines, he didn't expect that he had such a secondary side. Let's fight, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Aoki stood up silently, reached out and touched the knife beside him. Don't fight, I will surrender now, Shu Jili waved his hand. Aoki was stunned, this prepared battle was ended by this comparison? I'm just taking advantage of the autonomy to come out and have a good time. In the final analysis, even my consciousness is the same as yours, but the way of behavior is different. Now that I'm done having fun, I can hand over my body to you. As soon as the voice fell, Shu Jili's body gradually drifted away, and the surrounding consciousness space gradually began to reject Aoki. Aoki only felt that his body was floating upwards from the space of consciousness. Soon, Aoki felt like he was floating on the water. Returning to reality, Aoki shook his head lightly, as if he hadn't recovered from the scene just now. Aoki couldn't help laughing when he thought that the virtual power in his body was so easy to talk. This guy really looks exactly like me, Aoki said with emotion. But, what is it? Doubt, Aoki opened his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, where is the appearance of Seireitei? At this time, Aoki was already in a ruined palace, with countless Arrancar and Manos Grande collapsing around. The closest to him were the 3 female Arrancars, kneeling on the ground as if they had been beaten. Aoki felt some weight in his hand and looked down. Good guy. Hurley Bell, Chapter 70 Star Cross Girls Group. Aoki-sama, come and tie me, open black lens bracket please subscribe. Thank you, brother, close black lens bracket. At this time, Hurley Bell, being carried by Aoki, should have just been rescued from the Hueco Mundo Palace in Juhabak. See your majesty. Arrancar and Manos Grande, who were still conscious, looked respectful when they saw Aoki. My mother. What's going on? At this time, in the jingling court, the technical research is in the bureau. Several female members of the Star-Crossed Knights and Goddess were escorted to the prison room by members of Wang's second team. After a round of interrogation, Bambietta was also sent to this room. Little Bambi. Why are you here too? Goddess immediately felt cordial when she saw Bambietta. Bambietta's eyes were slightly absent at this time, and after seeing the familiar companion, his face was a little shy, and he didn't answer in a hurry. Bambi. Why is your little face so red? Goddess was still trapped by Aoki's iron chain at this time, unable to display her abilities. Oh, I didn't expect our Star-Crossed Knights to be wiped out. Menina wanted to stomp her feet angrily, but her feet were trapped by Aoki's chains and couldn't move. What should we do now? Are we being captured by Shinigami like this? Goddess leaned against the wall with a depressed face. Light-Odo on the side was trapped because of her mouth, which restricted her ability and made her speechless. Hey, everyone, now we are prisoners, find a way to make it easier for us. Bambietta finally came to his senses at this time, restored his previous look, and said to everyone. What can we do to make it easier? Cadus asked with a puzzled face. Since being captured by Aoki, Goddess feels life is dark, and she knows that Quincy is the Shinigami's enemy. Once she falls into Shinigami's hands, there will be no better days ahead for her. In our situation, I'm afraid we will be executed soon, Menina sighed. Although Light-Odo couldn't make a sound, she nodded in agreement. Don't be so pessimistic. Bambietta's shackles had been lifted at this time, leaving only an iron chain that restricted her ability tied around her neck. Let's think of a way, endure the humiliation, and still have a chance to escape. How to endure humiliation? Goddess opened her curious eyes wide. When Bambietta saw the iron chains on everyone's body, she immediately saw it clearly, pretending to be someone who had been there, and said to everyone earnestly. You guys were all caught by that Aoki. Hearing Bambietta's words, the girl groups nodded one after another. The breakthrough point of the problem is that guy Aoki. That guy is simply pervert. Bambietta couldn't help gnashing her teeth when she thought about what happened with Aoki before. Seeing Bambietta's gritted teeth expression, everyone was puzzled. But Aoki is pervert. As long as we pretend to be obedient, he won't do anything to us. Now we are only temporarily locked in this room. According to my understanding, that fellow Aoki will definitely take us out. His purpose of arresting us is simply to have that kind of pervert idea. As long as we take advantage of this, we can find a chance to escape. Bambietta's words made the girls of the Star-Crossed Knights look hopeful. Ah, I said why didn't you just kill me? It turned out to be greedy for my body. Menina twisted her body and said proudly. Cut. That guy Aoki said my clothes are good, I think he grabbed you while he was catching me. Although Goddess was bound, she still straightened her back, showing her proud curves. Light-Odo protested unwillingly. Advertisement. The girl group looked at Light-Odo's petite body and shook their heads slightly. Obviously, it is uncertain whether the other girl groups were caught by the way, but Light-Odo definitely is. Then how can we get Aoki to take us out? Menina asked with her big charming eyes. Bambietta paced lightly in the room. At this time, she seemed to shoulder the important task of saving the Star-Crossed Knights, and she was very confident. Aoki, the B***************, D, has a special hobby. He likes us calling him Aoki-sama. As long as we grasp this point, when we see Aoki act like a baby, Aoki will definitely help. At this time, Bambietta thought that during the process of extorting a confession from Kuretsuchi Miyuri, Yuki once pointed at Kuretsuchi Miyuri's nose and yelled at him. Although I couldn't hear clearly through the glass room at the time, but when Aoki left, I was let go. Bambietta thought it must be the credit for calling Aoki-sama twice at that time. Yeah, those who know the current affairs are Junji. I understand this, don't you just call me twice, I will, Goddess said confidently. She even wanted to pat her chest to make a promise, but she couldn't use her arms. It's worth noting, Bambietta held up a finger. Beside Aoki, there is an old lady hidden. We must never call Aoki-sama in front of her, otherwise there will be fear of life. When the girl group heard Bambietta's words, they suddenly realized. So I'm the mistress. What a nuisance. Menina pouted her lips with a displeased expression. Bah. Are you worthy of being a mistress? Bambietta crossed her arms in front of her chest, twisted her neck, and said proudly. If it's the junior, it has to be me, and you, Menina, have to be ranked 4th and 5th. Hey, this is going to be robbed too. Are you crazy? Giadis couldn't help but rolled her eyes. At this time, on the other side of the wall, Yunohana Retsu looked at the monitor on the big screen. Her expression and smile remained unchanged, but the surrounding walls had already shaken a little because of the leaked Reiatsu. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was at a loss, embarrassed, and the cold sweat on his forehead seemed to be coming out. It stands to reason that he had transformed his skin before, so he wouldn't be sweating at all. But what happened to the scene in front of him? It actually gave him a feeling of fear. Captain Unohana. That was not my intention. Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't dare to speak loudly in the face of this first-generation Kenpachi. It's okay, Captain Nirvana. I came here today just to see what happened to the captives Aoki mentioned. Now it seems that they're very energetic. The whole person is seen through. Do I look like a tigress, Captain Nirvana? He. Kuretsuchi Miyuri grinned politely, baring her teeth. Yinming, quickly pour water for Captain Unohana. At this time, Aoki is running fast in the black cavity of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. He never imagined that when he woke up, he became the king of Hueco Mundo. Ask for flowers, however. Based on the overall strength of Hueco Mundo, after losing Aizen, it is not as good as before, and this matter is not a big deal. But Aoki still felt very helpless. After all, I have no idea what happened. After all, as soon as I woke up, I found that I was holding the unconscious Hurley Bell in my hand, the current king of Hueco Mundo. Advertisement God only knows what abusive behavior that Aoki with void power did to him. At this time, Aoki didn't have time to think too much. After Hueco Mundo settled the subordinates, he directly opened the black cavity and killed him. This must be the work of that Kuretsuchi Miyuri guy. Otherwise how could I appear in Hueco Mundo? It must have been when I was hollow, that B********** D teleported me. Aoki gritted his teeth thinking of this. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have asked Kuretsuchi Miyuri to do some hollow experiments for me. Even though Aoki is very sure about his hollow, it can't stop Kuretsuchi Miyuri, a psychopath, from pitting himself. However, after hollow, Aoki's strength has indeed been greatly improved. Zero at this time, due to the cooperation of the virtual power Aoki, he will not fight with a mask like the masked army, but will be integrated with the virtual power as a whole. After merging the virtual power, his whole body will not change much. At most, the left eye will form an Arrancar-like virtual face, and some black lines will appear on his body, and his appearance will not be affected in any way. Judging from the current timeline, Yuhabak should have entered Team Zero. If you don't hurry up, the Lingling court will be in a mess. Suddenly, Aoki sensed Kuretsuchi Miyuri's Reiatsu, and immediately went in this direction. Hey, why is Reiatsu of Sister Wa also together? Aoki was a little puzzled, and it stands to reason that Unohana Retsu would not leave the 4th team easily. After all, Unohana Retsu, who is the medical unit of the 4th division, has always been in the rear. Of course, unless someone took the initiative to provoke her. At this time, Aoki didn't care about it, and rushed towards the Technical Research Bureau. I'm back. Kuretsuchi Miyuri UB*************** D. Send me to Hueco Mundo. Do you know how miserable I am? A group of Arrancars kneel down on me, shortening my life. The throne of Hueco Mundo has been given to me. Do you think it's still too late for me to defect to Jingling Court? As soon as Aoki came out of the black cavity, he yelled at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. But surprisingly, the atmosphere in the air was unusually quiet at this time. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Aoki looked at Unohana Retsu and Kuretsuchi Miyuri suspiciously. It stands to reason that with Kuretsuchi Miyuri's character, he would never admit his mistake at this time, and maybe he would say a few words to himself. Aoki felt a strange look in the eyes of Unohana Retsu and Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Why are you looking at me like that? It's weird. Aoki scratched his head. Could it be that after he became hollow, his powerful strength already made these two people want to worship him? Not so, huh? What are you watching for fun? Aoki stepped past Unohana Retsu and Kuretsuchi Miyuri and brought his face closer to the monitor on the screen. During the monitoring, Bambietta is teaching the members of the girl group in a serious manner. What's your name when you see Aoki, Master Aoki? Aoki-sama, come and tie me. Seeing this scene in front of him, the hairs on the back of Aoki's neck suddenly stood up. Chapter 71 Aoki. I need to experiment with Captain Unohana. 4th update. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Sorry for the lateness, I have not been feeling well for the past 2 days, I am sorry everyone. Hearing the voice in the monitoring room, Aoki instantly felt something bad. Your voices are not delicate at all, follow me. Master Aoki, Bambietta seemed to be really serious about teaching at the moment, and her cute performance at the moment attracted the admiration of several members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Little Bambi, I never thought you would do this. Goddess couldn't help teasing when she saw Bambiyetta's appearance. Bambietta glanced at Goddess with a serious face. This is our chance to escape and ascend to heaven. You guys, you should practice hard. The girl group nodded fiercely. At this time, Aoki sensed that there seemed to be a murderous aura looming behind him. Captain Aoki? Are these your captives? It looks like I was well educated by you. Unohana Retsu's voice was so gentle, but Aoki's face was pale at the moment. You know, Unohana Retsu has been calling Aoki's real name after the infernal hell incident. But at this time, he called Aoki, Captain, which shows that Unohana Retsu's attitude towards Aoki has changed drastically. The situation has reached the most dangerous moment for 770. Suddenly, Aoki pointed to the surveillance video and said loudly. Framed. Definitely framed. I never thought that these Quincy masters would be so scheming. They must know that someone is watching, and they have resorted to countermeasures. Captain Nee, these people must be severely punished, they must not be lenient. Aoki's fingers trembled slightly, as if he couldn't control his emotions. Yunohana Retsu stared at Aoki, seemed to want to see something from his eyes, after a while, said slowly. In that case, let's kill these people, ahem. Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help coughing. Captain Yunohana, Captain Aoki has just completed the hollow experiment. The most important thing right now is to check Captain Aoki's body to see if there is any root cause. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words made Aoki and Yunohana Retsu turn their heads at the same time, looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. The root cause of the disease you were talking about is? Aoki asked nervously. That's right. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked calm. The structure of the hollow is very different from the Shinigami. They don't reproduce by giving birth. Virtuality is produced by the spirit of this world. The creation of Menos Grande is through the continuous devouring of other voids. So, Shu didn't evolve the ability to reproduce. The combination of Shinigami and Shu, although it has greatly increased the upper limit, but it can't be said that it will change the body structure. Yunohana Retsu covered her mouth in surprise when she heard what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said. Aoki turned pale with fright, ignored the eyes of others, and touched his hand quickly. Huh, still. Aoki's tense mood suddenly relaxed. Whether it's available or not is one thing, and whether it can be used is another. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice came out calmly, and Aoki was suddenly struck by lightning. Come on. I'm still young. Aoki regretted it very much at this time. If he knew earlier, he would not pursue the realm of transcendence. Advertisement at this time, after the fusion with Shu, in the hollow state, Reiatsu has doubled, and basically he has no opponent in Jinglinting. Even if it is Juhabok's personal guard, Aoki doesn't feel that there is a big problem. If he can integrate a little of the blood of the Soul King, then Aoki will be the same as Kurosaki Ichigo, a trinity, and become the top figure in this world. Bad. After listening to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words, Aoki was in a trance, full of, whether it works, or not. Captain Aoki, don't worry. Hollow is also divided into many types. Hollow like Captain Hiriko's doesn't seem to have any effect on the body, but it can only reveal a mask during the battle. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice was like a savior, pulling back Aoki's soul. However, that was the hollow caused by Aizen using Hogyoku before. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's next words broke Aoki's emotions again. As for the effect caused by the giant intrusion drug, it is still in the experimental stage, and you were the first test subject. So it's better to go back and use it, and report back to me. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, she looked at Aoki and Yunohana Retsu expectantly. Yunohana Retsu also felt that the situation was serious, and at this moment, she didn't care about the picture she just saw in the monitoring room. She tugged at the corner of Aoki's clothes and signaled. Aoki nodded solemnly, and then got up to leave with Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Captain Ni, the result of this experiment is of great importance, and it will be very helpful to the development of Jingling Court. I need to go back quickly to conduct experiments with Captain Yunohana, so I'm leaving first. After that, Aoki rushed Yunohana Retsu out of the Technical Research Bureau. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Kuretsuchi Miyuri subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although his transformation is sweating, but Kuretsuchi Miyuri's move is enough to prove his nervousness. Captain, is there really such a thing? Ni Yinming asked suspiciously from the side. She has also participated in a lot of research on Shinigami and Shu, and has never heard of it affecting this function. How can there be such a thing? I made it up on the spot. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Ni Yinming with his teeth bared, then shook his head and said. If these two people quarrel with me, the only pure land in Jingling Court will be lost. Lingwang Palace Amadasanda. A huge beam of light rushed up from bottom to top, blowing half of the Amadasanda bridge to pieces. The figure of Yuhabok landed slowly, looked at the gorgeous building in front of him, remained silent for a long time, and then said. It turns out that this is the palace of the Spirit King. Hasward behind him followed closely. I understand your mood at the moment, Your Majesty. This place will belong to us. Juhabok turned his head slowly and glanced at Hasward with a sarcastic smile on his face. What are you talking about, Hartsward? Facing such a rotten tombstone, do I have any emotion? Hasward's flattery was in the wrong position, and he nodded slightly at this moment with a respectful expression. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Juhabok didn't care, and walked towards the main hall of the Lingwang Palace. Seeing this, Hasward stretched out his right hand, releasing the shadow field, and the black phantom was like a thick liquid, slowly falling from the palm of his hand. A moment later, a dark space formed behind Hasward. Dozens of members of the Star-Crossed Knights rushed out from the Shadow Realm, protecting Juhabok. Advertisement at the same time. Everyone in Team Zero felt Yuhabok's huge Reiatsu. Oh. A slightly D voice suddenly appeared, and then the Star-Crossed Knights around Yuhabok were instantly knocked into the air. Don't you know where this is? This is the Supreme Palace of the Spirit King. Strangers like you are not welcome. Kilin Temple held a long bamboo stick in his mouth and a wooden pole for bathing springs in his hand, and said provocatively. The first officer of Team Zero, the General of the East, Tianshiro of Kilin Temple. Yuhabok snorted coldly, and said the opponent's name. You think? Juhabok nodded slightly, seemingly full of mockery. Do you think that with your level, you can stop me? Yuhabok suddenly let go and shouted. If you don't think so, I won't come out. Kilin Temple Tianshiro put on a fighting posture, and greeted provocatively with his right hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of hot spring water gushed out from behind Juhabok. The remaining members of the Star-Crossed Knights guarding Yuhabok's side let out a tragic roar in an instant. What? It's hot. It's hot. The superstar's hot spring instantly swept everyone around Yubak. How about it, stranger? Kilin Temple Tianshiro showed an excited smile. This is my own special hot spring. A hot spring made of condensed blood Reiatsu. If you feel hot, just tell me, it's just, I won't go out to cool it down. Sparkle. Jinpika. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple let out a loud roar, and the wooden handle in his hand had quietly changed. The end of the wooden handle has evolved into the shape of Zanpakuto, chopping at Yuhabak. Juhabak stood where he was and smiled contemptuously. Call. The hilt of Jinpagia made a sound of breaking through the air under the wielding of Tianshilong in Kilin Temple. Kilin Temple Tianshilong's complexion changed. He sensed that something was wrong. He backed away quickly, and distanced himself from his friend 4.8 Habak. At this time, he turned to Yuhabak again, and put away the previous foolishness. Because he found out that the knife he had just cut unexpectedly missed it strangely. Kilin Temple Tianshilong is known as the Life of Thunder. With his speed, it is absolutely impossible to dodge this knife. It wasn't that he didn't aim, nor that Yuhabak dodged, but that the knife that was clearly bound to hit, unexpectedly passed Yuhabak's side after slashing. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple looked solemn. Facing Yuhabak, who was full of sarcasm, he stepped forward again and swung the knife. This time, he felt something strange. At the moment when the knife that was supposed to hit Yuhabak, the space was slightly reversed. Tianshilong of Kilin Temple was turned into the adjacent space, even with a knife. Kilin Monastery Tianshiro, is this what you are capable of? Yuhabak mocked. At this moment, the soft sound of clogs sounded, and a pretty figure slowly walked over. Long time no see, Yuhabak. Behind Senju Maru, dozens of attendants with masks followed. Dare to enter the Lingwang Palace without receiving an invitation. It seems that you were very satisfied after breaking through the ceiling court. Chapter 72 Love Love Love. Love you so much. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Yuhabak was silent, just walked forward silently. Seeing that he was being ignored, Senju Maru's expression became stern. What arrogance, destroy him. As soon as the voice fell, the magic servants around Senju Maru disappeared from the spot, and the next second they appeared directly around Yuhabak. The blade of the servant of the magic soldier slashed down. Senju Maru sneered, but after a while, his face became serious. What she expected, Yuhabak's chopped into pieces did not appear. Even the blades of the divine soldier's attendants couldn't get close to Yuhabak. This shocked Senju Maru, even though she knew that Yobak could not be killed with just a few squires. But I didn't expect that I couldn't even connect to the body of my close friend Habak. Soon, Tanishimaru realized something was wrong. When the blade approached Yuhabak, the space seemed to be distorted strangely. Including the moment when Senjumaru observes the servants of the gods, Yuhabak disappeared immediately. What's going on here? Senju Maru remained calm at the moment, but was shocked in his heart. Of course, Yuhabak did not disappear, but he reversed all the space around him when he was about to be attacked. And the light reflected into the eyes of Senju Maru, and the figure of Yuhabak formed naturally disappeared accordingly. Dare to say that his majesty is arrogant, you are really brazen. An abrupt voice suddenly appeared, but there was no such person at all. Senju Maru looked around, and then saw a figure gradually emerge from Yuhabak's shadow. The blades of the magic servants surrounding Yuhabak turned to this figure in an instant, and they didn't expect that the blades would bend at the moment of contact. Senju Maru's pupils shrank. This is not to break the blade, but the ability to bend space. The light is also bent through the space and reflected into the eyes, and only then can the illusion of the curved blade be seen. It's like inserting a chopstick into a glass of water, and looking inside from the outside, the chopstick seems to be broken. My holy word is meandering, and all enemies I find will avoid the space around me. The figure emerging from Yuhabak's shadow is short in stature, like an underage child, with two strange tongues. At this moment, Nyongso looked at Senju Maru in front of him triumphantly. So, just now, the big brother's hot spring can't touch me, and the blade can't cut me. The knives of these guards will naturally not fall on me. Looking at the childlike enemy in front of him, Senju Maru smiled. I slipped my tongue, You are talking about the enemies you discovered, so in other words, the enemies that have not been discovered will not be affected by your ability? As soon as Senju Maru finished speaking, two guards suddenly descended from the sky and landed behind Nyongsuo, stabbing at the mention of it. Strangely, the blade was still twisted, and it didn't cause any damage to Nyongsuo at all. I said, discovery, referring to the enemy I found. Instinctively, Nyongsuo showed a mocking face, stretched out his finger and gently touched the handle of the knife. The hilt of the sword of the divine soldier was suddenly bent into a C shape strangely. It seems that I didn't speak clearly enough, I'm very sorry. Nyongsuo showed a smug look. Really, brat? Senju Maru smiled. Did I say that the invisible enemy refers to the magical soldiers behind you? After that, Senju Maru's mechanical arm was raised, holding an embroidery needle in his hand. When you were playing with the magic soldiers just now, I have completely remodeled your costume. Hearing this sentence, Nyongsuo turned pale with fright, and looked down. His clothes seemed to have undergone a strange change. How could you be so fast? Nyongsuo said in disbelief. Advertisement, fast completion, has always been synonymous with being a concubine. Senju Maru raised his mechanical arm and said coldly. I've completed the ultimate clothes. It should be a great honor for a soldier like you to be able to wear it. And, Don't think you can take it off before you die. Senjumaru finished speaking, and the robotic arm pinched the embroidery needle in half. Puff. Numerous long needles suddenly pierced out of the clothes on Nihonsuo's body, smashing his body to pieces. At the same time, in Jingling Court, Aoki took Yunohana Retsu's hand and was on his way quickly. What Kuretsuchi Miyuri said just now haunted his heart. What does it mean to burn the root of the disease? What the hell is this? Aoki knew that it was too late to regret it this time. The only thing he could do was to try himself quickly to see if it was okay. At this time, Aoki didn't know at all that what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said at that time was completely nonsense for the sake of breaking the siege. But the words didn't quite do the trick for Yunohana Retsu's nerves. Having worked with Kuretsuchi Miyuri for so many years, Yunikana knows the heart of the other party deeply, so when Kuretsuchi Miyuri speaks, Yunikana is very skeptical. But Aoki, as the first person involved in this matter, is completely convinced. At this time, he was more nervous about his physical condition than anyone else. Yunohana Retsu was held by Aoki and ran all the way, feeling very funny in her heart. Aoki, where are you taking me? This is no longer Jinglinting. Do you want to find a room in the enemy's base camp? Hearing this, Aoki suddenly stopped in his tracks, with a dejected expression on his face. Lie, don't irritate me. Aoki showed a painful expression. I just didn't respond. It stands to reason that I should have reacted a little when I heard your words, but I didn't at all just now. Am I going to be done? Although Yunohana Retsu's words are very attractive, but Aoki's mood at this time cannot be substituted at all. In fact, this is entirely caused by his psychological factors. It is estimated that as long as Captain Ni explains the situation, Aoki will immediately rise to prominence. Hearing Aoki's absent-minded speech, Yunohana Retsu burst out laughing. It's okay, Aoki. Yunikana patted Aoki's head. It really doesn't work. Let Captain Ni make a fake one for you. Hearing Sister Hua's molesting words, a black line appeared on Aoki's forehead. Not so much. At this moment, the figure of Shula had a feast in Aoki's Shengguang Zhongchuan. Huh? Shubing. Aoki saw Shubing and was distracted. Shu Bing was also a little surprised at this time. Seeing Aoki, he enthusiastically stepped forward and greeted him loudly. Captain Aoki, Captain Yunohana, what a coincidence. How's the battle going? Aoki stepped forward to ask Jinglinting's situation. According to Aoki's thinking, the main combat power of the Quincy division at this time should have followed Yubak to the sky. The remaining few miscellaneous soldiers and captain-level characters appear on the stage, so it shouldn't be a big problem. It is precisely because of this that Aoki left Kurosaki Ichigo alone when he saw Yubak go to the sky. Battle situation. Shu Bing shook his head, then lowered his head and said in a deep voice. The battle situation is very unfavorable, and our losses are relatively large. Hearing this, Aoki's face drooped instantly. Advertisement. Not angry because the enemy has gained the upper hand, but because the captains and vice-captains like Seireitei are too stretched. The top combat power is gone. Can't this be defeated? Who lost it? I'll burn incense sticks for him in the future. Aoki patted his forehead speechlessly. To be honest, although he didn't care about Shinigami's casualties, as a comrade in arms, Shubing still needs to care about being trapped. Well, some team members were affected in the battle with the Quincy division and suffered heavy casualties. There is not much loss at the vice-captain level. Hearing this, Aoki was slightly relieved. After all, he only knew a few captains and vice-captains. Only, at this time, Shu Bing was troubled, as if he had something to say. Aoki noticed Shu Bing's abnormality, and tilted his head to observe him carefully. It's just. Master Pepe needs help. Hearing this, the gazes of Aoki and Yunohana Retsu, 787 were fixed. Lord Pepe. Where is there such a character in Seireitei? What is this guy talking about? Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kuchiki's Zanpakuto turned into countless sakura flowers and flew towards Shubing. Hey, Byakuya Kuchiki, what the hell are you doing? Aoki yelled angrily. Captain Aoki, be careful, this Shubing may be a fake. Okay. Aoki's eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at Shubing beside him. Nonsense, I'm doing this for Papes. After finishing speaking, Shubing waved the Zanshin Dao in his hand, and slashed at Aoki. Ding! Yunohana Retsu raised his knife to block, and there was killing intent in his eyes. Since it's fake, just kill it. After Yunohana Retsu blocked Shubing's first attack, he immediately drew his knife to stab Shubing's heart. Seeing this scene, Aoki immediately understood what was going on, and hurriedly stopped him loudly. Lie, don't do anything, this is me. Hearing this, Yunohana Retsu reacted immediately, took the knife back, and then kicked Shubing away. Shu Bing's figure flew into the ruins, and then fell into a coma. Aoki sighed softly. He remembered that there was a disgusting old man in the Quincy division who used love to influence the enemy. Shu Bing must have been influenced by this bad old man inadvertently. Oh, it's really sad. The reason why this war is like this is because everyone's hearts are full of love. Faith is love, belief is love, even attachment to things is love. Because of love, there will be persistence and war. A world with love is so sad and so beautiful. Boom. A wretched old man was talking to himself when suddenly he was hit hard on the head. Love you meow. Aoki raised Zanpakuto and cut off Peep's head. I just want to find a place to do experiments quickly. Why are there so many things? I hate it. Chapter 73. What the hell? Let me free Aizen. Open black lens bracket, please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Peep's body on the ground with slightly shocked eyes. Unexpectedly, Aoki hacked the member of the Star-Crossed Knights to death with just one knife. Byakuya Kuchiki has practiced in Team Zero for a long time, and he thinks that his ability is much stronger than before. But I don't think I can kill Pepe in front of me with one move. Also, Aoki doesn't use any of Zanpakuto's abilities at all. Relying entirely on the powerful Reiatsu, he ended the opponent's life. Byakuya Kuchiki gave Aoki a meaningful look. At this time, Aoki was extremely depressed. He was still thinking about doing the experiment. However, a repair soldier was killed halfway, which wasted a lot of time. At this time, Aoki needs to know his physical condition very much. Excuse me, everyone, I'm going to do the experiment. Aoki got up and was about to say goodbye. Experiment? What experiment? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Aoki suspiciously, not knowing what this unfinished sentence meant. Ahem, Captain Kuchiki, don't be so curious, Aoki said with a straight face when he was a little embarrassed by Byakuya Kuchiki's question. Yunohana Retsu watched from the sidelines and couldn't help laughing while covering her mouth. At this time Aoki chose a direction, took Yunohana Retsu's hand and rushed over. There doesn't seem to be any Quincy over there, let's go quickly, lil lie lie. At this time, Aoki's fighting spirit is high, but soon, when he saw the ruins of the Lingling Court, his excitement gradually sank. What's the matter? Why are all the buildings destroyed? Aoki saw that the original position of the 11th team was already in ruins, so he could only stomp his feet helplessly. Yeah, isn't this the captain of Aoki? I didn't expect you to go back to the 11th team to have a look. Kiraku Shunsui has been standing behind Aoki since he doesn't know when. Hearing this voice, Aoki felt dizzy. I just solved a problem, why is there another person at this time? I said the leader of the Beijing band, why are you so elusive, won't you stay in the office if you have nothing to do? Aoki complained, rolling his eyes. Jinglingting has been destroyed like this, I, the captain, feel very heartbroken. Kiraku Shunsui sighed slightly, then looked at Aoki with surprise in his eyes. Almost forgot about it, Captain Aoki, how did you get back from Hueco Mundo? Does it mean that your hollow has been completed? At this time, Kiraku Shunsui faced Aoki directly and felt the turbulent vastness of Reiatsu in Aoki's body. Only then did he remember that he had witnessed Aoki's hollow process not long ago. Then Kuretsuchi Miyuri dropped Aoki in the Hueco Mundo because Aoki was really difficult to control. But unexpectedly, Aoki came back in such a short time. And looking at the status, it seems that it has not been affected by hollow at all. Originally, Kiraku Shunsui, as one of the witnesses of this incident, should follow up this incident in time. At the very least, the Yi people should release the Qing state and come back from the back. But he does have a lot of troubles, and with Aoki's strength, he basically swept the current Hueco Mundo, so he let it go temporarily. Unexpectedly, Aoki came back by himself. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui mention about his hollow, Aoki's facial expression immediately became unfriendly. Kyobaku, I don't really want to mention this right now. Advertisement. Why are you talking like that, Captain Aoki? I'm looking for you for something important. Kiraku Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat slightly. Let's chat, Captain Aoki. Hearing this, Aoki's mood suddenly became agitated. I said jingle, I usually work but I'm not lazy. This time the battle of the Lingling Court, I have worked hard. Why can't you give me a day off when you come to me again? You guys who are bosses don't know how to be sympathetic to younger brothers. Give it up, quit it, I'm resigning now. Aoki waved his hands vigorously, then turned his head and walked away. Hey, Captain Aoki, don't get so excited. The first team still has a room. Let's find a place to talk slowly. It's really important. Kiraku Shunsui didn't expect that Aoki would have such a reaction, and immediately worked hard persuaded. At this moment, Aoki's mind is full of experiments, so he doesn't care about Kiraku Shunsui's thoughts. But when he heard that the first team still had room, Aoki's eyes lit up. Right now, due to the invasion of the Invisible Empire and the battles everywhere, the Jingling Court has long been turned into ruins. The first team still has room, so Aoki didn't expect it. Let's say it early, Beijing band leader, come here quickly if you have something to do, I'll stop by the first team to see your decoration style. After all, Aoki turned around and walked straight to Team 1. Seeing Aoki's changing reactions, Kiraku Shunsui, who has always been calm and thoughtful, couldn't help being stunned, and then glanced at Yunohana Retsu next to him. Captain Yunohana, Aoki's mood seems unstable. Is it a side effect of hollow? It's no big deal, he just wants to sleep. Yunohana Retsu looked at Aoki's back, covered his mouth and smiled. Sleep? Kiraku Shunsui was even more puzzled after hearing Yunohana's answer. As a captain-level Shinigami, is it really important to get less sleep? Captain-level Reiatsu is already strong enough to recover without sleep. This is the time of war, who will sleep at this time? Jingle was confused. Stop talking about hollow, Aoki yelled loudly. Soon, under the urging of Aoki, several people came to the position of the first team's team building. At this time, the first team and the chief's office were intact, and the other houses had been severely damaged. Aoki looked at the scene in front of him, suddenly disappointed. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope, but the office of the chief captain is open to the air. The whole is a big balcony. No matter how perverted Aoki is, he doesn't have the idea of doing experiments at heights while his comrades are fighting on the ground during the war. God will kill me. Aoki lamented in his heart. Captain Aoki, why are you so pessimistic? Kyoraku Shunsui smiled. He thought that Aoki couldn't bear to see the devastation. Who knows what kind of crazy ideas this guy is thinking. Let's talk about business. Kyoraku Shunsui's facial expression changed from the usual decadence to a serious one. First of all, Captain Aoki, you have been dropped from the 1st Division due to the return of Zaraki Kenpachi. Advertisement, as I promised before, I will appoint you as the acting captain of the 8th Division during the war, and you will be made regular after the war is over. Aoki rolled his eyes, he was not happy to hear such kind of flattery words. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't care about Aoki's expression change at all. He looked at Yunohana Retsu at the side, hesitated for a moment, and finally didn't tell the news about Matsumoto Rangiku as the vice captain. Second thing, Aoki, you go with me to room 46. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes became extremely serious. We need the consent of room 46 to release Aizen Sosuke. Absolutely not. Before Aoki could speak, Yunohana Retsu immediately objected. The Aizen defection has always been a disgrace to Gode 13. The most important thing is that the original Aizen was so powerful that there was no opponent in the entire jingling court. In the end, it was Kurosaki Ichigo who exhausted all his abilities to defeat Aizen. Just defeating, if Urahara Kazuki hadn't played a black hand in the end and sealed Aizen, the final result is really uncertain. With such a dangerous factor, Kyoraku Shunsui actually wants to release the other party? As the oldest Shinigami of Gode 13, Yunohana Retsu knows the danger. Kyoraku Shunsui did not speak, but focused his attention on Aoki. Aoki was silent at this moment, looking at Kyoraku Shunsui in front of him. He had vaguely sensed what Uncle Jingle was thinking. As far as Aoki is concerned, whether you let Aizen go or not is none of your own business. And looking at Jingle's expression at this time, it seems that this matter has been secretly decided long ago. Even if Aoki doesn't agree, Jingle will still negotiate with room 46. It's just why Uncle Jingle asked me to go with him. The only explanation is that after Aoki taught Zaraki Kenpachi the slashing technique, Jingle felt that Aoki's strength was unfathomable. At this time, he wanted to observe Aoki's reaction through the matter of Aizen. Whether Aoki strongly disagrees or nods in agreement, Kyoraku Shunsui will make an assessment of Aoki's strength. I don't care. Aoki put his hands in his pockets, looking like he had nothing to do with himself. Good promise good. To be honest, he really doesn't care if he lets go of Aizen or not. It's not because he knows that Aizen's whole body is sealed, and only 3 places will be opened, so he can't pose a threat. But Aoki's strength at this time is already able to touch Faha. Even if he doesn't let go, Aoki will not allow Yobak to destroy Soul Society. It's not bad if it's released. Aoki also wants to see what's the gap between himself and the Transcendent. Seeing Aoki's expression, Kyoraku Shunsui was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I see. Kyoraku Shunsui's words were serious. As for when to negotiate with room 46, I will contact you then. Kaoshu, come in for a while. As soon as Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, a female Shinigami with black-rimmed glasses and a frosty face came out from the door. This is my vice captain, Naneo Eyes. Before, she was responsible for the intelligence work of the 8th Division. After saying this, Kyoraku Shunsui seemed to sigh helplessly. Although the work of the 8th team is idle, there are really many things to be handed over. No way, I'll lend you Shishu first, and after handing over all the documents, remember to return Shishu to me. After saying that, Kyoraku Shunsui rubbed his temples and gave Naneo Eyes a look. Chapter 74 Who designed Miss Inoe's clothes? Open black lens bracket seek support, ask for subscription, close black lens bracket. Eyes Naneo understood, walked up to Aoki and said politely. Captain Aoki, from today onwards, I will be in charge of your daily affairs. Aoki looked at the glasses girl in front of him and was very satisfied. Well, okay, can you find me a room first? Looking for a room? Eyes Naneo pushed up her glasses as if she was thinking. Currently available rooms are only the 12th Division Technical Research Bureau. If Captain Aoki wants to use it, can I contact Captain Nirvana? Hearing this, Aoki patted his forehead regretfully. Good guy, I went around and took a bunch of jobs, and I might as well not come out in the end. Cooperate with yourself to run farther and farther from the finish line. Aoki had no choice but to hold Yunohana Retsu's little hand, and said urgently. Let's go, I still have important things to do. Division 12, Underground of the Technology Research Bureau. The basement of the Technical Research Bureau is very vast, and at this time there is a huge gun barrel in the center of the room. Kurosaki Ichigo sat in the barrel blankly, looking dazed with Inoue Orihime and Sato. I didn't expect. When did the basement of the 12th squad put the fort of Kuzuru's house? Kurosaki Ichigo sighed. After all, it's really against harmony to have such a big fort here. Urahara Kazuki was tinkering with instruments and equipment. When he heard what Kurosaki Ichigo said, he enthusiastically explained. In itself, Captain Ni specially built it because he saw Tianju of Team Zero, in order to deal with unexpected situations in the future. I'm here this time, just to complete the finishing work. Hearing Urahara Kazuki's words, the image of Kurosaki Ichigo flashed in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind. Oh, Captain Ni seems to be very powerful. I thought he was just a weird scientist. Captain Ni is a genius, probably second only to me. Urahara Kazuki seemed to be in a good mood. But then, looking at the huge fort, Urahara Kazuki said seriously again. However, Compared with Shiba's, this fort can only be regarded as a one-off. One time, Kurosaki Ichigo looked puzzled. The fort of Shiba's family is built with the family's secret skills, and it cannot be easily imitated. This turret of mine can only be used once at best, on the premise of not failing. Hearing Urahara Kazuki's words, Kurosaki Ichigo showed a frightened expression immediately. Is this guy really reliable? At this moment, Kuretsuchi Mayuri walked in with Aoki. If Captain Aoki wants to use the room, I think this is more suitable. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Aoki slightly speechless, and introduced the surrounding environment by the way. Aoki's eyes wandered around, seeming to evaluate the viability of this room. Seeing Aoki's anxious look, Kuretsuchi Mayuri suddenly felt a little sorry. After all, I just made up a reason to cheat Aoki until now. Advertisement, but now, Kuretsuchi Mayuri is too embarrassed to say anything more. After all, Aoki has been completely convinced, and the rest doesn't matter to him, Kuretsuchi Mayuri or anything else. But now Kurosaki Ichigo and others are using it, you can talk about it after they leave. Kuretsuchi Mayuri took the words and prepared to leave. Hey, you are Captain Aoki. Urahara Kazuki greeted Aoki warmly when he saw Aoki walking in suddenly. This is the first time for Aoki to see the real Urahara Kazuki, the CJCG hidden boss. The other party doesn't seem to have any inscrutable temperament, and it seems a little wretched upon closer inspection. What is store manager Urahara doing? Are you going to launch something? Looking at the towering cannon in front of him, Aoki guessed what Urahara Kazuki was going to do next. Captain Aoki. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Aoki's figure and immediately climbed out of the fort. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't move around, it's a one-off. Urahara Kazuki hastily stopped. At this time, after seeing Aoki, Kurosaki Ichigo was very emotional. He didn't forget how Aoki ran away in his first encounter when he just came down from Lingfan Ragong. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's original intention was to let Aoki go first and cut off by himself. But running away voluntarily and being persuaded to leave are two different things, right? Aoki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if he wanted to seek justice, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, Aoki noticed a pretty figure hidden in the cannon barrel. Inoue Orihime also stuck out his head curiously at this time, looking at Aoki. At this time, Inoue Orihime is more curious, when did this captain named Aoki appear? It must not be easy for Shinigami to be the captain of the Godei 13th Division. At this moment, Inoue Orihime poked his head out, met Aoki's eyes, and greeted warmly. You are the captain of Aoki, you have heard your name for a long time. Inoue Orihime showed a sweet smile. Seeing Inoue Orihime's appearance, Aoki blushed, then pointed with his finger and asked tentatively. Who designed Miss Inoue's clothes? It's me. Urahara Kazuki raised his hands triumphantly, as if he was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Hearing this, Inoue Orihime's facial expression froze. Before she came to Sealing Court, she had never been mentioned about clothes. When I was in Hueco Mundo before, because of the battle with Jiluji, the original clothes were broken, and there was no way to continue to wear them. So the enthusiastic Urahara store manager prepared this combat suit for her. Although when I first got it, Inoue still felt a little awkward. After all, there were too many places exposed. But a group of people did not comment on Inoue's clothes, and gradually she herself forgot how sexy the clothes were. Well, I've been hesitating, how should I speak? Sato, who was muffled by the side, couldn't help but also echoed. Inoue Orihime's face instantly turned into a red apple. Oh, I think it's too revealing too. Kurosaki Ichigo spoke out without hesitation, directly expressing the thoughts in his heart. The clothes worn by Inoue Orihime are specially designed by Urahara Kazuki, which contains the unique taste of Urahara's store manager. The entire upper body is just 2 pieces of fabric. Coupled with Ms. Inoue's proud figure, it can be overwhelmed at this time. It's over, am I going to be regarded as an exhibitionist? It's so shameful. Inoue Orihime's face was blushing as if it was about to bleed, thinking nervously in his heart. At this time Aoki sneaked up to Urahara Kazuki and gave him a thumbs up. Master Urahara, your craftsmanship is really good. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki was praised by Aoki and became more and more proud. When Inoue Orihime saw Aoki and Urahara Kazuki discussing their clothes, she became even more ashamed and angry, and now she wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. But the basement of the 12th squad is indestructible, and this is obviously impossible. Inoue Orihime had no choice but to clasp his hands tightly to his chest, try to make the 2 fabrics close together, and then rush to the side of Aoki and Urahara Kazuki, closed his eyes, and said shyly. Captain Aoki, Manager Urahara, you guys are going too far. It's the manager of Urahara. Inoue Orihime was so angry that she remembered that Urahara Kazuki had praised her when she put on this dress. Wear this dress and the charm value will be doubled, Miss Inoue. She never thought that there would be such a day when she would be judged by a group of big men wearing this outfit. Inoue Orihime was so wrong that she was about to cry. At this moment, Inoue Orihime found the surrounding air suddenly quiet. Looking up, Aoki and Urahara Kazuki stared blankly at themselves, as if they saw something extraordinary. Miss Inoue. Your hands are all squeezed out. Aoki pointed to Inoue Orihime, as if he couldn't bear to say. Inoue Orihime looked down, and saw that due to his nervousness, his hands were constantly pulling down, and there was very little fabric left. Ah, it's gone. Inoue Orihime covered his blushing face in surprise and shouted loudly. Seeing the scene in front of him, Aoki could only feel his chi and blood rushing up, and the power in his body burst out of the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. The familiar feeling is back. Aoki murmured. Ah, Captain Aoki, how does it feel? Urahara Kazuki asked, pretending to cover his eyes with the fan in his hand, but actually observing carefully through the gap. Aoki let out a long sigh of relief. Before that, he was worried that he might fall into some kind of disease. But judging from the current response, it shouldn't be a big problem. Bastards. Shut up. Suddenly, a black cat rushed out from under Inoue Orihime, and with a bang, it turned into a pretty figure with slightly dark skin. Miss Yoruichi. Everyone said in surprise when they saw this figure. Okay, stop crying. Shihuan Yoruichi hugged Inoue Orihime, who was aggrieved at this time, and said comfortingly. Then, Yoruichi turned around and yelled at Aoki and the others. Girls, wearing such shy clothes, aren't they being tricked by some pervert? You don't even say a word of praise, what a bunch of bastards. Miss Yoruichi. Forget it, let's not talk about it. At this moment, Inoue Orihime shyly stopped Yoruichi, for fear that this topic would continue. To be able to create this scene, it seems that the clothes I worked so hard to make are really worth it, Urahara Kazuki said meanly while holding a fan without the slightest bit of shame. Aoki noticed that under Shihuan Yoruichi's cloak, there seemed to be something bulging. Miss Yoruichi, what's under your clothes? Aoki asked suspiciously. Hearing Aoki's words, Shihuan Yoruichi unfolded his cloak, and everyone's eyes were attracted by the tights Yoruichi was wearing. I didn't expect Ms. Yoruichi to have a vest line. Aoki put his hand on his chin and nodded appreciatively. Boom. Shihuan Yoruichi directly greeted him with his fist, gnashing his teeth and saying. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Kuretsuchi Mayuri, will solve it. The fourth update is here, please subscribe and click. Only then did Aoki notice that there were many bottles and jars hanging under Yoruichi's cloak. Seeing these things, Aoki probably understood what Yoruichi brought. Miss Yoruichi, you are really amazing. Urahara Kazuki finally put away her laughing expression, looked at what Yoruichi brought, and showed a serious look on her face. Although Aoki and Urahara Kazuki are very aware of this thing, there are still many people at the scene who are a little baffled by the sudden scene. What are you talking about? Kurosaki Ichigo looked dumbfounded at this moment. At this time, Urahara Kazuki turned around and patiently explained. I asked Ms. Yoruichi to investigate the distortion between the Soul Society and the real world, but unexpectedly, I found something extraordinary. At this time Urahara Kazuki lowered his head slightly, his expression slightly dignified. Now it seems that the distortion at the junction between the present world and the Soul Society is probably deliberately done to disperse Jinglingting's combat power. However, Ms. Yoruichi discovered that at the moment when the distortion is created and disappeared, a huge amount of energy can be obtained. This kind of energy is a huge mobile energy sink that can connect two worlds. After Urahara Kazuki's introduction, the scene was silent. So, what is that thing? Kurosaki Ichigo's face was dull, unable to understand Urahara Kazuki's explanation at all. Urahara Kazuki's confident smile froze suddenly. Fuel, gasoline, you can just think of them as this kind of thing. In short, it is something that makes this big pillar fly. Aoki patted his forehead helplessly. Obviously, seeing this picture, even though it has nothing to do with him, Aoki couldn't sit still anymore, stood up and explained to Ichigo. Urahara Kazuki silently glanced at Aoki with admiration in his eyes. Then let's go. Urahara Kazuki smiled. Oh, by the way, do you want to join Captain Aoki? Urahara Kazuki extended an invitation to Aoki. Aoki looked at Urahara Kazuki, then turned his head to Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, and finally his eyes fell on Inoue Orihime's meager fabric. Another day. Aoki shook his head regretfully. Although Ms. Inoue's dress is hot, she can indeed follow this wave of cars, but Aoki seems to have agreed to the meeting in room 46, Kyoraku Shunsui County. Although whether to go to room 46 or not has little effect on Aoki, he still wants to see Aizen's current situation. After all, after merging with Hogyoku, Aizen's strength is getting stronger day by day, even if he is sealed, it can't stop his growth. Aoki, who is struggling on the road of evolution, wants to learn something from Aizen. What's more, if you don't go this time, you will still have a chance next time. The most important thing right now is to do experiments with Sister Wa after Urahara's busy work here. After some preparatory work was done, Urahara Kazuki sent Kurosaki Ichigo and his party to the sky. Aoki walked out of the basement, only to find Nanao Eyes obediently standing at the door waiting for Aoki. Nanao, where is Captain Unohana? Aoki was puzzled. When I came in, Nanao Eyes and Captain Unikana were waiting at the door. How come there is only one person left? Nanao Eyes caressed her eyes lightly, then glanced at Aoki, and lowered her head very obediently. Captain Aoki, Captain Unohana told me that there is an urgent matter to deal with, so I left first. Advertisement. It seems that the Vice Captain Yang Yin of the 4th team came to look for it, and it may be that the number of wounded has increased. Hearing Aiz Nanao's words, Aoki felt extremely regretful. Fortunately, he just felt that his ability was still there, so he was not so anxious. Since Captain Unohana is leaving first, Nanao, why are you following me? Aoki asked curiously, looking at Aiz Nanao's unsmiling face, which revealed a well-behaved and cute face with the unique temperament of a professional woman. The head of the Jing band said, lend me to you. Aiz Nanao rubbed her eyes, seeming a little embarrassed. Lend it to me. Aoki scratched his head. It's the work handover of the 8th Division, because there are still a lot of paperwork. I need to explain one-on-one. Nanao doesn't know why, facing Aoki at this time, she always speaks a little bit in a temper insufficient. The 8th Division is the team in charge of intelligence work in the Godai 13th Division. To understanding, Aoki is naturally on her list too. It can be said that Nanao is the person who knows him best besides Aoki. The information in Nanao's hands includes Aoki's life, recent achievements, Zanpakuto's ability, behavior, personality and other information. Of course, these materials were transferred to Kiraku Shunsui's office on Aoki's first day in office. However, after studying all of Aoki's information, Nanao also became a little nervous when she got in close contact with Aoki again. The man in front of him was stronger and unfathomable than what was described in the information. Just being by Aoki's side, the Reiatsu that Aoki inadvertently leaked has left Nanao breathless. It's not that Nanao's strength is not good, you know, Kiraku Shunsui is the captain, and Reiatsu is also one of the best in the Godai 13th Division. After all, his Zanpakuto is very demanding of Reiatsu. Even after staying with Kiraku Shunsui for so many years, Nanao never felt too strong a sense of oppression from Reiatsu. But Aoki made her feel it, and the suffocating feeling made Nanao's heart tremble uncontrollably. Nanao? Aoki tilted his head in doubt and reminded. Nanao regained her composure at this moment, realizing that she seemed to be in a trance just now. Hey, Captain Aoki, or call Ms. Rangiku over, there are still some things that need to be explained separately. Nanao calmed down, summoned up her courage, and said to Aoki. Rangiku? Hearing Nanao's words, Aoki raised his head and thought about it. Huh? It seems that when I rescued Zaraki Kenpachi, I asked Rangiku to come to the 12th Division to send the prisoners. Since then, Aoki has not been seen. Where did this little girl go? Wait a minute, let me look for it. Aoki frowned slightly, and released Reiatsu to cover Seireitei. Suddenly, a gust of wind was generated from Aoki's feet and spread wildly in all directions, which was the effect of his leaked Reiatsu. Nanao's was the closest to Aoki. She couldn't bear it anymore, her face turned pale, her knees softened and she knelt on the ground. Surprised, Aoki quickly put away Reiatsu and helped Nanao's up. Cow, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Asking for flowers? 0? Advertisement, no. It's okay, Captain Aoki is too strong, I can't take it. Nanao shyly pushed Aoki's arm away, and then pretended to be okay to tidy herself up. Reiatsu blowing messy clothes. At this moment, Aoki has not realized that after experiencing the hollow experiment, his whole Reiatsu has undergone earth-shaking changes. The perfect fusion with virtual power means that the quality of his Reiatsu has risen to a whole new level. He has not been familiar with this level of Reiatsu, so it will slowly leak out like a faucet that is not closed tightly, triggering the reactions of the people around him. Aoki has been with Yunohana Retsu ever since he finished Hollow. Then I met Kiraku Shunsui, Urahara Kazuki and Kurosaki Ichigo. Everyone is at the level of super captains. Facing Aoki's powerful Reiatsu, they naturally don't have much reaction. At most, they think Aoki's Reiatsu is a bit strange. However, Nanao's strength was far behind those of the previous ones, and that's why she had such a strong reaction. 0.0. If you don't feel well, go back and rest for a while. I know, you girls are always like that. Aoki waved his hand understandingly, gesturing to Nanao. He was not really kind, but because Nanao was sent by Jingle. I can't tell if there's anything tricky in the middle. You know, Kiraku Shunsui is the man with the darkest heart in Jinglingding. Facing Kiraku Shunsui's cronies, Aoki had to defend. However, handing over the work of the 8th Division is a serious matter. Although Aoki doesn't care about the work, someone has to do it. When he covered Jinglingding with Reiatsu just now, he had already found the location of Matsumoto Rangiku. Miss Rangiku seems to be in a bad situation right now. Seeing that Aoki was about to get up and leave, Nanao's followed closely behind Aoki. Captain Aoki, I can do it, just let me follow you. Otherwise, the band leader in Beijing will blame me again. Nanao said pitifully. Hearing these words, Aoki felt a little helpless, but it didn't bother Nanao to be by her side. If that's the case, then you can follow along and see what's special about the band leader's subordinates by the way. Aoki smiled softly at Nanao's. At this time, it happened that Kuretsuchi Mayuri came over. Hey, Captain Aoki, how long have you been here? Are you going out again? Facing Kuretsuchi Mayuri's ambiguity, Aoki couldn't help but roll his eyes. Captain Ni, you don't go out of the second gate all day long. Those who know think you're doing an experiment, and those who don't know think you've been scared out of your wits by the Quincy. Hearing Aoki's words, Kuretsuchi Mayuri couldn't see that Aoki was mocking him for not participating in the battle, and immediately took out his Zanpakuto. HMPH, do you think I'm just eating dry food? Now the war is coming to an end, and it's time for Kuretsuchi Mayuri to play. Captain Ni, this is... Kuretsuchi Mayuri glanced at Aoki and said. I have basically learned about the information about the Quincy division, and the next step is to harvest the Quincy within the scope of Jinglingding. Next, I, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, will solve the towel. Chapter 76 I hate turning on the lights the most. Open black lens bracket please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. After Kuretsuchi Mayuri finished speaking, Aoki was ready to praise. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's whole body emitted an extremely dazzling light. Not only Kuretsuchi Miyuri, but even Nirvana beside her was also dressed up like a little sun, emitting dazzling brilliance at this time. Aoki and Neneo's eyes were blinded by the intruding light. Damn, Captain Ni, you almost blinded me. Even if you are full of fighting spirit, you don't need to start bending with me. Aoki covered his eyes with his hands and said helplessly. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Aoki calmly and then put away the light. Sure enough, mortals cannot bear the glory of the gods, Captain Aoki. Aoki couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Neneo's eyes behind Aoki and then continued. Captain Aoki, this is my latest light full coverage device, which can effectively prevent the invasion of the Quincy's shadow domain. Even if you don't care, but when you don't want to rush to the front line, a Quincy master comes out from a dark corner and shoots cold arrows. I've prepared a set for you all, let's put it on together. At this time, Nirvana has already pulled out 2 sets of costumes similar to those worn by Kuretsuchi Miyuri from the side, and raised her hands in front of Aoki's eyes. Oh, you don't have to, 330. Moments later, Aoki and Neneo put on the same little sun costume as Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Aoki fiddled with his clothes. Captain Aoki, the light of this device is controlled by Reiatsu. Kuretsuchi Miyuri patiently explained to Aoki. Hearing this, Aoki immediately drummed up Reiatsu, and for a moment, an incomparable dazzling light shone from his body. Intense white light filled the entire 12th division. Oh, it's so dazzling, oh my god, did someone's experimental device explode? Protect the on-site items. The members of the 12th squad were in a mess for a moment. Aoki put away Reiatsu slowly, satisfied. Captain Ni, don't tell me, this device is quite interesting, it's a large weapon. Aoki was a little reluctant at first, but now he enjoys it very much. Kuretsuchi Miyuri exhaled slowly at this moment. Just now, Aoki's Reiatsu was released, and he almost couldn't control it. Even Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was a captain-level strength, felt a little pressure by Aoki's side. Captain Aoki, I would like to remind you kindly. After finishing Hollow, your Reiatsu status is not very stable. It may take some time to get it under control. If you release Reiatsu so recklessly, everyone around you may be affected. Hearing what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, Aoki looked around curiously. The 2 vice-captains are the closest to Aoki, and Nirvana is okay. She herself is a Shinigami created by Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and she has a natural resistance to things like Reiatsu. But Neneo was not so lucky. I saw Neneo's eyes, who had been suppressed by Aoki's Reiatsu, was paralyzed, leaning on the wall, sweating profusely, and gasping heavily. Captain Aoki. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. Neneo blushed slightly at this moment. The Reiatsu that Aoki accidentally leaked just now was too powerful, which made her almost unable to bear. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Advertisement. Seeing Neneo's appearance, Aoki felt very embarrassed, and quickly helped Neneo up. Okay, Captain Aoki, the preparations are almost done. Let's show you my methods. Kuretsuchi Miyuri brought the topic back, and then walked towards a certain gate of the Technology Research Library. Aoki followed closely, and he was also going to meet Miss Rangiku somewhere in Jinglingting. Suddenly, a door somewhere in the Technical Research Bureau slammed open. 4 Arrancars emerged from it, their bodies seemed to be stitched together. Yo, it's finally our turn. Where's that orange-haired Shinigami? Where did he go? It's killing you. A group of Arrancars were chattering and discussing. Suddenly, Kuretsuchi Miyuri walked over slowly and looked at the Arrancars. The air froze in an instant, and several Arrancars didn't seem to dare to speak loudly in the face of Kuretsuchi Miyuri. I'd better remind you a few words, be honest, otherwise. Kuretsuchi Miyuri held up something similar to a lighter, and after several Arrancars saw it, expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Captain Nirvana, you are really good. How did you get these Arrancars? Aoki looked at the familiar faces in front of him. They were all Arrancars who were defeated in the Karakura Town battle. It stands to reason that they were already dead. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Aoki calmly, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Do you think I've been staying behind closed doors at the Technology Development Bureau these days, squatting here to shit? Aoki couldn't help giving a thumbs up when he heard that. On the other side, Matsumoto Rangiku was covered in scars, looking at the enemy in front of him solemnly. Toshiro. Matsumoto Rangiku was wearing a rough dress, and his eyes seemed to reveal some anger and unwillingness. In front of her is Hitsugaya Toshiro, who has been turned into a zombie. After parting with Aoki before, Matsumoto Rangiku was in charge of transferring the wounded and captives to the 12th Division Technical Research Bureau. After all, she also suffered a lot at that time, and there was no way to continue fighting. After the task of transferring the wounded was completed, Matsumoto Rangiku also took on the responsibility of the deputy captain of the 11th Division, leading the 11th Division to continue to fight against the remaining Quenching Division in Jinglingting. The 11th team itself is a combat team and has assumed the main responsibilities of this war. But unexpectedly, Matsumoto Rangiku would become an enemy with his former captain. Big sister over there, don't you think you can't bear to attack your former companion? You have to be careful, my zombies will never soften their hearts. Giselle on the side looked at her masterpiece with excitement. When she besieged Aoki with the girl group before, they were all subdued by Aoki, but Giselle was disgusted by Aoki for some disgusting reasons, and she was thrown aside and not taken away. But Giselle's ability to be a zombie is also undead itself. After being bound by Aoki, Giselle meets her companions and frees him. Although it is true that Aoki's iron chain cannot be broken free, Giselle directly asked her companion to dismantle herself into 8 pieces, and after escaping from the iron chain, she reassembled her body. Then Giselle went on a killing spree in Jinglinding, and the ordinary Shinigami was not his opponent at all, and was made into a zombie by him. The reason why Hitsugaya Dashiro became a zombie was caused by Giselle's sneak attack when she saw the other party was seriously injured and fell to the ground. How about it, big sister, you don't dare to make a move, do you? Giselle looked at Matsumoto Rangiku's distressed look at this time, and even drooled excitedly. Disgusting. You be ************** D. You are not a woman at all. Matsumoto Rangiku's scalp was numb from the other party's gaze, and he sarcastically said loudly. Hearing Matsumoto Rangiku's words, Giselle's expression froze suddenly. What are you talking about? She is a real girl. Giselle's expression was awkward at first, and then turned into ferocious, shouting at Matsumoto Rangiku. Damn it, I'm going to make you a zombie too. As soon as the words fell, Hitsugaya Dashiro flashed to Matsumoto Rangiku's side. Advertisement, Captain Hitsugaya. Matsumoto Rangiku was really unable to attack his former comrade in arms and former captain, so he tried to awaken Hitsugaya's mind at this time. Then Toshiro slowly pulled out Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Rangiku stared coldly and backed away quickly. Even if she couldn't bear to attack her comrades, she still knew the current situation. It now appears that Hitsugaya Dashiro has been completely controlled and there is no possibility of awakening. Matsumoto Rangiku was thinking about the countermeasures in his mind at this time, and after much deliberation, only the smiling face of that guy Aoki emerged in his mind. But then, Matsumoto Rangiku shook his head again, seemingly giving up on the idea. Forget it, even if Aoki comes here, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with the former captain. Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't bear to let Aoki face such a terrible enemy. After all, the feeling of attacking the former captain is really unbearable. Swish. Just when Matsumoto Rangiku was thinking wildly, the figure of Hitsugaya Dashiro appeared in front of her again, slashing with a knife. Ding! Matsumoto Rangiku immediately raised Zanpakuto to parry, and Hitsugaya Dashiro's huge Reiatsu nearly took Matsumoto Rangiku out of breath. There were cracks in the floor under his feet. Matsumoto Rangiku sensed a life or death crisis. If I can't resist this move, I'm afraid I will have to pay for my life. Matsumoto Rangiku had a lot of thoughts in his head, and the broken clothes on his body swayed in the wind because of Reiatsu bumping around. It's okay to die in battle like this, it's just a pity that I didn't die by the enemy's knife, but was killed by Captain Hitsugaya. What a humiliation. Matsumoto Rangiku was thinking wildly in his mind, and suddenly a very strong light burst out all around. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by incandescent light, making it impossible to distinguish front, back, left, and right. Day 5.3 Dashiro has become a zombie, but his vision is still affected. At this time, under the light, Hitsugaya Dashiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Matsumoto Rangiku felt like he was being rescued by a figure. Boom! Hitsugaya Dashiro's Zanpakuto slashed to the ground with a loud bang. Who is it? It's so annoying. I hate turning on the lights the most. Giselle covered her eyes with dissatisfaction on her face. Ha ha ha. Sure enough. Aoki's loud laughter echoed on the battlefield. Matsumoto Rangiku was hugged by Nanao at this time. His face was full of shock. Aoki. Really, this guy? What's the matter with this Reiatsu? How can it be so strange and so powerful? Matsumoto Rangiku was puzzled and curious. Since Aoki came back from Hueco Mundo, the Reiatsu of the whole person has undergone a qualitative change. No wonder Matsumoto Rangiku can't recognize it. Ha ha ha. Sure enough. Mortals can't bear the light of the gods. Aoki's Reiatsu was put away, and the light quickly disappeared. At this time, Aoki stepped on Hitsugaya Dashiro's head with one foot, hands on hips, and opened his clothes as much as possible. Kuretsuchi Miyuri stood on the hillside not far away, looking at the scene in front of him speechlessly. Damn it. Why are you taking my lines? Chapter 77 Captain Hitsugaya deserves to be number 1 in the Civil War. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Kuretsuchi Miyuri stood on the hillside not far away, looked at Aoki's back, turned around and complained to Ni Yinming. Why are we both shining at the same time, but mine is not as bright as his? This device is activated by Reiatsu. Maybe Captain Ni doesn't have enough Reiatsu. Ni Yinming looked very respectful at the side. Hearing Nirvana's words, Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt even more irritable. Just when I was fully prepared and ready to go out to sweep, I was actually robbed of the limelight by this big guy. Really? An annoying guy. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Aoki's back and said loudly. Be careful, Captain Aoki, Captain Hitsugaya's condition is not right, and... Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes gradually became serious. Captain Hitsugaya beats his own team, but he is very strong. Aoki stomped Toshiro's head on the ground at this moment, and was proudly showing off his new clothes to everyone, when he heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice, and just about to reply, he heard a low moan from the bottom of his feet. Bankai. Daigor and Hiranmaru, surprised. Aoki was about to lift his feet, but found that his feet were completely frozen. Toshiro stood up slowly, looked at Aoki coldly, and remained silent. Aoki smiled awkwardly. Captain Hitsugaya, I'm your old subordinate. Daigor and Hiranmaru, the Millennium Ice Prison. As soon as the voice fell, icicles formed around Aoki in an instant, and the icicles grew in an extreme time, covering him completely, forming an extremely strong ice cage. At this time, Aoki was completely blocked by the ice cage, unable to move, and even the embarrassing expression just now seemed to be frozen by the ice. Aoki. Matsumoto Rangiku was carried on the shoulder by Aiz Nanao at this time. Seeing Aoki hit by Toshiro's Millennium Ice Prison, he yelled worriedly. As the former vice-captain of Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku is very familiar with this trick. The Millennium Ice Prison can be said to be the second biggest trick after Toshiro Bankai. It uses the moisture in the atmosphere to form a huge icicle in an instant, sealing the enemy in it and freezing to death. Even with Aoki's strength, he will not be killed by this move, but the most important thing in the battle between Shinigami lies in the ability to move. At this time, Aoki is completely controlled by Toshiro, and then he can only resist Toshiro's big move. Hee. It seems that the little white-haired Shinigami is very strong, and now I picked up Baoha Giselle and laughed happily. That's right. It seems that I have also picked up a treasure. I am very interested in your ability. In the back, silent. Huh? Why is there another radiant and strange uncle? Giselle looked Kuretsuchi Miyuri up and down, and then said disdainfully. Compared to that fellow Aoki, the light on your body seems to be much dimmed. Hearing this, the veins on Kuretsuchi Miyuri's forehead twitched violently, but he calmed down immediately. How can an ignorant bumpkin understand the strength of my Lord Ni? Follow me and go back obediently, and be my experimental material. I will let you experience a feeling that you have never had before. Kuretsuchi Miyuri extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Giselle glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri's hand with a seductive look, and then said wryly. Are you going to take us all back? Advertisement? Us? Kuretsuchi Miyuri froze for a moment, and then saw that the Shinigami beside Giselle, who had already died here, all stood up at this time, with dark skin. It looks very similar to Hitsugaya 2G resemblance. I'm getting more and more interested in this matter. Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't show any panic, but opened his mouth and laughed. At this time, Madarei Mikaku and Yumi also climbed up from the ruins. In the battle just now, they also encountered Hitsugaya Toshiro, who turned into a zombie, and were then blasted by the opponent. This is. Madarei Mikaku looked around in surprise. When he saw all the Shinigami standing up and staring at a radiant person with murderous intent, he was shocked. These people are all members of the dead 11th team. That damned Quincy turned our comrades into zombies. Madarei Mikaku patted the protruding wall in the ruins fiercely and said angrily. Gongshin rubbed his head, raised his head, and saw the scene in front of him. He was also extremely shocked. Who is that person who was fighting that Quincy called Giselle? The light is so dazzling that I can't see clearly. Yumi stared at Kuretsuchi Miyuri's back suspiciously. Who else, dressed like this? Even if you don't speak, you should know that it's Captain Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Madarei Mikaku glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri slightly speechlessly. After all, the one who can wear this style of clothing in the entire jingling court is Captain Ni. Yuki listened to Madarei Mikaku's complaints, looked around, and then punched a corner of the side with his hand with dull eyes. Is this style of dressing popular? How did I see another one out there? Hearing this, Madarei Mikaku looked in the direction the other party was pointing at, and saw a man in a little sun uniform imprisoned in a huge ice prison. The people in the ice prison, Reiatsu poured out like the tide of the sea, and the dazzling light like the sun flickered in the ice prison. Captain Hitsugaya is our enemy now. Who is in the dungeon? Strange Reiatsu, powerful and strange. Is there such a character in our captain? Madarei Mikaku scratched his head suspiciously. After Aoki passed through Hollow, the whole feeling of Reiatsu has changed greatly. No wonder Yumi and Madarei Mikaku didn't recognize it. At this time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was fighting against Giselle, saw that Giselle summoned so many Shinigami from Seireitei, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Oh my, what a hassle. Facing the former comrades in arms, how can I bear to fight? After all, they are all Shinigami from Seireitei, and I love them from the bottom of my heart. Even if I'm considered ruthless, I can't face this scene. Kuretsuchi Miyuri rubbed her little head with a very distressed expression. Yumi and Madarei Mikaku on the side were sweating coldly. Normally, under such circumstances, Captain Kuretsuchi Miyuri's next actions will definitely be contrary to what he said. Oh, forget it, I still choose to escape. Since I am also a Shinigami, it's not easy to make a move, so let someone else do it. Those who have no emotional disputes, they should be merciless if they start their hands. As soon as the voice fell, 4 figures appeared behind Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Yo-hoo! Attack of art, oh, it's so boring. Arrancar's chattering appearance made the momentum created by Kuretsuchi Miyuri completely disappear. Advertisement, oh. Who did I see? That ugly monster that fell on the ground, could it be? Little, Gongshin. Charlotte Kalufeng looked at Gongshin excitedly. This guy. Gongshin was suddenly caught by the cue, showing embarrassment. I remember that I killed him once. What's going on? Qin Gong expressed his incomprehension when facing Arrancar, who suddenly came back from the dead at this time. Oops, I forgot. I should not remember the ugly name. Charlotte was clearly a tough guy, but at this moment she pretended to be fussy and mocked with all her strength. Gongshin stood up angrily at these 2 words, lowered his head and gritted his teeth. You guy, it seems that I want to let you die again. Hey, Yumi-san. Don't be impulsive. Madarei Mikaku was so frightened that he hurriedly got up to try to persuade him to fight. In the current situation, it is obvious that Captain Ni resurrected the Arrancars to help Jingling fight. Although Arrancar's mouth is a bit broken, but now that the enemy is still there must be no infighting. Hey, this is different from what I said. Where's the boy with orange hair? Why didn't I see it? Duradani stretched out his head and looked around, but he didn't see Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, I came to find the Quincy with eyes. Who told him to look down on me at the beginning? Tiruti Sandovich echoed, seeming to agree with her own arrangement. Often dissatisfied. Hey, it's so noisy. Anyway, I've already come to life, so what if those obsessions are done later? Ruby yawned at the side, with a look of indifference. Hearing this, the other two Arrancars turned their heads and shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you come back to life, it depends on that guy's face. Maybe when, snapped. At this moment, Kuretsuchi Miyuri pressed the lighter-like switch in his hand. What? Ah woo, wow. Arrancar, who was still chatting on Twitter, screamed incessantly as if struck by lightning. Don't chat here, everyone. Kuretsuchi Miyuri seemed a little helpless. After a while, the screams finally slowly disappeared. Wow. Almost got F********. Let me just say, whoever made you so arrogant, you should be more honest when you were released. I obviously have nothing. Snapped. Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned on the switch again, and the violent screams reappeared. How can you still talk? It's so strange. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at the switch in his hand with a puzzled face, and kept thinking in his mind whether the power supply installed in his brain was not powerful when he was resurrected, too much. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound, and there was a slight crack in the giant ice prison that Hitsugaya Toshiro used Bankai to freeze. The cracks gradually expanded, and finally covered the entire ice prison and then completely shattered. Aoki's figure flickered at the moment the ice prison shattered. Huh, Captain Hitsugaya deserves to be the #1 in the Civil War, and he almost got recruited. Aoki was still in shock at this time, rubbing his chest and complaining. Chapter 78 Miss Rangiku, you really don't like wearing underwear. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe, close black lens bracket. After Aoki lost control, he distanced himself from Toshiro for the first time. Hitsugaya Toshiro's Bankai, known as Soul Society's strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto, is no joke. But Aoki is not very flustered in his heart. The most important thing is that his Zanpakuto has the ability to use resonance to shatter everything, which can be said to be the best restraint for Hitsugaya ice and snow Zanpakuto. The most crucial point is that Aoki doesn't want to hurt the former boss. After all, Aoki has been in the 10th squad for nearly 100 years, and I still can't bear to let him attack Toshiro. Aoki. At this time, Aoki had just landed when he saw Matsumoto Rangiku coming towards him, and Nanao eyes followed closely behind him. Yo, Miss Rangiku, your clothes. Aoki saw that the clothes on Rangiku's body were broken, almost unable to cover him, so he was going to take advantage of the gap in the battle to make a joke. Suddenly Aoki felt a pain in his chest. It turned out that Rangiku's fist aimed at him and gave him a hard blow. Hey, I saved you. Aoki cried out in pain, clutching his chest. Unexpectedly, at this time, Matsumoto Rangiku threw himself into Aoki's arms. Aoki. You be *****************. Why are you here now? Aoki suddenly felt the warmth coming from his arms, and suddenly his brain stopped thinking, and he couldn't say the words he had prepared to tease Rangiku. This is a bit too sudden. Aoki hesitated for a moment, but put his hand gently on Rangiku's back. At this time, Rangiku didn't know what to think. Seeing Aoki's playful smile, he couldn't help punching. But after punching Aoki's chest, the anger all over his body suddenly disappeared. What followed was the guilt of this punch. After all, Aoki came to save himself. Coupled with the isolated and helpless battle just now, he was seriously injured by two, who was like a relative. Every time on the verge of life and death, Matsumoto Rangiku's mind would flash the cheeky smile of Aoki, looking forward to the appearance of Aoki. So, after giving this punch, Matsumoto Rangiku hugged him tightly. Aoki. You be ******************. Matsumoto Rangiku also felt something wrong in Aoki's arms at this time, but he was embarrassed to break free. Instead he clenched his small pink fist and lightly hammered Aoki twice. The sudden ambiguous atmosphere made Eyes Nanao feel embarrassed. At this moment, Nanao Eyes had no choice but to stroke her glasses lightly to ease the embarrassment in her heart. Miss Rangiku. Aoki gently stroked Matsumoto Rangiku's back, trying to comfort him. Suddenly, Aoki touched two hands and felt something was wrong. Huh? Aoki continued to touch with a strange face. Matsumoto Rangiku raised his head slightly, looking at Aoki's face. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku has gradually come to his senses, looking at Aoki with somewhat unnatural expression. After all, it was Matsumoto Rangiku who rushed up by himself just now, and it seems a little unreasonable to break free from his arms at this time. Matsumoto Rangiku was thinking wildly, and then heard Aoki mumbling. Miss Rangiku, I really don't like wearing underwear. I will buy it for you next time. Advertisement ding. Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu gained 543 points. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 92,213. Close black lens bracket. *****. I knew you had nothing good to say. Hey. Twist your ears. Aoki's screams made Eyes Nanao feel that she was a bit redundant here. Ahem, both of you. Eyes Nanao reminded from the side. Captain Hitsugaya's condition seems to be very bad. Do you want to pay attention? Hearing Eyes Nanao's reminder, Matsumoto Rangiku finally let go of Aoki's ear. HMPH, I'll settle the score with you later. Matsumoto Rangiku snorted coldly, folded his arms, and turned his head to observe the situation. Aoki also stood up slowly, patted the dirt on his body, and smiled mischievously to ease the embarrassment at this time. By this time Toshiro was already Bankai, floating in the air, holding Zanpakuto aloft, with no water gathered around his sword. Why did Captain Hitsugaya's wings disappear? Aoki looked at the scene in front of him and asked curiously. Hearing Aoki's words, Matsumoto Rangiku's expression changed. Not good. This is Captain Hitsugaya's unique move, he must not be allowed to use it. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro murmured, Dagoran Hiranmaru, frozen Hiranmaru. In an instant, water vapor filled the air and flakes of snowflakes fell from the sky. It looks like it's already been used. Aoki saw this scene with serious eyes. At this moment, each piece of snowflake in the sky contains enormous energy. The moment the enemy touches the snowflakes, ice flakes will bloom on his body, and when the ice flakes bloom 100, it is the moment of the end of life. It can be said that this is the ultimate move after Hitsugaya Toshiro Bankai, and it is the 10 types that ignore the attacks of the enemy and the enemy. Aoki had some headaches, and this trick naturally didn't work for him, but he wasn't the only one around. Within the scope of Toshiro Bankai, all people will be affected by this move. Why does it feel a bit cold in the air? Gongshin couldn't help hugging his shoulders and said tremblingly. Yo, dear Gong, only an ugly monster like you can feel the temperature, Charlotte said sarcastically. For a beauty of ice and snow like me, the lower temperature will only highlight my beauty. Ah, I forgot about you. Kuretsuchi Miyuri patted his head, took out a lighter-like switch, and pressed it. Charlotte let out a yelp of pain in an instant. Then Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned his head to look at the sky, and when he saw the figure of Hitsugaya Toshiro, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's pupils shrank slightly. Captain Aoki seems to be a bit out of line. There is no plan to solve Captain Toshiro's use of Bankai. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said to himself. It's a little troublesome now. Aoki looked serious, and then pulled out the Zanpakuto. Looks like it's time to try a new trick. At this time a new change took place on Zanpakuto. White veins suddenly appeared on the body of the original 9-ring Panlong broadsword. Advertisement. The white texture goes all the way up Aoki's arm, and finally converges to Aoki's right eye, forming a virtual mask. That's... Matsumoto Rangiku covered his mouth in surprise, as if shocked by Aoki's change. That's a false mask. Captain Aoki seems to have completed the hollow experiment on himself. Nanao Eyes stroked her glasses and said calmly. At this time, Eyes Nanao's heart was also full of turbulent waves. Although from Kyoraku Shunsui, it is learned that Aoki may have been able to grasp Hollow's information. But when she actually saw the process of Aoki Hollow, she was deeply shocked. The main thing is not Aoki Hollow's image, but Aoki's Reiatsu. Eyes Nanao has never seen such a powerful Reiatsu. Even in the heyday of Mr. Yamamoto, there is no way to reach this level. At this time, Eyes Nanao and Matsumoto Rangiku were still relatively far away from Aoki, so they didn't receive too much influence, but they felt breathless and their legs were heavy. If he was standing next to Aoki, within a step range, he would be knocked unconscious by Aoki's Reiatsu directly. The Shikai after adding Hollow, I don't know what effect it will have. Aoki snorted coldly, and rushed towards Hitsugaya Toshiro in an instant. The moment Toshiro approached, a snowflake quietly fell on Aoki's shoulder. In an instant, countless ice flowers bloomed on Aoki's body. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was expressionless, showing no mercy. There was a shocked look on Aoki's face, and then countless ice flowers bloomed on his face, gradually covering Aoki's whole body. Boom! The huge ice flower prism formed by Aoki suddenly fell from the air, and then smashed to pieces on the ground. Toshiro looked back coldly, pronounced Aoki's death sentence in his heart, then turned his head and pointed the knife at Matsumoto Rangiku and Nanao Eyes. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku and Eyes Nanao felt baffled when they saw the scene in front of them. Why is Captain Hitsugaya swinging a knife in the air? Aoki is standing next to him. Can he see it? After Matsumoto Rangiku said this, he was suddenly shocked, cannot, and stopped talking. She knew at this time that Aoki Zanpakuto's ability may have something to do with the illusion. This feeling made her suddenly think of a person, Aizen Sosuke. This situation is similar to the feeling of being hit by Kyoka Suigetsu. It seems that Captain Aoki is really a dangerous person. Eyes Nanao slowly stroked her eyes, looked at the sky and said nothing. At this time, Aoki, after using Zanpakuto's ability to deceive Hitsugaya Toshiro, raised the hilt of his sword and hit Toshiro hard on the neck. Toshiro suffered from pain, with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, and then quickly fell down. Then Aoki swung his knife towards the sky, and the snowflakes in the sky quickly disappeared, turning into water droplets and falling on the ground. Aoki followed the raindrops and stabbed Toshiro, who was lying on the ground. The real you should be Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th division of Seireitei, not a puppet of the Quincy master, Aoki murmured. With the stabbing of the knife, Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes gradually cleared up, and the dark complexion on his body gradually faded, revealing the original skin color. Aoki. Good boy. Hitsugaya Toshiro woke up, saw Aoki, said only one word, and then passed out. Chapter 79. The release of Aizen is on the agenda. 4th update, please subscribe. Seeing that Toshiro fell into a coma, Matsumoto Rangiku and Eyes Nanao rushed up. Eyes Nanao urgently stopped Toshiro's injury with Kaido, and then turned to report to Aoki. Captain Hitsugaya's life is not in danger. Aoki nodded slightly. Just now he used Zanpakuto's ability to wake up Hitsugaya Toshiro in time. After obtaining Hollow, Aoki found that his Zanpakuto had undergone more changes, and added an ability to eliminate the lies that Aoki believed. Just now Aoki decided that the fact that Toshiro was a zombie was a lie, so he removed Toshiro's zombie form. Matsumoto Rangiku stepped forward to observe Toshiro's injuries, and then turned to complain to Aoki. "This is our ex-captain. Why are you attacking so hard? You be asterisk 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 D." After that, Matsumoto Rangiku hammered Aoki with a small powder fist. "Ouch, shoulder hurts. Captain Hitsugaya must have been hurt just now," Aoki yelled in pain, clutching the spot where Rangiku hit. Ding! Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 368 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 92,038. Close black lens bracket. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately approached Aoki anxiously, but then seemed to realize that Aoki used this trick all the time. He turned his head away immediately. "I don't remember Captain Hitsugaya touching your shoulder?" Aoki froze for a moment, immediately realized that he had been spotted, and smiled awkwardly. "Well, it's mainly because I was too fast just now, and I got twisted. It should be the foot that is so fast. The main reason is that the wind resistance is too large." Matsumoto Rangiku immediately expressed that he didn't want to communicate anymore, took Nanao Aiza's hand and walked to the side. Seeing this, Aoki quickly shouted, "Hey, don't go, 583, who will help?" Seeing the figures of the two walking farther and farther away, Aoki suddenly became anxious. "I said, Miss Rangiku, Toshiro was our former captain. You left him on the ground? Let me carry it alone?" Aoki sat down decadently, glanced at Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was in a coma, with a displeased expression on his face. On the other side, the Arrancars fought with the zombie army. And Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Giselle, smiled and remained silent. "What's the matter, Captain?" Giselle pretended to be scared. "Do you think the two people behind me look familiar?" At this time, behind Giselle, Muguruma Kensai and Atoribashi Rojiro stood silently, with dark skin, which seemed to be the same condition as Hitsugaya Toshiro. Unexpectedly, there are so many good things on your side." The corners of Kuretsuchi Miyuri's mouth slightly raised, showing an excited expression. "It seems that you were very proud of manipulating this unconscious zombie, little thing." Kuretsuchi Miyuri smiled slightly, waved his hands, several needles flew out of his sleeves, and flew towards Giselle's back. Giselle was a little incomprehensible when she saw the scene in front of her. "Uncle Blame, what if you hit the target? They're already there." Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Giselle with some amusement, and then took out the same needle from his hand. "Advertisement, your zombification is transmitted through blood, right?" Giselle pretended to be cute and tilted her head to look at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. "This zombification requires different amounts of blood depending on the opponent's Reiatsu. For a normal Shinigami, a drop of blood may be enough, but for a captain-level Shinigami, a large amount of blood will be needed to reach the heart. Hitsugaya Toshiro and the two captains both have dark brown skin, which is probably why." Kuretsuchi Miyuri explained in a calm tone. Giselle suddenly felt some anxiety in her heart, and looked back at the two zombie captains, but they didn't move at all. Giselle was shocked. He just gave the attack command to the two zombie captains. "Can't be manipulated." Kuretsuchi Miyuri opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. "My medicine can change the composition of that blood." Giselle tilted her neck, not understanding what the other person was saying. "I have blood samples from all members of Gode 13 in my hand. Based on this sample, I can make a medicine that replaces blood outside the sample, with blood sample I made." "I don't know what you're talking about, uncle." Giselle's smile gradually froze. Even though he couldn't understand the other party's speech, he could still sense the other party's confidence. At this time, the zombies behind him can no longer be controlled, and Giselle is looking for a new solution in her mind. "To put it simply, your zombie will become my zombie," Kuretsuchi Miyuri grinned. Afterwards, Giselle felt 2 figures behind him surround him. With a flash of a knife, Giselle is pierced by Zanpakuto of Atoribashi Rojiro. Thanks for listening. Stuff. On the other side, Aoki, with Hitsugaya Toshiro on his back, followed behind Matsumoto Rangiku and Nanao Aiza with a helpless expression. "Big sister, Toshiro is your captain anyway. Can you help me out? I'm so tired," Aoki complained helplessly behind him. Matsumoto Rangiku stopped, turned his head, looked at Aoki, frowned and said, "Hey, Captain Aoki, doesn't your shoulder hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. After carrying Captain Hitsugaya on my back, my shoulders are fine," Aoki grinned. Then Matsumoto Rangiku walked into Aoki's side and helped Aoki lift Hitsugaya. "Yeah, it's really devastated. Even if the war is over, it will probably take a lot of time for Seireitei to return to its previous state." Kiraku Shunsui's voice suddenly appeared. Aoki turned around and saw Kiraku Shunsui walking among the ruins with a very emotional expression. Aoki was just about to speak when he heard Matsumoto Rangiku's angry voice. "Don't talk sarcastic, old and young, CJDC, hurry up and help." Jingle instantly recovered from the emotion just now, walked towards Aoki with a smile on his face, and helped Hitsugaya Toshiro lift it onto his body. "Captain Jingle, I really have you. Our subordinates are calling back and forth, you old man is shopping here." At this time, Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui held Toshiro's arm, and walked slowly towards the 4th Division. Hey, as the captain, even in wartime, the work you have to deal with is not just fighting, Kiraku Shunsui said with a smile on his face, bowing his head slightly. Aoki rolled his eyes, no one would believe such words. Advertisement, I always feel that there must be no good for you, an old boy, Aoki said to Kiraku Shunsui at this time. I wonder if the job handover from Captain Aoki is over? Hurry up and return Shishu to me, I still have a lot of things waiting for her to do. Kiraku Shunsui didn't answer directly, but quietly changed the subject. Are you kidding? Nanao has only been here for one day. Aoki became anxious when he heard this. I finally have a good and obedient glasses girl in my team. Although I borrowed it, I have to stay in the 8th team for a few days. Nanao noticed the conversation between the two, stroked the glasses on her face, and remained silent, not knowing what was going on in her heart. Suddenly, everyone noticed that two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Kiraku Shunsui and Aoki looked at Muguruma Kensai and Atoribashi Rojiro across the street with serious eyes at the same time. The condition of the two captains doesn't seem to be very good. Kiraku Shunsui lowered his head slightly, and the brim of his hat covered his face. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid, this is my latest zombie leader. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice sounded from not far away, and then his figure appeared in front of everyone. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the scene in front of him with a little helplessness. Captain Nirvana, I don't remember that in Gode 13, there is such a thing as attacking one's own people. I saved them. If it weren't for me, these two people would have killed all directions in Jinglingding. Kuretsuchi Miyuri walked to Kiraku Shunsui and Aoki, his face was full of complacency. Then, he noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro, who had turned into a zombie, had returned to normal facial skin at this time, was being carried by Kiraku Shunsui and Aoki, breathing smoothly, and seemed to have recovered. There was a hint of surprise in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes, and then gave Aoki a meaningful look. I'm afraid the 4th squad has no way to deal with captain-level injuries. Send it to me. Hearing that Kuretsuchi Miyuri took the initiative to take on the responsibility of rescue, Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. He has been exhausted for the past 2 days. Save this one, just that one, I didn't even have a mouthful of hot plain soup. After delivering Hitsugaya Dashiro to Nirvana and being picked up by the other party, Aoki stretched and prepared to say goodbye to Kiraku Shunsui and Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Wait a minute, Captain Aoki. Kiraku Shunsui stopped Aoki slowly. What are you doing again, please? My workload has seriously exceeded the standard these 2 days, okay. Please give me some time, I want to discuss work with Nanao. Before Kiraku Shunsui could finish speaking, Aoki immediately refused with a righteous look on his face. Kiraku Shunsui showed a little helplessness on his face, but he still got the words out of his mouth. About the release of Aizen. We need to get the consent of room 46 as soon as possible. After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was listening on the sidelines, narrowed his eyes slightly. What, Aizen? Absolutely impossible. As soon as Matsumoto Rangiku heard Aizen, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. She doesn't care what kind of captain Kiraku Shunsui is, Aizen has a deep hatred with her. This matter is not for Miss Rangiku to decide. Kiraku Shunsui squinted his eyes, not surprised by Rangiku's reaction at all. At this moment, in the ceiling court, countless beams of light suddenly burst out. All eyes are attracted by these beams of light. Aoki can perceive that the positions of these beams of light are all Quincy masters in the jingling court. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the number of beams of light reaching the sky in Seireitei and murmured. It's not good. Now it's not the jingling court, but the Lingwang Palace. It's also in danger. Chapter 80. The man known as the Sword God. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Thank you for your reward. Reiwang Palace, Amadasanda. Shut up and F*K them all together, yo, from now on, it's the battle of Team Zero. Ermaiwu Wangyue took out a Zanpakuto, held it up straight, and pointed it at the 4 members of the pro guards in front of him. Before Yuhabak summoned the personal guards, the advantage of the Zero team was almost reversed. Fortunately, the cage was completed in time, and Yuhabak and the others were trapped in the delivery bed, made by Kiryu that can absorb spiritual seeds. Huh? Is it because I haven't drawn the knife for a long time? Why does the blade feel a little shaking? Naimea Wangyue checked his Zanpakuto with some doubts. At this moment, one of the members of the pro guards, Street M. Gerard, rushed out instantly and slashed down with a knife. Ermaiwu Wangyue looked up and saw the knife, and one leaned back to hide. Ouch. The waist is a bit hard. Ermaiwu Wangyue thumped his old waist with a little pain. You really know how to hide, Gerard roared loudly. The beauty of a man is to dodge. Leave me alone, yo, double bet. Ermaiwu Wangyue pushed the sunglasses on his face confidently, very satisfied with his rap. Really, next. Gerald roared, ready to swing the knife again, but felt a chill in his chest for no reason. Next, change me, bend down, and get it done for you. Ermaiwu Wangyue instantly appeared under Gerald's body, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already pierced into Gerald's body. Gerald fell to the ground slowly with an expression of disbelief, until the 2 Wu Wangyu's knives were drawn out, but no blood flowed out. After about a moment, blood spewed out from Gerald's wound. The other 3 members of the pro guard were stunned by the scene in front of them. No way. Lethal D. Aiken stared at this scene with his eyes widened. Why not? Ermaiwu Wangyu's voice sounded. Who do you think I am? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Ermaiwu Wangyue. The most popular member of Team Zero, Ermaiwu Wangyue stretched out her finger, very confident said. Although there are only 5 people in the Zero division, and his so-called popularity is only welcomed by the Zanpakuto he created. My knife, one swing is one death. Ermaiwu Wangyu's voice gradually became colder, and he had to resolve this battle in a short time. Get rid of the pro guards before you can get close to Fuhabak. Please don't use this kind of deceiving trick, the holy character ex-Lijibalo said disdainfully. Just with your knife soaked in jelly, even the blade can shake, and you can kill Gerald? Li Jibaluo raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the two Wu Wangyue. Huh? Ermaiwu Wangyu tilted his head and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. Boom. A huge sound appeared, which was caused by the recoil of Li Jibaluo's weapon. After the sound rang out, the scene of two Wu Wangyue being pierced by bullets did not appear in Li Jibaluo's mind. What? Li Jibaluo's only opened right eye widened at this moment, feeling very surprised. It's nothing, it's just that this knife just split your bullet in half, Ermaiwu Wangyue said nonchalantly as he tapped his ear with his little finger. Li Jibaluo narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became serious the next time. Bang, 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 advertisement Li Jibaluo kept pulling the trigger, and countless bullets rushed towards the two Wu Wangyue. Ermaiwu Wangyue quickly waved Zanpakuto once, and slowly approached Li Jibalo again. The wielded Zanpakuto seems to have a phantom, forming an impenetrable knife net in front of Ermaiwu Wangyue. All the bullets that approached the two Wu Wangyus were cut in half and passed by the two Wu Wangyus. Seeing this scene in front of him, Li Jibaluo was greatly shocked. The next moment, a blade flashed, and the weapon in Li Jibaluo's hand was cut in half by two Zanpakuto of Wu Wangyue in an instant. What the hell? Puff! In the next moment, Tanaka's knife had already wiped Li Jibaluo's neck. After a while, Li Jibaluo fell to the ground slowly, blood gushing out from his neck. I wipe. Akins looked at the scene in front of him, feeling very incomprehensible. At this time, he was constantly thinking in his mind, as if he was looking for a countermeasure. Oh. Panita, another member of the Pro Guard, whose head was covered by clothing, couldn't see the specific appearance. The next moment, a Zanpakuto directly penetrated Panita's head, and Shunpo rushed to Panita's side and pulled out the Zanpakuto. Akins was shocked, because Ermaiwu Wangyue just passed by him, so fast, he didn't have time to react. Just when Akins was shocked, two Wu Wangyu's knives had arrived. Akins shrank his pupils, stared at the blade in front of him, and jumped up in an instant following the rhythm of the blade. If you follow the trajectory of the knife and jump backward, maybe you can reduce the damage you receive, Akins thought in his heart, but in the next second, the speed of the knife suddenly increased. Puff! Akins suffered a deep gash in the neck. It's really amazing, Ermaiwu Wangyue said appreciatively. With the cutting speed of my knife, I want to jump up at the moment of contact. I can't do this without seeing through the sharpness of the knife. Ermaiwu Wangyue turned around and looked at Yajin said slowly. Haven't you been seen through? Akins was lying on the ground with only one breath left, a little speechless. Puff! Wang Yu made another knife, and Yakins seemed to have died under Wang Yu's knife. This, sheath fu, is a failed work. Ermaiwu Wangyue looked at the corpse of Akins and said to himself. Because it is too sharp, the blade is very smooth, and even any blood will not stay on the blade for a moment. Oh, but in this way, people who sharpen knives for a living can't survive, Ermaiwu Wangyu said helplessly, tilting his neck. And the most important thing is that this knife doesn't have any scabbard to store it, so naturally there is no way to enter Sei Ling Ting. Ermaiwu Wangyue turned around at this time, looked at Yuhabak with an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. That's why I brought it into the Lingwang Palace so that he could have a chance to perform. Thank you, Yuhabak. Yuhabak watched the Ermaiwu Wangyue walking towards him slowly, but he still didn't speak, and the smile on his face didn't change a bit. It's not enough. The sudden appearance of a voice made Ermaiwu Wangyue stop in his tracks. Akins stood up slowly, seeming to be in some pain. I can be picked up by His Majesty only because I will not die under any circumstances. Very poor ability. I think so too. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. When I think of this ability, I will feel extremely deadly at any time. Seeing the figure of Yakins, Ermaiwu Wangyue sweated a little on his forehead. This guy, what's going on? I obviously hacked him to death. Ermaiwu Wangyue pointed his knife at Yakins again, ready to seize the opening and strike again the moment his opponent got up. My ability is the lethal dose. I can calculate the completely lethal dose of a substance that is 100% lethal, and I can control it arbitrarily. Huh? What the hell? Ermaiwu Wangyue was a little puzzled. You don't understand it, it's okay. I don't understand it very well, but it's fine if you don't understand it. Atkins got up from the ground in pain. Because even if you understand it, you will die later. As soon as the words fell, Ermaiwu Wangyue felt chest discomfort and then fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. I just controlled the lethal amount of blood in your body, that is to say, the more blood in your body, the closer you will be to death. Ermaiwu Wangyue was shocked, and then felt short of breath, joint pain all over his body, and the temperature of his body surface was also rising rapidly. 0. It's painful, you can't do anything, it's a fatal feeling. Akins stared at Ermaiwu Wangyue excitedly, then picked up the blood on the ground with his hands and sucked it hard. I understand. And so do I. Akins raised his head and looked at the sky, seemingly helpless. Wu Wangyue couldn't hold on any longer, and this person fell to the ground. You look down on me. No matter how you look at me, I feel like a low-level person. Aiken stood up and said coldly. Oh, I was very concerned about it before. No matter what, you can't have that magical ability like them. But later I also figured it out, this low-level temperament is also my advantage. Is it a bit gloomy? This part of my temperament is also my fatal point? Yakin slowly pulled out a Lingzi bow and arrow from the bracelet, ready to end the two Wu Wangyue. Wu Wangyue lay on the ground, seemingly unable to move due to physical discomfort, but managed to squeeze out a word despite the difficulty. Thank you for such a detailed explanation. Suddenly, Wang Yu aimed the Zanpakuto in his hand at his main artery and stroked it lightly. In an instant, blood gushed out from his neck. At the same time, Wu Wangyue stood up, rushed to Aiken's side, and swung his saber again. I'll go. Aikens looked at Wu Wangyue in shock, as if he didn't quite understand why the other party stood up suddenly. The more blood, the faster you die, right? Wu Wangyue covered her neck with her hands, but still couldn't stop the blood gushing out like a fountain. Then let the blood in the body be less, as long as I kill you before your lethal dose kills me. While speaking, Wu Wangyue's eyes gradually turned cold. Atkins looked at Wu Wangyue's expression, was slightly stunned, and then laughed. What, isn't this random? If you don't bleed yourself to death, you will be killed by your own blood. Hearing this, Wu Wangyue smiled slightly. Tenshiro. I'm coming. In an instant, behind Wu Wangyue, a large wave of bloody hot springs emerge. Forefather Chapter 81 Miss Rangiku, come and hug. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. What the hell? Aikens narrowed his pupils and looked at the scene in front of him. You have seen it in the shadow of Yuhabak. Wu Wangyue was wrapped in the bloody hot spring at this time, and seemed to have completely relieved from the offensive of the lethal dose. Tenshiro's hot spring is condensed with blood and Reiatsu. At this time, Atkins did not recover at all, and seemed unable to understand why Wu Wangyue was so angry at this time. He should obviously show symptoms of poisoning. At this time, Tianxilong of Kilin Temple quietly appeared behind Aikens, carrying a wooden handle commonly found in soup springs. What you saw before was the white hot spring, but now the red hot spring will replace all the lost blood with new ones. Huh? Aikens tilted his head and turned to look at Tianxiro of Kilin Temple behind him, with a puzzled expression on his face. Don't you understand? It's okay, anyway, you're going to die soon? Wang Yu learned what Aikens said before, and then raised the knife. In an instant, the knife light flashed. Aikens stood there in a daze. The figure of Wang Yu skipped past him just now, and Aikens felt a coldness in his chest. Aren't I handsome when I come back from the dead? Wang Yu asked coldly, carrying the sheath fu on his shoulders. It's really 993, yes, compared to me, it is indeed more handsome. People who look down on people, it seems to be me, Aikens muttered to himself. In the next second, blood spurted out. Okay, it's finally done, it's your turn, Yuhabak. Wu Wangyue turned around and looked at the man at the end. Yuhabak still didn't say anything, just opened his arms slightly and seemed to be moving. About Yuhabak's information, there is only the battle between Yamamoto and Ryuzai 8,000 years ago. Although Naimea Wangyue was very confident, he was also very cautious in his heart. Habak beheaded. I don't know what he will do. One attack should not be able to kill. Wu Wangyue turned in his heart, and then from the corner of his eye, he noticed Yuhabak's right hand. So, first cut off his right hand with a knife? Well, that's the deal. Wu Wangyue held the knife in both hands, and rushed towards Yuhabak. Yuhabak raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, the next second. Boom. The huge light of spiritual particles occupied the cage set up by the Zero Division, delivery. The light faded away. Wu Wangyue was still in place, with an expression of disbelief written all over his face. What's the situation? At this time, Wu Wangyue was dressed roughly, and said weakly, 2 big holes had been pierced through his shoulders. Holy. Hazard on the side looked calm and explained in a cold tone. Recycle unnecessary power and redistribute it to those who need it. The so-called secondary distribution of power. Those who are deprived of power will die, and those who are given great power will be reborn. As Hazard spoke, all members of the pro-guards who had been beheaded by Wu Wangyue stood up. The one who injured the 2 Wu Wangyue just now was Li Jaibaluo, who was holding a sniper rifle. Advertisement, holy piety is one of His Majesty's energies. It's not just transferring spirits, but transferring power. Therefore, your cage that can block spirits naturally has no blocking effect. Hazard said lightly, but it caused a severe blow to everyone in the Zero Division. A stronger power, Wu Wangyue said while enduring severe pain, who was seriously injured. So, the bullet that couldn't pierce me before can pierce it now? You got 2 things wrong. Li Jaibaluo raised the gun in his hand and replied seriously. First of all, this power is not a more powerful power, but the original power that I didn't have time to release just now. Second, it's never a bullet that runs through you. As soon as the words fell, Li Jaibaluo raised his hand and shot at the 2 Wu Wangyue. Boom. In a short moment, Kilin Temple Tenshiro and Hikafuna Kiryu appeared beside Armea Wangyue, and they held the weapons in their hands in front of them, trying to resist Li Jaibaluo's offensive. But then, their expressions changed. My ability is, all things penetrate. The so-called penetration means that no matter how many obstacles there are between me and the target, I can't resist it. Lee Jibaluo's tone was light, as if he was announcing the death penalty of the Zero Team. Tenshiro and Hikifuna Kiryu looked down, and saw that their weapons had been completely pierced by Lee Jibaluo. Ermaiwu Wangyu's eyes were blank at this time. A big hole was punched out in the abdomen by Lee Jibaluo, and the whole person had lost his vital signs. Hey, how many people, can you stand in a row and let me punch you through? Lee Jibaluo said condescendingly, facing the people of Team Zero, with a cold tone. In the jingling court, Aoki and Kyoraku Shunsui saw the explosive flash of the spiritual beam in the distance, and then quickly dissipated. Their faces were solemn. Aoki vaguely felt that there were not many Quincians of the Star-Crossed Knights left in the jingling court at this time. Almost all of them died under the holy light. It seems that Yubak has activated the Holy Farewell, except for the Quincy Master who brought to the Palace of the Soul King. The Quincy Master from Jingling Court has been abandoned. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said in a flat tone. Holy. Matsumoto Rangiku was puzzled when he heard the word. The so-called sanctification means that Yubak redistributes power to his subordinates. The Quincy who is deprived of power will lose his life, and the Quincy who is given power will greatly increase his strength. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, she glanced at Aoki's expression with interest. All of this is thanks to Captain Aoki, who captured several female Quincies and let us know this information. Female Quincy. As soon as Matsumoto Rangiku heard this word, he immediately thought of the Bambietta that Aoki tied with iron chains when he was in the 4th team. The other party also seems to call Aoki adult. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately looked at Aoki with a livid face. Aoki felt a little nervous when he was stared at by Rangiku, and immediately changed the subject. Ahaha, I never take credit for it. Captain Nee, don't talk nonsense. Oh, Captain Hitsugaya isn't doing well, hurry up. Aoki stepped forward and shook Hitsugaya to Shiro, and seeing that the other party didn't seem to wake up at all, he immediately put on a concerned expression. All right, Captain Aoki. Kyoraku Shunsui felt dizzy when he saw the scene in front of him. In the current situation, Kyoraku Shunsui can guess roughly. Since Yubak has already activated the sanctuary, it means that he has already fought against the Zero Team, and the battle is very fierce. Otherwise, Yubak would not be so anxious to improve his strength. There are two kinds of results after using sanctification. One is that after the Holy Farewell, Team Zero can still deal with it calmly. In this case, there is no big problem. The second kind, the consequences are a bit serious. Advertisement: if Yubak passes through the Holy Power, he will defeat Team Zero and enter the Palace of the Soul King. That's basically calling the Soul Society's death sentence. Hey, we are now, there is no need to delay, Captain Aoki. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed deeply, then looked at Aoki, as if waiting for his answer. Aoki was silent for a moment, then sighed slightly. Rangaku, you follow Naneo back to the 8th Division first, hand over the work and so on, and I will go with the leader of the Beijing band. After Aoki explained the matter, he will leave with Kyoraku Shunsui. Aoki. Matsumoto Rangiku rushed to Aoki's side at this time, first gave Kyoraku Shunsui a vicious look, and then turned to look at Aoki. You have to be careful, don't be tricked by this bad old man. Be careful when facing Aizen, don't be impulsive. Matsumoto Rangiku changed his usual demeanor at this time, and began to urge Aoki, who was about to leave. Aoki was surprised by Matsumoto Rangiku's sudden concern. At this time, he looked at Matsumoto Rangiku with a smile and said no more. Did you hear that, Aoki? Matsumoto Rangiku seemed a little annoyed that Aoki didn't speak. I heard it, come and give me a hug. Aoki felt that the atmosphere was almost over at this time. Women, the sign of falling, are often when they suddenly care about a man. Aoki understands this very well, and it's always said in TV dramas. So at this time, as long as you give some proper warmth, you will surely fall. Aoki spread his arms, ready to wrap Matsumoto Rangiku in his arms. Matsumoto Rangiku. Who wants you to hug me? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Ding, open black lens bracket feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings. Reiatsu increased by 768 points close black lens bracket. 5.8 current Reiatsu value, 92,438. Everyone present saw the scene of Matsumoto Rangiku beating Aoki, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Captain Aoki's strength is really erratic. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Aoki being beaten to the ground and shook his head with emotion. HMPH, a guy with no feelings. Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, Takumi said. It looks like Captain Aoki lost, but actually he won. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Kiraku Shunsui suspiciously, with a puzzled look on his face. Kiraku Shunsui pouted and motioned for Kuretsuchi Miyuri to continue observing. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes fell on Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku, and saw that Aoki was being ridden by Matsumoto Rangiku, and was being attacked by Miss Rangiku. Suddenly, there was a stab. The scene suddenly stopped. Kuretsuchi Miyuri and Kiraku Shunsui covered their eyes at the same time. Aoki stared blankly at his hands. Just now, in order to resist the offensive, he seems to have scratched something broken? Looking at Matsumoto Rangiku's body again, he had torn off a large piece of the deadly domineering outfit that had been shattered in the battle. Wang Defa. Aoki's eyes widened. Aoki, I'm going to kill you, Matsumoto Rangiku yelled loudly, blushing almost to the point of bleeding. Chapter 82 Let me take the blame? It is good. Naneo I won't give it. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. In front of the door of room 46, Aoki patted his head in a slightly rascally manner. Really, the jingling court has been made like this. How did these guys find a place to hold a meeting? Perhaps because of his previous life, Aoki has never had a good impression of this kind of organization. Obviously it is an emergency and when a decision needs to be made quickly, it is necessary to ask for the consent of these guys. Any key decisions must be made through Central 46. This is the rule established when Jingling was born. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the gate of Central 46 and patiently explained to Aoki. Aoki nodded slightly, of course he knew about this kind of thing, but he was very upset. However, the composition of the 46 rooms is closely related to the history of the Soul Society. To be honest, these are issues left over from history. After all, the rulers of the entire Soul Society are those nobles, and many captains, including Kiraku Shunsui, are of noble origin. Guys like Aoki from Rukongai are probably one of the few captains. Whatever, anyway, I'm here to make up the numbers. Aoki simply put his hands on the back of his head, pretending to be indifferent. Release Aizen, you can't make a decision casually, Captain Aoki. Kiraku Shunsui felt helpless in the face of Aoki's attitude. But Aoki was right about one thing. He came here this time to make up the numbers. Even if Aoki refuses to come, Kiraku Shunsui will go and release Aizen by himself. After all, the Soul Society is already in danger, and even Team Zero may find it difficult to defend against the offensive of Yamamoto 29. The Soul Society urgently needs a man who is strong in battle at this time, and this man is none other than Aizen. Although Aizen is also the enemy of the Soul Society, as far as the current situation is concerned, Aizen and the Soul Society are still living and dying together. Once the Soul Society is destroyed, Aizen will also be unlucky. The reason why Kiraku Shunsui wanted Aoki to come was mainly to test Aoki. To be honest, Kiraku Shunsui was very curious about Aoki's strength at this time. Especially after Aoki experienced the hollow experiment, the whole person has become so unpredictable that Kiraku Shunsui can't figure it out. But even so, Kiraku Shunsui did not dare to guarantee the fight. To be honest, in Kiraku Shunsui's mind, he had the intention of letting Aoki save Jingling, at least let Aoki play an unstoppable role in this battle. But based on the lack of understanding of Aoki, coupled with Aoki's usual performance, there is no way to take on the big responsibility. This kid, in the eyes of Kiraku Shunsui, is a guy who wants to sneak and play tricks anytime and anywhere. So Kiraku Shunsui thought for a while and decided that it would be safer to let Aizen out to help. Captain Aoki, after we go in, you don't have to do anything else. Kiraku Shunsui narrowed his eyes slightly. No need to do anything else. So I have to do one more thing? Aoki concluded from Kiraku Shunsui's words. Captain Aoki, it's good that you are in charge of going crazy when the time comes. Kiraku Shunsui turned his head and smiled slightly, which made Aoki feel astonished. Go crazy? Did the weird Uncle Jingle make a mistake? You called me over just to get mad? Aoki thought for a moment in his mind and came to a little conclusion. It seems that the captain of Jingle can't get used to these old guys. Aoki reacted after a moment of stupefaction and said dismissively. So it looks like I'm here to take the blame for you this time. In case the guys in room 46 hold grudges and sentence me to the infernal hell for a few 10,000 years, who should I ask for reason? Hearing this, Kiraku Shunsui's original smile remained unchanged, but he said seriously. Advertisement, Captain Aoki, although I don't know much about your strength, but judging from your performance against Kenpachi, who in the entire Jingling court is qualified to escort you to the endless hell. Aoki froze for a moment, then smiled happily. You're right, I'm relieved when I say that, I just need to get mad. Aoki put his hand on Kiraku Shunsui's shoulder slightly, and said in a tone that no one else could hear. You old boy, you're going to let me bear the wrath of room 46, you really have a heart. Even if there is no one in Seireitei who is my opponent, when Aizen's affairs are messed up, you throw the blame on me and let everyone in Seireitei hunt you down. Where do you want me to go? Kiraku Shunsui felt Aoki's seemingly absent killing intent. The smile froze on his face at this moment, showing embarrassment. I've made a decision. Ms. Naneo will stay in my 8th squad. Do you have any objections? Aoki took advantage of the fire at this time. No. No comment. Captain Aoki's heart is much bigger than mine. Kiraku Shunsui smiled awkwardly, embarrassed to refuse. At this time, the two of them had their own ghosts, and slowly opened the door of room 46. Aoki was in a good mood and walked behind Kiraku Shunsui very low-key. To be honest, he didn't care about Kiraku Shunsui's tricks on him. Even if things go to the worst, Aizen's affairs are messed up, and all the scapegoats are taken by him, Seireitei will have no place to stand. Then Aoki, is not afraid either. Even if it is all hunted down, I am afraid that all the captains together are not Aoki's opponent today. At worst, go to Hueco Mundo and abduct all the big sisters of Seireitei. At this time, Aoki is still wearing the Hueco Mundo Emperor hat on his head because of the prank of the virtual power. At this time, the door of room 46 opened, Laquanshui and Weimu slowly walked into the venue. Jing, I've already discussed your top performance. As soon as Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui walked in, they heard the guy in the 46 room with the wooden sign marked 2 speaking. Rejected. Absurd proposal. How is it possible to cast Aizen? Don't you think Soul Society isn't messy enough? The whole Central 46 was in a mess, and there were constant sounds of slapping the table and cursing. There is no doubt that they were all cursing Jingle for losing his mind. Aoki looked at the scene in front of him, slightly astonished. Ah, this? I thought room 46 was such a high-end place, but I didn't expect it to be like a bathhouse. Aoki muttered to himself. You brat over there, what are you talking about? The number 8 heard Aoki's words and pointed the gun at Aoki. I said, there is no difference between the 46 room and the bathhouse. Aoki was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party's ears to be so sensitive, but he repeated the words. B***************. Where did you come from? Kiraku, is this the new captain of Gode 13? Why are they all a bunch of vulgar fellows? Removal, must be dismissed. Kiraku Shunsui tugged at Aoki's corner in a little embarrassment, and said in a tone undetectable by others. Captain Aoki, it's not time to go crazy. Aoki rolled his eyes. He wasn't going to get mad, he was just sighing silently. He didn't expect that these guys were really sensitive. Advertisement crack. Crack. Kiraku Shunsui clapped his hands lightly, imbuing Reiatsu's hitting sound to be much louder than usual. If there is no Reiatsu person, at such a close distance, I am afraid that Kiraku Shunsui will be deafened. The scene fell silent instantly. Aoki plucked his ears helplessly, and then heard Kiraku Shunsui say slowly. Captain Aoki's appointment was approved by room 46. Furthermore, Captain Aoki has achieved outstanding results in this war. If there is no Captain Aoki, there are a few adults here. I am afraid that I will not be able to attend the meeting on time. Kiraku Shunsui's words gradually turned cold, making it difficult for the people in room 46 to speak loudly. Captain Jingle, this time we are not here to discuss Captain Aoki. Let's talk about Aizen. This person, Aizen, must not be released. His threat is even greater than that of the 580th Division. That's right, Aizen Sosuke, what a disaster for the Soul Society. What good will it do us if such a person is released? The grown-ups at the scene started whimpering as they talked to each other. Go crazy. Go crazy. Kiraku Shunsui whispered in Aoki's ear. Aoki immediately stepped forward when he heard about it. A bunch of idiots. Aoki's 4 big characters were deafening, making the noisy room 46 instantly quiet. You rude fellow, one of them couldn't help but speak. Boom. In an instant, the number 14 in front of this person was instantly shattered, and a frightened face was revealed in front of everyone. The number 14 yelled and quickly got under the table. Seeing this scene, Aoki shook his head helplessly. These shady guys. Do you think Aizen is more of a threat than Yhwach? Has Aizen attacked the Soul King's palace? Now Yhwach has rushed to the palace of the Soul King with his personal guards. If you don't hurry up, the Soul Society will be destroyed by Yhwach. When the time comes, where are you guys planning to stay? Aoki looked around coldly and shouted loudly. Lingwang Palace has the royal family's personal guards. How can it fail so easily? One of the people in the 46 room retorted, but there was a little lack of confidence in his words. Squad 0. Aoki said disdainfully, looking in the direction of the voice. The strength of the personal guard brought by Yhwach is stronger than the combined strength of the Quincy's in Jinglingding. Furthermore, through holy sanctification, Yhwach added all the power of the Star-Crossed Knights to the 4 members of the personal guard. What do you think is the chance of Team 0 winning this battle? At this remark, the audience was in an uproar. Kiraku Shunsui stared blankly at Aoki with a puzzled expression. This kid, how does he know more information than me? Chapter 83. Won't you take the initiative to find me, stinky man? Open black lens bracket. Neil begging big brothers to subscribe, close black lens bracket. Room 46 was silent for a long time after hearing Aoki's words. After a while, there was a sound of vicissitudes in the 46 room. If Aizen is out of control, who will be responsible for this matter? Even if it is to defeat Yhwach, Aizen is not so easy to control. Hearing this, Aoki turned his gaze to Kiraku Shunsui behind him. This kind of thing is beyond his Aoki's ability to decide. Although Aoki has a way to fight against Aizen, but to control Aizen, I am afraid that no one can do it. This kind of cheating work should be handed over to the captain of Jingle behind him. After all, Aoki is not stupid. If you answer this question wrong, you will really be blamed. At this moment, Kiraku Shunsui sighed slightly and stepped forward. About Aizen's problem, if something happens, I will bear it. The key to the endless hell, I will bury him in my heart. Once Aizen kills me, or prepares to resist, I will commit suicide, and the endless hell will be closed forever. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, everyone in room 46 fell into discussion. Aoki was startled when he heard it, and immediately leaned into Kiraku Shunsui's ear and asked. You guy, aren't you going to let me go with you? The infernal hell is closed, isn't it going to lock me in there too? You old silver coin. Kiraku Shunsui smiled helplessly, then looked at Aoki, and said embarrassedly. How about I let Naneo wear a miniskirt? Aoki was silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. You can't count your words, old silver coins. I have to say, Kiraku Shunsui really got it right and Aoki got it right. But Aoki doesn't care, he won't let Aizen do anything out of the ordinary. At this time, Aoki's strength should be almost the same as that of Aizen. What's more, Aizen's limbs and 5 sense organs are all sealed, and his overall strength can't be displayed much. The people in room 46 whispered and then slowly fell silent. 3 keys, liberate the right eye, mouth, and left ankle respectively. This is the greatest sincerity of my soul society. Captain Jingle, are you satisfied now? Hearing that the people in room 46 made a concession, Kiraku Shunsui smiled slightly, and then nodded. We have made a decision. The timing of releasing Aizen is at the discretion of Captain Kiraku Shunsui. The meeting is over. After a while, Aoki followed Kiraku Shunsui out of room 46. This group of guys are really cowardly, Aoki couldn't help complaining. Don't speak nonsense. Captain Aoki, Kiraku Shunsui quickly stopped Aoki's words. At this time, he had just obtained the consent of the people in room 46 and obtained the key to infernal hell. They feel there is something to be dissatisfied with. The most important thing right now is to prepare for the release of Aizen. Kiraku Shunsui stroked his heart lightly, and then took out a key from his pocket. Advertisement. This is the result of the game against the 46 chambers. Kiraku Shunsui needs to embed the key of infernal hell into his heart, and grow together with the heart. In this way, Jingla became the key to unlock the infernal hell. As long as he died, the infernal hell would be closed forever. Follow me to Squad 4, Captain Aoki. Kiraku Shunsui smiled slightly. This kind of surgery, except for Captain Unohana, no one else can do it. Miss Wa. Aoki froze for a moment. But then he was relieved. Indeed, this kind of operation, I am afraid that only Sister Wa can do it. Squad 4 is the medical unit in Gode 13. Sister Wa is the captain of Squad 4, and her medical skills are basically among the best in Jinglingding. The operation that Kiraku Shunsui is going to perform is to implant an organ that does not belong to him into the heart. The heart is the most important organ. Once the heart is damaged, the Shinigami will be in danger of life. This is the same as the human beings in this world. Although Shinigami's bodies are made of spirit particles, overall, the body structure is similar to that of humans. Except the weirdo of Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Although the equipment of the 4th division has disappeared, the most important thing for this kind of operation is the level of the doctor. Although I also thought about letting Captain Nee do the surgery for me, but that guy studies the corpse more. I'm afraid he'll kill me. Kiraku Shunsui and Aoki walked on the way, shaking his head and sighing. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, Aoki couldn't help laughing. Indeed, Captain Nee's methods, although clever, are unbearable for ordinary people. At this time, the Jingling court was in ruins, and there were collapsed invisible imperial buildings everywhere. Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui walked on the road, looking at the surrounding scenes, couldn't help sighing. I don't know how much it will cost to repair. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head helplessly. Although it is said that the buildings of the Invisible Empire collapsed, judging from the information of the Quincy division, the Invisible Empire was built on the basis of the shadow of Jinglingding. Therefore, it is very possible that when the Invisible Empire disappears, the buildings of the Jingling court will also be destroyed in the same way. Don't think so much, Beijing bandleader. If you lose the war, you don't have to think about repairs. Aoki put his hands in his pockets and couldn't help joking. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the kid in front of him speechlessly, as if the existence of Jinglingding had nothing to do with Aoki. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. Captain of the 13th Division, Jashiro Yukataki. Jashiro, what a coincidence, Kiraku Shunsui greeted first. Jashiro Yukataki was pale and seemed to be weak from a long illness. Is Yuhabak going to break into the Soul King's palace? Jashiro Yukataki asked silently. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes showed a look of surprise. You know, Jashiro Yukataki didn't have as much information as him. How could he know that Yuhabak launched a holy breaking into the Soul King's palace? Besides, no one is clear about the situation in the Lingwang Palace at this time, and Yuhabak's victory over Team Zero is just speculation by everyone in Jingle at this time. It seems that you know more than me. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes gradually became serious. Jashiro Yukataki didn't answer directly, but turned his head and glanced behind him slightly. Aoki was watching the two of them from the side. At this time, following Jashiro Yukataki's eyes, he saw the shadow behind the other party, condensed into a formation similar to eyes. God hexagram, foresee it happening, Jashiro Yukataki said lightly. God's hexagram. Has it been completed by you? Kiraku Shunsui's facial expression didn't change, but there was a flash of emotion in his eyes. It's done. Where are you and Captain Aoki going? Aoki immediately lived in Bangbu when he heard this. Advertisement, Captain Jashiro. Don't you have a god? Why didn't you foresee what I would do with the leader of the Beijing band? Jashiro Yukataki seemed a little emotional when he heard Aoki's Shuni question. Ahem, some strength, but I can't use it. Okay Captain Aoki, don't embarrass Jashiro, he is not in good health. Kiraku Shunsui helplessly interrupted the communication between the two. We are going to the 4th squad for a little surgery, Aoki continued. Captain Jashiro, you must pay attention to your health these days. You can live a long life with a better body. Afterwards, Wimu was pulled back by Kiraku Shunsui. Jashiro Yukataki looked at Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui who were going away, and muttered in his mouth. I can live. A little longer. Why don't I want to? At this time, Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui were walking on the road, sighing helplessly. Captain Jashiro's hexagram has been completed. If Yuhabak kills the Soul King, the Soul Society will be shaken, and Captain Jashiro will definitely sacrifice his life for righteousness. At this time, no one can save him. Aoki is very helpless, but this is Jashiro's own choice. Although he can also intervene, but in this case, Jashiro will sacrifice his life to summon the right hand of the Soul King. Even if Aoki can help stabilize the Soul Society, it still needs the power of the right hand of the King of Souls. The right hand of the Spirit King is now dependent on Jashiro Yukitake for life and death, and Aoki doesn't know how to save the captain. After a while, Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui walk to the position of the 4th team. After several battles, there are not many members left in the 4th division. Even the troops that specialize in medical treatment will not face the Quincy divisions directly, but they will suffer heavy losses in the impact of the battle. In today's 4th division, there are only a handful of people who can really save the lives of the players. That's why Yunohana Retsu was called back to the 4th division so quickly. Money is good. At this time, Yunohana Retsu was treating the wounded in the hall temporarily built by the 4th squad. Feeling Aoki's Reiatsu, Yunohana Retsu immediately put down what he was doing and ran towards Aoki. Captain Yunohana. My wounds haven't been stitched yet. A member of the team looked at Yunohana Retsu's leaving back in horror and wanted to shout, but because of the serious injury, he don't dare to make big moves. Okay, let me do the next operation. Katetsu Izan took over Yunohana Retsu's work considerably at this time. Aoki looked at Yunohana Retsu who was running and felt warm in his heart. Xiao Lily. Aoki smiled and opened his arms, but then, Yunohana Retsu rushed into Aoki's arms, causing him to scream loudly. Ah, my waist. One of Yunohana Retsu's hands had already pinched Aoki's waist lightly, and then twisted slowly. Didn't you say you would do the experiment? Why can't you be seen? Yunohana Retsu looked at Aoki with a smile, but she had already gritted her teeth while speaking. Didn't you leave me and run away? Aoki wanted to quibble, but suddenly realized something was wrong. It's clear that Sister Wa ran away. How can you blame me on Aoki? Then you won't take the initiative to come to me, stinky man. The smile on Sister Hua's face was even better, and then she increased the strength of her palm. Chapter 84 Uno Flower. Men can't change their minds. Please subscribe from the big guys. Aoki's painful wailing echoed in the makeshift lobby of the 4th division. At this time, the team members receiving treatment in the 4th team all looked sideways, seeing Aoki screaming in pain. They were so frightened that they quickly lay down. Listen to the sound. Captain Aoki is seriously injured. Hey, the offensive of the Quincy division is really fierce, and several captain-level bosses have been recruited. Didn't you say that the treatment at the captain level has been transferred to the 11th team? Why did Captain Aoki come here? The several Shinigami who were lying on the hospital bed were whispering to each other at the moment, obviously hearing the sound. They thought their stomachs were seriously injured. Shut up everyone. Katetsu Izan patted one of the Shinigami on the head. You be **************** D. Your intestines are leaking out and you're still like 8 trigrams. Although Katetsu Izan said so, he was also watching Yunohana Retsu and Aoki from the corner of his eye. Of course she knew that Yunohana Retsu and Aoki Tadami already had a special relationship at this time. At this time, the soul of 8 trigrams was burning in the heart of Mr. Katetsu Izan, the vice captain of Division 4. Little Retsu. Be gentle. Aoki begged for mercy under Yunohana Retsu's offensive. Smelly man, it's been a while since I've seen you, and you're planning to fool me with sweet words? Yunohana Retsu was not affected by Aoki at all, and continued to increase the offensive in his hands. That, too. Kiraku Shunsui smiled awkwardly. Obviously, this kind of scene, as Kiraku Shunsui, who has been a bachelor for hundreds of years, is a bit difficult. The dog food will choke him to death. Okay, can the two of you follow me to do some business first? Kiraku Shunsui's voice finally caught Yunohana Retsu's attention. Oh, is there any urgent matter at this time, Master Chief? Taking advantage of Yunohana Retsu's distraction, Aoki finally escaped Yunohana Retsu's clutches. Lie, I really have something serious to do this time. Aoki said with a straight face. Afterwards, the two told Yunohana Retsu about the key to hell. Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui, and after a while, sighed slightly. You two. You are really brave. That Aizen guy, did you just let him go? As the villain of the Soul Society thousands of years ago, Yunohana Retsu is the only Shinigami who can fight against Aizen besides Yamamoto Genryuzai. Of course, before Aizen gained the Hogyoku evolution, and without Aoki's hand. At this time, Aizen, even Yunohana Retsu, can hardly be said to be able to fight against. I don't need Captain Unajiwa to worry about this matter. I came to you for help just to solve this matter. Kiraku Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat, covering his serious eyes. In that case, then come with me. After a moment of silence, Yunohana Retsu turned and walked towards a room. Advertisement, I prepared this place for something special, and now I'll use it as an operating room for you. Yunohana Retsu squinted her eyes and said softly, then fixed her eyes on Aoki. Aoki could not help shivering when he felt Sister Hua's hot gaze. He still can't tell, this room is specially prepared by Sister Hua for him. Kiraku Shunsui shrugged, then glanced at Aoki and walked in. Aoki was planning to take a stroll outside, but Yunohana Retsu grabbed Aoki by the ear and dragged him in together. Little lie. You should be gentle. The ear was pulled off by you. Aoki bent over and grinned, and was dragged along by Yunohana Retsu, CJDI. When passing by the injured Shinigami, Aoki could clearly feel the shock in other people's eyes. Am I not mistaken? Is this the gentle Captain Yunohana? My god. Captain Aoki is too miserable. The relationship between these two seems a bit. Boom. A Shinigami spoke halfway, and Katetsu Izan was hit on the head and his head collapsed. Some things, it's better not to say them. Katetsu Izan held a bandage and ointment in his hand, with killing intent in his eyes. The Shinigami who were stared at by Katetsu Izan all showed panic expressions, and then gradually calmed down. During the treatment of the 4th Division, Shinigami who was present did not know that the most terrifying thing about the 4th Division was not the smiling Captain Unohana. It's the vice captain with short hair. When giving medicine to the team members, they completely disregarded other people's feelings. Aoki followed Unohana Retsu into the room while everyone was watching. No, sir, lie down there. Unohana Retsu pointed out that there was a bed in the center of the room, but this bed was very different from the general operating bed. Aoki looked at the bed in the room and couldn't help being in a daze for a moment. What the hell? It's the bed for surgery, it's Simmons, Aoki complained silently in his heart. It seems that this room is where Sister Wa is going to do experiments with herself, so she didn't run away. Aoki didn't expect that Sister Wa actually seriously prepared this matter for herself. But Kyoraku Shunsui didn't care at all, just took off his upper body silently, and then lay on the bed peacefully, with a look of death as if at home. After all, burying the key of infernal hell in the heart, and connecting it with the preamble of the heart, to the point of destroying the dead key, this kind of operation is a big deal. Aren't you going to take anesthesia? Kyoraku Shunsui was lying on the bed, watching Unohana Retsu silently preparing the scalpel with his back on his back. Chunin couldn't help muttering, so he tried to ask. At this point Unohana Retsu was ready, holding a lancet in both hands, and slowly walked towards Kyoraku Shunsui. Won't you take anesthesia? Kyoraku Shunsui always felt a little flustered. Aoki, take care, for this kind of surgery, you first need to open the man's heart, and then see what it looks like inside. Unohana Retsu seemed not to have heard Kyoraku Shunsui's words, and said to the sleepy stomach with a smile. Huh? Aoki looked puzzled, looked at Kyoraku Shunsui, then at Sister Wa, and said puzzledly. I don't know how to do surgery. Are you sure you don't want to learn? Unohana Retsu's tone suddenly became calm. Advertisement Aoki clearly felt that the lancet in Sister Hua's hand seemed to have a flash of light. Learn. Xiao Lili, you continue to talk. Aoki didn't dare to speak loudly, so he could only bite the bullet and listen. Captain Unohana, do you not take anesthesia? Kyoraku Shunsui was already panicking at this time. Even though he is the captain of Godei 13th Division, he was lying on the bed and let others slaughter him. This is the first time in my life. Besides, the current Captain Unohana seems to be a bit out of order. I asked about the anesthetic 3 times, but there was no response. The fear in Kyoraku Shunsui's heart suddenly surfaced. Aoki, let's see what a man's heart looks like, shall we? Unohana Retsu resumed her smiling expression. Okay. Aoki was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. No matter how nervous he was, he could hear something was wrong at this moment. Sister Wa is implying him. Anesthetic. Ah, Kyoraku Shunsui wanted to mention the anesthetic again, but Unohana's lancet had already penetrated his chest like lightning, and then Unohana Reiatsu released it, letting Jingla couldn't move. The captain of the Kyoraku has such a sweet heart. Unohana Retsu turned and smiled at Aoki. Really? Aoki sat on the stool with his legs together at this time, his hands clasped his knees tightly, nervous, and he agreed with an embarrassed smile. Kyoraku Shunsui was in a cold sweat at the moment. Unohana Retsu's operation did not estimate his feelings at all. The pain from the incision almost made him faint. Don't get dizzy. Beijing band leader, the key to infernal hell needs to be connected with your Reiatsu. Unohana Retsu told carefully, and then slowly put the key into Kyoraku Shunsui's chest. What the tearing sensation of the wound, and the feeling of foreign objects being pushed in and out, made Kyoraku Shunsui feel like dying, but at this time he had to listen to Unohana Retsu's words and hold back his breath to prevent himself from feeling faint. Aoki, look, a man, once he wants to change his heart, he will suffer a lot, Unohana Retsu said calmly with narrowed eyes. When Jingla heard these words at this time, she was overwhelmed. This is meow. Then I will be a teaching material for Captain Aoki. I am the captain of the 13th Division of Godei, who am I provoking? I just want to contribute to Soul Society. At this moment, Jingla was full of grief and indignation, but helplessness had become a fish on the chopping board. Yes. Little Lie has a lot of truths. Aoki sat on the small bench and swayed back and forth, obviously a little unbearable. But, this is all asked by the leader of the Jingle Band, isn't it? Unohana Retsu tapped Jinraku's head lightly with a bloody hand and asked with a smile. Oh, yes. I asked for it myself, Captain Unohana. You are right, Jingle was sweating, and at this moment he would respond no matter what, because he wanted it to end quickly. Unohana Retsu stitched up Kyoraku's wound with a smile, and then said to herself. Look, men who have changed their hearts are quite sweet. Aoki sat where he was, as if struck by lightning. The joyful operation was completed quickly. Unohana Retsu gently bandaged the wound and applied medicine, but did not make things difficult for Kyoraku Shunsui. Okay, Beijing band leader, rest here for a while. If you have nothing to do, go back and rest for a while. Unohana Retsu confessed. If you want to recover quickly, go to the 11th team and ask Captain Ni for something good. I don't have any medicine that can heal quickly. Chapter 85 I think. Should I turn off the lights first? Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Kyoraku Shunsui let out a long sigh of relief. The surgery that took just over 10 minutes, in his perspective, seemed like a whole day had passed. It was so painful. After all, it is a major heart surgery. If there is a little carelessness, the leader of the Beijing band may die. Fortunately, although Captain Unohana doesn't like taking anesthetics, he is good at crafting. At this time, the key to Infernal Hell is closely connected with Kyoraku Shunsui's life. If Kyoraku Shunsui dies, the gates of Infernal Hell will be closed forever. However, the Beijing band leader, who has always been thoughtful, has also noticed that Unohana Retsu doesn't seem to be just to give lessons to Aoki, otherwise, she wouldn't take the risk of offending herself. This is simply a threat. Is it because I saw that Aizen wanted to pull Aoki? Or was it because I let Captain Unohana go to die? Maybe both. Lying on the bed, Kyoraku Shunsui feels that his journey to be the captain is a long way to go, so far. Yeah, the captain's burden is really heavy. Yuanla laid on the bed and said, "Why Shenyu?" Captain Kyoraku. Unohana Retsu's face suddenly caught Kyoraku's eyes. Captain Unohana, what's the matter? Kyoraku Shunsui was no longer as calm as before, and was a little nervous facing Unohana Retsu. After all, this woman just took out her heart to make her life worse than death. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and said in a flat tone. It's almost enough to rest, I still have something to do here. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes widened, and he looked at Captain Unohana in disbelief. I've only been lying down for a few minutes. This is a major heart surgery. Kyoraku Shunsui said bitterly. Yuyin, come in and change the sheets. Unohana Retsu yelled out the door. Here we come. Katetsu Izan walked into the surgery room with a new bedsheet. Katetsu Izan was slightly surprised when he saw Kyoraku Shunsui lying on the bed, his body was tightly bandaged, and Captain Aoki dangling on the small bench. But she still suppressed her 8 trigram spirit, didn't ask more, but walked to Kyoraku Shunsui's side. Master Chief. Please let me go. Katetsu Izan felt that it was a bit cruel to say such words at this time, but after all, she was Unohana Retsu's vice captain and had to carry out the orders of the 4th Division. Kyoraku Shunsui got up helplessly, the contraction of the muscles caused the pain in the wound. Hiss. The rescue work of the 4th team is really overbearing. Kyoraku Shunsui grinned and stood up helplessly. Yongyan, I will use the healing technique to help Captain Jingle slightly recover from the surgery wound. Unohana Retsu still maintained a smile. Katetsu Izan nodded slightly, then changed the sheets, and walked out with Kyoraku Shunsui on his arm. Unohana Retsu nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Aoki who was sitting on the small bench. When Aoki caught Sister Hua's gaze, his expression became even more flustered. From that scene just now, until now, he dare not say a word. Why? Sister Hua has made it so clear that if he changes his mind, he will be killed. At this time, Aoki felt the first life and death crisis in history. Looking at Lai's approaching steps, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Little Lai, what can't be said properly? Advertisement. Aoki was panicking. Suddenly Sister Hua came towards Aoki and gave him a big hug. Aoki. Don't leave me. Aoki was stunned, and it took a long time to recover, and then gently put his hand on Sister Hua's back. At this time, Unohana Retsu seems to be completely different from the previous operation. Aoki frowned, and suddenly realized. That's what women do. First they give you a big stick to scare you, and then they give you 2 sweet dates. At this moment, Aoki couldn't help but feel complacent. Sister Hua's use of this trick is enough to show that she already has an irreplaceable position in Sister Hua's heart. A woman is like a knife mouth, tofu heart. Aoki sighed in his heart. Sometimes being too attractive is also very distressing. Aoki sighed in his heart. When I performed the operation on Kyoraku Shunsui just now, I gained some experience. Just when Aoki was very satisfied with his performance, he suddenly heard Sister Hua say something wonderful. Huh? Aoki sounded suspiciously. Since the heartbeat of the leader of the Beijing band can control the closing of the endless hell, can I also invent something that can control the stop of the heartbeat? Unohana Retsu gently poked Aoki's heart with her finger. Feeling the force coming from his fingertips, Aoki was frightened into a cold sweat, and the pride just now disappeared. What do you think, Aoki? Unohana Retsu raised her head slowly, squinting at Aoki, as if waiting for Aoki's answer. I think so. How about taking it with me, the next day? At this time, Sister Hua had already left the house early, preparing to treat the wounded. Aoki walked out of the room and found that Kyoraku Shunsui had left, and he should be going to the 12th team for the next step of repairing the injury. At this time, Aoki found that Nanao Eyes was already waiting at the door to gain weight. Captain Aoki. Nanao Eyes saw Aoki and walked up respectfully. For some reason, Nanao Eyes feels extremely nervous every time she sees Aoki. Nanao Eyes originally had a very cold personality. Even when facing Kyoraku Shunsui, who is now the captain, Nanao Eyes would always put on an unkind expression. But Kido is so talented that she is extremely sensitive to things like Reiatsu. By Aoki's side, Eyes Nanao can feel the powerful pressure of the strange fruit emanating from Aoki all the time. After all, after Aoki has fused the power of the void, the originally huge Reiatsu also has a hint of evil and wildness at this time. This makes Eyes Nanao, who is naturally sensitive to Reiatsu, very happy. Although I am very embarrassed to admit it, Eyes Nanao really likes to stay with Aoki and enjoy the feeling of being ravaged by Aoki Reiatsu. Seeing Nanao Eyes found him, Aoki was still a little puzzled. What's the matter, Nanao, what can I do for you? Captain Aoki, I need you to go to the 8th Division to deal with it. When Nanao Eyes faced Aoki, Her attitude was not as indifferent to Kiraku Shunsui, but very obedient and respectful. The main reason is that Kiraku Shunsui smiled at her on weekdays. Aiz Nanao didn't feel the majesty of the captain at all, but felt that Kiraku was a strange uncle. On the contrary, Aoki is very polite to her and maintains a good sense of distance. Coupled with the huge Reiatsu that Aoki leaks from time to time, Aiz Nanao has a sense of surrender. In fact, it's not that Aoki is noble, it's just that Aoki still thinks that Aiz Nanao is an undercover agent sent to him by Jingle. Advertisement. Aoki is very wary of the bad guy Kiraku Shunsui. Squad 8, Aoki was stunned, and only then remembered that he was already the captain of Team 8. It's just that the relevant Captain Haori and the team badge haven't been sent to him yet. Ask for flowers. This is also an emergency during wartime. In the past, Mew would definitely have to hold a ceremony when he took office. Is there anything for Team 8 to deal with? Wouldn't it be better to leave it to you and Rangaku? Aoki scratched his head slightly, apparently very resistant to handling the work. The 8th Division is mainly dealing with intelligence work. Now that the battle has reached this state, there are not many Quincy in Jinglinting, and the rest are just passers-by who have lost their strength. The main battle force has already been turned upside down in the Lingwang Palace. What kind of intelligence work can the 8th Division do at this time? Yes. The prisoners you sent to the 12th Division, after Captain Ni's interrogation, they will be sent to the 8th Division. You need to go and receive them yourself. Aiz Nanao said, lowly, responding respectfully. She was even embarrassed to look Aoki in the eyes at this moment. Ah, it's the female Quincy. Aoki suddenly remembered that the female Quincy, Bambietta and Goddess, were indeed sent to the 12th. The team was shut down. Now after Seireitei's short-term repairs, each team has also cleared their sites, and Aoki's captives were naturally sent to the 8th team by Captain Nirvana. As the 8th Division of intelligence work, there may be prisoners sent in later. It's just a prisoner. Why did Captain Ni want me to accept it in person? Aoki was still puzzled and asked. Although he captured these Quincy masters, they can't be held accountable for life. Wouldn't it be good to just hand it over to the 8th Division? Captain Ni said. There is an elect share. You need to pay for the research and development, Aiz Nanao said softly. Hearing this, Aoki was dumbfounded. After a long time, Aoki realized this. Damn, Captain Ni, you're not very good at fighting, but you're good at settling accounts. Am I the kind of person who buys stuff and doesn't pay for it? Yuhabak is going to destroy the Lingwang Palace, and he still asks me for funds. Aoki was indignant, took Aiz Nanao's hand and walked out. Aiz Nanao Betsu. Aoki held his little hand, feeling his face was slightly hot. At this time, Aoki still couldn't control Reiatsu very well. When he was emotional just now, he accidentally raised Reiatsu a little bit. Nanao Aiz, who was closest to Aoki, felt the huge Reiatsu at the first time. At this time, her right hand was held by Aoki. Her body could hardly bear the powerful force around her, but she couldn't break free. Aoki. Captain, Nanao Aiz finally choked out a sentence. I'm a little uncomfortable, can you let me go? Huh? Only then did Aoki notice that he was holding Nanao's hand, and then he felt very sorry and let go gently. At this time, Aoki thought that Aiz Nanao had never been held by another man, so she was a little awkward. But in fact, it was because, after being in contact with Aoki, the Reiatsu on Aoki's body seemed to find an outlet to vent out, which made Nanao Aiz unbearable. Since you're not feeling well, let's get off work early today, Aoki thought for a long time, and squeezed out the expression of his boss caring for his subordinates. Nanao Aiz lowered her head and nodded slightly. When he arrived at the position of the 8th Division, Aoki noticed from a long distance that the Reiatsu of the little girls were already flickering. When I walked into the room where I was detained, I saw that all the members of the Mie Quen Shi girls group were lying on the ground weakly, with many wounds on their bodies. How did you make it like this? Aoki was slightly taken aback, and asked with dissatisfaction. Chapter 86. Miss Rangiku, what are you wearing? Please subscribe, I am very grateful. Close black lens bracket. Aoki looked at the several figures limp on the ground in front of him, feeling puzzled. How did you make it like this? Captain Ni is too pervert. Aoki couldn't help showing a trace of anger. After all, this is a prisoner he caught. How did he get to the 12th Division and was tortured like this? How can he use it in the future? Cough cough. Aoki's mood fluctuated, mixed with a trace of Reiatsu's ups and downs, which made Nanao Aiz's legs weak. Captain Aoki. These Quincies are caused by the Holy Spirit. Nanao Aiz said respectfully, enduring the pain. Holy farewell. Hearing Aiz Nanao's words, Aoki suddenly realized. When subduing Captain Hitsugaya before, they really felt the spirit beam in Jinglinting, and Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui immediately knew that it was Yuhabak who launched the sanctification. Generally, after being sanctified, the Quincy master can only end up losing his life. But Bambietta and Goddess, it seems that because of their tenacious willpower, they forcibly survived this wave of sanctification. Although they did not die, the strength of Bambietta and the others was also captured by Yuhabak and redistributed to the pro-guards. At this time, Bambietta and the others no longer possessed the power of the holy text, they were just ordinary Quincy masters, 537, and would no longer pose any threat to Jinglinting. After all, the power of the holy text is strange and unpredictable, and ordinary Quincy divisions, captain level or vice captain level combat power can handle it. This is also the time when Kuretsuchi Miuri sent them. He didn't personally escort them at all, but sent Ni Yinming to come. Aoki. Master. After seeing Aoki, Bambietta's face revealed joyful eyes. After all, being trapped is her hope of escape. but the weakness of her body made her unable to stand up, so she could only lie on the ground and scream weakly. Aoki was a little frightened by the shout of, "Master," and looked around, but there was no sign of Sister Wa, so he was relieved. "How many? Let's have a good chat." Aoki asked Nanao to find a chair for herself, and just sat next to several girl group members, smiling. "What are you talking about? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** speaking, but Bambietta beside her stopped her. Stupid. You forgot how I taught you, Bambietta shouted nervously at Goddess. Goddess was taken aback, and recalled that she had indeed done special training against Aoki in the 12th squad. It's just that during the training, Shengbi came a little suddenly, and several female Quincy masters suddenly suffered a strong blow. If it wasn't because of their tenacious willpower, they would have died by now. So Goddess was full of resentment towards Yuhabak, and when she saw Aoki at this time, she couldn't help but spread it on Aoki. Aoki waved his hand slightly, indicating that it doesn't matter. Zanpakuto is then liberated and an iron chain is drawn from the ring pan long Tien knife. Seeing this familiar scene, Goddess finally remembered the fear of being dominated by Aoki and shouted nervously. Master Aoki! Master Aoki! I know I was wrong. Hearing these words, Aoki nodded in satisfaction. How about it, everyone, the feeling of being sanctified by Ebok, isn't it unforgettable? With a smirk on his face, Aoki stared at the girls of the Star-Crossed Knights. As soon as these words were said, the faces of all the girls were full of fear. Advertisement It's unforgettable? It's unforgettable, right? When experiencing holiness, Miao Quen seems to have a feeling that his bone marrow has been pulled out. If it wasn't for their own strength, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Seeing the silence of the girls, Aoki continued. Even so, do you still want to serve the so-called Invisible Empire? Hearing Aoki's words, several female Quincy masters looked at each other in blank dismay. Obviously, these words shook their hearts. Even with such loyal subordinates, Yuhabak can snatch their power and even reap their lives with a snap of his fingers. Is such a majesty really necessary to be loyal? But, Shinigami and Quincy are natural enemies. Goddess hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. That's not a problem, just relying on you few Quincy masters, how much impact can it have on the balance of the soul society in this world? The most important thing is your attitude. If you can guarantee that the balance of the soul will not be affected in the future, I don't think the jingling court should be so cruel. Aoki's words seemed to be full of temptation, which made the female Quincy see hope in their hearts. After all, you know Ishida Uryu, Aoki smiled slightly. Ah, it's that annoying guy who made his majesty. Yuhabak looked at him differently, and even made him the crown prince. Bambietta heard Aoki's words, and instantly thought of a cold-faced the man with glasses. Because of this, she once killed a member of the Star-Crossed Knights to vent her anger. Ishida Uryu has been to Jinglingding before, you should know. At that time, the captains didn't do anything to him. After such a long time, isn't he still alive and happy, and even rebelled? Hearing Aoki's words, the girls seemed to be thinking. Indeed, Ishida Uryu's information existed in the Invisible Empire before. I have broken into Seireitei many times, and even though I had a little conflict with Gode 13, I finally returned to the present world and lived a good life. In this way, since Seireitei can tolerate Ishida Uryu, it should be able to tolerate a few more female Quincy masters. Then what are you going to do with us now? Menina tilted her neck, showing an expectant expression. Aoki smiled slightly. That depends on what you do next. Surrender and submit to me, or prepare to fight to the end. At this time Lidodo was still sealed, unable to speak loudly. Aoki saw this scene with a puzzled expression on his face. Captain Aoki, this Quincy's ability is to swallow with his mouth. Nanao eyes walked to Aoki very understandingly, and whispered in Aoki's ear. Feeling the hot air exhaled from eyes Nanao's mouth, Aoki felt a little itchy in his ears and couldn't bear it. Could it be that Kyoraku Shunsui sent a beauty trick? Even if it's to keep it secret, there's no need to get so close. Aoki was puzzled, and secretly took precautions. But what he doesn't know is that Aiz Nanao simply thinks that being close to Aoki and being covered by Reiatsu is wonderful. Remove the seal of that flat-chested girl's mouth. Now that you've gone through sanctification, everyone's abilities should be useless. Advertisement Aoki waved his hand generously, and let Aiz Nanao undo Lidodo's seal. I surrender. Lidodo was the first to rebel, causing several members of the girl group to scramble. I surrender too. I want to join Lord Aoki's command. Become a glorious Shinigami. Bambietta raised her hand high and looked at Aoki expectantly. Idiot, how did Quincy become a Shinigami? Goddess still didn't get rid of her fiery temper, and couldn't help but refute when she heard Bambietta's words. I can be a secretary. There should be a shortage of secretaries around Master Aoki. Saying that, Bambietta gave Aoki a shy look, which made Aoki feel a little uncomfortable. Ahem, I have already understood your willingness to surrender, and I will report it to the captain later. As for the secretary, Aoki couldn't help but take a look at Bumby's long legs, and took a look at Goddess's chest by the way. Let's try another day. Think long-term. After finishing speaking, Aoki waved his hand and closed the doors of everyone, and he and Nanao eyes walked out. Captain Aoki, are these people really all right? Nanao eyes said slightly worried. Although she didn't directly participate in the battle when Sailingding was attacked before, but judging from the information obtained, these female quenches are much more terrifying than their appearance. Although the power has weakened after going through the holy time, it is impossible to judge how much power they have left at this time. Coupled with the appearance of these girl group members with their own plans, Nanao always felt that Aoki's approach was a bit too abrupt. It doesn't matter, Shao Nanao. Aoki couldn't help touching Nanao's head. At this time, Nanao looked at Aoki cutely, her appearance was cute. No man can refuse such a girl with glasses, so Aoki's hand is put on it. Unexpectedly, Nanao did not show any disgust, instead, staring at Aoki, waiting for his speech. The next battle is no longer something ordinary Shinigami and Quincy can participate in. In other words, even if they are released, this battle has nothing to do with them. A smart 0.4 Quincy will soon realize this, and withdraw from this war honestly. Even if it's you, you have to take care of your health, you can't just die casually. Aoki put his hand on Nanao's head, looking into the distance, thoughtful. Looking at Aoki's expression, Nanao also realized that the next battle might not be that simple. Because she felt that even a man as powerful as Aoki was vaguely worried, so the intensity of the next battle can be imagined. At this moment, the voice of Matsumoto Rangiku sounded behind Aoki and Nanao's eyes. You. What are you talking about here? Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Aoki and Aoki with some doubts. It's nothing, I just feel a little bit emotional about the war. Aoki's heart is also a little heavy at this time, after all, if he will go to the Lingwang Palace to support. That is really a big project. Have to sleep less for a few days. At this time, Aoki turned his head and glanced at Matsumoto Rangiku, then his pupils dilated, and he took 2 steps back in surprise, pointed at Matsumoto Rangiku, and stuttered. I wipe. Miss Rangiku. You. What are you wearing? Chapter 87. The leader of the Beijing band really keeps his word. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Aoki looked at Matsumoto Rangiku in front of him and let out an exclamation. Matsumoto Rangiku was startled by Aoki's shout, and then understood what Aoki meant, and suddenly flushed and showed a shy expression. This. Vice Captain Eyes said, lend me some clothes for the time being. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku is shy, how can there be a trace of big sister? But your skirt is too short, Aoki couldn't help but tell the crux of the problem. Matsumoto Rangiku blushed, and when he heard Aoki's words, he suddenly became angry and roared because of the sound. B************** Aoki. You don't care what I wear, I see you are itchy. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku raised his leg and kicked it. Stop, Aoki quickly squatted down, stretched out his right hand to stop Matsumoto Rangiku's movement and said in words. With such a short skirt, this movement will be lost. Ah. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Open black lens bracket. Feeling Miss Rangiku's mood swings, Reiatsu increased by 879 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current Reiatsu value, 93,317. Close black lens bracket. A moment later, Aoki sat in the team captain's office with a bruised nose and a swollen face. So, it's the costume sent by the captain of Jingle, and it's a new type of women's deadly costume? Let Eyes Nanao try it on first? Aoki crossed his hands against his chin, thinking about the situation in front of him. Yes. Captain Aoki. Eyes 29. Nanao stroked her glasses lightly and said calmly. When the captain of Jingle brought the clothes, he told me to try them on. But Matsumoto's vice captain's deadly costume has been broken in the battle, and Jingling was invaded by the Invisible Empire, and the original supplies also disappeared, so let my old lady wear it. How about it? Matsumoto Rangiku held his head high and looked reasonable. Ahem. Aoki quickly waved his hand. Miss Rangiku, don't puff your chest out, there is still a big gap between you and Nanao. After saying that, Aoki glanced at Miss Rangiku's reasoning. Since Eyes Nanao's height and figure are one size smaller than Matsumoto Rangiku's clothes are a little tight at the moment. If you push your chest out like this again, it will be even more obvious. Matsumoto Rangiku also seemed to have sensed something was wrong, quickly covered his chest with his hands, gave Aoki a hard look, and then took 2 steps back. Speaking of which, the leader of the Jingle Band really keeps his word. He keeps his word. At this moment, Aoki remembered the conversation with Jingle in Central 46. Seems like Kyoraku Shunsui promised to show Nanao eyes in a miniskirt? Aoki didn't seem to care too much at the beginning, but he didn't expect that the leader of the Beijing band would do it. It's just, things went a little wrong. Miss Rangiku happened to have no clothes to wear, so she cut off her beard. But it seems to work just as well, if not better. It seems that although the captain of Jingle has a dark heart, he is really good at handling things. Aoki even has a feeling that he is going to work hard for Kyoraku Shunsui. At this time, Aoki was in a good mood, raising his head and giggling. Aoki, what Jingraku, why don't you break your promise? Are you playing tricks with that old boy again? Matsumoto Rangiku sensed something was wrong, and said with a questioning tone. Oh, it's nothing, don't you guys want to hand over the work, hurry up and go to work. Aoki came back to his senses, noticed Matsumoto Rangiku's expression, and was so frightened that he hurriedly called the 2 out. Advertisement on the other side, in the Lingwang Palace. Yabok's personal guards have already dealt with the members of the Zero Division. At this time, Yabok was facing the leader of the Zero Team, the first guard of the doctor's department. Dye it black. One word, Ichibei Hayasabi freed himself from Zanpakuto at this time. It's Zanpakuto, but it's the weapon form of his ability. As the oldest Shinigami, Ichibei Hayasabi existed, there was no Zanpakuto in the world. Yubak silently looked at the weapon in Ichibei Hayasebi's hand, thinking for a while. Zanpakuto transformed into a writing brush. The blade is very thick, but it doesn't feel like Reiatsu. Yubak stared at Ichibei Hayasebi with some doubts in his heart. Suddenly, the Zanpakuto in Yubak's eyes turned into a writing brush again, and then returned to the shape of a knife. Huh? Yubak frowned. What? I can't tell if it's a knife, or is it? Ichibei Hayasebi's expression at this moment has become ferocious and terrifying. Then he swiped the pen, and countless jet black inks gushed out from his blade, and slashed directly at Yubak. Ding! The weapons of both sides collided. What kind of knife is this? It can only sway ink? It can't cut people at all? Yubak mocked disdainfully. It won't be the same as before, it's a knife that cuts something in half. You should know that even if you cut my power in half, I can restore it by myself. Yubak roared loudly. Previously, Ichibei Hayasebi used a weird ability that cut his body strength in half. But Yubak directly relied on his own strength to restore the original state without causing the slightest influence. You can't beat me with this knife of yours, just use mine. Mine. Yubak shouted, but the name on his lips couldn't be pronounced. What's it called? What's that knife called? Ichibei Hayasebi put his hand next to his ear, as if trying to hear the answer from Yubak's mouth. Yubak was stunned, and only then did he realize that the name of the weapon in his hand, which he couldn't name, must have something to do with the ability of the strange monk in front of him. I don't know, I can't tell, Ichibei Hayasebi mocked loudly. The knife in your hand has no name. Things that are erased by a word will lose their names. Yubak was stunned. He looked at the knife in his hand, as if he could no longer feel the energy of the blade. Things without a name lose their power, Ichibei Hayasebi exclaimed. How can you kill me with a nameless thing like you? Yubak couldn't bear it, and directly cast Usurp the Altar, covering the Ichibei Hayasebi. Based on these, I can destroy you with my own strength. Ichibei Hayasebi opened his mouth and smiled mockingly. Only by you? That's not your power, that's mine. Once the word is released, no matter Shinigami or Quincy, whether dead or alive, all the blacks in this world will become my strength. Yubak was stunned. At this moment, his whole body was covered by pitch black ink, and this person did not see any white. Advertisement, Yubak. No, it's the former Yubak. It must be painful to lose the name, Ichibei Hayasebi said with emotion. Then let me name it for you. True typing, white pen and one word. According to the popular saying, it should be called Bankai. After all, this is a Zanpakuto that evolved before Bankai appeared. Ichibei Hayasebi thought for a while, then raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and daubed it on Yubak's body. This knife can carve new names on things that have been smeared by a single word. How, former Yubak, now you should be called Black Ant. Now your strength is like an ant crawling on the ground, weak and powerless. HMPH, King of Bugs. Farewell. Saying so, Ichibei Hayasebi raised his big hand, Rita. On the Amadasanda road of the Lingwang Palace, a pair of big hands that appeared out of nowhere clamped Yubak fiercely, like swatting a mosquito, and hit Yubak. The figure of Yubak was like an ant, falling from the sky. Ichibei Hayasebi let out a long sigh of relief, then slowly turned his head and walked towards the Soul King Palace. At this time, the Zero team was wiped out by Yubak, and he needed to call his name to be reborn. Suddenly, Ichibei Hayasebi heard a weak murmur from behind. 647, didn't expect. I never thought I could see so clearly with my eyes closed. Ichibei Hayasebi's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately turned around to look at Yubak's corpse. At this moment, a beam of spiritual particles shot out, directly piercing through Ichibei Hayasebi's body. What's going on? How could you? Ichibei Hayasebi's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Harford, who was not far away, felt this scene, and his tone was flat. Your Majesty's ability is the power to know all the future. And the power known by His Majesty cannot defeat His Majesty. His Majesty's sacred letter is its name, omniscience and omnipotence. At this moment, Yubak opened his eyes, and there were 3 pupils in each eyeball. The sealed king of the Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, regained his wisdom after 90 years, and gained power after 9 years. The 9 years of gaining power are over at this moment, and the real Yubak is back. Why didn't I die? Why did your power fall from me? Why, you lost. Do you want to know? Yubak's tone was flat, as if he no longer paid attention to this battle. Ichibei Hayasebi looked at each other coldly, without moving. When I open my eyes, everything in the future will be known to me, and the power of knowing will help me. You can't beat me with that power, maybe you can't even hurt me. Yubak raised his hand, and the black ink on his body had slowly faded away. Ichibei Hayasebi was silent for a moment, and immediately stepped back 2 steps. Even if you know the power, what can you do? You are still the nameless person known as the Black Ant. Don't forget, all the darkness in this world, all belong to me. After saying that, Ichibei Hayasebi waved the writing brush in his hand, and the surrounding space was instantly pitch black. Chapter 88 Naneo, who is so obedient, is really not an undercover agent. Open black lens bracket, please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Yang Yi, Chang Yi, come here, drink some wine before leaving. If you drink it, you will lose your life. Ichibei Hayasebi grinned grinningly, chanting inexplicable verses in his mouth. The darkness around him flowed like liquid, and kept falling to the ground. The way of the dead. Prosperity is also in full bloom. Where is the good food? Dye it black, split into 8, dark flames, dark heat, eat. The remaining. Bare bones, set up as a tombstone, mourn for you. I hope that in your next life, you will never be our sacrifice again. After Ichibei Hayasabi finished speaking, he clasped his hands together, his eyes revealing a cold feeling. Don't turn too much to kill the mausoleum. As soon as the voice fell, the pitch-black space around Ichibei Hayasabi instantly turned into a pitch-black palace. The appearance of the palace seems to be prepared for the ceremony of the dead. At this time, Amadasanda, the Soul King Palace, seems to have been completely occupied by the darkness of Ichibei Hayasabi. By the Soul Society 100 years later, claiming 100 nights for you. Mourning the tombstones. All the blackness in your body will be absorbed, whether it is flesh or bones, it will disintegrate in the darkness, and in the end you will not even be able to reincarnate. Fall into hell. Ichibei Hayasabi's voice was cold and heavy, and looking at Yuhabak at this moment, it seemed that he had already sentenced him to death. The pitch-black substance on Yuhabak's body seems to be slowly being absorbed by the unchanging Taisha Ling. If this trend continues, Yuhabak's entire body will fall apart and fall into the mausoleum prepared by Ichibei Hayasabi. At this moment, Yuhabak seemed to sneer with disdain. I said that I can see through everything. Yuhabak's voice was not flustered at all, but extremely calm, and his words were mixed with ridicule. Ichibei Hayasabi stared, and he suddenly discovered that at this moment, the movement of non-turn Taisha absorbing Yuhabak stopped. In front of my strength, there is no room for so-called understanding and negotiation, Yuhabak said slowly. Everything I can see is weak and powerless in front of me. Do you still think that I'm still that anonymous? Yuhabak opened his eyes, and there were 3 pupils in each of the eye sockets. My friend Habak. In an instant, Ichibei Hayasabi's body exploded in front of Yuhabak, and the pitch-black liquid scattered all over the ground. Ichibei Hayasabi still has an expression of disbelief on his face. Yuhabak stepped on the body of Ichibei Hayasabi and said mockingly, as I have met, you will die 3 steps before me. After all, Yuhabak went straight to the palace of the Spirit King without looking back. Ichibei Hayasabi's body suddenly trembled at this moment, and then slowly stretched out his arms, as if he was moving. Ichibei Hayasabi gently raised his hand, and a huge explosion sounded on Ichibei Hayasabi's body. Afterwards, the leader of Team Zero, Ichibei Hayasabi, threw himself on the ground with half of his body and remained silent. The next one is you, Spirit King. Yuhabak looked at the Lingwang Palace in front of him and spoke slowly. Just when Yuhabak broke into the Lingwang Palace, a loud noise suddenly came from the Amadasanda Road of the Lingwang Palace. Advertisement: a huge cannon barrel fell from the sky, smashing the extremely strong Amadasanda into a big hole. Kurosaki Ichigo and his group staggered out holding on to the surface of the huge cannon barrel. Ahem. This impact is too great. How do you enjoy this kind of transportation, everyone in the Zero Division? Before everyone recovered from the huge landing shockwave, they had already started complaining. Kurosaki Ichigo looked around and was shocked to see the ruins around him. Oh my god, this is... Inoue Orihime pointed nervously not far away. Kurosaki Ichigo looked in the direction of Inoue, and saw the scene of the Zero squad members falling to the ground. Even the grown-ups of Team Zero failed. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked at this moment. He never imagined that the adults who taught him at that time were so unpredictable, and they also lost to Yuhabak at this time. Let me try to heal. Inoue Orihime had a nervous look on his face, and was about to use Soden Shield to treat the injuries of several Zero Division adults. No. Impossible, it's all split into several pieces. Everyone on the side discouraged. Kurosaki Ichigo. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo heard a faint cry. Huh? Monk? Kurosaki Ichigo immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Did you hear the monk's voice? Everyone looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's expression, full of puzzlement. After all, they have never been to the Lingwang Palace, and they don't know that there is a guy named Monk Eye in the Zero team. Call my name. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichibei Hayasabi's voice still echoed in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. Kurosaki Ichigo said subconsciously, Ichibei Hayasabi. Suddenly, the body of Ichibei Hayasabi, which was blown apart by Yuhabak in the distance, quickly closed and then healed. Then, Ichibei Hayasabi opened his eyes suddenly and stood up in a jiffy. Huh. It's okay, it's okay. Ichibei Hayasabi stroked his chest, as if he was still in shock. Oh, thank you so much. Everyone was frightened by this operation. Seeing the figure of Ichibei Hayasabi walking slowly, they thought they met a ghost. You were all torn apart just now. How did you come back to life in an instant? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in surprise. The power contained in the name is great. I asked you to call my name, and I recovered with your strength. Ichibei Hayasabi pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo and explained slowly. I don't understand at all. Kurosaki Ichigo drooped, as if unable to understand Ichibei Hayasabi's speech. Ichigo. Ichibei Hayasabi's face suddenly became serious. Please help stop Yuhabak. Hearing Ichibei Hayasabi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo also became serious in an instant. Squad Zero has been completely annihilated. Although I have recovered my body, I am afraid that it will be too late to recover all of them. I don't ask you to be able to kill him, but you must stop Yuhabak's next move. Spirit King is the key to the existence of this world. If the Soul King dies, all things will disappear from Seireitei, this world, and even Hueco Mundo. Advertisement, please. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichibei Hayasabi folded his palms together, put them on his chest, and slowly saluted to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked solemn, and after a while, he led the crowd straight to the Lingwang Palace. Ichibei Hayasabi looked at the back of Kurosaki Ichigo, and murmured in an imperceptible voice. I'm sorry. Kurosaki. On the other side, Aoki is sitting in the office of the 8th Division, enjoying the few leisure time. As Kyoraku Shunsui said, the work of the 8th Division is relatively leisurely. Of course, this is only for the captain. The main work is handed over to Matsumoto Rangiku and Nanao Eyes, who are already overwhelmed by the work handover. After all, it is just paperwork, because part of the information does not require Aoki to make a decision. Besides, due to the special situation during wartime, the war has risen to the level of deputy captain, and many intelligence work has been put on hold. At this time, Ai's Nanao quietly walked into Aoki's office. Nanao? What's the matter? Aoki asked gently. So far, Aoki's attitude towards Ai's Nanao is relatively gentle and respectful. Mainly because of Kyoraku Shunsui. It is impossible for Kyoraku Shunsui to put his confidant in Aoki's team, it is just such a simple matter of handing over the work. So Aoki has maintained a cautious attitude so far. What's more, I don't know Ai's Nanao very well, and I don't know each other's personality, but I just feel that Ai's Nanao is sometimes aloof, sometimes cute and elusive. So if there were some jokes, Aoki refrained from saying anything. Looking at the current work situation, Kyoraku Shunsui seems to really have the idea of keeping Ai's Nanao in his 8th team. But Aoki is still worried. It is a good thing to have a well-behaved and sensible lady with glasses by your side, but you have to be on guard. Judging from the improvement of the deadly costume, Aoki has noticed the conscientious thoughts expressed by the strange Uncle Jingle. Aoki plans to talk to the old fox Jingle after a while. Captain Aoki. The captain has something to ask for you. Nanao Eyes faced Aoki at this time, still, by Limo, maintaining a respectful attitude. Captain? You mean Kyoraku? Aoki asked, frowning. Now counting the time, it should be time to release Aizen. So, it's about Aizen? Ai's Nanao nodded slowly. Aoki sighed and stood up. Although Aizen is a dangerous guy, Aoki's strength at this time should be enough to make a decision with the opponent. Moreover, Aoki has long wanted to see what kind of strength this godlike man is now. Standing up and taking 2 steps, Aoki suddenly set his eyes on Nanao Eyes. Cow, do you only have one of the improved deadly costumes sent by Jingle? There is one more item that hasn't been opened, because I didn't take a shower yesterday, so, Nanao Eyes said hesitantly. Let's change it in a while, after all, as the confidants of the head of the Beijing music group, we always have to respond to the bandits as soon as possible. Aoki pretended to be casual and explained this matter. It is good, Ai's Nanao agreed without hesitation. Aoki glanced at Nanao Eyes again, and there was no hesitation in the eyes of the other party at this time. So obedient, is it really not an undercover agent sent by the old fox of Jingle? Aoki murmured silently in his heart. Chapter 89 Aizen, you have a Matryoshka. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Aoki and Nanao Eyes showed up at the door of the first Team Mao prison at the agreed time. Aoki originally planned to call Matsumoto Rangiku together, but when he opened the vice captain's office and saw Matsumoto Rangiku's scorched face and dark circles appearing, he still couldn't bear it and asked Matsumoto Rangiku to go back and have a rest. As the captain, Aoki has nothing to do on weekdays, but the work of the vice captain of the 8th Division seems to be much more stressful than other vice captains. Although the paperwork seems to be idle, Matsumoto Rangiku and Aoki belong to the Juban team, which is responsible for the daily security work of Jingling. To put it bluntly, Aoki and Matsumoto Rangiku, one is the security guard and the other is the deputy security captain. The work of the 8th Division is intelligence analysis. Compared with the work of security, the span is not generally large. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly transferred from the security guard to the intelligence analysis, and naturally he was very uncomfortable. In this way, some stress is normal. Yo, you two came quite early. Kyoraku Shunsui regained his decadent temperament at this time, and strolled over, as if he didn't care about anything. But Aoki knew that Kyoraku Shunsui had a lot of trouble casting Aizen. The band leader in Beijing doesn't seem to care about his work. It looks like he hasn't washed his face. Aoki joked with his hands in his pockets. Kyoraku Shunsui covered his mouth and hiccuped. Hearing what Aoki said, he seemed a little speechless. I can recover from my injuries in such a short period of time. The 12th squad doesn't have a place to wash my face. Not enough, Captain Aoki. Why did you bring Nanao too? I didn't intend to let Nanao enter there. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his head slightly and spoke slowly. I'm just bored by myself. Let Nanao chat with me. Besides, Nanao can still collect our bodies here. Aoki didn't seem to understand the meaning of Jing 010 Lee's words at all, dissatisfied said with concern. Collect the corpse? Kyoraku Shunsui was slightly puzzled. That's right, after saying that, Aoki took off the captain's badge on his arm and put it in Nanao's hand. Think about it, Beijing band leader. In case you are R******** D by Aizen. Once the gate of the infernal hell is closed, I won't be able to get out. It's better to leave some personal items, so that Seireitei can remember me in the future. Kyoraku Shunsui rolled his eyes at the boring words that came out of Aoki's mouth. Such an important matter, you have to say such things before it even starts, it's very unlucky. Kyoraku Shunsui waved his hand and said softly, let Nanao wait outside, the two of us go in. The gate of infernal hell slowly opened, and Aoki and Kiraku Shunsui walked in slowly. Aoki came in once when he was teaching Zaraki Kenpachi swordsmanship before, but he didn't meet Aizen that time. The infernal hell has no boundaries of time and space, so there should be no Aizen in the space where Aoki was at that time. The place where Aizen was held had specific coordinates. Aoki followed Kiraku Shunsui for a long time, and finally stopped in the darkness. At this time, Kiraku Shunsui was silent, looking at the several lines extending in front of him, which were the keyholes controlling the seal of Aizen's whole body. There's really no reaction. Aren't you going to use Reiatsu to talk to me? Kiraku Shunsui lowered his head and said slowly. The surrounding darkness was endless, except for Kiraku Shunsui's voice echoing in the endless darkness. There seemed to be no other voices responding. Aoki perceives it carefully, and doesn't look like Aizen's Reiatsu. Advertisement, no response. Kiraku Shunsui smiled slightly. Or, even you, Aizen, can't make a sound in this endless hell? At this time, Aoki was standing behind Kiraku Shunsui. He wisely did not steal the limelight from Kiraku, but quietly watched Kiraku Shunsui's outfit. In Aizen now, 2 seals should have been opened. Otherwise, Yubak at that time would not be able to talk to Aizen, and would be influenced by Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. It's just that Kiraku Shunsui said something, but there seemed to be no movement. Kiraku Shunsui knelt down silently, and then took out a small wooden box from his body, which contained a key to unlock the seal of Aizen. I have applied for the keys here, and I can use 3 of them for you. Kiraku Shunsui smiled. First unseal the mouth seal. While speaking, Kiraku Shunsui inserted the key into a small hole in the ground, and with the sound of a chain, a beam of light lit up in the darkness. Since you have opened your mouth, you should be able to speak directly. Although you haven't spoken for 2 years, as Aizen, it should be no problem. Yes. A magnetic voice came from the darkness, and it was getting closer. Kiraku Shunsui's pupils shrank. At this time, the position of Kiraku Shunsui is actually somewhat bright. And he saw a pair of feet in this faint light, Aizen Sosuke's feet. This means that Aizen has broken the seal and has come to his side. How is it possible? How could this guy break the other seals? Kiraku Shunsui was shocked in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. What's the matter? There are still 2 keys that can be used. Aizen Sosuke looked down at Kiraku Shunsui, who was squatting on the ground. His words were full of provocation. Kiraku Shunsui squatted on the ground and remained silent for a long time. The current situation has exceeded his expectations. He had previously considered the issue of communication with Aizen, and what Aizen would do after the 3 seals were released. But he never expected that Aizen Sosuke would break the seal by himself. Kiraku Shunsui frowned slightly. In this way, his 3 keys, which were originally bargaining chips for negotiating with the other party, are useless at this time. Okay, old man Jingle, he's coaxing you. Aizen Sosuke suddenly heard an impatient, Sejek, voice, and then felt that Kyoka Suigetsu was broken, and sat back in the seal by himself. Even the seal of the mouth was not released. Huh? Aizen Sosuke looked behind Kiraku Shunsui. There seemed to be no one except a Zanpakuto. Strange feeling. Aizen Sosuke was puzzled, and then heard Kiraku Shunsui say. I have applied for the keys here, and there are a total of 3 available for you to use. First unseal the mouth seal. Then, Kiraku Shunsui inserted the key into the small hole in front of him. Aizen Sosuke's mouth seal was opened. Aizen looked at the familiar scene in front of him, did not speak in a hurry, but thought slowly. Advertisement, strange feeling, the same scene happened again. There is no problem with my brain, it should be affected by some kind of ability. That Zanpakuto stuck in the ground should be the key to influence me. After thinking for a moment, Aizen Sosuke smiled, raised his feet and walked out directly. What? Are the other 2 keys not going to be used? Aizen repeated the previous words with a smile on his face. In an instant, the screen switched again, and Aizen Sosuke once again sat on the seat that sealed him. At this time, Aizen Sosuke looked ugly, staring at Zanpakuto behind Kiraku Shunsui, without saying a word. When meeting Kiraku for the first time, Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, and it was a fake Aizen who walked into Kiraku. But for the first time being affected by the unknown Zanpakuto ability, own Kyoka Suigetsu is invalidated. The second time, Aizen really walked out. After all, he had 2 seals on his body, but unexpectedly, he returned to the original point again. I have 3 keys here, and the first thing to unlock is the seal of mouth. Kiraku Shunsui inserted the key into the round hole again. The sound of the chain being undone was heard, and a moment later, Aizen's mouth seal was opened for the 3rd time. If you don't want me to blow up the infernal hell, don't use this trick. Aizen Sosuke frowned and said to Zanpakuto behind Kiraku Shunsui. Although Aizen's ability is sealed at this time, it is still possible to cause damage in the infernal hell. Kiraku Shunsui is only 1 step away from himself. Even if he is affected by the opponent's ability, Aizen is sure to kill Kiraku. It's the ability to deceive. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, Aizen Sosuke started to answer the question directly. My Kyoka Suigetsu isn't failing, I can sense it. You tricked my senses into thinking I was in some sort of loop. But if I do something out of the ordinary in this cycle, the false cycle will be broken. That's why I say it's a trick. After Aizen Sosuke finished speaking, he looked at Kiraku Shunsui, who was silent in front of him, with a sneer on his face. When did the leader of the Beijing band find a sinister kid? Kyoraku Shunsui looked puzzled just now, and only came back to his senses after hearing Aizen Sosuke's explanation. Ever since he met Aizen Sosuke, the guy was talking to himself, saying the same thing 3 times. But Kyoraku Shunsui's brain is not made of tofu, he knows it's the influence of Aoki's ability. Master Aizen is right, this is indeed a trick. Aoki slowly walked out from the darkness at the side, and said casually. As Aizen said, what he cast just now is after Zanpakuto Shikai, the ability to deceive. It's just that after combining the power of the void, some weirder changes have been derived. But after all, this kind of deception is harmless, and it is only used as a cushion for the next virtual real conversion. It's really interesting, I remember you, Aoki. At this time, another voice came from the darkness. The Aizen in front of Kyoraku Shunsui and Aoki shatters, and the real Aizen comes out from the darkness. Aoki was taken aback, it turned out that it was Jinghua Shui who he cheated just now. Aizen Sosuke interfered with their senses with Kyoka Suigetsu again before Aoki noticed. You're holding a matryoshka. You're cheating? Aoki was furious and cursed loudly. Chapter 90 Aizen. Compared with me, you still lack some temperament. Third update, please subscribe. What is a matryoshka? Aizen's tone remained calm, but there was a hint of confusion in his words. Just as Aoki was about to answer, Aizen Sosuke continued to speak. Aoki, the 6th seed of the Juban team, Kido is Zanpakuto. Work performance is average, ability is also average. The most outstanding achievement is to stop a security dispute involving more than a dozen people somewhere in Rukongai. Aizen Sosuke described Aoki's past experience in a calm tone. There was surprise in Aoki's eyes. You know this as well? During these years of living in Jinglingding, Aoki thought that he was indifferent, and these captain-level big shots would never remember Aoki at all. But Aizen, the first time he saw Aoki, called out his name. This makes Aoki feel very admired. I can remember the information of all the members of Seireitei. Aizen Sosuke snorted coldly, his tone was indifferent, but there was a little pride in his words. Besides, you were once threatened with life by Ichimaru Jin. I am very impressed with you. Aizen Sosuke said in a slightly mocking tone, looking at Chingju. Aoki suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This incident was purely a matter of Chenjima rotten millet, and it did not cause any uproar at the time. However, considering that Ichimaru Jin was Aizen's younger brother at the time, it may not be surprising that Aizen knew about it. I didn't expect you to be the captain of Seireitei. Is there no one in Seireitei now? Aizen Sosuke looked at Aoki's Captain Haori with slightly surprised eyes, and then shook his head. It seems that I was wrong at the time. With your current strength, you really meet the selection criteria for the captain. Aoki heard Aizen's contemptuous words, and was about to get angry, but was choked back by Aizen's words. Then, Aizen Sosuke turned his head slightly, and said to Kyoraku Shunsui. This guy named Aoki, hiding his Zanpakuto strength, is somewhat similar to me back then. I don't know what the leader of the Beijing band is thinking? Aizen Sosuke's words are full of temptation, seeming to make Kyoraku Shunsui doubt Aoki's original intention. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Captain Aoki, known as Little Aizen, has contributed a lot in this battle with the Quincy. I think, I might as well take you out to see if jingling cord today is the same as what you think now. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't seem to be influenced by Aizen Sosuke, but led the conversation to the real business. Aoki on the side had black lines on his face when he heard this. What is called Little Aizen? Take the bamboo shoots. But having said that, some of Xiangyu's abilities do have some similarities with Kyoka Suigetsu. Hearing this, Aizen Sosuke raised the corners of his mouth and said with a slight sneer. I don't remember, I ever asked you to let me out? Kyoraku Shunsui seemed amused and couldn't help but snort. Those who don't want to come out, why let the other 2 seals be opened? After that, Kyoraku Shunsui picked up the other 2 keys and inserted them into the hole in front of him. The other 2 seals have also been unlocked. That's it. My keys are used up. After Kyoraku Shunsui finished these, he waved his hands helplessly, and then sat down on the ground, showing decadence. Seeing this scene, Aizen was silent for a moment, then mocked. Advertisement, it's really you, the leader of Beijing band. It's exactly the same as when I first saw you. Thank you for the compliment. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat slightly. Aoki looked at the 2 old silver coins and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The key that Kyoraku Shunsui used just now is actually the key to the 2 seals that Aizen Sosuke has already unlocked. In other words, Kyoraku Shunsui said nice things, but actually gave Aizen nothing. But surprisingly, Aizen doesn't seem to have much to show for it. It seems that some people are quite wary of me, otherwise they wouldn't bury things in their hearts. Hearing Aizen's words, Kyoraku Shunsui smiled wryly. Yeah, it's still been seen through. After all, Kyoraku Shunsui took off his shirt and pointed to his heart. The key to the infernal hell was placed here by me. If I die here, the infernal gate will be closed forever. This is the condition for negotiating with room 46 to release you. The guys in room 46. Hearing this familiar term, Aizen seemed to be a little emotional. I'm not interested in the Soul Society destroyed by Yuhabak, but I'm interested in this kid next to you, and I'm very interested. After Aizen finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Aoki. At this time, Aoki felt a little bored during the conversation between the 2, and was wandering around with Zanpakuto on his shoulders, walking towards the dark body from time to time and then being scared by something. Hearing Aizen mention himself, Aoki turned around suspiciously. Huh? Me? Aoki pointed to his nose, puzzled by Aizen's words. Seeing Aoki like this, Aizen seemed a little helpless. It seems that you are a little different from what I think. Compared with me, you still have a little less temperament. Hearing Aizen's sarcasm, Aoki couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of temperament? You have cultivated temperament after being locked up in prison. Aoki couldn't help but sarcastically. You kid. Aizen Sosuke narrowed his right eye slightly, revealing a murderous look in his eyes. Crack. Crack. Kyoraku Shunsui clapped his hands lightly, and the sound echoed in the empty prison. Okay, you two, let's put the topic aside for a while. Aizen, would you like to sit on this chair and come with me to the Soul Society? After Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, a group of Shinigami wearing masks appeared behind him, and they brought a torture chair specially used to restrain prisoners. Aizen was silent. An unknown Shinigami at the rear seemed to be a little anxious, and approached Aizen with an iron chain. Excuse me. Kyoraku Shunsui shrank his pupils when he saw this scene, and tried to stop it, but it was too late. The hand holding the iron chain gradually approached Aizen's neck, but within a foot of Aizen, a mutation protruded. There was an extremely miserable scream. The arms of the Shinigami who wanted to subdue Aizen had been cut off. Aoki holds Zanpakuto close by. His mission is to keep Kyoraku Shunsui safe. Although Kyoraku Shunsui has the key to hell implanted in his heart, it is for the worst. So Aoki became the first line of defense, and if anything was wrong with Aizen Sosuke, Jamu would step in. But at this time Aoki noticed that Aizen didn't seem to have any changes. Advertisement. Aoki believed her senses were right. Aizen didn't liberate Kyoka Suigetsu from interfering with their senses, didn't even move a hand. Then there is only one explanation, the one who injured that Shinigami just now was only Aizen's Reiatsu. Unsightly. Aizen Sosuke cast a disdainful glance at the guy howling in pain on the ground. You guys are so negligent and want to get close to me easily? The seal on my body can't seal my Reiatsu, it can only limit Reiatsu to a specific range of 1 foot in front of me. Just relying on you guys, what will happen after you contact me, don't I need to say more? Aizen Sosuke stared at Kyoraku Shunsui in front of him with contempt in his eyes. What will happen? Suddenly, Aizen Sosuke felt his shoulders sink, and looked down. A hand was already on his right shoulder. Aoki. You guys, you really surprised me. Aizen Sosuke looked at Aoki, his emotions didn't change. Aizen, don't be pretentious. The reason I came here is to limit your pretend. Aoki smiled, and pressed his right hand down again. Aizen's tall body didn't move at all. Aoki's eyes gradually became serious. Just after being in close contact with Aizen, Aoki felt that Aizen's Reiatsu is as magnificent as the sea and mountains. Such a powerful Reiatsu was compressed within a foot in front of him, no wonder the arms of the Shinigami in front were cut off by Reiatsu. One can imagine how powerful Aizen is. Even with Aoki's current situation, it can only be divided 50-50 with Aizen. This is still when Aizen is sealed. However, neither side intends to use Zanpakuto's ability at this time, so the final result is still unknown. At this time, Aizen seemed to move after being approached by Aoki. Aoki sensed it instantly, and slowly let go of the fish. Aizen walked to the chair prepared by Kyoraku Shunsui by himself, and when he passed by Jingle, who was sitting on the ground was still very calm. This shows that Kyoraku was not influenced by Aizen's Reiatsu either. If I sit in this chair, do you think I'll play for the Soul Society? Aizen said contemptuously. I never told you to fight for the Soul Society. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled. It's just that our interests are the same. You don't want to be destroyed by Yamamoto either, do you? Hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Aizen Sosuke gave Kyoraku a meaningful look. Interesting. If you want me to come out so much, it seems that the Lingling court is completely irresistible. I'm curious, can't even Aoki stop that Yamamoto guy? I can't stop it, how can I stop it? Aoki rubbed his chin and said impatiently, it seemed that he didn't seem to be discussing related topics at all. But when Kyoraku Shunsui heard this, he really thought about it seriously. In just a short time of contact, Aizen has such a big change in Aoki's sense. Even raise Aoki's strength to the point where he can compete with Yamamoto. Kyoraku Shunsui originally thought that Aoki was a super captain level combat experience. But now it seems that Jingle himself has misjudged Guang. Chapter 91. Divine Hexagram. The right arm of King Ling. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe, close black lens bracket. In the palace of the Soul King, Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamamoto are in a tense confrontation. I have foreseen that, you are here to prevent me from killing the King of Souls. Yamamoto said quietly. Inoue Orihime looked nervously at Yamamoto, and whispered to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki, look into that man's eyes, so scary. It was only then that Kurosaki Ichigo noticed Yamamoto's eyes with 3 pupils, and the eyes revealed shock. These eyes, what's going on? Kurosaki Ichigo wondered. Seemingly aware of Kurosaki Ichigo's question, Yamamoto slowly explained. These are the eyes that can see everything, the real pupils of the Quincy master. Before you came here, you met the eye monk who was killed by me, and then revived him by calling his name. Then followed his words and came here. I saw it all, Kurosaki Ichigo. You will appear in front of me, and it will be too late. After all, Yamamoto turned his body slightly, revealing the body of the Soul King pierced by his weapon. The Spirit King is dead. And you are helpless. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The thing that looked like a human stick, 847, turned out to be the Soul King. At this time, King Ling had already been stabbed by Yhwach. Kurosaki Ichigo reacted in an instant, rushed directly, past Yhwach, and then tightly grasped Yhwach's weapon with his hands. Ichigo. Kurosaki-san. Sato and Inoue shouted nervously, and they didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo would rush up so bravely. Yhwach didn't stop at all, but quietly watched Kurosaki Ichigo's actions. Want to draw that sword? Then do so. You should be able to pull it out, and then, with your own hands, destroy the Soul Society. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo's hand holding the weapon suddenly became uncontrollable, and he directly pulled the weapon out of the body of the Soul King, and then slashed violently. The Soul King's body was instantly cut in half by Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. He looked at the weapon in his hand in disbelief. At this time, his arms and half of his body showed patterns similar to Quincy's static blood outfit. Seeing the shocked expression on Kurosaki Ichigo's face, Yhwach seemed very satisfied, and at this moment he spoke slowly. HMPH, I've seen through it all, Kurosaki Ichigo, the blood of the Quincy master in your body absolutely cannot allow the existence of the Soul King. Come on, let's witness together. The last Soul Society. At the same time, Soul Society, in this world, experienced an inexplicable earthquake. Ah, Shali, there's an earthquake. Spilled juice. Sorry. In Kurosaki Ichigo's home, two younger sisters felt a sudden shock, and one accidentally fell. Yuzu, be careful. Yes, I will wipe it clean. At this time, Aoki is in hell, watching Aizen take the initiative to sit on the chair. Advertisement. Suddenly, an inexplicable vibration made jingle. Aoki and Aizen all raised their heads, feeling the vibration of the Soul Society above. What happened to Soul Society? Aoki asked with some doubts. Hiroku Shunsui looked up and remained silent. It seems that Yhwach has already killed the Spirit King, really. Aizen Sosuke responded softly. The Spirit King is dead. Aoki was stunned for a moment, and then reflected. Calculating the time, it was indeed time for Yhwach to kill the Spirit King. Aoki doesn't care about it. After all, there will be a solution in the end. It's just that what makes him more curious is why the infernal hell has not been affected. At this time, Aoki only felt the vibration from the Soul Society above from the position of the infernal hell, and the situation in the infernal hell did not seem to be affected in any way. Logically speaking, the Spirit King is the pillar of the three realms, and if the Spirit King dies, the entire three realms will perish. But the space Aoki is in at this time does not have the slightest meaning of dying out. Could it be that the infernal hell is no longer in the three realms? Looking at Aoki's frowning expression, Hiroku Shunsui thought that Aoki felt the crisis of the situation at this time, and then greeted everyone. It looks like we have to hurry up. Judging from the current situation, the Soul Society is about to die. The crowd carried Aizen, followed Hiroku Shunsui and Aoki, and slowly walked out of the gate of infernal hell. Nanao Eyes was obediently guarding the gate of Mao's underground prison at this time. When she saw Aoki and Hiroku Shunsui coming up, she rushed to meet them. Urahara Kazuki has called all the vice captains and above to go to the 12th division in battle. Looking at it like this, it seems to be opening the door to the palace of the Spirit King. Hearing Nanao's words, Yuan Li's eyes showed surprise. Urahara Kazuki, hearing the name, Aizen Sosuke was immediately interested. Let's go, I also want to meet an old acquaintance quickly. Nanao Eyes noticed Aizen, and instantly remembered the evil this guy had done in Jinglington. Her face suddenly changed from cute to stern, and then quietly hid behind Aoki. Aoki stretched out his hand and gently touched Nanao's head, making Hiroku Shunsui on the side envious. In the 12th squad, the captains also looked shocked. What's the situation? Is the Spirit King dead? What are you doing? Those guys from Team Zero. Where's Ichigo? Why can't you stop him? Hiroko Shinji yelled helplessly at Urahara Kazuki, as if to vent his inner emotions. Although I really don't want to think this way, but the Zero Division was completely wiped out, and Mr. Ichigo couldn't arrive in time. This is the most reasonable guess. Urahara Kazuki said silently with his head down, his expression seemed a little depressed. What is certain now is that if things go on like this, Jingling Ting. No, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo and even the present world will all be destroyed. The Soul Society and this world will disappear. Abarai Renji said with a look of disbelief. Damn, what can we do now? At this time, Jashiro Yukitaki lowered his head and remained silent, with black lines appearing faintly behind him. Captain Jashiro. Rukia immediately noticed that Jashiro Yukitaki's state was not right, and asked cautiously. Hearing Rukia's words, several captains on the side also looked over. Urahara Kazuki saw the phantom behind Jashiro Yukitaki gradually emerge, with an incredible emotion in his eyes. Jashiro, you are. I want to replace the Spirit King. Jashiro Yukitaki immediately knelt down on one knee, unbuttoned his shirt, and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Advertisement. I didn't expect. That kind of thing really happened. Urahara Kazuki murmured when he saw the scene in front of him. I'll explain this later. Jashiro Yukitaki raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and spoke eloquently. Lord Mimi Haji, please release the power to control the eyes. Please abandon my internal organs and release the power to control the eyes hidden deep in my body. Suddenly, a black liquid gushed out from Jashiro's back, forming a monster like an arm behind him. Jashiro Yukitake gulped and dressed heavily, as if the ritual was a heavy burden for him. Huh. Jashiro Yukitake broke out in cold sweat, but still said to everyone. I was supposed to die when I was 3 years old. Hearing this, the expressions of the captains all became surprised. Captain Jashiro has been weak and sickly since he was a child, and he is still suffering from illnesses today. All the captains present know this. But at this time, Jashiro said such words, no doubt to unlock a hidden secret. Mimahaji-sama, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Is it the native god of East Rukongai? Urahara Kazuki calmed down at this moment, looked at the phantom behind Jashiro Yukitake, and asked. It is a one-eyed alien god who was famous in the 76th district of East Rukongai as the reverse bone. It is said that he is a god who will dedicate and protect everything he owns except his eyes. Jashiro Yukitake's condition improved at this time, and his voice became much calmer. Furthermore, that rumor also mentioned. Mimahaji-sama descended from the sky in ancient times, and it was a sacrifice to the right arm of the Spirit King. Hearing this, Harakazuki's eyes became serious. My parents are very superstitious people. When I was abandoned by the doctor, my parents enshrined my lungs to Lord Mimihaji. That's why I survived and became a member of Jingling Court. Saying 0.8, Jashiro Yukitake spat out a mouthful of blood. Captain, Rukia yelled nervously. Stop making noise. Let me finish. Jashiro Yukitake raised his hand to block Rukia, and continued. My lungs are closely connected with Lord Mimihaji, and the ritual of extending his power to the internal organs is called Shengua. Now, all my internal organs belong to Lord Mimihaji. Through this ceremony, I will be called the carrier of Lord Mimihaji. I am now the right arm of King Ling. After all, Jashiro Yukitake let out a painful roar, and then an arm struggled out of his mouth, meandering upwards, and stretched directly towards the direction of the Soul King Palace. After a while, the shaking from Soul Society slowly stopped. Has the vibration stopped? Hiroku Shunsui was on his way to the 12th division at this time, feeling the changes in Soul Society, and looked at the sky thoughtfully. Captain Jashiro seems to have died. Aoki frowned. At this time, he saw a black arm rising into the sky, and he roughly guessed what Jashiro Yukitake had done. He has transformed himself into the right arm of the Soul King, just to be able to fight for some stability time with Chapter 92. My family leader is about to be shaken to death by you. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Aoki silently looked at the black arm rushing up to the sky, deeply moved in his heart. In fact, the last time he saw Jashiro Yukitake, he knew that once the hexagram was completed, Jashiro Yukitake would die soon. Even if Captain Jashiro was able to temporarily stabilize Soul Society with the Soul King's right arm, it could only last for a while. After all, once Jashiro dies, the Soul Society will continue to perish. At this time, Aoki sensed a slight chance. Everyone, it's urgent, I have to take a step first. Aoki waved his hand to bid farewell to Jingle, and then took Aiznaneo's hand and soared into the sky. Exploding Reiatsu, seasoning the ground fried smoke. Seeing Aoki's performance, Hiroku Shunsui frowned slightly, wondering what Aoki was thinking. Aizen Sosuke looked at Aoki's disappearing figure, and also felt the majestic Reiatsu in the opponent's body, not inferior to himself at all, and smiled thoughtfully. Funny guy. At this time, in the 12th division, the state of Jashiro Yukitake aroused the concern of the captains. Rukia was already in tears at this time, and she realized at this time that Jashiro Yukitake is equivalent to sacrificing her own life, just to gain a chance of stability for the Soul Society. How long can Captain Jashiro last like this? Byakuya Kuchiki asked calmly after seeing this scene. That depends on Captain Jashiro, how long he can live, Urahara Kazuki said flatly. At this time, they also knew that Jashiro's sacrifice could only give them a moment to breathe, and the most important thing for everyone now is to open the gate to the Lingwang Palace. Isn't Reiatsu enough? Urahara Kazuki shouted. 29 inches no. Rukia shook her head slightly. Captain Jashiro is usually sick, and Reiatsu is almost used to suppress the pain, so among our group, Captain Jashiro's Reiatsu is extremely strong. But now, Rukia glanced at Jashiro Yukitake, who was kneeling on the ground, incredulously. Rukia's meaning is obvious. Among the captains, Jashiro's Reiatsu is the strongest. Now without Jashiro's participation, it may be even more difficult to open the gate of the Lingwang Palace. Hey, hello, how could I be missing out on this kind of thing? Zaraki Kenpachi kicked open the door and walked out of the recovery container. Kusajishi Yakiru sat on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders, fighting spirit written all over his face. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi coming, the captains breathed a sigh of relief. If the Gote 13th Division is ranked in terms of Reiatsu, Zaraki Kenpachi is definitely in the top 3. At this time Zaraki Kenpachi joined the team, but it still seems to be a little short. Let me tell you, everyone, since you borrowed the laboratory of my 12th division, why didn't you call me? Kuretsuchi Mayuri walked in slowly at this time, followed by a large machine. In such a situation, why didn't you think of using a Reiatsu amplifier? Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Urahara Kazuki with a sneer on his face. As expected of Captain Nirvana, I have thought of all of this. Urahara Kazuki saw that Kuretsuchi Mayuri brought a sharp weapon, and the boredom in his heart was immediately washed away. Suddenly, Jashiro Yukitake cried out in pain. What? The captains were startled by this scream, and they all came forward to observe. Captain Jashiro. What happened? Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki frowned. Jashiro Yukitaki's performance now proved that his life was numbered. Moreover, something must have happened at the Lingwang Palace, causing some kind of attack on the right arm of the Lingwang. Everyone, hurry up, Urahara Kazuki yelled, as the crowd prepared to continue pouring Reiatsu into the gate that opened the Soul King's palace. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the Soul Society, and all the captains became unstable. Jashiro Yukitaki shook his body and fell slowly to the ground. The pitch-black arm that struggled out of its mouth was slowly detaching from Jashiro's mouth at this moment, and then floated towards the sky. Not good. Urahara Kazuki was shocked in his heart. This scene means that the role of the right arm of the Spirit King in place of the Spirit King has completely failed, and it is about to be snatched away. At this time, everyone still didn't know that in the palace of the Soul King, Yhwach and Kurisaki's group had a fierce confrontation. The final result, of course, was that Yhwach defeated everyone and was preparing to absorb the body of the Spirit King. As the right arm of the Spirit King, it was naturally absorbed by Yhwach. Just when the whole thing was going badly, a hand suddenly appeared and picked up Jashiro Yukitaki's fallen body. Sorry, I seem to be here at the right time. At this time, Aoki slightly supported Jashiro Yukitaki, then stretched out the other hand and slowly grabbed the right arm of the rising Lingwang. Seeing the scene in front of them, the captains were shocked. They didn't even find out how Aoki came to the 12th squad. Urahara Kazuki stared at Aoki closely, as if wanting to see something from him. Captain Jashiro, I'm very sorry that I couldn't save you, Aoki said with a heavy heart, looking at Jashiro's eyes that could not be closed. Although he is not familiar with Jashiro, and it can even be said that he only met a few times, Aoki was shocked to see Jashiro's life and death for the Soul Society. After all, if Aoki and Jashiro were to be swapped, he would never do it for Soul Society. I have an unfeeling request, your Lord Mimi Haji, I will accept it. After Aoki said, the hand holding the right arm of the Spirit King suddenly exerted force, pulling the right arm of the Spirit King down a bit. Jashiro Yukitaki, who was already almost lifeless, heard this sentence at this time, and instantly looked back at Aoki with an incomprehensible look. You, cough cough, do you still have this ability? Ah, you're not dead yet. Aoki looked at Jashiro who breathed back, and was so shocked that the hand that was supporting Jashiro almost trembled. Take it easy on you, my captain will make you shake to death. Rukia looked at Jashiro who was lying in Aoki's arms, said nervously, stomping her feet. Embarrassed, Aoki slowly lowered Jashiro Yukitaki to the ground. If you can snatch Master Mimi Haji back, even if there is only a trace, I can live 2 more days. Jashiro Yukitaki stared into Aoki's eyes and said slowly. Having said that, Jashiro Yukitaki doesn't have too much expectation for this matter, after all, he is already a dying person. Even if King Ling's right arm returned to his body, it would just let him linger on. Aoki looked at Jashiro quietly, and nodded slightly. It is good. After all, Aoki raised Reiatsu to the maximum, the false mask slowly emerged in the right eye, and the released Reiatsu was powerful and wild. Nanao eyes, who followed Aoki, her legs were weak and sweaty from being shocked by Aoki's Reiatsu at this time, she could only support the wall and stand barely. Advertisement. The rest, with the exception of the captain-level Shinigami, seemed to be having a hard time. My god, this intensity of Reiatsu. Madarame Makaku gulped, feeling unbearable. The Reiatsu emitted by Captain Aoki, the concentration of Reiatsu around is even higher than that of Monk Yan's Reiatsu. Byakuya Kuchiki's tone was calm, but his eyes were still somewhat shocked. Rukia clenched her fists tightly. If she hadn't practiced in Team Zero, she would be like Nanao eyes at this time, almost unable to stand up. After a huge Reiatsu, stomach Timberwolf's yank. The sound of tearing suddenly entered everyone's minds. Aoki tore off a section of the Soul King's right arm, and slowly absorbed it. Ahem. Jashiro Yukitaki's cough reached Aoki's ears. Seeing this, Aoki quickly transferred the remaining power of the Soul King into Jashiro Yukitaki's body. I can live for a few more months, that's great. Jashiro Yukitaki's face gradually turned red, and the originally shriveled muscles of his body gradually recovered. At this time, Jashiro Yukitaki is not really greedy for life and afraid of death. It was because, after he summoned the right arm of the Spirit King, his attempt to stabilize the Soul Society had completely failed. As the container 143 of Master Mimi Haji, when he boarded the Lingwang Palace, he had already witnessed the strength of Yhwach, and was almost absorbed. It is a blessing in misfortune to be able to recover a little strength from Aoki's hands at this time. Jinglingting is facing a huge crisis at this time. If Jashiro can live, at least he can contribute more. Aoki doesn't care about the power of the Spirit King, he just needs to get the attributes of the power of the Spirit King. In my own body, apart from the positions of Shinigami and Shu, there is also a small space specially reserved for the power of the Spirit King. It can be said that Aoki's body has long been ready for the 3-in-1. The power of the Spirit King slowly poured into Aoki's body, and Aoki's consciousness was once again trapped in a fog like the last time he fused the power of the void. On the Lingwang Palace, Fahabak looked at his right hand with a puzzled expression. Just now he put his right hand on the body of the Spirit King, ready to absorb it together with the hindering right arm of the Spirit King. But in the process of absorbing it, he clearly felt that someone was competing with him. This shocked Juhabak greatly. Who is it, and what is it about? Juhabak's eyes moved, and in the future, he only saw the scene of Jashiro falling to the ground. It's that guy Jashiro, who still has a trace of the power of the right hand of the Spirit King left. Yhwach was puzzled, but it made sense to think about it. After all, Jashiro and Lingwang's right hand are very deeply integrated, and it is reasonable that he didn't completely take it away. At this time, there was a strange feeling in Yhwach's body, and he knew that he must go to sleep. Yhwach slowly stepped onto his throne, with heavy steps. Every step he takes, his body turns black, and his hair gradually gathers and merges, turning into a pitch-black cloak. When Yhwach sat on the throne, the darkness of his body enveloped his entire body, as if to completely envelop him. Suddenly, countless eyeballs emerged from Yhwach's body, and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Chapter 93 Aizen, such a coincidence. You were put on the playground by them too. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Your Majesty. Lijibaluo and a group of personal guards walked into the palace of the Lingwang Palace, and saw Yhwach sitting on the throne. At this time, Yhwach is already very different from the previous form. Lijibaluo watched Yhwach's figure swaying slightly, feeling uneasy in his heart. Your Majesty, is it really all right? Suddenly, countless eyeball-shaped monsters emerged from Yhwach's body. Countless eyeball monsters gathered into a torrent, rushing out towards the gate of the Lingwang Palace. The personal guards were instantly engulfed by this torrent, and they all turned pale with shock. Don't panic. Hathward's voice sounded in the ears of the pro-guards. This is the torrent of the Spirit King's power. It is the power of the Soul King sealed by the Shinigami. At this time, it is turning into a torrent passing through His Majesty's body. They won't harm us, because their enemies are the Shinigami. Before Hathward finished speaking, the torrent of eyeball-shaped monsters broke through the gate of the Lingwang Palace in an instant, all the way down, rushing towards the direction of the Lingling Court. The sky in Jingling Court suddenly darkened for a moment. Strange, why did the sky turn black all of a sudden? What's that? Shu Bing immediately noticed the abnormality in the sky. At this time, many black Madaras of different sizes suddenly appeared in the sky. That place is the broken soul cloaking membrane. Sui Feng looked up. At this moment, above the Jingling Court, the covering soul mask has been damaged due to the movement of the Soul Society just now. In other words, at this time, the soul obstructing membrane has completely lost its protective effect. Thinking of this, Sui Feng jumped up. Captain, where are you going? Omaeda shouted at the top of his voice. What are you talking about? In this situation, the Quincy's must be playing tricks. Sui Feng shouted angrily at Omaeda. Right now we are not strong enough to act, should we wait for the enemy to attack? Bankai. Bird Wind Thunder Whip. Sui Feng's Bankai appeared huge on her arm like a wasp's poisonous tail. But at the next moment, Sui Feng's expression changed suddenly. The torrent of Spirit King's power reached her body in a moment, rendering her Bankai useless. Sui Feng's Bankai, in the case of a longer range one-hit kill. At this time, Sui Feng's body was covered with eyeball-shaped monsters. Damn it! Sui Feng put away Bankai, and blasted away the monsters around him with instant coaxing. Pentagon. Omaeda yelled, beheading a monster with Zanpakuto after Shikai. Captain, are you okay? Omaeda asked with concern. Boom. Omaeda was about to step forward to say a few more words of concern, and immediately put on Sui Feng's fist. The wordiness is dead, don't hurry up and eliminate it. With a roar, Shuhei summoned Zanpakuto. If this kind of thing breaks into the 12th division, all our equipment will be ruined, and the wind will die. Hozukimaru. Teng Peacock. The vice captains all summoned Zanpakuto and joined the battle with Sui Feng. Hehehehe. A magnetic cold hum entered everyone's minds. All the Shinigami present were stunned for a moment, because they were very familiar with this voice. Advertisement. Aizen Sosuke. Funny. Very funny. Why use a knife to slash? Use Reiatsu to suppress it in one breath, isn't it okay? As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt a suffocating Reiatsu. The eyeball-shaped monsters around seemed to be squeezed and ruptured by the huge pressure. The figure of Aizen Sosuke slowly emerged from the darkness. Aizen. Rukia looked at the man in front of him, beads of sweat appeared on his face. Long time no see. Rukia, to be honest, I haven't spoken to you since defecting. Aizen Sosuke sat quietly on the chair at the moment, looking down at the familiar faces in front of him. Congratulations, you have become the vice captain. It seems that our achievements in battle are recognized. Aizen Sosuke's words were tinged with amusement. Aizen, you guy, shouldn't you be in the endless hell? Why did you appear here? Rukia seemed to be unable to believe the scene in front of him, staring at the man sitting on the high chair. Someone unshackled me. Aizen responded calmly. Who is it? Hearing this, Rukia was even more shocked. It's me. The figure of Kiraku Shunsui also appeared in front of everyone. I think you will ask questions, so I will say it first. I judge this war, we need the power of Aizen. Hearing what Kiraku Shunsui said, all the Shinigami present expressed their incomprehension. Why is it like this? How can we use this guy's power? I just can't take it. Shameless. Kiraku Shunsui seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago. He watched the quarrel and didn't speak for a long time. Kiraku Shunsui opened his mouth slowly until all objections were finished. What you said is all about face. And what about Goniwa? Kiraku Shunsui's eyes turned cold. Just relying on face, but you can't protect Jinglington Court. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, although everyone wanted to speak again, they had nothing to say. Looks like the discussion is over. Aizen interjected at this point. Then, release the shackles from my hands. Hiraku Shunsui turned around, looked at Aizen who was sitting on the high chair, and replied coldly. Can't do it. As I said, you are only allowed to undo 3 shackles, and now they are all used up. Then you let me sit here and deal with those monsters. Aizen said dissatisfied. I don't think you can't. Hiraku Shunsui shook his head. Too flattering me, I don't have that kind of power now. Aizen was helpless. It's not a question of whether you have strength or not, you see. I don't think you will let your body be swallowed by these monsters. Before Kiraku Shunsui finished speaking, a huge number of eyeball-shaped monsters had arrived, almost covering the entire 12th division inside. So many numbers. Rukia's pupils constricted, and she was quite frightened when she saw this scene. The corner of Aizen's mouth suddenly lifted into a smile. Really, I feel helpless when you talk like this. Advertisement. Hiraku Shunsui smiled and was about to respond, but suddenly his pupils shrank because he felt Aizen's Reiatsu taking power violently. Run. Back to the lab. Hiraku Shunsui shouted to the crowd. The corners of Aizen's mouth turned up slightly, and his calm and magnetic voice sounded again. 90 of Hado Black Coffin. In an instant, a huge black wall-shaped cuboid full of violent energy was formed from Aizen's feet, and it enveloped the space with a radius of more than 10 meters. Countless shadow blades pierced through the cuboid. After a while, Black Coffin dissipated. Hiraku Shunsui and all the team members have retreated to the laboratory and escaped the blow. Just now Aizen obviously used this move out of anger. Even if he gave up the chant and only used 1/3 of his power, it was enough to perform an indiscriminate attack that instantly killed the captain-level Shinigami. I don't think you made the right decision to cast Aizen. Byakuya Kuchiki said silently in Fangmo behind Hiraku Shunsui. Hiraku Shunsui glanced ahead, sweating coldly. At this time, the torrent formed by the power of the Spirit King has been completely wiped out by Aizen, and the space where Aizen is located has also become ruins. Aoki. Suddenly, Uenel Chunshui's eyes widened. At this time, Aizen sat quietly among the ruins he created. Really, after accepting my Black Coffin attack, it has not been damaged yet. It is indeed made of the same material as the chains of infernal hell. Aizen is very satisfied with his ability. At this time, the field has been completely destroyed by him, and the monsters just now have disappeared. Although he didn't break his seat, it was what he expected. Aizen looked around, ready to meet the terrified eyes of everyone. Suddenly, a figure caught his eyes. Aoki. At this time, Aizen's calm heart was filled with waves. From the moment he came in, he noticed Aoki standing there blankly, with Jashiro Yukitaki lying beside him. At that time, Aizen only cared about chatting with the captains, and didn't take the initiative to talk to them. Until Black Coffin was released, Aizen thought Aoki escaped with him. Unexpectedly, Aoki stood in the same place from the beginning to the end, and experienced the attack of Black Coffin without any injuries. Not only that, even Jashiro Yukitaki who was lying on the side did not receive, any damage. Aizen felt a little restless in his heart. The Black Coffin just now enveloped himself. Although the damage is caused by his own ability, Aizen himself will also suffer the corresponding damage. At this time, he was safe and sound, because the seal on his body indirectly played a protective role. Aizen thinks that he can't resist Black Coffin's damage. But this Aoki in front of me. At this moment, Aoki shook his neck slightly, as if he was slightly sore because he kept the same posture for too long. The power of the Spirit King seems to be easier to talk about than the power of Shu. These two really fit my personality. Yeah, it seems that my personality is very healthy, and I don't mean to split at all. Aoki murmured, talking to himself. Then Aoki took a look around. The original room was not exquisitely decorated, but at least it didn't experience too much damage. At this time, where is the shadow of the room beside Aoki? It's a big playground. What's the situation? How did you put me here? I haven't been distracted for too long. Aoki was full of doubts, and then saw Aizen who was also astonished. Yo, Aizen, what a coincidence. You were put on the playground by them too. Aoki greeted warmly. Aizen's face drooped quickly. Chapter 94 Brand New World. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. At this time, Aoki has just woken up from the trance. He has just absorbed the left arm of the Spirit King, and his consciousness has fallen into a certain consciousness space, and he has completed the fusion with the power of the Spirit King. At this time, Aoki already has the power of Shinigami, Shu and Ling Wang, and the quality of Reiatsu has also tripled. Aizen, why are you put here too? Aoki looked at Aizen with a puzzled face, seemingly completely unaware of Aizen's attack. Jashiro Yukitaki, who was lying on the ground, was not affected in any way. Aoki completes the process of absorbing, just enveloping Jashiro Yukitaki inside. But at this time, Jashiro Yukitaki's face was full of horror. Because he just saw the inside of the black coffin. The rectangular coffin wall formed by such a mighty Kido, in which countless spiritual seeds shuttled through with long needles, if not for Aoki's defense, in the current state of Jashiro Yukitaki, I am afraid that he would have died in the hands of Aizen. Aizen looked at Aoki, his face drooped, and he kept silent. When he used this move just now, he just wanted to give Jingle a bad start and solve the problem of the power of the Spirit King by the way. But unexpectedly, Aoki, who was shrouded in Kido's 90, black coffin, was not injured at all, and instead chatted with him with a smile. This made Aizen, who had just been released from prison and was complacent, very unhappy. It seems that your body is quite suitable to be my chair. Aizen looked at Aoki quietly, and spoke slowly. Aoki felt baffled. Why did this guy want to yin and yang himself as soon as he met? What does it mean to be suitable as a chair? In fact, Aoki didn't realize that he was attacked by Black Coffin 800 just now. His consciousness has been absorbing the power of the Spirit King, and he didn't wake up until he opened his mouth. Naturally, he didn't know what Aizen was thinking. Nano, come quickly, help me carry Captain Jashiro away. Aoki looked around, finally saw Nanao eyes poking her head out, and hurriedly greeted him. Nanao eyes walked to Aoki's side nervously. She still had lingering fears about the huge damage caused by Aizen just now. But seeing that Aoki was not affected at all, eyes Nanao calmed down a little. Captain Aoki, your body is really tough. Kyoraku Shunsui walked up to Aoki with a smile and joked. Then Kyoraku Shunsui glanced at Aizen again, with a slightly smug look on his face. But Kyoraku Shunsui was also very shocked by Aoki's strength at this time. Because at this time Kyoraku Shunsui, Aoki's Reiatsu was barely captured. Although the previous Aoki was very powerful, Kyoraku Shunsui at least knows what level Aoki is in, maybe underestimated, but at least he can perceive it. But now Kyoraku Shunsui facing Aoki is like facing a layer of tulle, if there is nothing. Captain Aoki, I wonder what you were doing just now. Kyoraku Shunsui rubbed his hands together and asked in a low voice with a smile on his face. It's nothing, just absorbed a little bit of the right arm of the Soul King. Aoki's tone was light, but it fell into Kyoraku Shunsui's ears like a bomb. CJEI. King Ling's right arm. Advertisement. As a good friend of Jashiro, Jingle has heard a little about this matter. But he didn't expect that Aoki would have the guts to do such a thing. This is the Soul King. The gods of the Soul Society, just absorbed. What's the difference between this and Juhabak? Kyoraku Shunsui was full of worries, wondering whether the matter should be over, and when he imprisoned Aizen, he also imprisoned this kid along the way. Urahara Kazuki quietly observed Aoki's state. When Aoki appeared, Urahara Kazuki noticed that Aoki seemed to have completed some kind of hollow experiment, combining himself with hollow. And Aoki just performed a performance of absorbing the power of the Soul King in front of him, which shocked Urahara Kazuki very much. He just can't figure out how Aoki can unify the power of these three. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo has the powers of Quincy, Shinigami, and Hollow is because of his parents' lineage. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Shinseki, is a Quincy herself, and was attacked by the Void, created by Aizen during her lifetime, and has the power of both Shu and Quincy in her body. Coupled with Shiba's single-minded Shinigami bloodline, Kurosaki Ichigo was born in a 3-in-1 state. But Aoki, Urahara Kazuki thought about it for a long time, and did not engage in the principle of Aoki's 3-in-1. Absorb it if you say it, how about I try it another day? Urahara thought for a while, then shook his head, giving up this dangerous idea. Aoki shook his neck slightly, feeling the majestic power in his body. The absorption just now, in addition to causing a change in the quality of his Reiatsu, at this moment, he has vaguely broken through some kind of boundary. I don't know if I can be a tough steel friend Habak. Aoki murmured. At this time in the Lingwang Palace, Juhabak's personal guards are resting in the side hall. At this time, some time has passed since Juhabak absorbed the Spirit King. Hey, are we waiting here? Your Majesty's condition looks very bad. Gerald said loudly. Don't worry. Hasward sat quietly on the sofa in the side hall, and said in a flat tone. Your Majesty has taken away all the power of the Spirit King. At this time, we just need to wait patiently. Next, we will usher in a brand new Shiuan. Hasward is like a pious missionary at this time, telling everyone about the future of the Invisible Empire. Suddenly, there was a subtle vibration in the air. Hasward felt the changes around him, and raised his head. It seems to be over. Hasward turned to the guards and said. Your Majesty has taken everything from the Spirit King, and the Spirit King is completely gone at this time. Go, let's meet. New World. Advertisement. Hasward was the first to enter the palace where Zhuok was temporarily sleeping. There was a weird atmosphere everywhere in the palace, and the dark liquid flowed wantonly on the floor. Hasward noticed that Juhabak sat silently on his own throne, and his breathing fluctuated. Seeing the scene around him, Adkins broke out in a cold sweat. After all, this scene is really creepy. The black liquid flowing wantonly on the floor is actually emitted from Fahabak's body. The source of the weird atmosphere and weird smells around should also be Juhabak in the center of the palace. Haswald, Juhabak said slowly, and then raised his head, as if he was bearing a huge burden. Everyone was shocked when they saw the new face of Juhabak. Is this really His Majesty? Aiken stared closely at Juhabak in front of him, and saw that the forehead and eyes of the other party had been completely occupied by a pitch-black unknown liquid. Dozens of eyes of different sizes with only pupils opened on the forehead, moving left and right mess box. What's the matter? Calm down Aikens. Hasward glanced at Aikens lightly, and said in a cold tone. This guy, seeing His Majesty's appearance, is not shocked at all. Atkins was even more nervous at this time. He was selected from the bottom, and only now did he feel that the guys around him were pervert. Are you afraid? It's okay, you will get used to it sooner or later. Juhabak's voice seemed to have changed, becoming more and more dull. However, the feeling of excess power is really good. Juhabak raised his head and released super power, and the spirit palace was immediately blown to pieces by Juhabak's power. Everyone in the personal guards turned pale with fright, because if they were not careful, they might fall from the Lingwang Palace. There is no need for soul society here, once it falls, it is almost a dead body. Harsword, persuade your majesty quickly. We're going to fall to our death. Yakin said nervously. Hasward knelt down in front of Juhabak all at once. His Majesty. What a power. The world after the death of King Ling cannot be rebuilt without your power. Take us to the new world. Your Majesty. Juhabak grinned lightly and said. Harsword, the eldest son of you. Stand behind me and take a look. First, let this place become our country. Juhabak opened his arms, and the entire Lingwang Palace shook again in an instant, and the jingling court below the Lingwang Palace also continuously broke out. Countless broken walls and ruins flew out of Jingling Court, and flew towards the direction of Lingwang Palace. Chapter 95 Aizen, you stay in Seireitei as a substitute. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. At this time, Aoki and the captains also felt the changes in Jinglingting at the same time. Buildings seemed to be flying up. Shouted Abarai Renji. Stand firm, now is the best time to counterattack those enemies. Sui Feng shouted, and then summoned the Sparrow God Thunder Whip, ready to shoot at the sky. No need to say much. Aizen smiled slightly, as if he felt it was unnecessary. That kind of thing can be completely wiped out with just my Reiatsu. If you need it, I can even knock down the Lingwang Palace. Aizen sat on the chair restraining himself, with a confident and calm face. Everyone was shocked when they heard Aizen's words. In the eyes of Shinigami, the Lingwang Palace is the supreme existence. Even if the Soul King Palace is occupied by Juhabak at this time, it is still the Soul King Palace after all. As the palace of the Soul King, this guy Aizen wants to shoot it down. All the captains knew that Aizen never spoke big words. So the meaning of this sentence is very obvious, that is, Aizen really has the strength to shoot down the Lingwang Palace. UB***************** D. How dare you have the guts? Abarai Renji quickly yelled. But Aizen's eyes shot at him afterward. Even Abarai Renji, who had trained in Team Zero, felt vaguely uncomfortable when he saw Aizen's eyes. Aizen glanced at Abarai Renji lightly, then said lightly. A big hole has been broken in the seal between Sealing Court and Lingwang Palace, now is indeed the best time to attack. Open your eyes and see. After all, a huge Reiatsu erupted around Aizen, and a super powerful pillar of spiritual light flew towards the Lingwang Palace. Everyone saw this scene with shocked expressions on their faces. This guy's strength seems to be stronger than when he fought Ichigo before. Urahara Kazuki hid his face under the brim of his hat, thinking silently in his heart. It seems that during this period of time, Aizen still hasn't stopped evolving in the infernal hell. The huge Reiatsu beam of light flew towards the Lingwang Palace, but it stopped at a distance from the Lingwang Palace. Aizen raised his head slightly, looking at the scene created by his own Reiatsu, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Is it really impossible? Aizen Sosuke said slowly. No way. Hiraku Shunsui appeared behind Aizen at this time. You also know that the Reiatsu on your body is limited to a certain range by the prison, even if your Reiatsu is super strong, there is no way to break through this restriction. After saying that, Hiraku Shunsui glanced back at Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and then spoke again. Don't underestimate the technological crystallization of Soul Society. At this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, holding a device that looked like a remote control, waved a wish at Aizen Sosuke slightly. Hyo Band leader is right, Shinigami's Reiatsu comes from the heart. As long as the heart does not stop, Reiatsu cannot be completely sealed, but can only be restricted within a specific range. But, Kuretsuchi Mayuri narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Aizen Sosuke, raised the remote control in his hand and spoke slowly. The scope of your Reiatsu is limited, but I have the final say. Kuretsuchi Mayuri opened his mouth and said provocatively. Advertisement. Although Aizen was released at this time to fight side by side with the captains, it is impossible for Jingle to let Aizen do what he wants to do. No one knows how much impact the defeat of the Lingwang Palace will have. And the reason why Aizen proposed this is to let the Lingwang Palace fall into the Jingling Court, so as to take revenge on Jingle and the others. Really? Faced with Kuretsuchi Mayuri's stop, Aizen shook his head helplessly. Aizen didn't expect that Seireitei had prepared so well. Originally he wanted to use this to test the strength of Seireitei, but the effect was not as good as he imagined. But at this point, his purpose has also been achieved, that is to show his strength to everyone. In this way, Aizen will be entrusted with important tasks by Kiraku Shunsui in the next battle. As long as he shows enough value, the time he can stay in the garden will be extended. In this way, Aizen will be able to find an opportunity to break free from the seal. Just when Aizen shook his head lightly, a beam of light filled with huge Reiatsu shot towards the Lingwang Palace in the sky. Sitting on a chair, Aizen's pupils shrunk. The whole body was sealed and there were only 3 usable places left. Aizen naturally had no way to look back at the master of this Reiatsu. But with Reiatsu's feeling, Aizen already knew that the person who just released this powerful force was Aoki. At this time, Aoki held the sealed state in his hand, and did not release his own Zanpakuto at all, so he pierced the sky. The huge Reiatsu crossed the seal between Jinglingting and Lingwang Palace, and then smashed through the Lingwang Palace. Aoki's right hand still maintains the posture of holding the knife, and his eyes are still full of doubts, as if he is adapting to his own strength. Captain Aoki, you actually. Abarai Renji was stunned when he saw this scene. The feeling an Aizen brings to him is dangerous enough, and even an Aizen, after being restricted by the Soul Society's technology to limit Reiatsu's range, can still reach a terrifying level. Unexpectedly, in the Searing Court, there is actually a person whose strength is comparable to Aizen. The Spirit King's palace. The distance is not too far. I can only penetrate through it. Aoki raised his palm on his forehead and turned towards the Spirit Lord's palace lookout. Just when Aizen said that he was going to shoot down the Lingwang palace, Aoki already had the idea of trying his current strength. So, after Aizen pretend failed, Aoki shot without hesitation. Through this blow, Aoki has probably realized that his current strength is probably on par with Yhwach. What surprised Aoki was that his attack landed on the Lingwang palace. Although a big hole was pierced, the buildings gradually closed together. After a while, it seemed as if he had never been attacked. It seems that if you want to shoot down the Lingwang palace, it is still very difficult to do. Aoki shook his head helplessly. Although Aoki was slightly disappointed, the captains around him were completely overwhelmed by Aoki. Piercing the Lingwang palace, Urahara Kazuki stared blankly at the scene in front of him, unable to calm down for a long time. So strong, it seems that Captain Aoki's strength is stronger than Aizen. Rukia showed a respectful expression on his face. The leader of the Beijing band and the leader of Aoki are like this, why do you still let Aizen out? Byakuya Kuchiki said silently behind Kyoraku Shunsui. Ask for flowers. Hearing Byakuya Kuchiki's suggestion, Kyoraku Shunsui could only smile bitterly in embarrassment. Before that, he felt that Aizen Sosuke was a big achievement of the Soul Society. Advertisement. Shinigami are always at a disadvantage in battles with the Quincy, and that's something Kyoraku Shunsui worries about all the time. Jinglingting lacks high-end combat power. Although the captains can fight against some members of the Star-Crossed Knights, but in the team of the Quincy division, there are too many high-end combat powers. Once one's own side does not know the intelligence of the opponent, the situation will be greatly reversed. So inviting Aizen out is also the result of Kyoraku Shunsui's careful consideration. In addition, letting Zaraki Kenpachi lead is also a decision made by Kyoraku Shunsui with the same intention. But as it stands now, it seems that Captain Aoki's strength, in Gote 13, is already a proper high-end combat power, even comparable to Aizen. This is what Kyoraku Shunsui never expected. The main reason is that Aoki's evolution came too suddenly. The two big steps of absorbing Shu and Lingwang's power have raised his strength to a higher level. Even if Kyoraku Shunsui is the captain of Jinglingting, he can't see Aoki's strength depth. 0.0. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui smiled slightly when he heard this. Since it's been released, if it's missing, return it immediately. The Jingling court still needs Aizen, at least we can let him guard the Soul Society. After all, Le Chunshui greeted all the team members. Everyone, we have to hurry up and build the portal. When Aizen Sosuke heard the conversation between Byakuya Kuchiki and Kyoraku, his face drooped instantly. As the former master of Haweko Mundo, holder of Hogyoku, villain of Jinglingting, Aizen Sosuke. At this time, it was actually underestimated. And, all because Aoki mimicked his attack on the Soul King Palace. But Aizen is worthy of being a natural-born villain. Facing this faint ridicule, he quickly calmed down and said with a snort. HMPH, isn't it the gate of the Spirit King's palace? For this kind of thing, just Reiatsu is enough. Even with the captains and the Reiatsu booster, it's still a bit short. Then what about me? Aizen Sosuke raised the corner of his mouth and was about to make a move when his facial expression suddenly became stiff. Because he saw that Aoki had walked up silently at this time, put his hand on the instrument for releasing Reiatsu, and in a moment, the gate of the Lingwang Palace was completed. At this time, the captains have not had time to release Reiatsu, and Aoki have only one Reiatsu amplifier to instill Reiatsu into the instrument. Is this enough? Aoki calmly looked at Urahara Kazuki at the side, then pointed to the gate of the Soul King Palace that he had opened, and said calmly. Urahara Kazuki nodded in surprise. Then Aoki looked at Kyoraku Shunsui, and the other party reacted immediately, and greeted the captains with a smile. Okay everyone, it's time for us to go to the Lingwang Palace. What about me? Aizen's complexion is not very good looking, Aoki just stole the limelight, and now he is still bitter about it. Aizen, you stay in Jinglingting as a substitute. Kyoraku Shunsui said with a smile. Chapter 96 Kuritsuchi Mayuri, why are you with me? Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Let me stay at Jinglingting. Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Kyoraku Shunsui's words. When you let me out before, I don't remember you saying that. Aizen knew that he was underestimated. Apparently, Aoki's ability is better than Aizen's. The most important thing is that Aoki is not a prisoner, so don't worry about him turning back all the time. But Kyoraku Shunsui's idea at this time is very simple. The main reason for not letting Aizen go with him is because Aizen has no ability to move. Now is the critical moment of the war, and the captains are not empty-handed to run around with Aizen. Kyoraku Shunsui seemed to be pretending not to hear Aizen Sosuke, and said to himself. Everyone, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Kyoraku Shunsui disappeared in the gate leading to the Lingwang Palace. Then the captains entered in turn. Aizen Sosuke thought about it, but gave up the opportunity. Forget it, there is nothing wrong with Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke was not angry at all, but comforted himself. Suddenly, he seemed to feel a strange scene around him. That kid, Aoki, doesn't seem to have entered the Soul King Palace. Aizen Sosuke murmured in the air. At this time, Aoki, when everyone was going to the palace of the 680, quietly retreated back and returned to his 8th team. After all, there was an agreement before, let the girls of the Star-Crossed Knights take revenge. Aoki felt that it was necessary to take the girl groups along this time. As soon as he got back to Team 8, Aoki went to the room where Bambietta and the others were locked up. Seeing Aoki coming, the girls of the Star-Crossed Knights were very excited. Master Aoki, did Aoki-sama finally remember us? When Bambietta and Goddess saw the appearance of Aoki, they began to show their cuteness again. After being sent to the 8th division, the Star-Crossed girl group was still locked in this room, and the chains on their bodies had been untied. At this time, the girl groups no longer looked like captives. I was happy to see Aoki's appearance instead. Master Aoki, what are you going to do to find someone this time? Bambietta blinked at Aoki, and then said. After reaching an agreement with Aoki, all members of the Star-Crossed girl group have surrendered to Aoki and are no longer ready to be loyal to Fahabama. Because of this, they are allowed not to wear chains, just like staying in the 8th team temporarily. And now Bambietta, when facing Aoki, has no anger or fear in the past. After all, the two sides are no longer enemies, but a relationship similar to that of companions. There is a good thing, I don't know if you are interested in it. Aoki couldn't help smiling and said when he saw Bambietta's appearance. Juhabak has occupied the Soul King Palace, we need your help. Hearing Aoki's words, Jadasi sat on the chair with her legs crossed, and said disdainfully. I never thought that Shinigami would need the help of Quincy one day. Hearing Goddess's jealous words, Aoki didn't pay attention at all, and instead glanced at Goddess's long legs. Advertisement. This is a good opportunity for you to take revenge, are you sure you don't want to try? Aoki's words seemed to be full of temptation, which made the girls fall into thinking. After being used by Juhaba to use the sanctification to lose most of the power of the Quincy, the women have always had a grudge against Yuhabak. If there is this opportunity to kill Yuhabak, then the girls will definitely want to join in the fun. But, are you sure you can kill Yuhabak? Your Majesty is very powerful. Menina said in a low voice, with a little worry hidden in the secret words. Hey, Menina, don't be arrogant, you have to be sure of everything, what's the point of that? Before Aoki could react, Goddess couldn't hold back when she heard this, and yelled at Menina who was hesitating aside. Menina nodded ashamedly at what Goddess said. Aoki saw that the time was basically ripe, so he waved his hand and took everyone out. In the Lingwang Palace, the captain saw the scene in front of their eyes, they were all shocked and lost their words. Hiroko Shinji looked at the completely different street from his impression, and made an unbelievable voice. What's going on here? Obviously, I should go to the palace of the Soul King. How could it become the street of the Quincy? What Hiroko Shinji was puzzled about was that the architectural style here was similar to the buildings that Seireitei was invaded by the Invisible Empire before. Hey, Urahara, what are you doing? Didn't you want to take us to the Soul King Palace? Hiroko Shinji complained to Urahara Kazuki. From the point of view of the coordinates, this place is indeed directly above Jinglingting. Urahara Kazuki shook his head slightly, expressing that he was also surprised by this matter. In other words, this is the Lingwang Palace. Hieraku Shunsui took a look at the surrounding scenery and took over the topic. So it is the street that has just risen from Sei Ling Ting, and rebuilt the Lingwang Palace. Hearing this, Hiroko Shinji looked incredible. How can that be? So, the enemy has indeed obtained such power. Hieraku Shunsui's eyes gradually became serious, and then he slowly stepped on the ground under his feet, and looked around again. Look, the streets here are circular. I'm afraid this is one of the 5 Ling family halls under Lingwang Palace. And there are no figures of the Lingwang Palace around, which shows that the Lingwang Palace may have fallen, and the enemy has gained everything. Beijing Lekan, the surrounding. Byakuya Kuchiki carefully felt the surroundings of the Lingwang Palace at this time, and then said lightly. It seems that this place is not easy to make a Ling Si foothold. Generally speaking, the higher the concentration of spiritual particles, the better the production of spiritual particles. But we can't complete it here, which means that the control of the spiritual seeds in this place is all in the hands of the Quincy Master. Hieraku Shunsui shook his head helplessly, and then said to everyone. It seems that we can only move forward in the direction of the road. Go forward for the protection of the court, guest captains. After Hieraku Shunsui finished speaking, he was the first to take the lead and ran towards a huge palace not far away. At this time, it was originally the location of the Lingwang Palace, and Yuhabak sat quietly on the chair. Advertisement. On the top of his head, there are still traces caused by Aoki's penetration of the Lingwang Palace. At that time, Yuhabak never imagined that when he was building the so-called real-world city, a Shinigami under the Jingling Court would directly launch a long-distance attack on the Lingwang Palace. But the so-called omniscient and omnipotent Yuhabak didn't panic at all, he began to examine the cause and effect of this matter. The incident about being shot down after occupying the Lingwang Palace did appear in the future. At this time, Yuhabak carefully checked the future, and finally found that it was the guy named Aoki. Aoki. Yuhabak slightly opened his mouth and said with a smile. At this time, the personal guards were kneeling respectfully in front of Yuhabak, and the manipulation of the creation on the spot by Yuhabak just now directly shocked the guards. Your Majesty's strength, what's going on now? Yakins looked at the figure of Yuhabak, and his heart couldn't restrain his excitement. Lijibalo. After pondering for a moment, Yuhabak said. Your Majesty, it's an honor to be called by you. Lijibalo saluted Yuhabak respectfully, even facing the monster-like Yohabak Lijibadu. I have seen that the Shinigami named Aoki will die by your hands. Don't let me down, Yuhabak said. The whole person seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Aoki. Li Jibaluo searched the word carefully in his mind, and seemed to have some impression somewhere. Although Lijibalo is not very clear, what Yuhabak said is the imperial decree. Since Yuhabak said that he will kill the Shinigami named Aoki, he must do it. While Yuhabak was asleep, the SS received orders to stop the attacking Shinigami at different locations. At this time, Hiraku Shunsui and a group of captains and deputy captains are on their way in full swing. Where did Captain Nirvana go? Urahara Kazuki seemed a little surprised, looking at Hiraku Shunsui's back and asked. Hiraku Shunsui turned his head sharply, observed carefully, and saw the shadow of Kuretsuchi Mayuri in everyone's eyes. Not only Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but also Aoki is gone. And Zaraki Kenpachi is not there either. Hiraku Shunsui's usually calm heart was now occupied by anxiety. What are you doing? These guys. Hiraku Shunsui wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help complaining about 1.4. At this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri had just passed through the gate of the Soul King Palace. First close the door once, then change the coordinates and open it again. In this case, even if it is the Lingwang Palace, it will be easy for me to break in alone. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very excited when he saw the scene that was different from other captains. At this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's position is completely different from that of the captains. This is because Kuretsuchi Mayuri opened the door and came in after rechanging the coordinates. Those guys must be very troubled now. Kuretsuchi Mayuri grinned gloatingly. However, I don't have time for ordinary people. It's time to test my latest research results. Really? Zaraki Kenpachi's voice sounded behind Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Zaraki Kenpachi and Yakiryu on his shoulder in surprise, not knowing why the other party followed. Master Aoki. What kind of place is this? Another female voice came from not far away. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked not far away, and saw Aoki leading the Quincy girls to visit the street. You two guys, why do you have to be with me? Kuretsuchi Mayuri clenched his fists angrily and roared at the two. Chapter 97 Vice Captain Yinmeng, can you fall in love? Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very upset at this time. Although he helped Jinglingting open the gate to the Lingwang Palace, he was not prepared to appear on the same route as everyone else. As a rare scientist in Jinglingting, Kuretsuchi Mayuri still very much hopes to collect some experimental materials in this rare war. Of course, when collecting materials, it is inevitable that there will be some shady actions, so it is even more difficult for someone to watch from the sidelines. But Kuretsuchi Mayuri never thought that he silently waited for everyone to enter the portal of the Soul King Palace, and was deliberately late for a quarter of an hour. Unexpectedly, he still met two annoying guys. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I found out that only you, Captain Nirvana, Zaraki Kenpachi replied casually with an indifferent expression on his face. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's forehead was sweating angrily, and he turned around to look at Shinhei. Aoki was stared at by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but he didn't know why Captain Nirvana was so angry, so he replied like Zaraki Kenpachi. I went back to get something, who knew that by the time I got here, everyone would have disappeared. After finishing speaking, Aoki slightly turned his body sideways, revealing the silhouettes of several female members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Hurry up and say hello to Captain Ni, I'll make him angry. Hearing Aoki's words, several female members of the Star-Crossed Knights poked their heads out and looked around curiously. When they saw Kuretsuchi Mayuri, they all showed unhappy expressions. HMPH, I don't want to say hello to this pervert. At such an old age, I still put makeup on myself at 29. I am a pervert. That's right, Master Aoki, we'd better stay away from this pervert. As soon as the girls were released by Aoki, they started chattering, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri's forehead was twitching violently. But this is also because when the female members of the Star Cross were placed in the 12th squad, they were tortured too much by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. At that time, in order to obtain information about the Quincy division, Kuretsuchi Mayuri tortured several people. So as soon as they saw Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the female Quincy masters got angry, and naturally they didn't have any good looks to show. Captain Aoki, we are here to fight, not to go shopping. Kuretsuchi Mayuri finally couldn't bear it and growled at Aoki. Aoki was stunned, he didn't expect how Kuretsuchi Mayuri would get so angry. But at this time, he was surrounded by beauties, and he was talking about some unnutritious topics. The atmosphere was indeed a bit too relaxed, and it didn't fit the atmosphere of war. Thinking of this, Aoki is going to let several female Quincy masters follow behind him, and don't talk nonsense without his own order. At this moment, a sobbing sound suddenly came from in front of several people. Yeah, ah. Hearing this voice, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, Aoki and Zaraki Kenpachi immediately turned and looked over. I saw a guy wearing a Quincy costume appearing in front of everyone and blocking the way forward for several people. Although he is a Quincy, the appearance of this guy seems to be very different from that of an ordinary Quincy. The most obvious difference is that his head seems surprisingly big. What is that? Zaraki Kenpachi scratched his head and said. What is that? Are you asking me? Or talking to yourself? Kuretsuchi Mayuri couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Everyone is meeting for the first time, but still asking such a question. I didn't know there were idiots like you in Gote 13. Advertisement. Hearing Kuretsuchi Mayuri's complaints, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't care at all. Seeing this scene, Aoki quietly closed his mouth. He also wanted to ask just now, but now he had to hand over this question to Bambietta. This one seems to be the holy word Sipanita, and the ability is to enforce it. Bambietta looked at the strange-looking Quincy in front of him, and said thoughtfully. Enforcement, what do you mean? Aoki was at a loss. The group of Quincy's always like to make some words that are difficult for people to understand. I'm not very clear about the specific abilities. Bambietta tilted her head and was thinking. Suddenly, I saw Zaraki Kenpachi slashing with a knife. Hey, don't get close. Bambietta hastily exclaimed, but it was too late. Zaraki Kenpachi held Zanpakuto in his hand, just approached the opponent's body, and then quickly backed away. Puff. Panita was slashed on the head with a knife. HMPH, it's just a little injury on the hand, but fortunately, the opponent's head was also cut. Zaraki Kenpachi said while clutching the same bleeding arm. Kuretsuchi Mayuri glanced at Zaraki Kenpachi's arm very dissatisfied, as if he was upset because the other party suddenly chopped off his test subject. At this moment, Panita's head suddenly began to swell. Kuretsuchi Mayuri couldn't help making a puzzled sound when he saw the guy in front of him. The head got so big it didn't look like it was ready for a fight. Why is this so? Kuretsuchi Mayuri stroked his chin lightly, and then said with emotion. What an uncomfortable guy. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi glanced at Kuretsuchi Mayuri unhappily, and said. The most annoying thing here is you, do you still have the right to say this? The smell of gunpowder between the two is almost on the verge of breaking out. Aoki was behind the two, listening to these words, shook his head helplessly. Kuretsuchi Mayuri is the first Lion Majesty in Gote 13, and Zaraki Kenpachi is someone who dares to mess with anyone. These two guys get together, it's really a good show. I think there seems to be no chance for us to make a move here. A faint voice came from behind Aoki, and Aoki turned around curiously, only to find that Madarame Makaku and Yumi were kissing cats behind the wall. Hey, Yijao, Yumi, why are you here? Aoki exclaimed in surprise. Yijao and Gongshin quickly made a silent movement. They also came in following the figure of Zaraki Kenpachi, and they didn't expect to meet Kuretsuchi Mayuri who was angry when they came up. It seems that it was because there were too many people. It's good now, adding Aoki and Star-Crossed Knights girls, this number feels much larger than the team led by Kiraku Shunsui. Why are you squatting back timidly? The enemy is right in front of you, why don't you come up and show it? Shingshu hurriedly greeted Madarame Makaku and Gongshin. Captain Aoki, don't be joking. Madarame Makaku and Yumi moved their bodies and came to Aoki's side. Advertisement. Look at the two captains in front, which one is the guy who allows people to intervene during the battle? If we make a move, we will be scolded to death. Gongshin said to Aoki quietly, putting one hand around his mouth. Aoki looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri in front of him, who was getting mad at Zaraki Kenpachi for taking the first shot. Zaraki Kenpachi also seemed to have a displeased expression. It seemed that if Kuretsuchi Mayuri continued to speak, the next person to be slashed would be Captain Nirvana himself. What you said, does it make some sense? Aoki was a little speechless, because the two captains of Guti 10's main team had abnormal brain circuits. I think so too. Ni Yinmeng, who was watching the battle, said something suddenly, which surprised Aoki and the others. Vice Captain Yinmeng, I didn't expect you to have your own ideas. Aoki asked in surprise. Aoki knew about Nirvana's life experience. It was an artificial Shinigami made by Kuretsuchi Mayuri using the technology of the 12th Division. I just obey Captain Ni's method. I'm not a robot. I also have my own ideas. Ni Yinmeng's tone didn't change at all, as if she was just explaining a fact. That's right, the man-made Shinigami who is obedient and has his own ideas, Captain Nirvana is really a genius. Aoki couldn't help but admire. Then Aoki seemed to remember something, and asked Nirvana. Then do you usually have the will to find a spouse? Hearing Aoki's words, Madarame Makaku and Yumi on the side felt a black line appear on their foreheads, and were a little speechless. Captain Aoki, you can just say that it's not good to be in a relationship. Vice Captain Yinmeng 070 is just a little dull, it's not that he doesn't understand human language. Yijao couldn't help reminding Chingshu. After hearing this, Aoki suddenly realized, and then continued to look at Ni Yinmeng with expectant eyes. Ni Yinmeng's facial expression didn't seem to change at all, but she replied very calmly. Accordingly speaking, the hormone levels in my body, physical conditions and other aspects are supportive. It's just that I've never been involved in the relevant knowledge, I'm afraid I didn't get the hang of it. Aoki immediately pretended to be enlightened, and then patted Madarame Makaku on the head. Go back and send some of your little books to Vice Captain Ni. Shocked, Madarame Makaku held his head and retorted. Fart. Captain Aoki, how can you make someone innocent out of thin air? I don't. Why not? Aoki showed puzzled eyes, last time you borrowed money from me and said that you would go to the bookstore to get a member. No. Madarame Makaku, with sweat on his forehead, rushed forward and tried to cover Aoki's mouth, but was stopped by Manina in the middle. Pervert with a bald head, stay away from our Aoki-sama. Manina stretched out her arms full of strength, completely blocked Madarame Makaku's charge, and glanced at the triangle with a contemptuous light. Let go of me. I'm not pervert, you Aoki are. Madarame Makaku never imagined that the petite female Quincy next to Aoki was more powerful than the bald man like him. At this time, he was fighting with Yuhabok's subordinates, and it was not easy to use weapons against his companions. Madarame Makaku struggled for a moment, and was thrown to his original position with his eyes dazed. At this time, Madarame Makaku was unbearably ashamed and indignant, his expression was in a trance, and the image of a tough guy for many years was destroyed in front of everyone. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi's arm suddenly twisted uncontrollably, and in a moment, it twisted into a twisted shape. Chapter 98 I didn't say I wouldn't participate. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. Just when Aoki was joking with Madarame Makaku, Zaraki Kenpachi not far away suddenly had an amazing change. The arm that was originally injured by contact with the opponent suddenly spun uncontrollably at this moment. In a moment, it twisted into a twisted shape. Zaraki Kenpachi frowned slightly, and without any hesitation, he directly tore off his right hand holding the sword. Once the spin right hand was torn off and fell to the ground, it still didn't stop spinning. In just a few seconds, Zaraki Kenpachi's torn arm twisted into a puddle of mud. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the arm that was torn off by himself, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Yachinryu, who was still sitting on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders, was shocked when he saw this scene, and then climbed down from Zaraki Kenpachi's body. Aegean, what a strange guy. Yachinryu pointed to the arm that had turned into mud on the ground, and then pointed to Panita not far away, and said seriously. At this time, Madarame Makaku, Yumi and others who were watching the battle were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? Captain Zaraki's arm folded itself. Even if it was ripped off, the arm still didn't stop twisting, until the muscles stopped being completely destroyed. Madarame Makaku and Yumi had sweat on their foreheads, saying that they had never seen such an outrageous thing. Aoki frowned slightly looking at the scene in front of him, thinking that what Zaraki Kenpachi encountered was Panita's ability to enforce. Bumbi, get ready to fire. Aoki pondered slightly, and immediately gave orders to Bumbi beside him. Although Bambietta has experienced Juhabok's sanctification, his ability is not as good as before, and he can no longer perform the Eucharist, but he can still produce spirit particles that explode around him. It's a good decision to pull the hand off immediately, thanks to Captain Zaraki. Kuretsuchi Mayuri smiled with his mouth open, and then glanced at the arm that had turned into a puddle of mud. If you don't make a judgment immediately, your body will probably become a lump of meatball just like this arm. You're telling me this now, are you trying to compliment me, or are you going to make me beat you up? Zaraki Kenpachi rolled his eyes. What do you think? Kuretsuchi Mayuri didn't care at all, and continued to ask. So, what's the matter with this guy's ability? Zaraki Kenpachi didn't rush to attack again. Really, is this a self-talk or a question? Kuretsuchi Mayuri did not directly answer Zaraki Kenpachi's question, but looked at Panita's figure and pondered a little in his mind. Yinmeng, tie up his arms to stop the bleeding. Hearing what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, Ni Yinmeng hurried up, took out the prepared medical equipment, and helped Zaraki Kenpachi face up. Zaraki Kenpachi just tore his arm off in desperation, bleeding profusely. If it is not treated in time, if it continues like this, even if it is not attacked by the enemy, it will soon lose too much blood and become unconscious. What I can tell you now is that when you are facing this guy, don't get close to him, Kuretsuchi Mayuri said slowly during the dressing of Nianmeng. Don't get close. Then how do I cut this guy? Hearing what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, Zaraki Kenpachi froze for a moment, and then said with a displeased face. You, vulgar B******************. D. Kuretsuchi Mayuri shook her head, as if resigned from Zaraki Kenpachi's incompetence. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Zaraki Kenpachi ignored Kuretsuchi Mayuri's taunt, holding Zanpakuto in his left hand, and was about to step forward again to take the cut. Suddenly, a spiritual bomb rushed towards Panita. Boom. Advertisement. Panita's head, which was originally wrapped in the Quincy costume, was touched by the spirit bomb fired by Bambietta, and it exploded instantly, revealing its original appearance. Everyone was stunned when they saw Panita's appearance. What is this? Zaraki Kenpachi was slightly taken aback. At this time, Panita's original face was revealed, which turned out to be a huge arm. The ends of the fingers of the arm are connected by iron chains, and there is a giant eye in the palm, and there are actually 2 pupils in the eye. So that's how it is. Kuretsuchi Mayuri glanced lightly at Bambietta behind him, as if complaining about the opponent's shot. Is this the arm of King Ling? The arm of the Spirit King? Zaraki Kenpachi showed a puzzled look, but then became excited. What Spirit King's arm? Just cut it off. After saying that, Zaraki Kenpachi raised his knife and rushed towards Panita again. Before he got close to Panita, Zaraki Kenpachi's 2 legs turned inexplicably as before. Captain Zaraki. Aegean. One corner and Yachinryu exclaimed nervously. According to this situation, Zaraki Kenpachi will soon be affected by the opponent's ability and directly become a lump of meat. Silly hat. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's voice came from behind Zaraki Kenpachi. Afterwards, Zaraki Kenpachi felt a chill behind his back, looked down, and a Zanpakuto pierced his body from behind. Killing Saitagarbha, I'm afraid of death. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto changes into a golden 3-pronged shape with a sleeping baby's head at the end of the hilt. Then Kuretsuchi Mayuri inserted his finger into one of the baby's eyes, and the baby on Zanpakuto suffered, and instantly began howling miserably. Cover your ears, Ni Yinmeng said to everyone. If you hear this sound for more than 4 seconds, your whole body will be paralyzed. Everyone felt a fear born from the heart, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they quickly covered their ears, which relieved a lot. Only Aoki and Ni Yinmeng were not affected in any way. Kneading Sound Dream is an artificial shinigami made by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. When it was born, it should have been implanted with drugs that are immune to all attacks by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Aoki is no longer subject to this strange mental attack because of the powerful Reiatsu. Zaraki Kenpachi's body suddenly felt paralyzed, and then he couldn't move. Near, UB ********************************* Zaraki Kenpachi finally said a word, and then the whole person opened his eyes and fell to the ground unable to move. Kuretsuchi Mayuri slowly put away Zanpakuto, and then looked suddenly enlightened. Ah, I see. The anesthesia kicked in, and the muscle rotation in the bigger guy had stopped. Then it means that it is self-evident what your source of strength is. It's nerves, right? Kuretsuchi Mayuri opened his mouth, and excitedly glanced at Panita, who was transformed into an arm at this time. Advertisement. You implant nerves into the enemy's body, and then forcibly control the opponent's movements. If you think about it, you Quincy masters can achieve the effect of defending yourself by manipulating blood, so it's not so difficult to understand how to control the opponent through nerves. But no matter what it is, since you know your ability, then everything is nothing to worry about. Kuretsuchi Mayuri sneered, took out a can of medicine, and swung it into the air. Originally trying to approach Kuretsuchi Mayuri's nerves slowly, after touching the medicine, they all shrank back in pain. Does it hurt? You will feel better next time. I am very interested in you. After all, here I have a lot of drugs to deal with nerves. Jin Yuli's words are full of excitement. Seeing this scene, Aoki patted his head helplessly, and then said to Madarame Makaku. Drag your captain back quickly, you are a fool, you won't even know if you're being used as a gun. 17. Hearing Aoki's words, Madarame Makaku reacted instantly, and then quickly dragged Zaraki Kenpachi over. Damn it, you actually asked the captain to attack the enemy first, just to get information. After dragging Zaraki Kenpachi back, Madarame Makaku angrily hammered the ground. It seems that because the enemy's abilities are too interesting, Captain Ni wants to fight alone. Gongshin analyzed from the side. Aoki stepped forward, patted Zaraki Kenpachi's face, and found that the other party still had some consciousness, at least his eyes could still move. It's just that Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes are full of anger at this time. Don't be angry, Captain Zaraki, if Captain Ni hadn't paralyzed you, you would be a meat paste now. Aoki comforted for a moment, then stood up and looked at Panita not far away. Although he also wanted to participate in this battle, it was somewhat risky. The most important thing is Panita's ability. Panita's own strength is not enough to worry about, the key is to fight with nerves, which makes Aoki feel very dangerous. Even though Aoki can use Zanpakuto's ability to deceive Panita's senses, the opponent's nerves can spread all over the body, and he can be sensed by the opponent with a slight movement. Aoki, Wang Li's, doesn't want to lose a leg in a fight or something. Although Captain Ni wants to fight alone, it's better to end this war as soon as possible. If it's too late, the Soul Society will be over. Aoki shook his head slightly, and then greeted Bambietta and Goddess. These two people belong to long-range attacks, one was a spirit bomb and the other was a thunderbolt. Throwing something at Panita was no problem. At this time, Panita had completely turned into the left arm of the Spirit King, her body size had increased by 3 or 4 times, and her clothing had been completely torn. Suddenly, nerves visible to the naked eye erupted from Panita's fingers, spreading towards Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri calmly took out an umbrella from his pocket, ready to resist the opponent's nerve attack. At this moment, Bambietta's and Jadis's spiritual attack flew towards them. The moment the spirit bomb touched Panita, Panita's arm exploded, and the released nerves also turned into bombs. Jadis's lightning hit Panita, slowing down the opponent's actions for a moment. What are you doing? Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned around and yelled at Aoki with a displeased face. I didn't mention you just now. Aoki, isn't it good for you to watch the show by the side? Why do you want to mix it up for a while? I never said I wouldn't participate. Aoki said innocently. Chapter 99 Bankai. The Golden Slaying Tibetan. The Body of the Devil's Body. Open black lens bracket please subscribe, close black lens bracket. I didn't say I wouldn't participate. Aoki said with arms crossed and high-spirited. You can pull it down. Bambietta murmured. Huh. Hearing this, Aoki looked at Bambietta suspiciously, not knowing why the other party wanted to hate him. I didn't see you make a move either, it was me and Jadis who were fighting. That's right, Master Aoki will just hide behind us. Goddess pouted, and said with a displeased face. Hearing the words of Bambietta and Goddess, the veins on Aoki's forehead twitched slightly, and the temperament he had just created was also dissipated by these two words. Hey, what do you mean hiding behind you? I'm the captain. Can the matter of the captain be called hiding? I'm strategizing. Aoki stomped his feet angrily at the words of Bambietta and Goddess. But what the two female Quincy masters really said was right. Although Aoki refused to admit it stubbornly, he really didn't want to leave the people. Right now, there are a large number of heavy spirit particles everywhere in the palace of the Spirit King, and they have been completely remodeled by Yuhabak, so they can only be controlled by the Quincy master. In this case, Aoki's Shunpo can't be used, and there is no way to complete an instant kill on Panita. If you attack rashly, it will be troublesome to be entangled by the opponent's nerve cells. I think Master Aoki is afraid of Panida's ability, so he dare not attack rashly. Bambietta said provocatively. Boom. Aoki hits Bambietta's head with an iron fist. Talk well, or else there will be no food tonight. Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned his head to look at this scene, feeling a little speechless. I have some doubts, why does the arm of the King of Souls succumb to Yhwach's command? Kuretsuchi Mayuri put away the creature-like umbrella 003 in his hand and asked Penishin in front of him. Yeah. Panida seemed to have no way to speak out, just whimpered incessantly. What's the matter? Aren't our Quincy masters under the command of Master Aoki? Goddess said with a chuckle when she heard what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said. Yeah, it's no big deal, you can hang out with whoever you want, but Aoki-sama is a bit unreasonable. Bambietta echoed casually. Then Bambietta, who said something wrong, met Aoki's ruthless iron fist again. Forget it, compared to my joy, this kind of question doesn't need to be considered too much. Kuretsuchi Mayuri grinned, showing an excited smile on his face. Question mark quote. Panida seemed to think for a long time, and finally said a word that everyone could understand. Hearing this sentence, Kuretsuchi Mayuri couldn't help being surprised. Oh, can you speak human language? It's really a bit of a surprise. What organ is it used to produce sound? It's so interesting. Kuretsuchi Mayuri couldn't hide the joy in his heart. At this time, he looked like a crazy strange uncle in the eyes of everyone. So, the arm of King Ling, what surprises can I see? Hurry up and show it. Kuretsuchi Mayuri shouted at Panida. Spirit King. Arm. No. Panida. Panida Pakaja. Yes. Kuretsuchi Mayuri heard the sound from the other party's unknown organ, and after understanding for a moment, she smiled happily. Advertisement. Panida Pakaja. What a long name. After all, as the first person who discovered you, the right to name it should belong to me, but since it is your own request, I will allow you to call this name. This is your special treatment. Kuretsuchi Mayuri gushed to Panida, and everyone on the side was a little speechless. Why are these two people obsessed with names? So speechless, so stubborn Captain Ni. I feel like he's always been like this. Yijiao and Gongchen complained silently. Aoki was thinking about how this would deal with Panida's nerve attack. I was ridiculed by the girl group just now, even Aoki's thick skin can't stand it anymore. At this time, I have to find a way. When I get close to Panida, it's best to kill the other party with one knife. If we rely on Kuretsuchi Mayuri to fight like this, I don't know how long we won't fight. However, the ability to fight in the air is limited at this time. If you want to approach quickly, you can't use Shunko and Shangzuan, so you can only use the flying feet of the Quincy division. Wait, ringing. After absorbing the virtual power, Aoki can already complete the hollow, and naturally also mastered the ability to spin. After absorbing the power of the Spirit King, Aoki also gradually mastered Fei Lianjiao. After all, the power of the Spirit King and the Quincy are inextricably linked. It's just that Aoki's flying feet and ringing are not very proficient, so he can't be used in high-end battles. But the current situation is that Quincy seems to be very repulsive to Shu's energy body. When the Shinigami captains Benkai were captured before, they used a short hollow to make Benkai take the initiative to leave Quincy's body. And Panida's ability is to use the nerves extended by itself to forcibly control the enemy. So is it certain that Panida's nerves will reject the empty body? At this moment, Panida seemed to start to get angry. I don't understand. All bad words. Bad guy. Then Panida's nerves unfolded, extending to the ground, and the stone bricks on the ground were lifted up by the nerves, turned into a big hand, and pulled towards Jingahe. Boom. The boulder was slapped on the ground by a big hand, stirring up a cloud of dust. What a surprise, I didn't expect your nerves to be incapable of manipulating inorganic matter. At this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri had already hung the whole person on the wall not far away with the help of the device on his arm, and was looking at Panida with a mocking face. While speaking, two big hands made of wall suddenly protruded around Kuretsuchi Mayuri's body, and slapped his body hard. In an instant, there was an explosion and smoke rose everywhere. Captain Ni, the corner of Madara, CJFD, and Gongchen shouted nervously. Don't worry, you just destroyed the reaction device on your body. I won't explain it anymore, you go back and look through the dictionary carefully. After all, Kuretsuchi Mayuri got rid of the explosion and fell from the sky. The original Little Sun costume on her body had been destroyed in the battle just now. Captain Nirvana, the underground is full of nerves. Be careful, Madarame Makaku said nervously. Just when everyone was worried, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's feet were faintly standing in the air. Fly cheap. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Panida defiantly. Ishida Ryu told me this title. In the Lingwang Palace, only Fei Lianjiao can use it. Advertisement. Your nerves also need a medium to extend, so the air is a safe place. As long as my feet don't touch the ground, there's nothing you can do about it. Kuretsuchi Mayuri taunted, then pulled out a device from his pocket, threw it on Panida, and pressed the button. With a bang, Panida's little finger was blown off. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at the little finger that fell on the ground, and approached slowly. Well, can the preservation solution be soaked? Before the battle is over, it must be fresh. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said to himself, not paying attention to Panida at the side. Just when Kuretsuchi Mayuri was about to reclaim this little finger, Song Chi changed. At the knuckle of the little finger, an eye opened. Then, countless nerves attacked Kuretsuchi Mayuri's arm, completely enveloping Kuretsuchi Mayuri's arm. What? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was shocked, and then quickly took out the scalpel, and at a speed that ordinary people can't understand, the entire arm was anatomically sutured in an instant. The organizational structure of the arm, I have completely changed. You can't easily control my body. Kuretsuchi Mayuri breathed a little, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Obviously, the one-handed surgery just performed in a hurry was also a very painful thing for him. Kuretsuchi Mayuri glanced down at his right hand, because the wound stitched up in a hurry was still dripping blood faintly. It's really ugly. I haven't had one-handed surgery for a long time, and I'm not proficient in the technique. It's a shame. Kuretsuchi Mayuri shook his head slightly, talking to himself. Gaff. It means your current state. Have you started to panic? Panida's language became more and more fluent, and it seemed that after the nerve contact with Kuretsuchi Mayuri, she already had a certain ability of thinking and logic. Hearing this, Kuretsuchi Mayuri seemed even more excited. Look at me now, is it what you think? As soon as Kuretsuchi Mayuri finished speaking, Panida's little finger turned into another arm, rushing towards Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Ling Wang's arm crawls with 5 fingers, extremely fast. Kuretsuchi Mayuri slowly took out a dynamite from his pocket and waved it. Boom. The explosives touched Panida's little finger's arm and exploded instantly, and the huge impact brought the arm back. It seems that it is impossible to take part of your body back, and your fingers will turn into arms. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said to himself that the right hand that has just been stitched has already held Zanpakuto. Bankai came out of Kuretsuchi Mayuri's mouth lightly. Not good. Hurry up and withdraw. Madarame Makaku, who was watching the battle, shouted loudly when he saw this. Captain Ni wants to poison that guy, so hurry up and leave with the bigger captain. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's golden killing Jizo is hardly a secret in the Gote 13th Division. Its ability is to create a large amount of poisonous mist, which is used to paralyze the enemy. So when I saw that Kuretsuchi Mayuri was about to use Bankai, Madarame Makaku panicked instantly. After all, Captain Nirvana's Bankai is indistinguishable from friend to foe. Everyone in the audience who can touch the golden killing Jizo will not be affected, except for Kuretsuchi Mayuri himself. I am afraid that only the vice captain Ni Yinmang. HMPH, poisoned. Kuretsuchi Mayuri opened his mouth lightly and said to himself. Where do I have that free time? All the information collected so far can finally be displayed to the fullest. Kuretsuchi Mayuri held Zanpakuto in his hand and raised it high, as if there were countless cells growing and growing on the knife. Soon, the entire blade swelled to an astonishingly huge level, and then fell to the ground heavily, finally forming a giant black-purple baby. Bankai. The Golden Slaying Jizo, the Devil's Tire Volt Imprinted Body. Chapter 100 Nirvana Dream, Let's Make a Deal. The 4th update is here, please subscribe. Bankai. The Golden Slaying Jizo, the body of the Devil's body. A huge purple-black baby-like monster lay on his back behind Kuretsuchi Mayuri, panting heavily, as if he would lose his strength if he moved his body a little. On the baby's belly, there was a huge word, Fu, written, and there seemed to be a deep scar in the middle. Then, what is that? Everyone was about to leave. When they saw the monster behind Kuretsuchi Mayuri, they couldn't help asking in shock. This monster is completely different from the Bankai in everyone's impression. The Bankai of Kuretsuchi Mayuri before should be a giant baby floating in the air with a worm-like body and can spit out poisonous mist. Remodeling Bankai. Kuretsuchi Mayuri grinned, showing his straight teeth. A brand new form based on the transformation of the golden killing Jizo. I can use the information I have obtained to create a new killing Jizo. There was a puzzled expression in the big eyes of Panida's palm. Don't understand. It doesn't matter, just look at it. Kuretsuchi Mayuri snorted coldly, and the magic fetus behind him suddenly let out a miserable roar. A sharp scream resounded throughout the battlefield, and then the belly of the devil's fetus Volt imprinted body suddenly split open. Struggling to get out of it, the head of a giant baby emerged. As the entire body of the giant baby emerged, the body of the magic fetus seemed to be relieved, and the howling sound gradually weakened. The new giant baby was covered with silk-like substances, struggled to crawl out, and then fell to the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, the giant baby let out an even more miserable roar. It seemed that every minute it moved would make it more painful. The nerves of this new cytogarba are distributed on the body surface. So, whether it is touching the air or the ground, it will make it feel painful. Kuretsuchi Mayuri patiently explained. Forget about these. Before Kuretsuchi Mayuri could finish speaking, Panida suddenly fired countless nerve cells and rushed towards Kuretsuchi Mayuri. The giant baby appeared beside Kuretsuchi Mayuri and helped him resist all the attacks. The nerve cells entered the giant baby's body, causing him to let out an incomparably miserable roar, but there was no sign of being controlled. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was not affected at all, and still explained to himself. The new Jizo, the nerves on the surface of the body, are 70,000 miles away. In other words, even if you can penetrate the nerves, you can only barely control one layer. Are you sure you can punch your nerves in 70,000 times before being swallowed? Kuretsuchi Mayuri's eyes became cold and full of mockery. A terrified expression appeared in Panida's eyes. Suddenly, the giant baby crawled up from the ground, and appeared beside Panida in an instant, then opened its mouth wide, swallowing Panida's entire body. Ha 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 ha. Kuretsuchi Mayuri laughed happily. How does it feel to be swallowed? It should take some time to digest it. However, based on the previous intelligence, it was the right choice not to add teeth to Jizo Jizo. Advertisement. Otherwise, it will be split into many small things in the stomach of Jisha Jizo, and it will be troublesome. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said to himself. Suddenly, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's eyes froze, because he felt that a strange change had taken place inside Kizo Jizo's body. Dozens of bulges suddenly appeared around the body of Disha Jizo, accompanied by the giant baby's miserable howl. Ni Yinmeng, who was watching the battle at the side, saw this scene, and there seemed to be a trace of determination in his eyes. As the Shinigami made by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, it can be said that among these few people, the one who knows Kuretsuchi Mayuri best is none other than Ni Yinmeng. At this time, Ni Yinmeng has already noticed a trace of abnormality, that is, Kuretsuchi Mayuri has exhausted all cards now, and it is time to ask for her assistance. Just when Ni Yinmeng was about to step forward, a big hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Captain Aoki. Ni Yinmeng turned around and looked at Aoki with a dignified face. Are you going to die? Aoki said lightly. I judge that Captain Ni needs help. Ni Yinmeng's voice did not contain any emotion, but there seemed to be a trace of anxiety in his eyes. I've noticed that your soul fluctuates more than usual, and it looks like you're planning to use the power of an artificial soul to attack. Aoki glanced at Ni Yinmeng lightly, pretending not to care. Captain Aoki, what are you doing? Ni Yinmeng was very surprised. Although it is well known that she is a man-made Shinigami, she is the only one who achieves the goal of attack by destroying her own soul. I only know it myself. This has been gradually explored in the process of Nirvana's self-evolution in recent years, and even Kuretsuchi Mayuri himself is not clear about it. Let's make a deal. This guy in front of me, I'll take the shot. You don't have to work hard, just help me teach the girls behind me when the war is over. 2 months. Compared to you, these guys are too disobedient. After finishing speaking, Aoki pointed to Bambietta and Goddess behind them. When Bambietta saw Ni Yinmeng, her whole body trembled. She couldn't forget the torture she received in the 12th squad. Ni Yinmeng looked back at the girls of Star-Crossed Knights, then looked up at Aoki, then nodded slowly. Aoki responded with a satisfied nod. In fact, he didn't know exactly what trick Ni Yinmeng would use, but he vaguely remembered that the other party seemed to use something like soul destruction. The reason why Ni Yinmeng was deliberately stopped was because Aoki already had the means to solve the battle, and there was no need for Ni Yinmeng to die. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to change the young lady to the 8th division? Aoki still likes this obedient type. At this moment, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Jizo couldn't hold on any longer, and his whole body exploded. Numerous body fragments were scattered all over the ground, and Panita's figure struggled to get out of the corpse of Jizo, and ate Jizo cleanly by the way. This scene was beyond Kuretsuchi Mayuri's expectations, and then a spiritual light arrow shot off Kuretsuchi Mayuri's arm. Ha 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 ha. An unknown organ in Panita let out a terrifying laugh. Like it, learn from you. Panita, Quincy. Panita said, and the light arrow of Quincy appeared on his finger. Seeing this scene, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's eyes suddenly turned cold. He never thought that the arm of the Spirit King would call himself a Quincy master. As soon as Panita finished speaking, she held up her 5 fingers high, and on each finger, there are 10 spiritual bows and arrows. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. All the spiritual bows and arrows are aimed at Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and the end of the light arrow is connected to Panita's nerve cells. Kuretsuchi Mayuri leapt into the air with a self-made, flying feat, narrowly dodging the initial wave of offensive, but unexpectedly, after the shot out of the Link C light arrow touched the ground nerve, it bent strangely, and then turned around, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri strikes again. Not good. This time I will be shot. Kuretsuchi Mayuri thought in his heart that something was wrong, but he couldn't dodge now. Suddenly, Aoki appeared in front of Kuretsuchi Mayuri and wiped out all the spirit arrows. Aoki. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Aoki in surprise, only to see that the other person's figure had changed dramatically. The original body is now completely covered by white matter, and a complete false mask appears on the face. There is even a void in the center of the chest. If it wasn't for the crazy Reiatsu after feeling Aoki hollow, Kuretsuchi Mayuri wouldn't have recognized the person in front of him at all. Sorry, just now I have been hesitant to make a move, mainly because the neural network is too harmful to the body. There is no apology in Aoki's words. 0. Then, Kuretsuchi Mayuri was grabbed by the collar like a chicken by Aoki, and slowly fell to the ground. As soon as Aoki's feet touched the ground, the surrounding nerve cells faded away as if seeing a natural enemy, forming a safe zone. Now I'm Shu, so don't be afraid, Panita, your neural network, don't dare to touch Shu's body. Aoki said loudly to Panita with mockery on his face. Kuretsuchi Mayuri did not show serious injuries at this time. Looking at Aoki's changes at this time, his eyes were full of excitement. He looked Aoki up and down and said, UB***************, D, how did you manage to stay sane after being completely hollowed out? We'll talk about this kind of thing later. Aoki didn't explain to Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but stared at Panita in front of him, and said slowly. Actually, my main body is a shoe, isn't it? False. Panita's eyes were full of doubts. Generally speaking, it's best to choose to believe in things that you don't understand, otherwise, you will die miserably. Aoki looked at the puzzled Panita in front of him, and spoke again. The 2 sentences that Aoki said to Panita just now are all lies. No matter which one Panita chooses to believe, it will pave the way for his next transformation from reality to reality. Panita seemed a little annoyed by these 2 words, raised the spirit bow and arrow in her finger again, and shot towards Aoki. Aoki waved his Zanpakuto, and Shongyu's figure behind him was looming, and even because of Aoki Hollow, a mask was shrouded in it. The arrows of spiritual light had already started to dissipate around Aoki. With Aoki's current Reiatsu, Quincy's light arrows can no longer harm him. The only thing that troubled him was how to kill this guy who could split and reorganize infinitely. Aoki rushed to Panita's side and cut it straight away. The sharp Zanpakuto split Panita's entire palm in two, but then began to reassemble. Ignorant guy, there is a fixed number of cell divisions. Based on your current situation, split 3 times, I'm afraid you will die of old age. After all, Aoki slashed 6 again.